Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
Yeah, that's champion, that one. He's come on. It's a champion.
I appreciate that, Helio.
Yeah, man. I'm a believer, but I cannot prove it. Wow, man. I mean, come on, a contradiction now. What a track.
I liked your backup singers. Was that just the standard guys on the video on the song? Or?
Oh man, does anybody have any information about the moon landing they want to talk about? They want to bring up?
Well, it was funny how they didn't mention the word Earth once. Whilst they're on the surface of the moon, that would be the Apollo 11 mission. Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. And no photograph of Neil Armstrong on the moon. Straight on in his suit. Hey, stand still, Neil. Let me take a picture. Pose. Not one. Not one.
Yeah, the other thing that stands out, they never did a 360. If you look at any woman that even walks into like a restaurant or something these days, they'll photograph everything inside. There was no 360 happened on the move. That would have been the convincer. Spin the camera.
No, man, they couldn't break the fourth wall like that, bro.
Right. Yeah, you're right. They couldn't, could they?
I know if you look at the technologically wonder lunar lander, how could you doubt the moon? You got gold tinfoil and rods and other sorted. Got to be real.
As was brought to our attention, no dust on the landing pads. Yeah, the landing pads there, it was clean as a whistle. Clean as a whistle.
Not even dusty.
10,000 thrust engine. No dust kicked up. Really, folks? Can you believe that?
I have a good clip.
No scorch marks under the lem. Black scorch marks where it's burnt the sand. None of that.
Not to mention, didn't they say that because of space dust that they would probably sink, and that's the reason why they made the legs on the lander so wide? And then when they got there, it literally hit the ground and there was no dust. Like there was very little dust on the surface. That just blew my mind.
There's another small factor that people often neglect to mention, and that's the very slow, but it should be relevant, 50 miles an hour rotation of the moon's surface. Now, we always talk about the rotation of the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, but we often forget that the moon is supposed to be rotating according to the heliocentric model. So where's this 15 miles an hour when the thing's landing?
It's an excellent point. Excellent point. Everyone forgot that because they were just so static that they'd landed on the moon that didn't get mentioned. But they didn't even mention Earth though. That was just that's criminal.
NASA is retarded.
Yeah, but it's a great point that was raised though. That 15 mile an hour spin wasn't noticed.
And there's another point. If we all look at the moon, we see how bright it is. The actual luminescence would have been dazzling those guys. It absolutely just blinded them.
You're right, absolutely right. They should have been blinded halfway to the moon. They should have been blinded. I'm sorry. They should have been. Because they reckon from the photographic experts, to quote Dave Percy from the Royal Photography of Arts of Photography, he said the luminosity of the moon surface, according to the NASA photographs, is what we've worked it out to be roughly 7%, similar to what we have on asphalt on Earth, he says. Words to that effect. And I cracked up. 7%. So there's no way it can be reflecting from the sun, right? Reflecting the sun onto the moon. It can't happen. You know, it just wouldn't happen. The luminosity would be so, it's weak, isn't it? It's weak. Weak. You cannot shine anything off 7% luminosity. And yet the astronauts are lit up like Christmas trees, apparently.
Jen, I feel like this is one of your favorite subjects for some reason.
Oh, it is. It's my favorite one. It certainly is. I put so much effort into looking into it for so many years.
How many of you have gone back and watched the actual supposed landing and gone through the whole thing from beginning to end? Have you done that?
Yeah.
I haven't done it yet, but I've watched a lot of it, and I was like, this looks like a Godzilla movie. Like, how are they really thinking that we're gonna believe that? But everybody believed it. I just can't believe it.
Yeah. Well, look, I tell you what was interesting that since I've gone back to have a look here, is that when they showed the rockets taking off, and they show you faces from around the world, the crowds, everyone looked innocent. Everyone just looked innocent and naive. You could see it on their faces, the innocence, as they were looking up at the rocket going up. Do you understand what I mean? You've got to go back and find footage of where they show
I hear you.
The crowds around the world and the innocence on the faces of the people. So it's easy. No wonder they believed it. They believed it, man. It was real as far as they were concerned.
Well, the other thing about this movie, it was being live streamed just as we're being live streamed now. They were live streaming that movie back then, and also communicating on the landline to the president Nixon. I think it's Nixon, I believe, at the time, calling landline. So what technology enabled video transmission to be conducted a 250,000 miles when TCP/IP wasn't invented until 1995.
Very true, very true, very true. Because the reporters themselves in America, they were complaining that they had to take their images off second-hand images, so they couldn't take it off the live feed. They had to take it off degraded videos, images.
Yeah, and it says a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, that Kodak themselves came on record and said that the film would not work in space, that there's no chance it would.
Yeah, they said it was ordinary film that you could get in the shop. We could all buy it. Nothing special. Nothing special. And then the question came up, how was it able to withstand the temperature extremes, the minus 20 odd or 200 degrees Celsius? And
I think there was a calculation somewhere that someone calculated how many images they actually took on the moon and then divided it by the total number of time that they were there. And it came out something ridiculous. Like, yeah, if you can pull that information for me, it's better than me just inventing it.
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll try and post it into this live stream later on. I've got it. I've got to locate it. But you're right. They were talking so many shots per second, and they couldn't do it because the camera was mounted on the chest. The camera is mounted on the chest. You haven't got a viewfinder, so you're guessing all the time, and they never made a single mistake. They never made a single mistake.
Well, yeah, but they're making a lot of them now, right? Have you seen the red on the rocket at the bottom? I've seen them on cables. You know what's funny is I showed someone that video of there's two astronauts talking in front, and then there's a guy that goes by in the background, and you can see that he's hanging from a cable, from a tether. And I showed that to my mom the first time, and I said, look at that. I want you to look at that. And I want you to tell me, does that look natural? She goes, yeah, he's just going by. And I said, but he's attached to a cable. She goes, well, yeah, that would make sense since they're in space. I'm like, Mom, it's weightlessness in space. There is no there is no centrifugal force or none of that when they're supposedly. I mean, they're always floating around, right? I said, does that make sense to you? And she thought about it, and she wouldn't listen to me about that. But then later on, after I finally got through to her and got her to start thinking, she went back and she said, you know what? When I was thinking I was kind of lying to you. And it was very revealing that she, her admitting that to me and how she did it. It was fascinating to me because it gave me insight on where her mind was at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, which is similar to other people because they all do that. What they do, they lie to themselves to keep on believing.
Well, a lot of people in mid-conversation don't want to admit they're wrong. If you walked into any place now, everyone's a sudden expert on anything because they can just whip out Google and prove you wrong. But nobody wants to admit mid-sentence that their entire belief system, the entire structure, everything that they've known up to this point was completely wrong. Nobody wants to admit that.
Those kind of people, I usually tell them without using the internet and YouTube and stuff like that. Give me your best case for the Earth being a ball, and they never can. They never are willing to do that. They're always like, oh no, you can just look it up on Google. I'm like, yeah, so what? Google's there by a bunch of people. Like, what if they make a mistake? They do it all the time, right?
Even when I say to people in the service sometimes, well, just give me your best globe scientist, then just give me a link, give me the website, give me the white paper, give me the peer-reviewed, link to whatever study it was for the curvature, the rotation, or the radius, and still I draw a blank, even when they've got full access to the internet.
Yeah, I drew a blank, and I did it for about 3 or 4 months, and I finally just gave up on it. I was like, "It's obviously not. It doesn't exist."
But going back to the moon, these guys should have measured that radius before you send a human into space. I mean, that's one of literally the most dangerous things you could do on live television. Imagine sending, being responsible for someone's life and sending them into space, and you've not even measured the Earth's radius yet.
The warden stole my meme right when I made that freaking meme. And somebody stole it right before I was posting it. But anyway, there's something funny happened on the way back to Earth. That's the GIF right there. Something funny happened on the way back to Earth. We'll be back for you, cameraman.
That was always the one thing that was my question when I first started looking into this. That was the main thing. Like, how did they get that? How did he get there first? And I'm so glad that other people see that too. Way to go, Helio.
Another thing that's
all good, but it's funny. I'm glad it got shared around. Cool, everybody.
They'll subvert and divert the entire argument by putting something else into people's brains. They'll put UFOs, they'll put aliens, they'll put structures on the Mars or moons. So people will start to think, well, are aliens real? Are UFOs real? But deep down, that they're still thinking that space is real and that space travel is real. And this is where you got Star Wars and Star Trek and all these other space movies. So you can have wild imaginations about the entity that belongs on a planet that's floating in the sky, but you still need to have that core belief that you can float in space and you can visit these planets. So you realize that the deception sort of doubles down at that point. That we're not questioning whether we can even light a rocket in a vacuum. No, whether there's a structure there, that there's aliens or if there's UFOs, and that's like a second level deception as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and one of the things that I started looking into as well, because if they claim whatever metal that the actual, what is it? I can't even think of the word. Whatever they landed on the moon in. That, how can it even
talk about just a lander?
Oh, the
lander.
Yeah, the lander. Lunar lander.
Yes, sorry. Thanks, guys. Thanks. And how could the metal, even if they are accurate in saying what type of metal it's made of, how can it exist and not be melted or with the temperatures up in quote unquote space? How can it travel there? That was one of the things
if that were true, then all the factories in the United States would no longer use water to keep all their engines and stuff cold. You know what I'm saying? All this kind of, and you know what? Another thing I want to mention. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in, but there's one thing that always gets me. Is they always say that they're doing research, but they never ever say what it is, and they never give you any insight to what it was afterwards. That is like a huge, huge argument for me. That one was huge. It's they don't even attempt it. It's like ridiculous.
You see this happening in real life. You're saying, well, we're going to withhold this information for legal reasons, in air quotations, or you can't do that for health and safety reasons. as long as you sort of presupposition, there is some sort of reason behind it. They never actually give that reason.
No,
just before I continue, I just want to talk about the mentioning the Van Allen belt is a topic we've not mentioned.
Yeah, the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, I posted the Apollo photographs, okay, per mission from Apollo 11 to 17, okay? It's there now. You can see it if you look, okay? Live stream voice text. Just scroll back a little bit.
Does anybody have that snippet from that video where they put a guy in a spacesuit and put him in a vacuum, and his tongue? He said his tongue was boiling, and they had to shut down the test because he almost killed him.
Right. I've got that somewhere. Yeah, I have got that one somewhere.
If you find that, would you post it? Because I'm sure everybody would be interested in that one.
Yeah. Let's look in my collection here.
Yeah, if you have something like that, I mean, anyone that has guts would step in a vacuum chamber and let them evacuate.
Hey, Felix,
the air.
you're hot micing, just so you know.
I mean, if you evacuate the air and you step in a vacuum chamber, that's that takes guts.
It does. The guy collapsed within minutes, not even minutes, sorry, seconds of going in there.
Yeah, bro, it's just freaking. I wouldn't do that. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't do it.
Oh yeah, he fell backwards, and he fell backwards like he was.
All right, well, check this out. Here's another thing. If they were to step in the vacuum chamber with a pressurized suit that does give positive pressure inside, and is that what he did, or were they just testing that? Which there's no such thing there's no such thing as positive pressure and negative pressure, as far as atmosphere goes. Necessarily, it's really just relative pressure. It's relative to your environment, right?
Did you just say necessarily?
Yeah, he said
necessarily. Yeah. No, I
that's brilliant.
You just invented a new word.
Anyway, so yeah, it takes a lot of guts to, even with some what they call these pressurized these suits that they claim to do spacewalks in. As far as the vacuum chambers go on Earth, the largest vacuum chamber on Earth, it can create a vacuum that's 10 to the -6 torr. But what they claim about outer space is 10 to the -17 torr. And they do spacewalks out, in that environment.
The other thing you've got to consider is the thickness of the vacuum chambers here on Earth, all the concrete and stuff that goes into it.
Sure,
versus the very light stitching and small boots of the astronauts and what clothing they're wearing. It looks like something from an army surplus store.
Yeah, they called it a glorified linen suit, they said. And then when they were asked,
I read that too.
if it offered any protection against the radiation, and before that question was finished answered, the man said no. The man from Grumman said no, it did not. Quickly, that answer came out. You
can't have it both ways.
No.
You can't have an 8-foot concrete wall and a flimsy spacesuit. I'm sorry, you don't get to have both.
It's hideous, isn't it?
Exactly right. They can't have both. You're exactly right. I mean, they should be embarrassed. They should be embarrassed. Instead, they're propped up as heroes.
Yeah. Well, that's why they were running away from Bart Sibrel in Astronauts Gone Wild, because they couldn't answer the questions, could they?
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, they're only heroes for the globe religion.
And then we had Buzz Aldrin talking to that. I think she was a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, saying, "Oh, that's why."
Dude, Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face, didn't he?
Oh,
Well,
yes,
I
you're
heard
a
that
liar.
Buzz
Yes,
Aldrin
he did. I see that
had his
all the
entire life, his entire family threatened that any of this should go out, will kill your entire family from top to bottom, grandfather to grandchild, everybody. They're all gone.
You're a liar and a coward and a right cross. Push. Oh my God, I got it in the jaw. You know?
And it's like, who's scared of vacuums? You know, the story, you know, about going to the moon. Everyone should really, you know, if they they should discount it. It's really not. It's not true. Obviously not true. And if you try to base any of your beliefs on moon landing, then you're just a believer. It's just a weird.
Well, the thing is, these guys had television and radio to go by back in the day. You know, our parents are generally before that saw this stuff live. So yeah, it could probably be excused for them to believe it, especially when it was just like a special event. Everyone gathered around the TV just to watch it. Nobody had the capabilities that we do today of even rewinding TV. Never mind pausing it and doing it frame by frame. So yeah, I can kind of give some forgiveness to the previous generation, but now with technology, the whole mission has aged very, very badly.
Well, also on that point, it should be a clue to how easily you can be manipulated into a circumstance.
Yeah.
It becomes groupthink at that point, doesn't it? You just believe in it because the rest of the group are believing it, and nobody dares say, well, I don't believe it. You know, we're experiencing something very similar within the last 2 years.
Sure, yeah. And
Yeah.
that's where I was going with it. Yeah.
So, is there like a lot of proof that the NASA moon landing was like fake?
Yeah,
there is.
We just went through.
Yeah, there is.
Do you
Sasha.
want more? We can do. Is that what we're supposed to be doing here, Brad? Just showing moon landing debunkers?
Yeah,
You're
man,
just
but we're gonna
joining
keep
us.
it. We're gonna keep it away from the debate style. So, Sasha, if that's your goal is to debate somebody, whether it's real or a
Oh
hoax,
no. I
then
wasn't trying to debate anyone. I was just curious if you guys have like proof.
Who's just being
okay. Well, the
Oh yeah, we're
context
shooting
is
out.
there.
Yeah, we're shooting all the proofs all the time. You know, the very first one that is hideous is that you will travel for 3 days in the Lunar Command module, and you're not using knife and fork, are you now? Now you're eating out of pouches, sucking through, yeah, doing your poo in your nappy. You don't see the Earth for 3 days, right? And then you get there and you don't say Earth once. You don't say Earth once. Yeah, right. I mean, come on. If that isn't whistleblowing, I don't know what it is, because I'm sure they made a mistake there. That was a deliberate mistake. How could you
Sasha,
not
have
mention Earth
All
once?
right, Sasha 2.0. Absent of everything we've said about the moon landing, do you have anything to say about our quote unquote conspiracy theories? Is there something else that you're
No, I
curious
agree with
about?
most of what you guys say.
That's what I was asking. You always give us a hard
People,
time and ask us if we have evidence. You know we do. We wouldn't even be talking about it if it wasn't for
No,
that.
he
But
wouldn't
to
be
be
No, I
here.
was
fair,
talking about
He wouldn't be
specifically
here
the
if he
moon
wasn't
landing
curious.
evidence.
to
Oh, I
be
know. That's why
fair,
I'm saying. That's why I'm giving him a hard
to,
time.
to, to be fair, we wouldn't be having evidence.
That's right.
Um, what's more
Exactly.
accurate is that there is no evidence that we went to this fictitious medium where you can land on a rock that is the moon. There's no evidence of that. Well, there's no evidence, no direct evidence. Well, there's no telemetry data. There's no actual historical data that exists. So after
Yo,
that,
brother, I had a
oh,
question.
you want me to believe pictures? Well, that's not really a standard of evidence that I'm
Wait,
going to accept.
brother, I had a question for you.
Yeah, but why now? While I'm still talking.
I think he's a new guy.
All right, my
Doesn't know.
bad, dog. You're right. My bad, dog. Yeah, finish. My bad. I'm new here. You're right.
So again, it's not that we need to prove that it didn't happen. We just need evidence that it did happen. And in the case of a very extraordinary claim like going to the moon, we would need more than pictures, obviously, and accounts, secondhand accounts, or even firsthand accounts that are flimsy.
Well,
when you watch any
sorry. Well, like
yeah,
Ghost
go
said
ahead,
earlier,
ask your question.
sorry, just to bring this back on topic, but we don't want to devolve this down to breaking it down for one individual in this room, or turn it into a debate. Let's just keep hitting the positive proofs without sort of getting diverted or anything on the side, because
So
this has not been productive.
Well,
how?
it's fine for me to say that actually there is no evidence because they
There
claim
is
that it was
evidence, though.
destroyed.
That's the thing. There is evidence,
No, but we're
though.
not talking about other people's claims here. We're just trying to
I mean, when you look
run
at
with
your
the topic.
personal claims, though, you could say that about a lot of other stuff too. You personally haven't seen, like, certain things, but it doesn't mean that certain thing is real.
Okay, that's non sequitur though. But we're again, I guess the guys aren't trying to debate, so I don't. I mean, maybe we can discuss it later.
Right? Like, I
But
understand the fact that, we haven't, like, genuinely, like the average
what?
human hasn't gotten to see all of this stuff, but the average
We're
human.
devolving into a debate here.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
somebody mute this man, please?
Oh, sure.
And let's just get back where we were, because this is just
There's a show, right?
evolving into a debate.
How
This is a
how do you
structured
guys have?
debate. This is a structured event.
Yeah, okay. What's the structure of this event today?
It's just about
It's
Apollo
the
moon landing.
Apollo moon landing hoax.
Okay, so it's present something and discuss it. Yeah.
Yeah,
However you
Or,
want to do it, man.
So,
It's
it's
just
just
open
talk about
discussion.
it. Yeah.
okay.
so what would you guys say about the rocks?
Here, Sasha. Here. You wanted evidence? This is mine. Here, it's a big pic. Hold on, it's uploading.
Yeah,
Apollo 11.
he was asking. He was asking about the moon rocks. What is it you want to know about the moon rocks? What is
I
it you
was
want
just
to know?
wondering what your guys' opinion on them are.
Turned
Well,
out.
I can give you something from a man in the know. His name is Bill Woods, a rocket engineer, right? And he actually said that it's easy for them to collect the rocks on Earth, put them in some kind of radiation machine that can radiate the rocks, and then you have your moon rock. This is a man by the name of Bill Woods, and he said that. Okay, I can give you the video to which he said that with his own mouth.
You
Let
know,
him say that.
when someone is actually making the claim that there are moon rocks, all you gotta do is say, "How do you know they're moon rocks?" Because they said they're moon rocks. Oh, that's not a fallacy or anything. Thanks.
That's it. You see? Then you had Bill Casing, and he had a friend who was like a geologist, okay? And when Bill Casing asked his friend had access to those moon rocks, he said he fell about laughing because he knew that all the high knobs, all the top knobs in NASA are lying about it and desperately trying to keep it a secret, he said. Shortly after that, that guy was dead. Cancer. Him and his wife died. Cancer. Okay? So, he said he examined those rocks and they were just like, find them on Earth, he said. And, we were, him and his team were trying to hold it together, but they fell about laughing, because they knew it was a bloody hoax.
Well, what about the Bruce McCann? Well, what about the Bruce McCandless guy? The guy that orbited, never even got a chance to land with the guys and play golf with the guys. He's just up there, doing a spacewalk. Like, and then you look at the Google image and it's like, for real, like for real, bro. Got a little tiny Lego looking man out there. The point is you have like a vestibular system, and that allows you to always right yourself when you have any vestibular disorders. You get dizzy because, well, there's an impairment, and so that would obviously be affected if you didn't have a reference point to basically be level. like when you're on the Earth. There's no gravity. There's no. I mean, I
That's right.
elevator.
And then you have the rock from Holland. Remember that Neil Armstrong presented to the president of Holland or prime minister of Holland? Turned out to be petrified wood, did it not? Petrified wood. The moon rock.
Okay, I wanted to discuss the blast crater that's missing. So I'll post this image, whatever the fuck, photo again. That's the one I wanted to show you, Sasha. That's my best evidence for myself that no one ever went on the moon, or all the evidence directly led to this is a staged photo for sure. No engine has been fired here, and I'll show you why. That's Apollo 11. Click on that image. See underneath that nozzle cone? You see that there is no ground disturbance. So where's the blast crater from the lander landing backwards? There should be a crater there. Now, I'm not that smart to figure this out.
I think they did it so they can slowly.
No. There's thrust. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. The velocity of the vehicle. Listen, the velocity of the vehicle is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the velocity of what? The mass that's being ejected out of the rocket. Right? I'm going to be like, this is... Anyways, we're not supposed to debate. Where's the blast crater, sir? Can you just highlight the blast crater in the image and just move on? And tell me, yeah, it's right here.
18,000 miles an hour. They were traveling through space to get to the moon. 3 days.
Anyways, that was an engineer from Rocketdyne that pointed that shit out. So I picked it up and I was like, oh, smart dude. Obviously, they sell rockets.
I got another one for you. You got all these fancy pictures, right? How did we develop these pictures when celluloid film and cosmic rays don't go together? They get super exposed in space radiation. Any kind of radiation in gamma or X-rays super exposes celluloid film. So you cannot take pictures that way. So we should not have a photographic record of the event at all.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. That is what the photographers said. They said that the cosmic ray particles travel at almost the speed of light, and for every square centimeter, there would be 4 of these particles hitting it's like being in the rain, right? So there's no way that these negatives have no impingement mark is a joke. They should have been impinged, peppered. And the best place they said to look is the gap between each negative. That black mark should have been peppered, they said, but not one single infringement on the negative at all. Impingement, sorry. So there you have it. And then, did the camera had any special radiation protection, the Hasselblad? And the guy said, no, not at all. No protection. It was just painted silver using his accent.
Well, in the Mercury missions, they used a metallic case to keep it on the harness, on the body. And in the Apollo missions, they added a fabric like the spacesuit around it. But it was not specially encased in lead, nor were the lenses specifically leaded to withstand the radiation.
These are facts.
Which you can read at the Hasselblad webpage, by the way.
So,
Another thing is, I'm sorry. If you've ever gone to that museum that has a limb, like a life-size model of it, you'll see that. And you look at the spacesuits, you're going to ask yourself, how the hell did they get in and out of that thing with a spacesuit on? It's not really possible. When you look at the inside of it, how it was set up, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah. And in the documentary, Was It Only a Paper Moon by James Collier, he had made an arrangement to go to the Kennedy Space Center to actually measure the size of that hatch. And he was promised a cherry picker so he could climb up and get in there to measure it. On his arrival, that was his first point of call. And as he got there, the curator of that museum said, "You cannot measure that hatch," were his words, quote unquote. And then James Collier said, "But you promised I could. I've come 500 miles to come and do this. And, you said I'd be able to measure it. What's the problem? You cannot measure it." Because that measurement would have revealed everything. Okay? There you go. It's true what they said, that the hatch was so small, right, that if they were to go through there, they would have torn their suits to shreds trying to get through. And then there are other videos you will see them diving down from the Lunar Command module into the LEM. He said that was a simulator, much bigger than the one.
And the answer to your question is no. It never happened.
Yeah. And the other problem to the LEM was the doors to the hatch when they're on the moon now, on the lunar surface, those doors should have opened outwards, but they came inwards. Now, inside there, it was likened to the size of 2 public telephone booths. That's all it was. So where could the other
like Superman just comes in, goes in a telephone booth, and he just freaking changes into Superman.
Right. So if you can imagine the width of 2 telephone booths, that was kind of like the width. Where did the astronaut go when the hatch was coming inwards? They said that was a schoolboy error. NASA made they made a mistake there. NASA.
It's really strange how people just buy some of this nonsense. Like, some of this is really easy to understand. I mean, not everyone, as a general public, is good at math or anything like that. But some
Didn't
of
you
these
also have to unpack the LEM from that place as well as climb out of it? They had to unpack, assemble, then film the LEM.
That's right. You're talking about the moon buggy. Yeah, which they never quite showed us how they did that. It was always obscure.
And then it's propelled by what? It's propelled by fuel. Is the diesel in that LEM?
Well, the first one I thought was batteries. I thought.
Well, I mean, are we talking about a
you'll
projected?
See that it just looks like a regular car.
Yeah, I mean, are we talking about a projected moon buggy that might be operable on the moon? I mean, let's talk about that. I mean, because we're familiar with the mathematics involved. It's not really hard to figure that out, how this fucking moon buggy should work. Not even hard to figure that shit out. All right, everybody call me out and say I'm full of shit. Go ahead.
Get banned.
You can't ban me, but anyway.
Get banned. No, so call him full of shit and then ban him. Ban him.
But I mean, where's this? What is this moon buggy? Hey, have you seen some of these videos where they say that how they took the moon buggy to the moon and then pulled it off the side of the lunar lander and then drove it around?
Yeah.
I mean, have you guys seen those videos? Anyone that's supporting this bullshit? I'm just wondering if you've actually seen this.
Yeah, I've seen those videos, yeah.
I know you have. I'm asking the Globies that are trying to defend this nonsense.
No,
yeah, come on. Have you seen
I don't think we should be opening it to the floor here. I think we should just stick to the way that Jinstub has been dropping the facts. That's good.
Oh, so you don't want to talk to me?
Well, there's something like it, when you think about the moon landing, it's like, well, how did they land? Like, did they account for the fact there was less atmosphere, which means that they would be heavier? Seeing is that's what happens here on Earth. You know, if you remove the air, things go down, right? So if the moon has a gravitational pull, and it should, because that's how we have tides, right? Then they
Yeah.
account for these calculations when they landed?
That's what they were saying. 1/6 of Earth's gravity it's supposed to have in it. 1/6.
Yeah, 1/6 of Earth's gravity, even the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. So, with the mathematics, the gravity is 1/4 less, but the size, once you actually get there, is 1/6.
And that's another point. Whenever you've seen the Earth from the moon, Earth looks the same size as the moon, and they said that's wrong. It should have been 4 times the size.
Hey,
So
here's another thing for
Is
all the
1/6
people.
gravity enough to pull you in, to actually make the orbit to land? If
Hey.
you were orbiting around the moon and had such a weak gravity, would that be enough to pull an entire rocket in?
Let me ask you something. Since the Earth is tidally locked to the moon, or no, it's not. The Earth is the massive object that the Earth is the moon is tidally locked to. When you're on the surface of the moon, that is, doesn't matter what phase it might or might not be in. You landed on a surface. When you look directly above your head, where's the Earth? Every time it's above your head. Every time.
Yeah.
And it's huge.
Right.
And it's huge. Why didn't those motherfuckers point cameras up toward the Earth and take a picture of this big ass Earth?
Exactly. Why didn't they?
Because they can't, because
They
nobody
still
ever
don't do that
went
with
there.
modern telescopes.
Nobody
Even
went
today,
there.
there's
It's a lie.
been
Nobody
big
did
telescopes
it.
being launched into space.
No, you
see
don't
big
get it.
telescopes being launched into space, and not one of them are pointing back to Earth. We should have had a live camera on the moon in the last 50 years.
You people don't get it. They are focusing on the horizon of the moon. And the Earth is just in the way. They are not looking at the Earth. They are looking at the horizon, trying to determine if the moon is flat or not. But the Earth got in the way. That's why the Earth is in the picture.
If they wanted to, this is so dumb. This is so easy, man, to fucking figure out. It's so easy.
Yeah, but if they wanted to look at the Earth, they had to photograph against the sunlight because they were in the lit part of the moon. So then you wouldn't see the Earth because, the backlight of the sun would obscure the light coming from Earth. But Earth is nicely lit. So, you cannot have those two at the same time.
Yeah. And then there was that in 1965, there was that European scientist who was being interviewed, and he said no man will be going to the moon because the moon is plasma. You can't land on it, he said. 1965, he was saying that. And he said with each week that goes by, the evidence we bring to bear is proving our case. He was saying words to that effect. Can't remember his name now. But I can definitely post the video, I think, if it's possible. If anyone's interested, I'll get that one ready as well. Got a few to post today. 1965. So yeah, the moon landings are looking very much a hoax. to say the least, folks. Pun intended.
Yeah, but to be honest, if we go about, continue talking about the moon thing, I mean, it's just like you shouldn't believe that people landed on the moon anymore, because it's obvious they didn't.
Yeah, it's impossible to do that.
So anyway, Brad, is there any other other people if
Any other
they're
query
curious?
you have?
Yeah, any other queries? With other people that want to. I mean, moon landing is
What are
pretty.
you asking me, Helio? Like, I spit it out.
No, I'm just wondering if it's just like we can talk about the moon landing and take the piss out of that shit for a
No,
long
we're
time.
gonna keep taking the fucking piss out of the moon
All
landing.
right,
That's
well,
what we're
fuck
gonna
it.
do.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's what we're doing, man.
I got more.
The event has been plastered on the homepage of the server for the last 2 weeks. We're fucking taking the piss out of the moon landing. Does anybody else have anything they would like to add?
Well, since space is fake, it's theoretically impossible for them to even go to the moon.
Right. Then we have Bill Cooper, who said that he never saw a single astronaut demonstrating the athletic ability that one would have if they were in 1/6 of Earth's gravity. They should have been doing somersaults and hitting that golf ball to another planet. He didn't see any of that, he said. None of that was displayed,
It would have been nice if they hit that golf ball towards Earth and it hit Earth. Because, that would be easy.
Yeah, that would have been easy. You see, but they didn't do anything like that. The jump was very, very low. Especially the salute one where the astronaut did the jump salute. The jump was too short or too low for 1/6 of Earth's gravity. It should have been 6 times the height, but it wasn't.
And the claim that they were not athletic would be kind of weird because they were all NASA and Air Force test pilots. So they are very trained men. They are not people that, are, couch potatoes.
Yeah, they're the fittest. They're the fittest human beings they would be.
They might be moon potatoes. I mean, who knows?
Moon potatoes.
I think the bungee cord just didn't allow for it. That's why they do it in the ISS, because that's, you need less bungee cord and easier mechanics so they can do somersaults. In something this big, you need a very big frame to hang all the wires. So, don't do any complicated stuff because, that goes from our expenditure.
There you go. Cutting the corners there.
Yeah, even the radio delay, airtime is money, so you cannot have, a delay between your conversation with the president because, every second, counts, and every wasted second could be used for advertisement. Or
how would you describe a wasted second?
Yeah.
Well, if the communication should have been delayed, then the whole president gig with the astronauts on the phone.
I'm fucking with you, monkey. I'm fucking with you.
They could have put a Pfizer or a Johnson & Johnson commercial in. Just easy.
Hey, dude, it does matter. So, Flat Lives Matter, right?
Yeah.
It does matter, man.
Flat Lives Matter.
It's like he said, every second was accounted for. So when James Collier asked something Hughes, the curator of the moon landing and in the Kennedy Center, Space Center. Howard Hughes, I think, is something like that. Mike Hughes. He was asked, how did the astronauts put their suits on and get out of the LEM, and how long it took? He goes, well, it took each one at different times. It was all left to them to choose. And he said, no, because NASA says that they are counted and choreographed every second. So do you have any data on this? We've got some data, but I don't know where it is. There you go. Because like you said, every second was choreographed. Every second.
Yeah,
because
but
of the air they had to bring and everything.
choreography is similar to what you do during a play. You have a choreography to tell a story. You have a choreography. It's a performance. No, so like the entire play is set, and every number, every sequence is choreography, right, Jen?
Yeah, rehearsed to the last second. Exactly. So that's what James Collier said, that NASA had rehearsed and choreographed every event and for every eventuality on that Apollo 11 mission, that they had to know exactly how long it took them to put the suit on and to get out onto the surface of the moon. But I think his name is Howard Hughes or someone like that. Mike Hughes. He didn't know the answer to that one.
Yeah, and that's
Didn't Buzz
just
Aldrin
really
get a star on the Hollywood Boulevard as an actor?
and
He got his own
also
star.
where did it come from? Houston.
The stun. What's the hue of the stun?
No, Hugh. Yeah, Hughes and son. Houston. Now, where's
I think one drink too
Houston?
many, Helio.
No,
Houston, we got a problem. Texas,
Houston, we have a problem,
isn't it?
and the TON at the end actually has a correlation to 8.
Oh, we've had a problem. Which one was it? We have a problem. We've had a problem. Okay, I'm posting stuff now. We begin.
Who's that was just trying to speak? I want to hear what.
The funny thing
I
is,
may be just grasping at straws, but Houston is a thing.
the nice thing is that, when they say, Houston, we have a problem, they got no telemetry data to back that problem up. We cannot see the problem. What was the problem?
Well, and they've got an 11-second delay to deal with it in each direction.
What was the problem? That's what we need to look at. I mean, it's like, shouldn't that data be available to the public? It's like, Houston, we have a problem. But apparently, every single moon mission worked to the T. It didn't even work. I don't know what to the T means. So that's the T at the center of Houston. It worked to the T. All of them, except for Apollo 13, they made a movie about that one. Right?
Apollo
13. Yeah. See, don't be a fool. See.
My question is, how did they, lose or get rid of the telemetry data when you got the recovery vehicle that splashed in the ocean and got recovered? Which
even if we had those tapes, we wouldn't have players to play them on.
And that's the capital T. But that's something else. That's something.
You won't believe this, right? A Japanese pilot, on returning back to Japan, probably coming from the Americas, he said he saw one of those American bombers dropping one of those capsules out of the back of the plane. And then the parachutes deployed. He saw that. Japanese pilot said he saw that. There you go.
Did they clip his wings and fire him?
All right.
Did you
I mean,
say
what do they do?
did they clip his wings
His
and
wings.
fire him?
Yeah.
When you are a pilot, they give you wings. They give you a little button that fits on
Yeah,
your shirt
they
that
do.
makes you a
Sure.
pilot. And they'll take it away from you. That's when.
Did they take it away from him? That's what he
Yeah,
was
it's a
here
good
for.
one.
It's
Yeah.
called
but
having your wings clipped. Yeah.
No, no,
you
he
can't know.
didn't get clipped. You see, that comment came and went so quickly like the wind. No one
Yeah,
noticed it.
it didn't even hit the media. Yeah, so they didn't
Yeah.
fire him.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I've heard that
I
some
bet.
guys, some of those Japanese pilots have seen like Foo Fighters, and they talk about it or whatever. They see some kind of crazy spacecraft or whatever, aircraft, and then they talk about it and they fire them. It's like, wow, really? I mean, I bet it's because they're testing stuff in the air and they don't want anybody finding out about it. But
And
it
I think it
kind of
goes.
messed up, right?
I think it goes with the same way for a lot of people in America as well. They've seen a lot of shit that they can't talk about.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, like the flat Earth, for example.
Yeah, well, that of course.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it surprises me every time I think about it. It's like, why did they censor something if they've got all this evidence to prove us wrong? That makes sense to me.
We've also not touched on the fact that all these launch pads are right next to the ocean as well. Even in Russia, wherever. They're all next to the ocean.
They're all next to the Pacific usually.
Yeah, you need a lot of cooling water, for the exhaust. Just making up excuses as I go along.
Well, the Mississippi River would be pretty much a good place to get water, wouldn't it? You could do it all the way up the middle.
Parallel as well.
Mississippi River.
No, rivers are not good because
Do you know how many gallons of water flow through the Mississippi?
Yeah, but people downstream drink that water. You cannot contaminate that water. So you need seawater because that is not used.
I got you. Yeah, see.
Hold on.
I wasn't trying to.
Hold on. You can't drink directly from the Mississippi, but it is the largest river in the United States. Where's the feedback coming from? There are a lot of tributaries. There are a lot of tributaries from the Mississippi that there are a lot of states that are adjacent to the Mississippi River that depend on
swinging back on topic there, Helio.
And it's Jin that I think we're getting feedback from.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get it off topic. That was my fault.
No, okay. If I'm fucking this up, you guys have it. I'm about to go smoke anyway. Because I'm enjoying listening to you guys. It's cool. I mean, I think this is swinging the right way. It's all good. But anyway, I mean, Mississippi is the largest river in the United States, and there are a lot of tributaries that depend on, in the states surrounding that depend on the Mississippi River. So anyway, continue.
Well, my point is that if they wanted to build rocket pad, launch pads over the United States to prove to us, to show us, how they're always saying that they got to, that it's all true and they got all this evidence, right? That was what I was trying to compare it to. It's like, they don't have an excuse for why they had to be by the ocean because there's plenty of rivers and lakes and things that would supply plenty of water in order to pump into the space shuttle or whatever you call it, a rocket launch or whatever. And my number one thing that tells me that they didn't go to the moon is that they claim that the space shuttle and all these other things went 17,000 miles per hour. I know damn good and well there ain't no way that's possible.
No, that's the current speed of the ISS, isn't it? 16,500. I don't know if there was any claims of the moon missions going that speed, but I think it's a height difference that's the main thing. We've only traveled to low Earth orbit in the last
bottom of the screen. They show the
250
airspeed,
miles.
and I've seen it go
up. The moon launch
above
itself was like
15,000.
250,000 miles, and that distance has never been achieved in the last 50 years.
Well, they also had to explain how they got to the moon so quickly, right? You know, because of the supposed distance, and you know what I'm saying? Like, all that stuff doesn't match up. And it's changed all through the years. If you look at it now, they've changed the distance.
18,000 miles an hour, they reckon they were traveling at.
Yeah.
You know, the LEM and the command module.
That LEM would not hold up. Sorry. Even if weightlessness existed, I don't think it would hold up. But then again, I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's roughly 5 miles a second. Yeah, 5 miles a second.
You gotta think about your landing on the moon, and you got the return vehicle orbiting the moon. But at the moon, you start at 0 again. How do they get up to speed to reconnect to the recovery vehicle?
That's a big one too. You're right. That is interesting.
How did they get that speed? Because you have less gravity on the moon, therefore your thrust.
But you still need a big rocket to get you back. Right?
Plus, as well, we're talking about technology that was working in literal kilobytes at the time. That they had this capacity to navigate other orbits, to calculate it all with 4 kilobytes. And it needs to be like a 3-dimensional sat-nav. There were no sat-navs back in the day. How do you know that Earth, you're going in the right direction, you're going to fuel? Who's making these calculations, especially when you're like 11 seconds behind? These guys have got to do it with the big fat rubbery gloves.
They were just amazing pilots. They were machines. You know.
They were master experts. That's why what's his name can't remember if there's a procedure for in case the damn cupola gets a leak, right?
It's the same story as when they built the space shuttle. The re-entry procedure was done by hand by the first 2 flights. The first 2 test flights were manual re-entries with 2 pilots in the space shuttle, because then they could program the computers afterwards to automate it.
Bro,
they are like
Emerald Monkey, bro. I think it's just you're undereducated. This is how they got up to speed, sir. To reconnect with the craft. You're just you're ignorant. You should check this out. Then come.
Did they use a bungee cord?
Oh, there's just a bunch of firecrackers being sparklers.
It was a jet powered by compressed air.
Bro, check that video out. I think right around 2:50 timestamp, 2 minutes 50 seconds. I don't know. Does that look real to you?
I've posted the Bill Cooper video, which is 40 minutes long, and he comes in like Mike Tyson right off the bat attacking the moon landing. Right off the bat, he doesn't mince his words. It's a straight out, full out assault on the moon landings, okay? Bill Cooper. The Hour of the Times is the name of his show that he used to have every day, okay? This is one of those episodes. Fantastic. Watch it. It's a laugh, it's comedy, but it's a right out serious precision, step by step, breaking down of the moon landing. Watch it.
Yeah, I just watched the part Cyrus told me to watch, and I noticed something which is kind of worrisome, because back in the day they said the moon didn't have an atmosphere, but then the cameraman is shaking. If the camera is on a tripod, then you can actually see something the Globers are very familiar with, and that is refraction. You see the motion of air distorting the background just prior to launch. So I don't know what's going on at the moon, but it definitely, either they left a man there who was shaking in his boots, or
He brought him in pagan.
there is some serious refraction going on around there.
Here's another thing you guys are
Yeah,
talking
maybe the
about.
jet almost blew it over.
You guys
It
are
blew it
talking
over
about
just at the same time.
You guys were talking about the Challenger space flight, which never made it to space because it blew up, right? And it
Right.
had the first ever teacher.
Oh, this is this Apollo 17 lander, bro. It's not the Challenger.
No, I know that. I know that.
Okay.
But you guys were talking about the space shuttle earlier. Now, since there was a teacher on board that was supposed to be the first ever civilian to go to space, right?
Right.
And unfortunately, she never made it. Because
Yeah, she did.
what
She
happened?
made it to a college somewhere. She's a
Yeah, well, that's I'm not even getting there yet. Don't get me there yet. What happened for me, I was at school. I was in junior high. I was in 7th grade. They sat every student down in front of a television screen and said, "Look, this is the first teacher." And even in Arkansas, this is where they did this. And it happened all across the United States. I don't know if it was in Canada or whatever. Wherever they did it, they said, "Hey, we're going to watch the first civilian go to space." Guess what happened while we were watching that? That bitch got blown up.
La 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 la.
Hey, Helio, what's up? Maybe should we get back to that video that Cyrus had shared? Because I'm interested, because I watched
agree.
it too,
Yeah.
and I'm interested to see what Ivo was saying as well.
Yeah,
so
me
if
too.
you don't mind, let's get back to that.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, they sat me in front of a television screen and watched the first teacher that the civilian that ever was supposedly go to space got killed, because it was an accident. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, I think it was the Apollo 15 lunar. No, was it Apollo 17?
No, it was
the
well, I'm just
ascend
talking
module.
about the Challenger. I'm
The
talking about
lunar
the Challenger.
ascend module. Because someone was mentioning about how did the ascend module make up the speed to join the lunar command module. But when it was taking off, and as the camera was panning up, there was no exhaust fume coming out the nozzle, nothing. Just a load of pyroclastic sparks, and then this thing is ascending upwards. No exhaust.
Should have been some dust.
Should have been some serious exhaust plume as well. No exhaust plume at all.
Yeah,
Bill
looks
Kaysing
like the LEM was a fake
Bill
tank
Kaysing
of
said
air,
this
and
is
they
no
just cut it
lunar
open.
landing. Yeah.
Looks like they hit the
Aware
winch, the winch button, right, and it just went up on a string. Zzz. That's what it looks like. On that fish
like a zip
perfectly.
line.
Yeah. To my
Can I
eyes,
just ask a
it looks
question to
like
the room while I've got you all here? Did anyone watch it live at the time and know it's fake at the time as well? Because I did that with like 9/11, so I don't know if anyone did it with the moon.
No, none of us. Not that I know of is old enough. I don't think.
Just checking.
You don't have to.
I think somebody was on the other day that said that they had saw it. When they were kids, sat in front of the TV and.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
did.
a lot of you guys are a lot younger.
I was one of those
Did
kids.
you watch it? Did you watch it too, Jen? The Challenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you watched that show. They sat
Oh, the
every
Challenger, I
single
was loving
student
that. I
in
was
front of a
adult.
television and watched the Challenger get blown up. It's like, oh well, so bad for that woman. I mean, she tried to go to space, and look what happened.
Helio, you're going off subject again, bro.
I bet. I'm just saying. I was just saying.
Maybe we should call God Rocking just for an actual account of the moon missions, because he probably saw it.
Okay, Shuttle, go for. Okay, Challenge.
Hey, if we say God Rocking 3 times, some bitch is gonna show up. I promise. God Rocking.
Yeah, if you just say it twice, I think he usually.
God Rocking. God Rocking.
Don't forget.
Come on, God Rocking, get your ass out.
I love that. I love that dude.
Why can't I even find him to ping him?
Yeah.
I think it's because somebody always sends him a message, but I don't know.
Oh no, wait, I found it.
Yeah, come on, God Rockin', get yourself in here, man. Present yourself an account for the moon landings being.
And Roger says that maybe Sunny saw it, but I don't know if Sunny's around either. I haven't heard him talk since we started it.
Oh no, yeah, he's busy collecting some material. He was here earlier.
Oh, okay.
He was here earlier, a few hours back. Just a couple of hours ago, he was here.
Oh, nice. Well, hopefully he'll be able to come back soon.
Man, I just want to say thank you for everybody to showing up and contributing to the conversations. This is kind of how I wanted to kind of break time to happen. Just people just talking amongst themselves, having casual conversations. Nothing really too controlled. That's why it just kind of happens for a reason, and people kind of nip stuff in the bud when it's time for that. No offense, Helio, but yeah, that's all I got to say.
Well, that was a nice, awkward, long pause. Thanks for planning the event, Brad. Does anybody have any?
No, I didn't do much.
For that? Well, you started the event, so that's. If you wouldn't have planned it, it wouldn't have happened. So just take the things.
I appreciate it, but I didn't even start the
How
event.
gracefully, Nathan.
Matrix did.
Oh, nice. Well, thanks, Matrix. That's awesome.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that not
broken? What?
Is that not? Did I call you out the wrong person?
No, I don't think so.
So maybe we could just. I've ended the event now. Maybe we could go back to that open floor debate technique that we were doing earlier, and see if there are any questions left over.
Sure, why not?
So what are we debating?
Well, we're not really debating. We were just talking about the moon landing and the hope.
Well, I heard a nice thing about how could people believe it back in the day, and I think it's very easy. When you live in a society that is, full of war and fear and, hardship, some bit of fantasy helps a lot to keep morale up and, get people cheering for something. Yeah, it's easy to make believe, I guess.
I agree.
You want to have hope in something new, something fresh. And I think we should not, judge too harsh on the people in that time period. Because what did they have? We got the internet, we got all the books and all the stuff. But in those days, the military and space, that was all hush-hush. And yeah, they gave them a cookie and they ate it, and wanted more. Well, for me, it's kind of weird that people, when you live in a highly militarized world, and suddenly, you go to the moon for the first time, why would you do it publicly? There is so much that can go wrong. It's a huge gamble, and it is of, national security because it's the basis for ballistic missiles. And then you air it on TV. That doesn't make any sense to me in a, strategic, tactical kind of way, doesn't make any sense. But from the perspective of people who have their friends and family in wars and in the fear of the Cold War, yeah,
The reason it doesn't make sense is because it's not true. The way that they prescribe. I mean, just like to prescribe medicine, they with propaganda they prescribe you a certain understanding. So that prescription, once it doesn't work on you anymore, then you can figure out that what they're trying to prescribe you mentally and sociologically, any type of weirdness that they're trying to throw at you, it's just not going to work anymore. Once you see through the bullshit, it's not going to work anymore. I mean, just like we've been debunking the moon landing nonsense. Now, once you see through that, you still have other layers to discover.
Yeah, but for the people in those days who saw it on TV, they are still under the influence, most of them, because they saw it on TV.
No, sure, I get that. I'm just saying, people that find us and want to have this discussion, we're willing to actually do that. And if they find us, that means they have questions as well. So they're obviously they're not going to convince us of anything. We've been doing this for a very long time, but we're just going to push forward as long as we can. With help from our supporters, through the server and different platforms that we're involved with.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say something about the moon landing. I think it's funny that they brought golf clubs and golf balls, because I think it was sort of an appeal to the public at the time, the middle class public at the time. I mean, this is 1969. I'm pretty sure that's when they brought the golf clubs, that one. And it's just kind of funny to think like, they're trying to appeal to, people of the time that were playing golf maybe more often than they were today. But it almost reminds me of Elon Musk shooting his, allegedly shooting his car into space. And he's like, oh, yeah. Wouldn't it be so cool to drive this car? It's appeal to the public or something like that. Or, I mean, they do this in so many different ways. But I just think that's a really funny way because it doesn't really relate so much to today's demographics, does it?
No, especially since when they hit the golf ball, it didn't show where it went, did it? And they also brought a car that was folded up on the spacecraft that they unfolded and drove around. I mean, it really looks kind of strange to me.
Look at me. I'm on the moon. I play golf just like you.
That's how simple-minded. Even though I know people aren't simple-minded, you know what's really crazy to me is that we have a lot of intellectual people that would defend that, come in here and try to defend that they drove the rover on the moon, that they unfolded from the lander, and it's like, oh yes, that's real. No.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say that guy Bob Ross that was in here, he was like for the last few minutes, I think unmuting himself and then making weird noises and then muting himself. He just left. So
you talk about somebody that's scared to talk to us. Oh, okay, well we're used to that. I'll shut up. You guys have at it.
Well, don't worry about Bob Ross. He can burp as much as he wants in cock this, so we can have a peace and quiet time around here.
So if they were to go and fake the moon landing today, they probably wouldn't bring golf clubs and a golf ball. But what do you think they'd bring? Would it be a football, frisbee, soccer ball?
I think the first, let's say the first landing would be a bit more serious, and they would take something small, like when they first did the flight, the first SpaceX crew manned vehicle, they took a little plush dragon with them. And I think it will be something like that, not too big. But the second time they will do something more extravagant, just to show how fake it is, because it's so real.
Dude, I love throwing the football, like American football, the NFL, whatever, or college football, whatever. I love throwing the football. Me and my brother used to toss football back and forth, on Earth. I would love to see what a football would do on the moon if I threw it as hard as I could. I think he would have to be like 200 yards away, according to their gravitational calculations. And none of those astronauts got that far away from each other because, dude, I was pretty good at throwing a football. As a matter of fact, if I threw that football as hard as I could, I don't think anybody would ever see it again.
I think it's worth pointing out that I've heard someone else make this point before, that more than likely they're not faking the moon landing over and over again. They just did it a few times and then stopped and said, oh, we lost technology. Oh, we're never going back. Oh, we don't have enough money. Oh, whatever excuse they can think of. We're not going back there, even though it's 2022 right now.
Yeah, it's
and the reason why is because if they did, I mean, they could fake the moon landing today. But the thing is if they did, it would keep the general populace, it would keep their expectations of themselves being able to go to space and thinking about them going to the vacuum of space in the future. They'd think of it as more in the realm of their own possibility. Like, oh yeah, maybe if I could just save up a few extra grand, I could get a ticket to the vacuum of space. Because they'd be thinking, oh, well, if we can get all the way to the moon and back many times, then certainly they should have at least some low Earth orbit, hotels or something like that. And what I'm trying to make is that they just show us this alleged low Earth orbit bullshit with the ISS or whatever, or no, they say it's a different orbit. But the point is, they made it up. But the point is, they just show us stuff just going in alleged orbit around the Earth, and they don't send anything further out with people because they want to keep your expectations low, and they want to keep them as low as they can. I'm talking to all you Globers out there, all you believers in the ball. You gotta understand, they want to keep your expectations low for a long time and still make it seem so expensive to go to this Narnia place, this violation of the second law of thermodynamics. They want to keep that idea like that in your mind. Oh, it's just so expensive to go to space, because that way you're not going to be asking yourself, hey, why can't I go to space? It's 2022. They don't want you to ask these questions. The reason why you can't go to space, the vacuum of space, is because it does not exist.
It's literally a Truman Show question, isn't it? Well, why can't we go to the edge? Why can't we go to Antarctica? Because, we're trapped in the middle. It's the same sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, no, we can't, drop a little bit of trash next to the penguins. If that were to happen, all the penguins go extinct. So no one's allowed to go to Antarctica.
Penguins go extinct. I like that. It's fun.
So we can't touch the ceiling and we can't touch the edges of this this place that we're in.
Well, you can if you're in the club.
I ain't in the club, Ivor. Come on.
Like William Shatner went to space a couple months ago, right? I mean, he was in the club. He went with Jeff Bezos.
Well, I see Shatner a little bit like Trump. I think Trump really wanted to out the elitists without going too political. I think he really wanted to expose the money launderers and throw over as many tables as possible. Now, I think Shatner really was in it because he knew that one of his quotes is that science is the equivalent of
Wait, so you're saying
science
that
fiction.
Shatner knows it was bullshit, and that's why he
Yes,
agreed to be
yes,
involved?
I think he does.
All right,
Or he had some
cool.
sort of clause going on in the background, just like I say, stay hushed
We'll
kind of
see.
thing. But I think he was one of these guys who just, I'll play along with it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, time will tell.
That was his hustle.
Because he didn't go to space, everybody knows that, or he should know it. But
Well, no, they did Branson, and Branson took literally millions, if not billions, of people in advanced airfares to go to, the edges of space. But it's all low Earth orbit because there's no such thing as high Earth orbit; it just doesn't exist.
There's no such thing as orbits around a globe anywhere. There's no such thing as a globe Earth or a globe Moon or anything. There's no orbits. This idea of orbits is just a concoction that was, math on a chalkboard. There's no fucking
It's
such
just like the
thing.
idea of constantly falling. Where the guys are just constantly falling towards Earth. That doesn't make any sense if you look at how
No,
the
they're
Earth is
falling
going around the sun.
around. They're falling around the Earth, around. Like,
Yeah, but they've got to accelerate in front of it, surely, if the Earth is traveling through space. And then it's like one moon orbit is not possible because it would need to accelerate to go in front of the Earth.
Yeah, this is where that's where their math fails when you really start to look into it, and they really can't resolve that because they can make shit up about orbital mechanics, but when it comes to low Earth orbit, that shit has to fall very quickly. Those objects cannot maintain orbit. And how long has the space station been in low Earth orbit? 15 years? When did they build that sumbitch?
In the mid 90s up until the early 2000s. So it's more than 20 years old right now.
Yeah, so how long has it been falling toward Earth?
Well, it's not actually, falling towards Earth because they course correct it every day.
How?
Oh, they use, vector thrusting with little puffs of gas.
Well, what are they pushing? What are they pushing off of?
Well, basically, if you take NASA's word for it, the moon is still in Earth's atmosphere. So
I thought we were talking about the ISS.
Yeah, but if the moon is still in Earth's atmosphere, then there must be atmosphere where the ISS is. So
are they using moon's gravity to pull them outward? I was talking about the ISS. I mean, you said they're thrusting.
Helio, hold on right there. I need to point out something to you. You got their claim incorrect. They don't claim that the ISS is falling towards the Earth. They claim that the ISS is falling around the Earth.
Hey, you ain't telling me something I already don't know. But it must be according to their orbital dynamics calculations. It must be. They can't just shoot something up in the air and make it spin around Earth due to orbital mechanics. It's impossible the way that they calculate it. I've been looking at this shit for a while because that was one of my first questions. It's like, how the fuck is the ISS just like floating around Earth? Because there's such thing as a geosynchronous orbit and geostationary orbit, right? Everything that's geosynchronous is in a decaying orbit. You understand what I'm saying? Geostationary orbit is they claim is like 1 million miles away from Earth. And then you don't have to worry about the decay. So yes, it's following everything under a miles is falling toward Earth. And that's why you brought up the thrusters, because the only way it could maintain orbit is by thrusting. And that's why I asked, what are they thrusting off of to maintain orbit?
And that's what I'm explaining to you. When 2 years ago they claimed the moon still had traces of Earth's atmosphere around it, it means that where the ISS is, a lot closer than the moon is, there must be Earth's atmosphere. So technically, you could have a medium there to thrust off of. And that's playing devil's advocate, but
you are playing devil's advocate hard right here now.
Yeah, but the other thing is that no flat earther ever has gone up there to verify or nullify any claims. So we all do it based on theoretical ideas. So that's the other side flat earthers really have to look at.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I get that. Yeah, that's cool. What I said, and the moon is a different subject. Yeah, I know what they said about the atmosphere, the moon inside the atmosphere. Is that what you're talking about? Moon inside the atmosphere?
Yeah, and if the distance to the moon is a lot farther away than the ISS, then the ISS is still in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, but I mean, where is the moon in your mind?
I don't know. I don't care. I just go off.
I don't either. But hold on, I'm going off of their numbers, and this is what I'm explaining, and their total explanation about the ISS being in low Earth orbit and the texture or whatever envelope of the atmosphere. I mean, like when they said, "Hey, well, the atmosphere actually extends beyond the moon." Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the ISS can use thrusters to maintain orbit. And by the way, if you look it up, that's not what they claim. And that was the whole reason I brought it up. If you ask any of the astronauts on the ISS how they maintain orbit, they ain't gonna know shit about this. But
no, this is done from Houston. They don't do shit on anything on the ISS.
Right, so they just click a button on the computer. That's so dumb. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can't determine the height from Earth of the ISS or the height of the moon from Earth either. So, I mean, anyway, this is super retarded.
Well, obviously they have the ultra retard button. They're pushing that quite often up there.
I mean, they can tell you whatever they want to tell you. You just
green
screen. I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried.
Little pool shooting, a pool filming going on. A little bit of green screen. How about some Vomit Comet mix in there? Make a big space production for the dummies.
I mean, sometimes you're kind of like, oh shit, I am one of those dummies. I used to think that.
I used to be one of those dummies, but not anymore.
Well, it's just like, I mean, hey, bro, sometimes you see shit now, you're just like, oh fuck, that can't be true what they're telling me. I mean, you're still caught in the trap sometimes, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who muted me, man? What happened there?
Wasn't me. Go ahead, Jan. What do you want to say?
Yes. No, I didn't want to say anything. I just wanted to get myself unmuted so I could say something. What I wanted to say had already gone by anyway. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm a shit talker, so that's all. I looking at what Reckonor said in the chat. Everybody's giving him shit. He always says some dumb shit in the chat. I like that one, Resolve.
Well, we got a great globe earther in the room, but he doesn't want to speak. He doesn't want to talk in the microphone. But he thinks we debunked Newton's theory of gravity. But yeah, Newton didn't even want to put it to theory, so I guess he's, a sci-fi guy.
Einstein already did that 107 years ago for us.
Yeah, but Newton never made it a theory. That's the whole point.
Yeah, he didn't even want it. The numpties in charge that decide what the numpties in charge decide. Decided already.
Hey, is there a scientist in the room? Anyone? Raise your hands. Please raise your hands.
All of us are scientists in here, yeah. Which one do you want to speak to? Which expertise are you looking for? Any particular field? Or
I don't know. Michael was asking, so I thought I'd voice his words in the room because, it feels uncomfortable to talk to us.
It really depends on what kind of science you're talking about. As long as you're talking about the scientific method, then I'd say a lot of people in here have kind of like experimented ourselves. You can do this with a garden or an egg and some water and salt.
Right. Everyone who ever made an omelette du fromage or anything in the kitchen involving cooking would be considered a chemist.
I love me some omelette du fromage. Ooh. S'il vous plaît. That's funny.
Yeah, well, it was a great cartoon to explain indoctrination.
Are you French?
No, I'm Dutch.
French. You're Dutch. Oh, that's right. Okay, I forget sometimes. What's your name again? Sometimes I forget to look at the names, and I'm just going by the voice, and that can be really deceiving on here. But you do get really good at recognizing people's voices, though.
You can call me Monkey or Ivo.
Right. Monkey, Ivo. All right. Well, welcome. I don't think we've spoken too much, but I've heard you a couple times, I think. And I see you're a moderator, and I didn't even know. I've met a couple of moderators I've never even met before, which is really strange in 2 years. There's a lot of us out here. A lot of peeps. Wouldn't you guys say we're like the epicenter of flat Earth, almost everything, like all the media, like as far as music production, and like, what do you think about that? We're the creative epicenter, kind of. Do you feel like that's true?
I think we are like like a busy airport.
Exactly.
I would not say that we are, let's say, the epicenter, because a lot of people come and go.
That's true. So a transit center, and actually like a drop-in library, and yeah, that's pretty cool though. I mean, it really can't be beat.
Well, it tells you something when a Glober is unwilling to talk, but does type a lot.
Yeah, we're only going to talk about really very simple things in simple terms. Curvature, where is it? Rotation, same. And gas pressure without a container. Then we may go on to a sextant. And distances seen 10 to 30 times magnitudes. More than geometric limits would allow. That's a big problem.
I think the Globers have a big problem with ignoring established science like hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics and thermodynamics.
Now,
we don't have to attack the globe. We can just attack the people based on their science denying.
Yeah, and their I love that live to see the day that their refraction delusion is fractured, literally, and that's what we've seen here. That's been good to be a part of that. Like, it's been bludgeoned to smithereens.
I love the refraction because it needs the radius. So,
yeah. So if they use it at any time, if they use that, they've just conceded the whole prior conversation.
Yeah, and they threw away their big names like Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni.
Yeah.
Because they didn't account for refraction.
Totally blowing it. They got these Earth curve charts, those are exact numbers. They just keep forgetting about that, or what? Why are they still published? What the fuck? You know? Come on now. Anyway, gotta go outside and get some fresh air.
That's very important. I always wonder what the fascination is with the globe. Why are people so emotionally attached to it? When they come in and they say, well, what does it matter? Then why defend it so hard if it doesn't matter to you? Because if it does matter to you, then your question is kind of weird, because then flat Earth seems to matter to us, right? So, can anyone defend or explain that to me? Why the globe is so important to them when they say it shouldn't be important?
It's like, why does it matter? Why did he click on the server then? If it doesn't matter.
Well, it does kind of matter, because the globers kind of gravitate towards us, right? Matter attracting matter.
This guy Michael claims to have spoken in here before, but he doesn't like people shouting apparently. So if we can all talk normally and whisper, maybe he'll talk back to us.
Once upon a time, there was this little ball. It was called Earth. Earth.
Ivo, that's a really good point, man. Why are they attracted to us? We disagree with them. They have plenty of other people that they can argue with and confirm their own reality with, and just like, yeah, I agree with you. This is, globe is fun, all this kind of stuff. But they insist on coming here to disprove us, even though we all used to think the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, and if it doesn't matter, then why bother?
It's really strange, isn't it? Hey, I'm glad they're here because we get to have, really awesome conversations. But at the same time, if it doesn't matter, then why do you want to talk to us? If the Earth is already a globe, go fucking live your globe. Do it. But for some reason, they want to come and talk to us about why we think the Earth is flat.
I think I got another flat Earth proof, or somewhat of a, not really a proof, but
I think they're in their mind. They're like, I'm going to show you why you flat earthers are wrong, and but they're never going to bring something to us that even equates to why we know that it cannot be possibly, Earth itself cannot possibly be a globe. And yeah, go ahead.
Do you remember last year or 2 years ago when Neil deGrasse Tyson was commenting on a American football game, and he said that the field goal was caused by the Coriolis effect?
Sure, and
Wouldn't
obviously that was spam. That was spam for all the globies. I mean, he's a science communicator, just like I was playing the Mick West interview earlier, and he's an admitted science communicator, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah. So he's like, hey, if the Earth wasn't spinning, then he would have or would not have made that field goal. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, but wouldn't all the sports organizers, all the teams, look at the fields and then say, well, I want to start playing, eastward, or I want to start playing westward, or should all the fields be aligned north-south, because that would make a fair play?
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. All of the games start with a coin toss. They do get to choose which end of the field they're going to start from. Now,
but then you get, let's say, in the end of the season, you get the teams that are going for the final, for the cup, for whatever prize they have. Are they not going to bitch about? Yeah, but we were playing on an east-west field.
How is that
rather
a
than,
disadvantage because of the Coriolis?
yeah, the bookies would go mad. There would be an unfair disadvantage towards the guys, playing east-west, while the other team was playing north-south.
Oh shit, I will, man. It's fucking insane, isn't it?
Yeah,
they never talk about that until Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, they might have won the game or they might have lost the game if Earth wasn't spinning. And it's like, well, tell that to the fucking player that kicked the ball. I mean,
it's like old dude said. He said you gotta have faith.
Yeah,
faith,
I know.
faith,
I saw it. Because you got to have a faith.
Remember the Limp Bizkit version?
I've got to have a faith.
Remember when Limp Bizkit covered? I'm gonna post that
do
now.
more calculations than a sniper who's sat still on a hill, and there's plenty of time to calculate the angle in advance. These guys have got to do plays and balls and toss outs and throws and listen to the crowd, referee, the coach, and then do a few globe calculations on the side.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a thing, wouldn't they be doing that in every single game?
Yeah, and
today's play.
It's fucking idiots, man.
Wouldn't everyone be chanting "Let's go, Brandon" at the game?
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's rotate Brandon.
Let's rotate Brandon. It's like the spin is working my way because I'm traveling east.
Oh, I got to throw left-handed because I'm facing west, man. Oh, no, not my weekend.
It's not my weekend. Oh, my goodness.
And today's left-handed geocentric pitcher is?
Hey, I'm left-handed.
Are you a lefty?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I know you knew I was going to say it, but it doesn't surprise me.
I knew that you were.
You knew that I knew that you knew that I knew that you're a lefty.
That's correct, yep.
All right, cool.
Don't provoke Helio any more than he's already, tanked up with it.
No, we did provoke Helio all the time. We love Helio.
Yeah.
No, man, you can take as much piss out of me as you want, and I have an everlasting bladder, so you can just take all kinds of piss out of me.
Everlasting, just bottomless.
Yeah, I have like an open, endless bladder. You just take all the piss.
Well, you've got endless amounts of beer going in one end, and
yeah, exactly. So that's what
piss and vinegar, baby.
See, y'all almost crazy as me. I mean, every time. Almost.
Hey, man, do you have a new seat behind your computer? Is that a toilet seat?
No, I actually, I have to go outside to smoke, so I let you guys see. People seem concerned about me when I do get on here and talk sometimes. Oh, you're drunk. I was like,
very concerned.
The only time that I ever get on here is when I'm drinking, because I just don't want to come on here sober. I have other shit to do. I don't even know what that is, but other than that, hey, am I being disruptive sometimes? Yeah,
kinda, yeah, but it's not. You're not an angry drunk, so that's. I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, if I'm being disruptive, let me know. And that happens sometimes. I don't want to cause a problem, but.
No, I'll put it to you this way. There's a guy earlier, Bob Ross, who was burping into the mic. He was more offensive in his 5 minutes of doing that than you've ever been in your entire that I've been listening to the entire time. So
I know. And I respect everyone here. And if I'm being rude or disruptive because I've been drinking, just let me know. And
I'll be the first to let you. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. You have let me know before. Other people have as well. I shut up. When it's just like, hey, shut the fuck up.
You're fine, Helio. You're just fine. It's not like someone coming in here all hopped up on drugs and interrupting everything. It's like you're chilling out and you want to have a good time.
Well, and actually, what I want to do is introduce really good conversations, and I'll interject and make stuff fun, and add points to promote the conversation to move into a certain direction. I want to make it fun and funny, but also make it informative. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm here to just like rip on everybody. You know, I just want the conversation to go well. That's all I'm saying.
No problem.
Damn, it's 3 p.m. Sunday afternoon. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I woke up at 4 o'clock a.m. Now I watched some TV shows, and then I started jumping in here. And
do you go to work at like 6 in the morning, 5 or 6?
Yeah, well, I go to work at 7.
Right.
7 a.m. Yeah, 9 to 5 or 7 a.m. to 8-hour day. But not on Sunday. Yeah, Mondays are tough for me. Oh, fuck it. Every day's tough for me. I hate fucking 9 to 5 jobs.
It's like an Office Space where the one guy goes, anybody ever tell you got a case of the Mondays? And then the other guy goes, no, man. Hell no, man. I figure you get your ass kicked for saying something like that.
I fucking hate going to work. A lot. But if I do it because I need money, so whatever.
Well, and you're good at it, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm better at it than I get paid for, I'll tell you that much. Miguel's got a problem with somebody. Who's that?
There's a guy in the YouTube chat keeps coming back. What's his name?
Mike. It looks like Michael 7 or something.
Anyway, he's like obsessed with trying to talk shit about my family. He's like talking about my dead dad and talking about like my mom preparing for sexual activities and stuff.
Oh, that's gentle.
Oh man, I think it's great. I mean, it's wildly offensive, but
yeah.
Whatever.
Anyways, Brad, are you still here?
No, he peeped out.
All right, cool. So I was recording Brad's show, but apparently it's not happening anymore. Did we fuck up or
No.
Yeah, he took off about a half hour ago.
Okay, cool. Anyway, all right, here we are.
Bong, congratulations.
There's a lot of shitheads on the YouTube chat, right?
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of shitheads that run through the Discord too, but it's very heavily regulated, so it's not doesn't make it to the live stream voice text room necessarily. They scared to actually jump in here because they know it. They know it's heavily moderated.
Imagine if we met one of these people in person, how bad they'd be shaking and pissing their pants. No, I'm not going to hurt you. Hey, I'm not going to hurt you.
I was just kidding. I was just kidding. It's okay.
Come here, come back. Let's go have a burger together or whatever.
Don't
Let me
take
get
my
you in shit
ball.
face.
Don't take my ball. Don't take my ball.
Let's get you drunk. Okay, let me start filming.
No, it's a prank. It was a prank. Stop. Ow.
Well, I know you didn't mean all of those really nasty things. I know you didn't, but you deserve a punch or two. So here we go.
I showed a screenshot to my mom. How about that? This is my mom.
Oh, dude, if we like captured them saying the shit they say to us and sent it to their mom, their mom would be so embarrassed.
Yep.
They're so angry. Why aren't you this angry when you're at school? Like, why aren't you this passionate when you go to school? Why do you go to school and say, I hate school? And then you come here and defend school. Idiots.
If only they would do their homework.
Well, it'd be nice if they put that half of that passion into something productive, right? They come here and they spew so much nonsense, and I know it burns calories. It takes a lot of energy for these people to come up with this half-ass bullshit. But yeah, if they put that passion towards, like, philanthropy or a different job that they like, or you know what I'm saying, something that matters.
Yeah, but your Star Trek fantasy matters.
Yeah.
Your thoughts matters.
Shilliam Shatner.
Your dreams matter, right? My dreams.
I don't know if they do or not. I have no idea about those.
Dreams of going to space, and going back in time and shit. I don't know. I don't know what Goldberg.
Shatner was talking about, like, being up in, quote, space or the edge of space, and he says, and you look down and you see the beautiful blue, and then you look the other way and it's blackness. Is that death? He says, is that death about space? Like, whoa.
Well, that's nice. At least he's honest in his artist impression of space.
And he couldn't stop saying extraordinary. He said that word like 59 times. Extraordinary.
Yeah, because it's easier to say than flat.
Right? It sounds more, sounds smarter to say extraordinary. Oh, it's extraordinary. Yeah, it was. Usually most people don't do that. It's out of the ordinary, you bet.
Your left is death, turn to your right, God, and then you look down upon the earth.
Right.
Look down upon the lowly people that can't go to the edge of space.
The peasants. And the goyim.
And they're buying it.
Billions of people just living out their lives, right? Oblivious. Brilliant.
You could have been the voice of Agent Smith, man.
I could have, but I am not. Do you know why, Mr.
Yeah, because you're Batman.
Because in this mind is the key. My key. I must get out of here.
People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. 15 minutes ago, you knew that humans were alone on this planet. Imagine what we'll know tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
It's not a planet!
I know. Tommy Lee, I had to quote him, I had to quote him.
Yeah, but he found out the next day. It's not a planet.
Right.
What a line, right? I mean, what a line. How do I say this? How am I going to deliver this line? All right. Wow.
The person is smart. That's what he starts it off with that.
Wait, what about my phone? Is my phone smart too? Your phone
Smarter
is
than
smart.
you, dude.
A person is smart, but phones are smarter.
A person is smart. A phone, it's genius.
Think about it. Without phones, what will people do? What would people do, right? What would people do without their phones?
Panic!
Yeah, there'd be like, people would go nuts.
Start walking into walls and shit, right?
People would go crazy. They might start actually having conversations in person again. It's weird.
Right? Are you okay? I don't know. Is this tree the right way home? Yes, that tree is the right way home. Keep walking into it. Yeah.
I don't know where I live. My phone's dead.
Well, you could climb a tree and maybe you can see your home because you're higher up.
Yep. You can see the curve from the top of a tree and your house. Double trouble.
Yeah. Hey, how do I pay for this? What do you mean? I don't have my phone. Try cutting off your arm. Maybe they'll take your arm for it. Give them your arm. Are you sure? Sorry, that was a bit too much.
No problem, man. I get you.
But hey, somebody would cut off their arm if you told them that, right? Yep.
Oh, you were a Bitcoin millionaire?
That's like being a Monopoly millionaire. Only Monopoly money you can hold in your hand.
And it does have intrinsic value. Not much, but it does have value.
Right. Toilet.
It all depends on how busy, the traffic. The higher the traffic, the more it costs or something like that. I forget.
Well, you know what they say, what goes up must go down.
Yes. So the cycle, right? It's like a frequency. It goes up, comes down, or not a frequency because it's not constant. It's more like go ahead. It's more like a roller coaster ride, right? Like you go up and then go down, then go up a little, then spin, then you go up, then you go down. It's all about the come down. You got the higher you go up.
Well, if you go down, you feel a kind of bit of weightlessness up until the point you realize you're going down.
That's 0G, right? Yeah. And you're like so is it still refraction? Any new arguments? Is it still any new strong arguments, or is it still refraction?
No, strong arguments have left the building for a long time.
Yeah. So all they got left now is just jokes, right? Comedians. There haven't been jokes since I think 2015, right? I think that's when the comedians start dying. I mean, losing. When did comedians stop being funny? Like, when did the PC culture start?
The message.
Yeah. That's all they have are comedians left to mock us. To mock people who choose not to believe what they say. You will be mocked. Hey, so you don't believe what the government and the school teaches and the news? Like, nope. Haha, you're weird. Was that an insult? Was that supposed to be funny?
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they left critical thinking out of the curriculum during the 40s and 50s. It never came back.
Those are troublemakers. You don't want them in your classroom, right?
No.
Yep. Go ahead.
You need those people in boring jobs so they feel depressed and commit the worst things in life. Because critical thinkers, there's no money in them. You need willing participants.
Yeah. The why people, right? Remember the why questions? Yeah, why? But why? But why?
What, where, when, and how is not important. It's just about why. Feel your emotions. See everything through your emotional glasses. Your rose-colored glasses. And ask why.
Ask why they would not lie. Like, so you're telling me that the government never lies, right? Why not? That kind of seems silly and stupid.
Why did your parents tell you not to trust strangers? But now you do. Your whole life is dependent on it.
Yeah, the strangest people, right? Bill Nye, the science guy. Is that a stranger? That guy is just strange, yes.
Well, all those people I never met. I never had them in my house for dinner. Never had a chat with them. But they seem to dictate all my life. Why? Why? Why should I trust them anyway? They're strangers.
Hey, look, Dad, they're making fun of your religion. They're making fun of God. Like, is that right? I don't know, son. He's a scientist. He must know what he's saying and do it. Yeah, just go with it. Yeah, I mean, Dad's got to go to work tomorrow.
I don't agree with 90% of what he's saying, but the 10% he's saying, yeah, that seems pretty right, because he's more qualified to know that shit than I am. So, yeah, he must be right.
So do I listen to him now? Yeah. Yes, son. I thought you said to listen to Mother. Yes, that too. But Mom and Dad have done their best. Now it's time for you to listen to scientists and the government. Just like Mom and Dad did. But why? Because they know what's best for us, son.
Because we voted for them. Because we think they will do the best for you. So, join the army, go off to war, get yourself killed. It's the best for you. Trust them.
Yeah. Or go to college and get a big ass loan and get into debt. Yeah. Get a good job and spend the next 5 to 10 years paying off your loan. Yeah. And if you can't, then you can claim bankruptcy and start all over. Yeah.
And if you succeed, then we're made, because then you can pay for our elderly home, and you can take care of us.
And you can pay some stranger to look after us while you go and pay off your debts to these people that love us so much.
If you're really successful, You can go to Virgin Galactic or Bezos and go in his dildo rocket up into space, and you will be a man.
You will be a god amongst men. Why aren't you a god, Daddy? Well, science wasn't that advanced when Dad was growing. We didn't have the internet, son. You're so lucky. Maybe someday you can be like Don Pettit. You can be the repairman and the science guy. It's like, what? Have you ever been on a ship or a submarine? Yeah. Well, the repairman is not usually the science man and the communications man and the coffee man. Yeah, those are different jobs. Yeah. How does NASA work though?
Well, if all else fails, you always could be the cable guy.
Chugga, chugga, chugga. Yep.
Just don't become a repo man. I seen that movie. It ends not so good for you.
Yeah. Oh, unless if you're unless if you're in a gang, then that's different, man.
I wouldn't want Don Pettit to be in charge of, my submarine or spaceship, because someone asked him once, what happens if you get a leak? What was his answer? You guys know.
Well, when you have a leak,
Then you have a leak.
His
that was his answer.
We're pretty much fucked. Yeah.
Well, I mean, according to what? I mean, you just have a leak. You get some water coming in if you're in a submarine, or if you're in a spaceship, you just have a leak.
You're in a spaceship.
Then you have a leak.
Yeah. Well,
that fucking guy.
You're in a spaceship. It's like I don't think leaks work the same in space.
No, well, they obviously don't work the same in his mind. Then you have a leak.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a leak, would it? It would be
I mean, if you're in a submarine, we shouldn't have to explain this, but yeah, if you're in a submarine and you have a leak, if you're under high pressure, there's going to be a shitload of water coming through the leak, and it's going to be very hard to plug it. If you're
yeah,
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, if you're in space, to the contrary, and
submarines leak all the time.
In the virtual spaceship, the submarines. Yeah, that's
always water coming in through the shaft,
and that's
part of the lubricating.
Yeah, that's why Don Pettit feels like he can get away with saying some shit like that, because he's an astronaut.
I'm worried about the coffee, right? I would not want that guy on my ship because, look, man, coffee is important to me. And I think it's important to all of us, right? Like, who is making the coffee? Oh, it's Don Pettit. Yeah, I'm gonna jump overboard.
Leaping overboard. I'm gonna do me a freaking what's his name? The guy that jumped from
fire in the hole.
Yeah, fire in the hole. God dang it. Baumgartner. I'm gonna do a Baumgartner from the ISS. If you try to feed me that bullshit coffee that you said.
Yeah. Just open the hatch and jump, right?
Yeah,
right, I'm going home.
Do they call it a Baumgartner when they just leap from the ice? It's like, fuck this. I'm out. It's called Geronimo. A Baumgartner. And Geronimo. Holy shit, Bone.
Yeah, I'm going to China's ISS. Open the door.
I'm going to China's ISS. It's like this ISS is Russian and American, but China has one too, don't they?
I'm gonna swim towards China's ISS with the sign.
If I do a
Friends in
Baumgartner from the ISS, can I reach the ISS China and see if it's better than what we have here instead of making coffee from poop?
Yeah, just gotta time it right, the jump.
Yeah,
All right.
I guess that's the way we have to work it out.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You want to jump out of the ISS. Right when China's ISS starts passing beneath you, throw a hook, catches you, see, and starts dragging you.
Yeah, like in the movie Gravity, right?
Yeah, until you reach the orbital speed, the same orbital speed as the Chinese ISS, and you start pulling yourself in. Pull out your sign, friends in space.
So they call it a tether. They call it a tether, right? I mean, you just tether. Boom! I'm tethered to the Chinese ISS right now.
Yeah, and you hold up a big sign. Do you guys have coffee?
Real coffee, not shit coffee.
Oh, and sugar.
Damn it, man.
I can't wait for space food. And is it this month, right? Oh man, that was funny how they were fighting on the moon. Americans go over to the Chinese base on the moon, and the Chinese go over to the American base.
What? I haven't heard of that.
You haven't seen that? Space Force.
No. Didn't what was that? Oh no, it was Israel. Was it last year or year before? Or the Israel like crash landed on the Israel satellite crash landed on the moon, and there was some
talking about the show Space Force, dude.
Oh, Space Force. There's another season coming out. There's another season coming out. Like next week.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This week. Cool.
Yeah, it's like next week. There's a new season coming out of Space Force. No, but I'm talking about like real shit. It's not real shit, of course, because it's real
nigga shit.
But you remember they had the Chinese. No, it was Israel. Israel like launched a satellite to the moon, and then it crash landed on the moon, and there were cargo guys. I can't remember the fucking. There was like these worms or some shit. It starts with a C. Somebody has to know this.
And it's all classified, right?
No, it was in the news.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I guess going to the moon is not big news as it used to be, right?
Dude, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Israel crash landed on the moon in 2021.
I don't even want to read that. What is the meaning of it? What is the symbolic meaning?
Well, there were biological. I can't remember the name of the fucking what they had on board. It was like something starts with the C. I'll find out. Hold on. It's from Wired. Tardigrades. Didn't start with a C. It's tardigrades. Remember that? Anyway, I'm going to post it. Tardigrades. This happened last year. Israel attempted to do a like an orbit of the moon or whatever with a with a thing, and there were tardigrades on the orbital thing that they attempted to do, which is bullshit. Nobody orbits any moon or anything like that. It's complete nonsense.
Orbital mechanics.
Yeah, orbital mechanics is complete nonsense.
How does it work? Well, you need a lot of money. First, you need a lot of money. Then you'll start seeing all these people to orbit. They'll start orbiting around you. Yeah, that's orbital mechanics.
You know how much money it costs you to create orbital mechanics on a chalkboard? It costs.
No.
However much you want to pay the professor to draw it on chalkboard, that's how much it costs. They can't actually.
What I'm saying is like orbital mechanics is money. Okay, like when you have a lot of money, people start orbiting you. You see, it's called gravity. It's called gravitas, right? You've got a lot of that.
Oh no, gravity and gravitas are two different things.
People will start orbiting around you. That's how it works. See, that's where the idea. That's the philosophy. I'm not talking about the so-called science. I'm talking about the real thing. It's called gravity, gravitas, orbital mechanics, right? People start orbiting you if you have a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you have a lot of gravitas. You have a lot of
there
gravity.
you go. I guess I can see where you're going with that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I meant. Like orbital mechanics. That's how it works, right? That's
you can start with the more money you have, the more you can fool the public, and you can also expand your ego with the gravitas.
Yes. And people will order themselves like the stars, and they'll start orbiting around you, revolving around you, like you are the center, like you are the sun. All right. The philosophy, is that that the lesser should serve the greater. That's why Copernicus did it. That's why Copernicus put the sun in the middle. That's why. Why? Because the lesser should serve the greater. Because the poor, the needy should revolve around the wealthy and the powerful. That's why.
All right. So is that this way? This is how orbital mechanics works.
Yes. This is how it has always worked. Kings and princes and you know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean. Yeah. Because there's no such thing as balls spinning around the universe due to orbit.
Exactly.
Orbital mechanics is a
philosophy.
Yeah, it's a philosophy. It's just made up. You just draw it on a chalkboard. Yeah. But in reality,
all that matters for the birds and shit.
Yeah, that's for people that are. That's for. Did you say for the nerds?
For the birds.
It's for the nerds as well. The nerds can fucking have it all day if they want to.
Yeah, the suckers, the religious zealots, the fucking dreamers,
believers.
The good people, just living out their lives, oblivious.
Well, that's true. I mean, they're oblivious, and they can believe in balls spinning around the universe. It's completely functional. The system they created about Earth, third rock from the sun, in the Milky Way galaxy, all of it, they can believe it if they want to. Here's where we come in. It's like, hey, I'm challenging this thought. I think that there's a problem here. Why can't you take a look at what we're saying about this? And it is absolutely contradictory to their entire philosophy. And so I can understand why they're just like, okay, and they'll make fun of us, but I'm used to that. I love. Actually, as a matter of fact, I like when people make fun of me, especially when they don't take a look at my information.
It has to do with how the sun, moon, and stars move up around us, over us.
Well, and this is what they hate when you point out that the sun, moon, and stars move above our heads in a cyclical pattern, and then if you ask them, well, how far away is that sun that we're both looking at right now? For the most part, they're not going to be able to give you an answer. So you're going to have to tell them, well, in your idea, you people of this notion believe that it's 93 million miles away, approximately. Now, in my point of view, I have no goddamn idea where that sun is. But it certainly is not 93 million miles away, because it can't be.
Yeah. After they say, oh, it's 93 million miles away, then you say, cool, how far is Narnia?
It depends on if they've seen the movie.
Oh, yeah. Then you say, cool, how far is Neverland? Have you seen Peter Pan?
Peter Pan.
Oh,
There's all kinds of, or like, which direction is the elevator going in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory?
How many buttons does it have?
Yeah.
How you drive the elevator? Which button to go forward? You know? No? It would be cooler if you did, though, right?
Yeah, it'd be cool if you did. What was that? That's Matthew McConaughey, right? What movie was that? Be cooler if you did. Be cooler if you did. I got to make a meme about that one.
All right.
All right. That's from it's a 70s movie. What the hell was the fucking name of that show?
Days of Confused, eh?
Days of Confused, yeah. It's like, be cooler if you did. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey, that's funny. And he's got cool, that. Man. Have you seen The Lincoln Lawyer? That movie he made? Yeah, you got to watch that one. It's funny. He's like, he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer, but he's like, his office is his fucking car. He's a Lincoln. It's a Lincoln. He's fucking, he's a lawyer working out of his car.
He's like the only actor that gets to use his accent in all his movies, right? Like,
yeah. But you know who it is when he says something. Doesn't matter how he changes, his accent. But you already know it's Matthew McConaughey.
I don't give a fuck. Look at me. All right, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, you got to watch The Lincoln Lawyer. That's a good movie, man. That's one of his best.
Yo, I'm checking it. Interstellar, right?
Yeah, Interstellar. He was in there.
No,
that's a space movie. It's not one of my favorites. I mean, I'm a fan of Matthew McConaughey.
Nah, man, that's Nolan. You know who Nolan is? The guy that made the Batman. This motherfucker put a lot of shit in there, man. Like a lot of esoteric shit. That love can transcend time and space.
Talk about Interstellar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a decent movie. I mean, like I'm saying, but I'm telling you, watch Lincoln Lawyer. If you're a fan of Matthew McConaughey, watch that movie. He owns his characters when he does it. Even though it's always him, he's kind of like, he reminds me of Clint Eastwood. Like, the way it's just like, he can't be not Matthew McConaughey. But
so we're gonna play Matthew McConaughey, okay? In this movie, all right? You get there, right? All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like once you hit it. I mean, and it goes for a lot of actors. Once you hit a big, once you hit the lottery as a Hollywood actor, I mean, you're always that person. I mean, nobody's gonna remember you as other than playing another character as the character they saw you in the big ass movie that you saw. But yeah. But anyway, Matthew McConaughey, his character, even if that's really him, the way in real life, whatever, he's still funny. The way he plays shit out. He owns that.
Yeah, he was good fun. Yeah, he knows that. He knows how to You know what I mean? He looks at he knows how to bring out the script, the lines. Sorry, he knows how to bring the lines to life. He knows, you know what I mean? How to the director's vision. He knows how to do that.
Well, it's just like I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, right? But like Orlando Bloom, every time I see him in a movie now, it's Lord of the Rings.
Legolas.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, but there's a lot of people in Lord of the Rings. I can't see them other than that character, but they do their best.
Will Turner from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean, Will Turner. Yeah, Orlando Bloom. Yeah, bro. It's like it's either one of the other. Yeah, it's like, bro. But he does well. I'm trying to think. There was a new show that came out, or a new movie where Orlando Bloom was in, and I was like, that's him, but he's doing his best not to be that.
Legolas.
Yeah. But anyway, so anyway, yeah, but I like Orlando Bloom too. He's a good actor.
It's called typecasting, Fucking sucks for actors, but what you get for taking the roles. You should take roles that don't look like they fit you, but you can do. You know what I mean? Just to have a bigger range.
It's really hard. I mean, if you're in a popular movie, it's very hard for people not to see you. Okay, there's this TV show. I think it's on Stars or something. One of the people from Lord of the Rings, one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings. Can't fucking remember his name.
Frodo?
Anyway, no, it wasn't Frodo.
Sam?
No, it wasn't Sam.
Those two.
It was one of his, closest crew. Anyway, but he was in it. He played an FBI agent in this show that I watched, and he freaking totally pulled it off. He was a total dickhead, bro. And dude, he did a really good job. He's good.
If you can't do the leading man, right, just be a total asshole.
Yeah, he freaking pulled it off, bro. But at the end, I mean, can't remember the name of the show, but anyway, he went through the whole series. Just he was an FBI agent, a crooked FBI agent, and freaking pulled it off really well.
Maybe NASA could use some acting lessons from them. Just
maybe
some directing lessons. Like, we don't play with water and around electrical equipment. We're in space. Come on, guys. What the fuck? All right, take 123. Action. Try again.
It's like, you look like one of the hobbits.
Cut. What the fuck is wrong with their hair?
You're not a hobbit anymore.
Fix her hair. Yeah. some more gel on that. Yeah. Oh, it's coming. Okay. And
oh shit! What the fuck are we doing? It's what time? What time is it for you? It's almost 4 p.m. here in Central America. And
8:43 in the morning in Sydney. The sun is coming up.
Wow! And so it's 8:43. Sneaky, Miguel. You see what Miguel just posted? Sneaky little hobbitses.
All right, bro. Hey, we have a new guy in the house. He's extremely intelligent, and
please stop us.
He's very cordial. Yeah, that's what I'm doing exactly. So here, talk to this guy. His name is I call him Trollon, but I'm not sure how do you say that.
That's totally fine for me.
Trollon. All right, Trollon it is.
What's up, Trollon? Welcome to the server. If you have any questions, just go ahead, chime in.
Yeah, so guys, we were having a discussion with him up in VC, and some previous things that were posted into Livestream voice text, some GIFs that were posted in there by I think it's Don Gio.
Yeah, give
39 minutes.
Napalm. Let's give Napalm the mic because they were having actually a really good convo, and I told him to come down here. Go ahead, Napalm.
Well, yeah, I'm down with that. Yeah, do it, Napalm.
Yeah, so if I can direct people to the live stream voice text, I think it's 39 minutes after the hour. The GIFs that were posted by Don Gio there. This was a modeling that was done by our new friend here, Toulon. And hey, Toulon, if you just want to kind of go over what you're talking about in the check-in there on how you came up with this modeling, what you did, and the physics behind it. Just give another overview if you could.
Yeah, no problem. Basically, I started out with a flat map and just I'm a glober. I don't believe physicists at the moment are hiding stuff from us. But basically, I started out with a flat Earth map and was wondering, can we get it any better than it is today? And so I started by adding horizons to the map. Once you add a horizon to a flat Earth, you actually get all of physics working. You can get optics working. You can get day and night and seasons working. And so I started working on that and doing the math. And then I discovered that it's actually possible that to take all of physics as the physicists know it today, take the globe physics and change the globe part to a flat Earth without changing the physics. So it's possible to take all the physics that exists today and have it work in a flat Earth. That can be done, and that's actually what I've done here, and those are the pictures you've seen.
Right, but do they work on a globe Earth?
It's globe Earth physics, so everything that physics can explain is explained in exactly the same way in this flat Earth, and every measurement you make is exactly the same as for globe physics.
Because the globe Earth doesn't really have a model, right? So that's why I say, does physics work on a globe Earth, if there ever was one?
Yes.
Okay. Such as gravity? Is gravity physics?
Gravity is currently included. Like I said, I didn't know where to start, and I just said let's assume the physicists have all the data I need to model. I don't know. I'm not gonna measure everything myself. That would take me 1,000 years. I'm just gonna take their data and see how far I can get.
I'm just asking if gravity is considered physics.
I think so. Yes. It's
Have you ever
just
done
need to
anything?
explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
No, we
you
all
ever-
understand the same globe mathematics. I mean, we're quite familiar with that. You know, I mean, if you're trying to compare it with what you think the flat earthers are saying, that would be more beneficial for the conversation if you would try to present something that you think we are saying. We're all quite familiar with that.
Yeah, so he's not under the.
Yep.
He doesn't necessarily have a lot of time into the community, meaning he hasn't heard a lot of the discussions that we have or a lot of the ideas that are bandied about, right? So he's coming from the perspective of he just took all of what he knows as far as the globe model and tried to model it out on a flat Earth.
Well,
meaning
what
like
flat
azimuthal. Let me just finish, Helio. Just to map it out onto an azimuthal equidistant map, right? And then giving visualizations for that.
Hey, are you aware, Napalm? Are you aware, Napalm, and everyone else, that the azimuthal equidistant map is a projection of the globe?
Oh,
yes. Yep. We had this conversation earlier.
All right, cool. Continue.
So we had a good conversation because he not only modeled it onto an azimuthal equidistant map, he also modeled it onto shapes like a pyramid and things like that. So he understands how Cartesian coordinates work, which is kind of one of our arguments. You know, when people come in and say, well, GPS works and GPS is reliant upon a globe. And, you know, we can rebuttal that with GPS is just using Cartesian coordinates, which can be mapped out on any shape.
And that's what he did. He just went for the coordinate transform, if I'm not mistaken, right? He just took
That's
what.
correct. Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah. So what I've made is basically what would globe physics look like on a flat Earth? Would it work, and what would it look like? And that's just this. That's all it is, nothing more, nothing less.
So you want to get into the light bending theory now? That way, yeah. Go.
Hold on, man.
Keep what? Okay, you got a question.
So
Wait, can I just? You can't call it globe physics and say, "Let me bring the globe physics over it."
Correct.
Oh, look, globe physics
Right.
works, but you can call it that.
Bong. He's not. He's at the point where he coded the simulations. So he's not a dumbass, right? So you got to escalate. He's not that dumb, right? So
Yeah, I mean, just let him say it.
He just took what the data out there, the physicists said, right? And he just
I see what you guys are saying.
He simulated it on a flat Earth of different flavors, including pyramid Earth. You know what I'm saying? So.
And there's one more thing which you might like. If you start assuming the physicists' theories, you can actually use this model to prove that it's impossible to know the shape of the Earth, and flat Earth is one of the possibilities that can be proven based on this work.
Yeah, so the area that we started to go down before we moved here to the live stream was I was asking the question, if you look at the modelings in the GIFs there, you see that there is a drastic curving of the light. So my question to him that we started to go down was, within his modeling, is there any way that he can work on straightening those lines to see if there is a possibility of a more local light source with less bending? Because at least in my opinion, we don't see that much bending of light in reality.
Difficult to see the bending of light. It's pretty difficult to observe, but yes, there is some flexibility. You can do things. You can move the sun down, and you can make it appear that the rays are more, straight, going diagonal instead of a curve. There will always be a bit of a curve to it, but yeah, you can play with it. There is no way.
because when we were talking about the image that you have on your site, where it has the horizon line being a bending upward horizon line. From my perspective, when we view things in perspective, that horizon line that you're seeing in front of you isn't quite bending like that. It's more up, as the ceiling is also ramping down. So it's less of a bend and more of a straight line.
Okay, yeah. Like I said, I used the horizon calculators to get my data because I didn't want to go out and measure it all myself. So I just used that and
So
and actually, the curve drawn there is just freehand. It's not even it's not even an equation in that picture.
So in the horizon calculator, are you using the standard refraction?
Didn't add it at all. Didn't add refraction. Just took the first number that came out. I took the easy calculator.
Right. So my question would be on the horizon calculators. If you're not using any type of refraction, are you assuming a curved surface on your horizon calculator, or are you assuming a flat surface when modeling?
I am assuming a flat surface. So the Earth is flat, and then I start looking what would need to happen to light if the horizon calculator is right. And then you get a curving horizon, you get a cone. And then you can explain day and night and the seasons and whatnot. And you can explain why not the entire disk is illuminated. That follows from that. You basically, all of optics starts to work if you have a horizon to
Is the disk
to the
in
flat Earth
space?
map.
Is the flat Earth disk in space though?
Yes, but actually all of space is above it. So all of visible space is straight above it. It's a big cylinder. What's outside the cylinder is unknown.
So I'm asking if this model is like if you have just replaced the globe with a disk in space and kept everything else.
It's transformed. So basically, what happened is we took the globe, we turned it into a disk, but by doing so, we contorted the entire universe so that everything would continue to work. I mean, everything the physicists say would continue to work.
You mean
That's
so
what's
that the heliocentric model still works? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the heliocentric model, what it would look like if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, so it would look like the Flat Earth Society's model. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, possibly. I'm not very familiar with their work.
Well,
yeah, so he's really new to the subject, right? So he just kind of took the AE map and started working with that. But yeah, the one contention that I have with the modeling, right? Like, it's great. It's taking all of what we've been told and just kind of modeling it out onto a flat surface. My contention with the modeling is the extreme curving of light from such distances, right? Which is something that I don't know if that really happens in reality, at least in my, which is why I was kind of wondering, with your technical capabilities that you have with modeling things, I was wondering if you could take more of a straight line approach when it comes to the light and where it tends to hit based on the day and night cycles, and draw the source in closer.
There is leeway. I can move the sun up and down. I can move it closer without affecting it. I can also visually make the lines appear more straight. But if you want to do the calculations, then you should actually look at what happens in reality, because this matches the horizon. So if we put the line straight, then your horizon would also be in reality appear straight instead of curved. So you just have to make sure it matches observation. That's all.
So my question, when you say horizon, are you talking about what we observe from, left to right, the horizontal perspective that we have as far as where the sky appears to meet the ground?
Yeah, I mean the line beyond which you can't see. So you can't see below the horizon. The horizon is that line. So it stretches on beyond. Yeah, no, it's not the horizon as you know. It's.
I'm just wondering where it curves.
It's the part of the boat, the keel that's disappearing. The keel you don't see. I'm saying that's below the horizon.
Right, but if you're modeling out off of that, like that changes due to atmospheric conditions, right? So we don't have a real definitive on that. That's why I was talking about earlier the angle, the minimum angle that your eye requires in order to resolve an image. Are you familiar with that?
I have heard the theory, yes.
Wait, so are we on a disk in outer space going around the sun in that model?
No. The sun is rotating around us, the stars are rotating, and the Earth is stationary.
Okay. So it's not Flat Earth Society's model.
Again, I'm not familiar with the model. I would have to look into that first.
Yeah, it's all right.
This is the physicists. This is the physicists' model. Just what would it like on a flat Earth? I've not done any investigations like what happens if I put the sun closer or farther away. I just assumed. Let's assume this is correct. What does it look like?
Yeah, so I think this is a good thing to have, right? To for any other reason at all whatsoever, but to be able to prove definitively that the heliocentric or the globe model can really be mapped out onto any type of shape. It's just kind of a confirmation of what we've previously talked about as far as Cartesian coordinate systems being able to be mapped out on any shape. And even when it comes to modeling the sun, moon, and stars, right, that can be adjusted due to scale invariance. And it's a good visualization for, hey, all of this can work based on everything that you guys give us on this map, but this is no claim, it's not necessarily a claim of ours or anybody here that this is reality, because we have a lot of things that are in contention when it comes to the globe model itself, as far as distances and things like that. So
yeah, and I think you might also be able to use it as a reference. So when you say if we take this, the physicists are wrong only about this single rule, change the single rule and see what happens.
Yeah, so we talked a lot in the VC check-in room about when you say the physics, right? And I was just kind of wondering if you had sources to the very general term that you provide when you say physics. If you have any sources for the specific physics that you're referring to that go into your modeling.
Okay, no, my physics modeling is extremely simple. So I've mostly focused on the coordinate transformation. And for example, the sun right now, it's just orbiting in a circle. It's not an ellipse. It does move from, minus 22 degrees to 22 degrees to simulate the seasons.
Yeah.
But it's not totally accurate. It's just a circle. In the beginning, I even had the sun going backwards. I had to correct that.
Right. So I guess
it's very regular.
My biggest question is you're using the term physics quite a bit when it comes to the conversation we're having. And my question would be, what specific physics are you referring to?
Then I refer to mainstream physics. That's the thing I've been using.
Right. I understand you're using the term physics, and you can use the term mainstream physics. But even if we wanted to talk about something more specific, if we wanted to talk about like the standard model of particle physics, right? So that would be physics, and it's a standard model, and there's equations that are built in, and it's very well known that gravity is not included anywhere within the standard model of particle physics, right? So when I'm asking you about the terminology that you're using when you say you're just taking the globe Earth physics, I'm really kind of curious as to what aspects of physics you're referring to.
Okay. Two-part answer. In the graphs you have seen, in the animations, there's pretty much nothing of it. This just concentrates on the visuals, and like I said, these are circles, these are not equations or anything. But the thing I've done, the coordinate transformation, so basically taking the globe and turning it into a flat Earth while keeping everything working, that works on all of physics, on all the formulas, on everything. It works on quantum mechanics, it works on Newtonian physics. You can do that with everything.
Right. I'm still trying to figure out what portion of physics you're talking about that you're taking into account when you're just modeling something. When you say all of the physics will work out.
Yeah. When you say that, the thing I'm doing is purely mathematical, and it's called the coordinate transformation, and physics works with coordinate transformation. It works with Cartesian coordinates. If you want to express your equations in celestial coordinates, it doesn't change. Mainstream physics allows that, and so I've just been using math to change the coordinates. I've not been using any equations of that sort.
Right. Yeah, we're familiar with those. I mean, there's transformation equations that tend to come up in certain things that people take for granted, but don't understand that maybe something wasn't actually proven or seen in reality. But a transformation equation can be used to fit the conclusion that you're wanting to garner from, say, a specific experiment. If we want to talk about something like the Michelson-Morley experiment or Airy's failure, things like that, where, those initially showed that, that the Earth wasn't moving, that it was the ether that was moving, right? And then Einstein comes in. We have the Lorentz contraction, which is a transformation equation, which is saying that within an interferometer, the only way that we are able to get the results that we got is if one of the arms of the apparatus physically contracted. Now, there was no proof of that physical contraction, but what was used is a transformation equation to say that there was a physical transformation, right? So the math works. The transformation equation works to dispel the ether drift and wrap it back into a moving of the Earth, right? So that was my question when it comes down to the physics aspect of it, right? I was really wanting to know the specific physics that you were referring to, because transformation equations, as you have kind of proven here with the modeling, can be used to get almost any result that you want, right? Especially when it comes to mapping out of Cartesian coordinates.
Yes, correct. Yes, then the only thing I've done is a transformation to celestial coordinates, so latitude, longitude, and distance. That's the only thing.
Right. So really, when it comes down to the statement of you took into account all the globe physics, you're really just talking about you took into account all of what they have claimed within the creation of their modeling, not necessarily any type of physical experiments within physics, but all what has been claimed currently within their model.
Yeah, I didn't even go that far. I just said this is a transformation, physics supports it, everything works. I didn't look into what works and how it would work and what would happen. And I've mostly been focusing on the optics, and even then I have not used any equations. Like I said, it's a circle, the sun, it's not an equation.
Right, yeah. So I guess maybe my real concern is just with you kind of like using the term physics. You're not really taking into account physics at all whatsoever. You're just making an assumption that the globe model and everything that was used to create it is correct, and then you're just using a transformation equation to basically model it out on a flat surface. You're just transforming the equation, right, for mapping purposes. Absolutely nothing within physics has been changed because you didn't even go into any of the assumptions that were made within the original physics to begin with.
No, indeed. I've mostly focused on visuals.
Cool. But I
did notice. Yeah, but I did notice that every equation can be applied or transformed into a flat Earth. I haven't done it, but you can do. Yeah, like you said, you can do anything with transformations. So.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's all the kind of questions and stuff that I had. I don't know if anybody else in the room had any questions for him. Or did the whole room get muted? Did Cyrus mute the whole room? Okay, yeah, well. Go ahead, Healy.
How dare you say Cyrus muted the whole room? That's insane. we don't ever do that. But I mean, it's really, I found it really interesting. I was listening to the entire conversation, and we brought up the azimuthal equidistant map, which is a globe projection. So the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars work the same way. You can use tools, such as a sextant. Who's the guy that we were talking to?
Trollon.
Yeah, Trollon. So, are you familiar with the instrument, a sextant?
Yes.
All right. So, are you saying the sextant anything about shape of the body you're standing on, like Earth, as if it has a shape?
With the transformation, it can be shown to work on both. So you can take a sextant, measure the angle to a star, and do things with that.
See, here's where you're wrong about that, though. It can't work on both. If you use it from one point and you're standing on top of a globe, the angle of the star or whatever celestial object you're pointing at, it wouldn't work the same way if the surface was flat. But go ahead.
Except if light curves. So the light curves in this world.
See, here we go with refraction, right? Now we got refraction.
And because of that, the star meets your eye at a different angle.
No, but the stars are supposedly trillions of miles away, right?
Yeah, but the light curves near
what if they're much closer?
Yeah, like I said before, as long as they're more than something like 70,000 miles.
All right,
above
well,
the surface,
check
you
this
won't
out.
notice.
A sextant is not designed for you to travel over a globe. That's not the way that instrument is designed. You measure the angle above the horizon, which the horizon is the extent of your vision, right? You can't see beyond the horizon. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Okay,
no.
I don't either. I don't think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. See, you're reluctant to say it, but you had to say it because you know it's not. All right, so when you use a sextant, you point it at the horizon, which is an arbitrary point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then you're measuring the angle of whatever star, which you know by the star charts what direction you're traveling if you're on a boat or whatever, and you're not being all bounced away, from all the, if you use a sextant, when you have when you're level and the seas aren't so jumpy, you point the sextant at the horizon, then you measure the angle, and according to the star charts, you know what direction you're traveling, right? That's pretty much the basic idea of how you use the sextant. So that's how you know that you're traveling in the right direction. Nothing to do with a globe, shape of Earth at all.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks. Cool.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
So yeah, I think one of the things Helio is saying here, right, is when it comes to the sextant, you're making measurements based on a star's known position, right? It's GP, meaning it is known that that star is directly overhead on a specific point on a map at that specific time, right?
Yeah, every year it repeats every single year.
Right. So when you're using your charts and you're using a sextant, you are making a measurement from your position to a star, which is based off of its known position directly above a specific point on the map. And when you're using the tool of a sextant, you're getting an angle to that star and the horizon, right?
Yeah.
So if you're making that measurement to the horizon and the star, you're creating a triangle. Would you agree with that, Trollon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in order to have a triangle and you have a baseline, which would be from you to the horizon, and then you have a star's known position directly overhead, would you agree that that's a 90-degree angle?
Yes.
Okay. So as we're visually thinking about this, if you were making this reading on a curved surface, would it be correct?
It would include the curve.
So how can you have a curved portion of a 90-degree triangle?
Mm-hmm.
No, that was a question. How do you have the baseline of your triangle, right, which is you observing to the horizon point, and the star directly above that horizon line? How can that baseline angle, which would be your adjacent angle, how can that be curved in a 90-degree triangle?
Yeah, then it's not a 90-degree triangle.
Right, so it wouldn't work, right? So if we had a curved Earth, meaning if we lived on a globe, trilateralization with a sextant would be impossible. Would you agree?
Wait. What do you mean triangularization? Or do you mean
trilateralization?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Yeah, when you use a sextant, you're not only just using one star, but you're using multiple stars that you're doing this, right? So that you can trilaterate or triangulate, however you want to describe that, your position, right? And the only way to do this is if we're using 3 90-degree triangles.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The thing is, if you want to know your position.
So if we have a curved surface.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if we have a curved surface that we're making these measurements off of, we wouldn't have a 90-degree triangle, and thus we wouldn't be able to utilize this tool, right?
Yeah.
But this tool has been used for a very long time in maritime navigation. Would you agree?
Yes, and I can even give you a bit of an answer if you like. I'm not sure. Yeah. There's something pretty weird. Measuring a star, so the angle to a star, you can't transform directly between globe and flat Earth, as you say. However, calculating the position, formulas are identical. They fall away. So basically, position calculation only uses latitude and longitude, and the AE map preserves latitude and longitude. It's not Cartesian, it's latitude, longitude, and so the formulas for calculating position are identical on both the globe and the flat Earth. It's different how you derive them, but the end result is the same.
So when you're taking your physical measurements in the real world, right, with the sextant, wouldn't that only be possible if you're able to create those 90-degree triangles that I was speaking of earlier?
Well, they are measuring something. I don't know, not a 90-degree triangle. They are measuring something. And what I'm saying is if you do an individual measurement, the angles are wrong. But once you start doing position calculations, the position that will come out, even if you use the wrong angles, it will give the right position. It's pretty weird. It's one of the constants. Yeah. Like you said, there are some equations.
Are you saying it's close enough?
No, I'm actually saying it's identical. It's the same formula.
Well, doesn't. To be honest, from what I heard you discussing with him, it's not the same. You were saying it's close enough where you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if you pretend the Earth is a globe.
He's saying that a curved line is identical to a horizontal one.
No. What I'm actually saying is you measure the angles on a sphere, and what comes out is a latitude and a longitude. If you measure the same angles on a flat Earth, I mean, the sextant, you use it the same whether you think you're on a flat Earth or you're on a globe Earth. You're still pointing in at the star and you're doing your thing.
I was going to ask you, where do you get these latitude and longitudinal points from? Do you get it from your sextant and your angle to whatever you're looking at, with the star or whatever.
You're using
The difference is the size. It depends on the size of the sphere you're working with, and the size of the sphere that the globe is way too small for a sextant to work on it. Okay, so if the size of the globe was say like the size of the sun, then maybe what you're saying and it
No,
might be okay.
no,
When
it
it's still
doesn't work.
small,
It doesn't work that way,
it's too
bro.
small. Any sphere is
And
going to have
I'm
curvature, right?
Yeah, pretty sure that's been clear from what
So sextant
we've been
can't work on a
telling.
sphere.
Yeah, it
It will
can.
never work on a sphere.
What I'm saying is that what you measure is an angle. And the angle you measure is the same whether you think you're on a globe or on a flat Earth. I mean,
it's the same
Hold on.
because you're using
What we're saying is that hold on.
baseline.
How can you measure the angle if you think you're on a sphere?
Right.
When look at what Dre did in live stream voice text. The
let
angle.
me
I
try
mean,
to
it can
explain
only.
better.
What are you measuring? The hypotenuse or the A and B? I mean, what? Which one are you measuring?
The reason it's the same is because your angle is based on a flat baseline regardless. It's just with the globe. First you pretend you're on a globe, then you go back to pretending that you're on the thing you're actually on, which is a flat level surface.
But triangulation doesn't work on a globe at all. And
I know. That's why when they pretend they're on a globe, the next thing they do is pretend they're on a flat Earth when they use a sextant and assume a horizontal baseline.
My argument is even different. When you're out at sea and you measure an angle, you measure the angle. You just you point the thing at the horizon, you look up and you do your thing. This is independent if whether you think you're on a globe or on a flat Earth. You're at
No,
sea.
it's not.
You
It's very
point at the
dependent
horizon.
because on the globe, the stars would be at totally different places than if you were on a flat surface. Think about it. On
You
a
know what?
ball,
You know what's funny is your
stars are oriented
Bong used to be in the
totally
Navy, so he
different
knows what this.
Yeah, Bong is in the middle of the
Anyone with
sentence,
common
Helio.
sense
Yeah,
Thank
can
you.
yeah,
understand.
man. Easy, bro.
Okay, like if you're on a ball, there are stars that are going to be on the other side of that ball that you will never be able to see or even make any measurements to. But on a flat surface, those things are visible, and it's a straight line right across the plane in order to see those things. See, on a ball, it's
Not if light
totally
curves.
different. Like
Not if light curves. Then you only see a portion of the sky.
we are on a flat surface. We don't know what it's like to be on the ball, right? All the data that the ball is made of come from observations on a flat surface looking up. That's how they created the ball. And now you're kind of trying to bring that back here. No, just go backwards. Revert, go back to where it was. Start with the flat surface. Take all those data, all that data, that's been gathered over the years, and it's still flat.
What ball? What ball?
Using data from a flat surface to turn it into a ball and then taking that and trying to turn it back into a flat surface, that's not going to work. Just going back to the beginning, flat surface. Like all the physics and all the stuff you're trying to work into your model or your simulation, it can't even be verified. Probably most of those are just theories, right? So you can't really put those. But if you go back to the beginning, you start with flat. That works. That's where the data comes from.
The way you can show that it works or that it's independent of shape of the Earth, stop thinking about the math and stop thinking about triangles for a minute. When you're at sea, you read an angle from a sextant. To read an angle from a sextant, you're not using any shape of the Earth. Don't think about the math, just how you get the angle. You use that one device.
What is an angle?
Wait,
what is
on
angle?
on that? Now he's thinking right, Bong. I mean, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
If we're not thinking about math, then what is an angle? What is it based on? Is it based on curved surfaces or is it based on a flat, straight line?
You're already no. You're already thinking mods now, and you're thinking models.
Well, look, you
Just
got to
think
give
about
me
sea with a sextant.
You got to give me a number. You got to give me degrees, right? Is that number going to be on a curved surface or on a straight flat plane? When we take our reading, are we assuming that we're on a ball or on a flat plane?
We're assuming nothing. We're assuming we're reading a sextant.
Okay,
We're
but
not
when you say
assuming
the word
anything about the
angle,
shape we're on.
it is
We're reading a
angle,
number from a sextant.
triangle. Okay, we are now using math. We're saying the baseline that we're using to take our angle off of, right, is straight. Okay, when you say angle and you say degrees, you're saying the bottom, the ground, is straight. It's a straight line. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, Bong.
Okay,
When you use a sextant, it's a tool. You point it directly at the horizon. Now, whether you but you have to measure an angle off of the horizon, and I think that's what he's trying to get at. And you can pretend that horizon is the curvature of the Earth, but we can prove that it's not. But if you want to continue down that path, we can go there.
It's like the bro said earlier. Okay, we're working with 180 degrees. That's why we're using triangles. Okay, because it's the only thing that we can have 180 degrees with and get angles, like accurate angles out of, right? Not a square, not all those other shapes, but a triangle. Else, we wouldn't be using a sextant because triangles. So if we're looking, yep, go ahead.
I can explain everything, but I will try to explain in one full run, and then you can tell me. So what I'm saying is, looking at a sextant, if you're at sea, you don't care about what you're on. You point one thing at the horizon, and that's just the thing you see in the distance. You don't assume a shape, and the other thing at the star, out comes an angle. You didn't assume anything about the shape. Then you do a calculation, and out comes a position. Position is in latitude and longitude, and those are numbers that work both on the globe and the AE map. They are the same. They are independent. And so
yeah,
that means
we
that
already agreed on that. We already
whatever
agreed on
formula happens in the middle is independent of shape. It's going to be the same formula whether you're on a ball or on a flower.
There's a problem. Look, there's a problem with that. The problem is that the ball that they've turned it into is too small. Okay, that only works in the real world. What you call longitude and latitude, right? You draw a circle, you put a dot in the middle. There's your latitudes going around, and there's your longitudes going across. It's a pie. It's happening on a flat surface. You take that and you wrap it around the ball, and then you say, look, it's the globe Earth. No, it's not. It comes from the flat surface. Do you understand? It doesn't work on the globe because if you try to wrap that around the globe, the ball is too small. This is what we're trying to point out.
Yeah, the AE map is the globe in my mind. So a lot of people don't think of it that way, but in my mind and everything else, the AE map is the globe.
Yeah, but all those lines come from a flat surface. Yeah, we call it there's a 60.
But they're based on the path of the sun, moon, and stars.
Right. And the problem is that when you turn it into a ball, the ball is way too small. And then you got to pull up a thing. Then they say refraction, or it looks flat because of all these reasons. No, you got logic problems.
Sure, yeah, it's a shorten. I mean, really, with other events or whatever happening, that you hear about, it doesn't necessarily line up right. Yeah, you can follow the path of the sun and make a map of globe or flat with the path of the sun and moon and say, hey, well, this is what happens, and this is where we live. And flat earthers would be like, oh, there's a dome over this. Like, I don't think that's the extent of everything that we should know about this place.
That's why we wanted to start off with geometry. When you said you brought over all the physics and everything from the globe, and it works. It's not a physics question; it's a geometry question. It's
Hey, and kudos to Trolls though, man. He's really made an effort here. I mean, he understands at least most of what we're saying here. A lot of people don't really go this far with us, and so yeah, kudos to you, brother.
Thanks.
Yeah, man. At least you're honest.
So for the, I'm sorry.
You're honest, so that's good. Like you. Okay. You're go ahead.
So for the latitude, longitude, to be honest, I'm not sure if it matters how it's derived and if it works on the globe or not. One of the properties is that every place on Earth has the same latitude, longitude, both on the globe as on the AE map. take any city, it will have the same coordinate in both systems.
Sure, and that's what I'm saying. The reason is because the AE map is a projection of the globe. That's why.
Yeah, but there's gonna be. See, Google Maps is a flat map. Google Maps. That's why it's accurate. But you can't take a flat surface, wrap it around a ball, right, and not warp the content. But when you zoom into Google, it's a flat map. You zoom out, it turns into a cartoon, a ball, or Google Earth. So, yeah, those longitudes and latitudes only work on the flat maps. It doesn't work on the globe. You can't not navigate with the globe and all those lines on it being, like you can't navigate on the globe. How does one do that?
Flat maps preserve certain properties. Some maps preserve, I don't know, surface area, and some preserve straight lines. And the AE map preserves latitude and longitude. It stays the same between the globe and the AE
Exactly.
map.
And how do they come up with those longitude and latitude lines on the globe or the AE map? How do they come up with those numbers? Instead of it's path of the sun.
It's the path of the sun around the.
Instead of just having an argument about it, but yeah, it's path of the sun. That's where they come up.
That's how. Yeah.
But to finish the argument, if you extend positioning, angle independent of the shape, the output latitude longitude independent of the shape. So whatever formula you get, it's going to be the same both on the flat Earth as on the globe Earth. It will be identical because the input is the same and the output is the same.
It's not independent of the shape, man. When you use a sextant, okay? Anyone, right, with eyes knows that we're using the horizon. So we're looking straight at the horizon. Okay, straight. And then when we use things called angles, right, and degrees, we're using straight lines. Okay, this is trilateration, right? You're looking straight ahead, and then you're looking up, okay, and then you're drawing this triangle. So you see, if the ground was not, if the horizon, right, if the horizon is flat, it's straight ahead, okay, to look at it and say I'm going to use it, it's saying this is a straight line, okay. You can't say it doesn't matter what the shape is, because if it was a ball, then it would totally matter, because you wouldn't have 180 degrees. And whatever it is you're doing is irrelevant. It's wrong, because all these have to be apparent positions, right? They're not really there. I have to assume that it's a ball, but it looks flat. So here's the thing. You can't believe that the Earth is a ball, that what you're standing on is a ball. And then when you take these measurements, you're assuming there's a straight line, because now all the positions are wrong anyways. Does that make sense? Like, this does not help with any model. This is now in like magic land or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I understand, and I think the answer is what you're saying. The derivation of the formula depends on the shape, and that's totally correct. And what I'm saying is, once you're done with the derivation, the formula you get is going to be the same. It's going to be independent of shape, because the angle is independent of shape, and latitude longitude is independent of shape. So your resulting formula must be independent. However, how you arrive at that formula, that's shape dependent.
Angles are not independent of shape. When you say angles, you're talking about 180 degrees, you're talking about 360 degrees. You're talking about shapes. And those lines that form these angles have to be straight lines, 180 degrees. It is pendant. It's like the flat is just a description of the thing that we're on. It's not a shape. Okay, it's not, you know what I mean? We're talking about the surface. We're talking about the baseline, okay, the bottom of this triangle. Okay, we're talking about that. That has to be a straight line, 180 degrees, in order for us to have our triangle. Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? Straight line. Now imagine that ground was round. What kind of angles do we have now? Now the sextant, we can throw that away and just, I don't know, use another tool, right? Because we're not looking at what we're seeing. if we think the ground is, if we're going to ignore the ground and say it could be a ball, then there's no use taking measurements. There's no use looking at stars to take a measurement and to know where you are on that ball. It defeats the purpose. Because plane beneath us. No human being in the past would assume they're on a ball and then start using the stars to navigate with if he thought he was on a ball. He only looks at the stars and sees the pattern happening over and over again, that he knows, all right, this is flat, everybody knows that, but those things in the sky keep doing the same things every year, so I could probably use it as a map. But nobody would ever think that if they knew they lived on a ball. Logic. It's not, I mean...
I see, and the thing is, the globies might actually make a mistake here, and the model will still work out. That's what I'm trying to say. The sextant angle is independent of shape. The output is independent of shape, so the formula can depend on the shape, but the ultimate result will be the same. So if you use the same formula as on the flat Earth, it will give the same result, and it should give the same result.
So you're saying the sextant argument might not be as strong as a strong an argument, right? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the sextant?
I think the sextant, if you do it with globe math and with flat Earth math, it will both will actually produce the same, and it will indeed not be able to prove which one is correct because the input is independent of shape and the output is independent of shape.
The only way that can be true is if you go with the refraction argument that things always look flat, but you could think of it as a ball. That's the only way that can be true. But now you can't use these measurements if you think you're on a ball because they're wrong. These are all apparent positions, and who knows how things work, right? That can't be true unless you assume refraction and everything looks flat no matter what. That's wishful thinking. It's not true. If you put a ruler, on a basketball, you can see that that's not true. How big is can your triangle be? Only the part that's touching the ball. That's a small triangle. You can't measure a damn star that far away if that's the longest you can. These local flat surfaces they talk about. Well, look at the ruler part touching the ball. That's the biggest your triangle will ever be. And that's not what we see. 1.22 miles is the biggest triangle you can ever draw. And then what? Look up.
So I think what Bong, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Bong, but I think what Bong is trying to say is the physical measurement that we're taking with the sextant is dependent upon shape. Now, how you map that after the fact is where you can transform it into any shape. But the physical measurement with the sextant is dependent upon shape.
Yes. If you're going to use angles.
Just remember, guys, right? We can all make some, a triangle, a square, and we can do the maths behind it all. Do you understand that? Yeah? You can make anything possible. Yeah? And we can turn it all into a mathematical equation, scientific equation, a triangle, a square, and we can put the maths to it and put the science to it. Yeah? Anybody can do that. Just like the heliocentric model. Yeah? And that's what we're facing.
Right. I think what Bong is trying to say here is that the measurements that we're making with the sextant are dependent upon a flat surface. Now, what you do with the measurements after the fact, as you've kind of proven with your modeling here, Trulon, is you can take those physical measurements made on a flat surface and you can transform them into any shape that you want. But the problem is the physical measurements are dependent upon a flat surface when it comes to the sextant.
100%.
Yes.
Okay.
I wish the ball was bigger, but then if the ball was bigger, how are they going to apply the data from the real world? I mean, there's a 60th degree parallel, right? That's as far as anyone can really go and know anything. The rest, we just listen to them tell us what is what and all this math.
Yeah. What we're going to look at is, what we feel. Yeah. We observe. Yeah. Observation is important, but what you feel. What do you feel when you look at your observable Earth that you're living on? Yeah. What do you feel? What do you feel that's right in your heart? Yeah. The brain can mislead you. Yeah. Think, just feel it. Yeah. What do you see? What do you feel? Do you think we're spinning on three different speeds? Yeah. Going through the cosmos and all this bullshit. Excuse the French, but seriously, what do you feel when you're here? In your being, in your avatar expression? What are you doing? What are you seeing? What are you feeling? That's the biggest question. No matter what anybody tells you, what are you feeling right now? All your life, what are you feeling? Do you feel like we're on a globe that's spinning through like I said, three different speeds? Or are you on a flat plane? That's it really, what do you feel? Never mind what these guys are telling you, these heliocentric bloody hoaxes. Yeah, what do you feel? Do you feel like spinning?
What are you experiencing? Right?
That's the biggest question. That's what I'm saying. It's sort of a question we should ask each other. What are you feeling? What are you experiencing? Yeah, it's telling you in your heart. Yeah, it's telling you. You know, everybody knows. Yeah, we know.
That's how we know.
We know. Irrefutably, we know. We feel it day in, day out. We've all been there in the heliocentric model. We've all been there, indoctrinated through this. Well, maybe not all of us should say that, but a lot of us have been there. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I went with what I've been taught. But when you step back and feel and look around you, it becomes clear. Yeah. So it's down to the person who's observing. Did he observe with heart, or did he observe with what people are telling you? And that's all I have to say there. Sorry to interrupt, but that's just my point there.
Yeah. And it works. And it's been working. It still works. Yeah, it's how everything works. Your experience, what you know.
Your experience, exactly your experience. What you're feeling, what you're seeing. So, and the question is, where do we go from there? Because people still in the matrix. Do you think everyone's told about the heliocentric model, about this, we're spinning and this, that, and the other, and wobbling, and come on, do you feel that in your heart? No, you don't. But yet, some people will irrefutably say, my cognitive dissonance says this. I've been told this. I do not accept any other version of this realm we're in. And that's the issue we've got. If the sheep follow the goat, then they're going to follow the goat. When you know, you know. And that's it. You know. You're a part of it. It is you, and you are that. The Creator created this. Yeah, and they say God in the image. Sorry to get into this, but I'm not talking in a religious sense. They say there's a little text. He created us in His image. Yeah, we are above as below. We are everything that you see and you feel. We are it. That's it. That's it. Simple. This is what we are and who we are.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, yeah.
That's all. That's just my take on it. And it's just how I've always felt. We have so many people discussing it about the heliocentric and the flat Earth. It's like, well, just feel where you are. Look where you are. Have a look. Have a look at the pseudoscience. Have a look at the actual calculations. Just look at everything. Just pinpoint it to what do you feel from that. Yeah. What do you feel from that? What have you always known? That's the question. What have you always known?
I know they tell me that I have to assume a flat motionless plane to do my job. That's what I know.
I see that. I see that in a lot of things. It's a shame in a sense. Because the thing is though, when people talk about, there's many flat earthers out there, yeah, and they have different sides of the coin, yeah, but they all come down to the same basis. But it's like the plane we're walking on, yeah, is flat, yeah, it is, yeah. The horizon, you see it, and you don't, yeah, unless you have optics, yeah.
Yeah, on that point,
so,
you're exactly right, bro.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And it's like, what do you feel? It's down to how you feel, what you think. Everybody has their own opinion on things, and and what they've been taught. But it's down to your own critical thinking, your critical mass. It's down to what you think and what you look at. You've got to look at it now. You've got to step deep inside yourself and just go, right, what is this? Let's look. What can I see? What do I feel? Yeah. Forget about the space narrative. Forget about the globe narrative. Just what do you see around you and what do you feel around you? And that should be your conclusion in a sense. And your peace of mind, because we're always going around this rat race of globe, flat. Yeah.
Who told you that the Earth had a shape anyway?
Even that's a valid thing, Even that's a valid question. Exactly, it's a valid question. Who told you that was a shape in the first place? It's all down to perception, It's down to your own perception. It's there in plain sight. A lot of things are in plain sight, but we don't acknowledge it. It's the trouble.
Well, why should we trust our senses if we got secondary information?
Well, that's your choice. Do you go to the secondary information or do you go to your senses? Which one do you trust more? What you perceive or what someone else is giving you the perception of? It's down to you, individually. Yeah?
But what if we can't trust our senses sometimes?
That's interesting as well. But that's all you've got. That's all you know. Yeah? When you're born, you have nothing but. You're free. Your mind's free. You're born and your mind is pure. Yeah. Until you become 5, where you become like, where people can indoctrinate you. When you start having an awareness, that's when it starts. That's where it begins. If that didn't happen, then what sort of a world would this be you perceive? Do you get my point? What would we perceive if we didn't? I've been there. Trust me. I'm not sitting here. Yeah. I know. I've been there. Yeah, but the heliocentric model and all that. I've been taught that in school and blah, blah, blah. But, if I wasn't, then what would we perceive as a collective? That's the question.
But what about gravity?
Oh, don't start with gravity. What about density? But hey, this is the thing. This is what it's all about. Everybody's talking about this. Gravity, density, refraction, and all that. But, ultimately, I always start from this, right? This is what I've always done. I always go back and learn everything, and I start with the precipice of saying, I know nothing. Yeah? That's where I like to start. I know nothing. Yeah? I reset, and I go back in.
Good place to start if you really wanted to learn something about any subject.
Yeah, any subject, exactly. Not just flat earth, but it's just reset, just stand back, right? And just go, right, okay, let's start again. Yeah? Let's go in, let's research, let's look at either side of the argument or whatever you want to call it, and then go from there. Yeah. But with me, when I came out of it, the flat earth, to me, in my heart, is irrefutable. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can still start from the base axiom, what we experience. Nobody in here can say they've ever seen the globe.
Exactly.
With their real eye, with your eyes.
Exactly.
Never seen the globe.
Exactly. And what I like to say, I always see this, and it's happened for a long time, is like they're sending up the Mickey Mouse rockets, to break the firmament, and they can never do it. Yeah. And then they say, oh, they're going to space and they're landing on the moon and all that. It's like, no, you're not. You're trying to break God's creation.
Your tag here, bro, I don't know what to call you.
It's PK.
PK. All right,
yeah,
cool.
It's PK.
I just want to make sure.
PK.
All right, cool. Yeah, you're making some good points, PK.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm just looking at outside in. It's like, they're sending rockets up into so-called space, quote unquote. But are they truly trying to break God's creation? And I'm talking God not from a religious perspective. I don't like to talk it from a religious perspective because religion, we know what it's done. And
nothing wrong with the religion.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying there is, but I'm not looking at it that way. I'm talking about the creation. I don't think this place we're living in and everything else was created by a random fart in the universe. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I don't believe in that. That's just me, but and I think.
But what's wrong with pseudoscience? There's nothing wrong with pseudoscience.
what was right with seriously? Oh, I love him. Oh, what a guy! I love it, man.
That's Hank Hill, bro.
Bless him. What is right with pseudoscience? That's the question.
Ooh, that's a good one. What's right with pseudoscience?
But the thing is about science as well, they say don't question it, but yeah, you should question. You should always question things, and science. That's why there's a lot of theories in science for a reason, because the theories. It's always ever developing, and it's always ever evolving. It's always coming to its hypotheses and conclusions, and even the conclusions can contradict the hypothesis sometimes.
Well, there's a big difference in natural science and pseudoscience. They're not even the same thing at all. They're not even the same category.
They're not. We know it's all lead to. We know it's a cult over the masses. We know that, and but the point is I'm making is just what do you feel sometimes? People don't feel enough these days. It's the art. The central point.
Well, I mean, just like I said, everyone in this room and everyone listening, everybody that comes to this room, in or out, you might believe certain things about shape of Earth, but that's not. And we're not here to convince somebody that Earth has a shape.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
We're just here to show you that what they're saying about Earth cannot possibly be true.
Exactly. That's all we're doing. And I think they focus so much on the shape of things. They do. Like I said before when I came in, we could all make up a shape and do the fucking science and the maths behind it, yeah?
Sure, and it's fun. It's fun to go over the math sometimes and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's fun, to have the arguments.
But people can do it though, can't we? We could all do that. We could always make up something, and we would actually do the science and the maths behind it. We would, and it'd fit. And then we send it to the masses, and then they believe it or they don't believe it. So, but like I said to you, I'm always one for just knowing, my observation and my observation level, my perspective level, and my heart and my feeling, what I feel. I've felt for a long time. This is not what it is. Yeah, the heliocentric model that they're sending us. They're always changing their mind. Yeah, on a NASA website or any website you go on that follow this code. They're always changing their mind. They're always changing the measurements. They're always changing the mileage. They're always changing.
This shit changes so fast, year to year.
It does. It's like, come on, guys. The joke's on them. It's like, come on.
Well, I mean, but the joke's on us that just ignore them. But we have to look at that stuff every once in a while and just who is that? I don't want to interrupt anyone.
No, you're not interrupting anybody, but it's just
I'm not. I'm talking about somebody else. I thought somebody else was trying to jump in.
All right, apologies.
But maybe that was a hot mic. Anyway, dude, I love what you're saying. I mean, you're exactly right. Yeah, we're not here to convince anyone. And if you are a fan of mainstream media, if you watch it and believe any of that stuff they're saying. I capture it in some of my Facebook or YouTube feeds sometimes, but I exploit every bullshit thing I find it, and I'll share it around. It's like, look at these stupid people.
Once you know, don't you? There's no going back. That's the thing.
Yeah. How long have you been here? Is it PK? You said?
Yeah, PK. About 2 days. About 2 days.
Okay, cool. It sounds like you've been following, the conversation for quite a while. I can tell.
Yeah, I've been looking, but obviously I found this through Witsit, and it showed the Discord link in his channel, and I was looking at what he's saying, and I just joined. I don't know why I didn't even think about joining or looking for a Discord channel regarding this. But obviously there's a lot of fakes and phonies out there, and I get that, but it's where his channel I got this from. So yeah, I joined 2 days ago. So
cool. Yeah. Wits is one of the moderators here. He's a cool dude.
Yeah. So that's where I got the Discord link from. So
just want to say I've been listening for a minute, and I like how you responded to my absurd questions. And we like to test people's metal around here sometimes, and ask questions and see how they respond. I gotta say, man, you responded perfectly. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Aces in my book, bro.
Yeah. It is what it is. Like I say, I always go by heart. Yeah. And my own perspective, and that's it. So
that's cool.
But I know
man. It's good to have you here, man. I'm really enjoying what you're. I'm enjoying what you're spitting out. Good stuff.
For real.
Well, I'm enjoying being here so far. So it's good to know like-minded people. What's the matter? Excuse me, guys.
Hey, you
I
guys.
heard the bow. I thought somebody else was hot micing, but it was him.
Hey, you guys. I seen you put up the girls' night advertisement. Are you guys starting to do that again?
Ladies' night? No,
like
no.
Friday.
We had a ladies' night on Friday, but holy shit, it was like 6 hours long. I recorded it, but I think I fell asleep toward the end because it was.
Yeah, Helio doesn't like the ladies.
That's bullshit.
I was just curious if you were doing it. My fiance had asked, and she wanted to make the out so she could be on here, and she could chat with you guys.
No, definitely
resume doing that.
Ladies' night is still on every Friday at 4 p.m. Central. Yeah, it's still on.
I'm gonna let her know. Hey, thank you guys for what you do.
No, thank you for participating.
All right, y'all. Be blessed. Have a good day.
No problem. We do this as a public service. And there's a selfish reason, because we like to do it. It's fun.
Yeah, but it's also, giving people opportunity to find out for themselves.
Yeah, sure. And that's why, like somebody it was Jen that said, it was over in the other server just fighting with those guys all night. I was like, well, have at that shit. I have no desire to go over there and fight with these idiots. What we try to do is promote this Discord and our several different platforms to recruit new people in here that are not familiar with the conversation, or maybe some people that are flat earthers that haven't really had the opportunity to speak their mind. So yeah, we can set up formal debates or anything like that, but for the most part, we're waiting for new people to join us and have an open dialogue. We're not here to fight with globies all day. That would kind of defeat the purpose of what we're here for. Because everybody that knows about this Discord and the channel knows that we're not globies. But if you have any questions about why we don't think the Earth is a globe, get your ass in here and ask the questions. And by the way, like Drace is like, hey, he said, "Ladies' night never stops." Yeah, there's always ladies in here to talk to. So if your wife wants to talk to some ladies, we can. It doesn't have to happen on Friday. We can make it happen anytime. Yeah, and to back him up, Karma said, "And we ladies love welcoming new ladies on ladies' night." But it doesn't have to happen on Friday. we created Ladies' Night because there's so many dudes in here just like talking a lot of shit all the time. So we just we separate that time for the Flat Earth ladies to shine. We got you, Karma. I'm awake too long. That's how I'm doing, Karma. Disco keeps me. Disco. Hey, I think it's time for a song. You guys want to listen to a song? Should we listen to? Anybody have a recommendation? Post it in the live stream voice text.
Get on Game Pass now. Are you sure?
So doing karaoke?
Are you sure, okay?
No karaoke, no. But we can. I can play a song.
It's not here.
It is. It's there. Just search it. It's there.
Hey, have you heard my? Hey, PK, have you heard my some of my parodies?
I've not, obviously. Yeah, 2 days in. Let's listen.
All right, well, let's listen to one of my parodies. All right, how about
Let's go.
Let's see. I was thinking about playing this one earlier.
Here, what's that mean?
Excuse me a minute.
Is that his wife like talking to the background? That's cool. I like it. Let's here's one of my parodies that you might like. That's pretty cool. Can't even type.
What we having here, Yellow? What we having?
That's me. I mean, that's me. That's one of my parodies. That's what I'm saying.
Well, hey, I'm all ears. Hey, my grandfather said to me once, you're born with 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Yeah, listen on in.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
That song is so funny, man. It's funny.
That was mint, Helio.
Hey, Helio. Thank you very much.
I like it. I like it's funny. It's good stuff.
It's great. Well done.
Yeah, check my YouTube channel. Me and another,
Good advertisement.
yeah, well, I was just gonna say, check.
No.
Advertisement. This is my YouTube channel too. I have two, and this is one of them. We're talking live on this YouTube channel, which is 24/7 Discord Live. But I used to do a podcast with one of the other moderators here. His name is Ron Schickelson. And all of those episodes are on the Helio Skeptic channel. So,
thank you very much anyway. I enjoyed that. You know, that's why I muted my mic and just listen to that, you know.
No, that's cool. Hey.
Hey.
What's the next? I can play some more audio. It doesn't have to be one of my songs. I can play. I have shitloads of music. I can play all my shit. But I was asking for someone to recommend something in live stream voice text to play.
Any takers?
Yeah, I know Dre's can play. Go ahead. Play it.
Here we go.
I enter with a heavenly glow, ready to go. Eyes on anybody that be stepping too close to my job bubble. Trouble is always a stone's throw. Learn the hard way, even those close to turn cold. Now the child's grown, I can see the world around me's vicious. This is a world when fathers rape their own children, when men millions and somehow get away with theft, treason, murder, trafficking of slaves, where little kids are violated inside cages while crooked politicians getting paid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. It's been 10 years since they got away with 9/11. Still begging the question, what about building 7? Facing henchmen with my brethren and my sisterin. Hear our footsteps glowing in the distance. You hear that? That's the sound of the resistance. Modern revolutionary, steady on a mission. Listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. I said listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. They call for world peace, but the fire won't cease. Presidents on television lying through his teeth. A wolf in sheep's clothing, killer in disguise. Since when a warmongers awarded peace prizes, I realized that most people here are hypnotized. Mass media making mass murder seem justified. Terror. Gotta kill the terrorists. Oh, you wanna protest? Now you want a terrorist. Oh, you wanna live here, slave? Get on your knees. Get your vaccine and RFID. See your freedom here has its limitations. We don't wanna see no protests or demonstrations. A cops will lock you up with no hesitation. And we make money off you rotting in a cage. Here we make the laws and you're in clear violation. Now be a good little slave and drink your Kool-Aid. I said hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. I said hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list.
And not prior to that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just bullshit.
Lovely. Poetry in motion.
Wait, Karma said if anyone can make their way to Iceland, she is going to cook for us and bake. So we're going to have a full spread. I don't know what they cook in Iceland, but I'm sure it's pretty good.
I don't think they do much cooking in Iceland. I think they have it raw, don't they? Yeah?
Well, if Karma and Drace can make it to Texas, we're going to smoke some meat and then bake ourselves.
Yeah, but I'm just listening to what I've heard of my friends, you know.
I agree. We're gonna smoke some weed. I agree, Hank. We're gonna smoke some weed.
Yeah,
you're gonna smoke some weed in Texas.
Yeah. The herb that's been turned into a drug, right? That one.
Damn it, y'all niggas almost crazy as me. Almost.
Yo, that rap was fire, actually.
Yeah, who was that? Drace, can you open your mic and tell us about that? I'd never heard that song before. That was pretty badass. Carmen, you know something about that? Oh, all the way up. Oh, okay, cool. Let me well, you're gonna have to send me the link.
Yeah, we're gonna move to Iceland and claim Middle Earth.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go to the true north. Eh?
That's right.
Come on, let's all go to the true north, brothers. Come on, sisters. Let's go. Hey, let's go north.
Did you see that? Did you see that video, Terrarium Firma? I think it's one of the first ones he did about Middle Earth, and it was about the old Atlantis.
Yep. Yep. Saw that. It's interesting, really, isn't it? You know, it's like we say this now. We've got this a flat plane, yeah, within the ice, yeah, and you look across Antarctica, and you've got something like us, the same, all the same systems, yeah, across the whole thing, you know, and they don't let us travel anywhere but east or west, blah, 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 you know? But yeah. Anyway, that's just something I've always thought was very interesting, you know. You know, they create a treaty, Antarctic treaty, you know, all these countries under the same bullshit. Why can't we go that far? Because we'll see the truth. That's why.
In the long and short of it, that's what it is, isn't it? Like, you've got your face.
We all know what's beyond that.
Hey, you guys ready for another song?
What song is that, friend? I'll sing your song. Can I sing
your
song?
It was a request from the live stream voice texts.
Are you live, Elo? Are you live?
Always.
I just checked out Elio Skeptic.
Always. Well, no. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live is my live channel. I do have Helioskeptic channel.
Yeah.
But the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live is also my channel. I'll put that link while we're listening
send
to
me a
this.
link. Just send me a link. I'll jump in there. I'll give you a nice
Sessions
up.
Live. Oh, yeah.
Support you all the way.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up.
I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound?
Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down.
This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they've been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve.
Even if you get in a spaceship, all the way up.
You let the ceiling.
All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
Especially people who work for the NHS, like absolute years.
Yeah, I like that one, man. That was pretty badass.
That was great. That was great. So Elio, send me a link of your channel, dude.
Bro, I just put it in live stream voice text. Didn't
All
I?
right. There we go.
Especially
I'll go
it's
there.
like you
Don't
work
worry.
through a
Hey.
pandemic.
There's another good one if you want. Trace has the link.
Oh wait, well, no, I didn't actually. I put it in the. I put it in live stream voice.
And Drace has got a whole bunch of songs on his
I got you.
YouTube that are really good.
I got you.
Yeah,
That's true. His
Drace and
songs are
Carmen.
awesome.
Go ahead.
But I was saying, the new artist we were playing earlier, he has another one of those loaded up and ready to go with Steve Grant. If you want to hear, I fucking love it. By the way,
Is that guy from Iceland?
who? Steve Grant?
No, Steve. No. I know he's not from Iceland, but
Who do you think is from Iceland?
I know you guys are from Iceland. But I'm just.
Yeah, who are you asking was from Iceland? Now I'm really curious.
Who played the last song? I'd never heard that song before, so I was. I know. Are they?
It's an
Anyway,
American. The song that Drace played was an American lady we recently found. I think her name is pronounced Alay Cray or something like that.
you about to play some Steve
Okay.
Grant? You about to play
And
some
she has
Steve Grant?
collab with Steve Grant. It's like two of them. And this one is one of my favorite songs with her. So can we play it? You guys have to hear this.
Please go ahead and play it.
Go, Drace.
This is Aldous Huxley, a man haunted by a vision of hell on earth. A searing social critic, Mr. Huxley, 27 years ago, wrote Brave New World.
Love
A
it.
novel that predicted
Already
that
love
one
it.
day the entire
Awesome.
world would live under a frightful
Give me funny
dictatorship.
feelings.
You'll find out why in a moment.
Welcome to New Age, age of renegade machines, the child of the new world and fascist regimes. Remnants of the Third Reich lurk behind the scenes, training all the puppets and then pulling on their strings. It's a dark, dark circus where the serpent man a king, feeding on the energy of creatures in the kingdom, on the people and the cattle and the fishes and the sheep. Daily mass genocide while most of the people sleep. It's a cold-blooded, murderous, money-hungry beast, creeping through the tapestry of everything we see, from the schools to the hospitals, the malls and the screens at the supermarket, on the covers of the magazines, and the EMFs every day raining on our brains, and the GMOs tailored to affect our DNA, and the DSM criteria to diagnose your state, and the drugs and the water meant to keep us all sedated. So well-planned kill man, never gonna give a damn, murder off a whole race quick just to claim land. No shame, old game, propaganda campaign, tricking you to pick a side when it's all the same thing. Red team, blue team, ready, set, go. Muhammad sees both, they're under the same control. Big money, blood money, brotherhood, an empire built upon lies, lies. Never rising from the ashes to cut through the facades, never bowing down to the self-appointed gods, step into their armies against all odds, and the tidal wave of revolution will not be stopped. It's a preordained sure thing happening right now, coming from the kingdom and the kingdom's coming down. It's about time, wake minds, never gonna take mine. All about peace, but make no mistake, when assaulted by something else, don't hesitate to act and defend myself. I don't wait for any signal except inside me, and I'm grateful that I listen to these. Cause it's a well-planned kill man, never gonna give a damn, murder off a whole race quick just to claim land. No shame, all game, propaganda campaign, tricking you to pick a side when it's all the same thing. Red team, blue team, ready, set, go. Behind the scenes both, they're under the same control. Big money, blood money, brotherhood ties, an empire built upon lies, lies.
I'm in a wasteland and the sky's all black. I'm out here searching for a child's lost left. My third eye's like a cyclops blast, and it's coming out the forehead of my God Fox mask. Yeah, God's my path while this world's spinning in panic. Every boy's autistic, each girl is riddled with cancer. They murdering these infants, then they get to a hamper. Birds living in traffic lights, these squirrels are sitting on cameras, ripping the plants up from the garden. Aluminum's in the rain, stop using these cosmetics, it'll ruin your beautiful face. They brutally mutilate us, and they're using the human race. And if you be refusing the truth, then a funeral for you is made. This shit is logical, this shit ain't philosophical. 1936, these German kids were filling hospitals, while Hitler had these Nazis building Hannibals, pushing buttons, flicking their switches and flipping their modules.
Well-planned kill man, never gonna give a damn, murder off a whole race quick just to claim land. No shame, old game, propaganda campaign, tricking you to pick a side when it's all the same thing. Red team, blue team, ready, set, go. Muhammad sees both, they're under the same control. Big money, blood money, brotherhood ties, an empire built upon lies, lies.
She has so many good ones. She has another one with Steve Grant, by the way.
Play another one, please.
Man,
that was pretty badass. That was pretty badass. If she has another one, go ahead and fucking. That was pretty badass.
She has so many, and they're so good.
Enjoyed that.
Forget about fire. That was lava.
It was great.
And I should know, we've had months and months back.
Turn all the lights on, got my bright song, got a tight grip on me like a python. I remember there's a reason that I write songs, cutting through the darkness, trying to right wrongs. I got a world to save, I got a job to do. You gotta like mine, wanna talk to you. Don't just wanna talk, wanna walk the truth. And all that I do, put my heart into. I'm risking my neck out of love and respect. On another level, wanna take it to the next. Putting all the so-called kings in check, with all of my soldiers on deck. I'll be on the front line like I'm Joan of Arc. Bright sparks that I'm known to start. Taking charge and I'm leaving a mark. They're bumping this shit up in Mars, taking it far. Speaking for planet Earth, she's being hurt and I'm fighting for her. Light warrior, I will not desert. I be out here putting in work, speaking the truth, reaching the youth. Speaking to them and I'm speaking to you. Whole lot of work that we all need to do. Time that we all come through and make moves. More days of doing nothing, no more watching from the side. There's a war between good and evil. It's time that you decide. When they got you in that crowd, do you bow or do you rise? Are you one of those who resists or who complies? No more time here for denial. No more swallowing their lies. No more fueling this monstrosity that preys on our demise. It's time we take this outside and open up our eyes. Identify the strings and cut the ties.
I'm out here every day, going hard cause it's all I know. Ghost Rider, ask about me, been around for a minute, still I go hard, I'm in beast mode. Ain't no other way for me. Been in these streets, still fighting for peace. Hoping and praying that we could be free. Corruption and lies, a clever disguise. Spraying us daily, looking the skies, injecting our crops. When will it stop? Country is broken, no trust in the cops. Protect the serves, a thing of the past. Militant minds corrupting the best. Setting the stage for violence and rage. Making it harder for us to get paid. There's no jobs, they cutting back. Economy's all out of whack. Middle class almost don't exist. You either rich or you poor as piss. Pump my fist and go ape shit. Crack the code to this matrix. There's no fear in me, this tyranny won't catch me being complacent.
More days of doing nothing, no more watching from the side. There's a war between good and evil. It's time that you decide. When they got you in that crowd, do you bow or do you rise? Are you one of those who resists or who complies? No more time here for denial. No more swallowing their lies. No more fueling this monstrosity that preys on our demise. It's time we take this outside and open up our eyes. Identify the strings and cut the ties.
Hey yo, for real though, you think I wanna be in the streets with a mask on getting called a freak? Think I wanna walk around wide awake while I watch the world fall asleep? Think I wanna risk my life every day cause the things that I say, and I'm walking away that some claim ain't really safe, but I still do what I gotta do, I'm brave, I ain't afraid. Think it's a game, think it's a joke, and that's okay, motherfucker, I don't. I look in the eyes of these children and cry, feel what they feel, I know the demise, I know that their time is limited. Why we into this? Because we're missing it. We look with our eyes, but our minds are visionless. Look at the fashion, look at the classroom, the rap and the culture. Now look at the facts, look at the maggots, look at the vultures. I step forward to show you that we all must care. I chose to live my life like this because there's no more days
of doing nothing, no more watching from the side. There's a war between good and evil. It's time that you decide. When they got you in that crowd, do you bow or do you rise? Are you one of those who resists or who complies? No more time here for denial. No more swallowing lies. No more fueling this monstrosity that preys on our demise. It's time we take this outside and open up our eyes. Identify the strings and cut the ties.
Nice.
Man, if that doesn't make you want to buck the system, I don't know what will.
Awesome. You're either on a requesting your chat channel, live stream voice text, you know.
And did you guys see the thing in Belgium and in Brussels the other day? They're fighting so hard about the. I mean, it happened on the news, so it just happened on the news, right? But there's some shit, going on in Belgium. And in France as well. There are people pissed about these mandates, bro.
Oh yeah, it's all over the world at the moment. There's a lot of people fighting back, isn't there? So I work in the mental health sector myself, so I'm fighting that as well. I was by 31st of March. No, I'm saying by the 31st of March, yeah. I'll be out of a job that I've worked so hard in the past 10 years in mental health, yeah? Helping people, the most vulnerable people, as you call them, in society. But because I don't want the vaccination.
Are you in England?
I'm in England, yeah.
Yeah, that's so they've given you ultimatum? Say
Yes.
you have to get the vaccine by
Yes.
the 31st of
Yes.
March?
Yes. By 1st of
Oh.
April, the consensus is. But I won't. Yeah. I'm not going to have that vaccine. I don't want that poison.
God.
I don't want that shit, you know?
Well, I mean, we still have a couple months till then. I mean, there's going to be a lot of shit going on.
But the
We'll
point
see
I'm
what
making
happens.
is 10 years in looking after the most vulnerable people.
Hey, bro, like I said, I mean,
You know what
there's
I mean?
been some shit going on in France and Belgium
Yep.
that
It's all
people
over
are
the
getting
world.
pissed, and it's already happened in England as well. You know,
Oh,
people are
yeah.
getting pissed off
Oh,
about
yeah.
this shit.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
So
I was trying to talk about the protests in France. They've been going on since before the whole CV-19
Of
thing.
course it has. But the
That's
point
true.
is,
That's true.
we're
They've
looking
been,
at what's
they've
happening
been
now.
protesting their prime minister, right? He's some sort of Rothschild banker. I can't remember his name. I want to say Macron.
Macron. Yeah, Macron went a
yeah.
long time ago, didn't he? So
Yeah, but they've been protesting like nonstop, like
there's a lot of
always
people
protesting.
doing this, you know, and I've been doing the same, you know, protests against it. It's like, listen, it's my choice, yeah. If I don't want to put that poison in me, I have a choice, yeah, under human rights, yeah. Magna Carta.
Well, even though we might agree with you, we can't really talk about it on live stream, unfortunately, because the way the censorship.
We can talk about general news. I mean, this shit is on news. I mean, this is what people are doing now. As far as our opinion about like details about the whether that might or might not help you, we can actually talk about something that's on the mainstream news.
But one thing I'm saying is that, you know, no matter what, yeah, I could lose my job at 31st of March, yeah, but I'm sticking to my guns, yeah, my morals, yeah. I'm sticking to
I don't
me.
blame
I
you.
could, I could lose a job of 10 years, by the way, yeah. This is serious shit, yeah. You got to understand that, you know.
Kind of sucks.
You know, but hey, I've accepted it, you know, because I got to stick to my morals, my guns, my who I am, and what I believe in. Yeah, I've got to stick to that. Yeah, doesn't matter what these people do, or what they say. Yeah, they'll never bring me down. I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't want that poison.
Can't bring me down. I don't know what they're trying to say.
My school
Hey,
tried.
hey, there's a big fat finger going up their ass. I'm telling you.
Can't nobody hold my pride.
Seriously.
I'm
Oh,
with you on
no.
that one, bro.
I've got
I'm
to
with you.
keep on moving.
Hey, I'm a guy searching for truth, man. You know what I mean? Not for this narrative, you know.
That song, have you ever heard that before? That song that I just sang was shit. I can't remember the name of the band now.
Get your shit together.
Me down. No, I'll never get my shit together. If you try to force me, I'm coming after you.
Yeah, exactly. Don't tell me what to do. Hey, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. You're trying to control me.
Yeah, me and Helio go back a long time. He knows I'm joking.
I'm joking.
And I'm just
I'm not joking.
fucking with both of you.
Yeah.
No, this kind of it's like a lot of times when I'm listening to you guys go back and forth, songs just pop in my head, you know. And it's I can't think of the name of the band. They had a song going, "You can't bring me down." Starts with a P, but I can't fucking remember the name of the band.
I put a recommendation in there. Helio, I put a recommendation in a live stream, yeah? I'm on the fence.
Oh, you put one?
Yeah. In the live stream voice chat, I put a recommendation in there, but I'm a bit on the fence about the guy's intentions, but still, some of the things he says is quite interesting, you know? So, yeah.
Are you talking about for a video to play?
No, just music. We were doing music, so I put it in the lines with the music we were playing. So I put you a link in there. You know.
No,
in the live stream voice text. Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. I don't see anything
Scroll
you
up, dude.
posted.
Keep scrolling up.
Come on. There must be someone around here who pass gold to.
Someone's someone's just reposted it. Drace equals love, wisdom, harmony.
Oh, it's the Tom McDonald song?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Drace, go ahead, Drace. You can go ahead and play it.
I'm on the fence with this guy, but you know, some of the things he lives.
Well, he just played songs by this guy.
Yeah.
So
He's quite interesting. He's a quite interesting guy, you know, regardless, you know, on the fence or not, you know. So yeah, I thought I'd put that in there. Back in a second, guys.
Half the country fell asleep, but they scream woke. We're distracted by vaccines and TV shows. Politics, celebrity, gossip, popular, neat quotes. Black lives, white lives, which lives mean most? We only dedicate one day to remember our fallen soldiers, the men and women who died young. But if you come out the closet as Caitlyn Jenner, you're a hero and you get a whole Pride Month. The most dangerous pandemic's propaganda from these clowns. Only mask that's gonna save us is duct tape on their mouths. Don't speak. We don't need to defund police, need to defund the media who lies through their teeth like Big Pharma doesn't cure you, dog, cause every patient that gets cured is a customer lost. And big oil runs the world, the only wars that get fought are with the countries who have natural resources they want. Heard him claiming if a white man braids his hair and likes rap, he's appropriating culture. But if a white man acts too white, he's white trash, he's a racist, he's a bigot, he's a monster. Let's just have the conversation. Not every liberal is dumb, not all Republicans are racist. The government wants everybody fighting with their neighbors cause they know that if we get along, we'll probably go against them. They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me. How did monkeys become people and people turned into sheep? They put fluoride in the water that's keeping us all asleep. Claim they want what's best for us, I find it hard to believe. Cause they've been selling us cigarettes since we was 18. Fake news, fake woke, distract and divide. You're either right or you're left, or you're black or you're white. Big tech don't need a microchip to hack in your life, cause the phone inside your pocket is a tracking device. And I don't know what I'm more sick of, rappers or Joe Biden looking like he ate 100 Xanax for dinner. Cause censoring the president and kicking him off Twitter is a bigger threat to freedom than foreign ballistic missiles. You don't trust the police or the government, but you want people giving up their right to own a firearm. Why would you be comfortable if police and the government the only people on the planet with the right to buy a gun? White privilege getting amplified to reinforce division. It convinces white people that they're favored by their skin, and black people getting angry because they're told they're treated different. So the conflict is between us and never with the system. Let's just have the conversation. Not every liberal is dumb, not all Republicans are racist. The government wants everybody fighting with their neighbors because they know that if we get along, we'll probably go against them. They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me. Step 1, train the people only to consume. Step 2, infiltrate adults with the news. Step 3, indoctrinate the children through the schools and the music and the apps on the phones that they use. Step 4, separate the right from the left. Step 5, separate the white from the black. Step 6, separate the rich from the poor. Use religion and equality, separate them more. Step 7, fabricate a problem, made a lie. Step 8, put it on the news every night. Step 9, when people start to fight and divide, take control. This is called situational design. They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me.
Okay, that's the first time I heard that, and that was really good.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a bit on the fence with him, you know what I mean? But I don't know. You know, I'm not
Latter
watching
Day
a lot,
Saints is great, man.
you know?
He's
But-
got Tom McDonald's got a lot of really good songs that have a lot of truth in them.
Yeah.
But I understand a lot of people don't like his style, so I get it.
I was fine with it.
I'm just on the fence with it, you know what I mean? So I don't believe everything, you know what I mean? He's got some points, yeah, it's relatable, but you've always got to put, you've got oppositions that are out there, you know what I mean? Paid oppositions, but hey, what do I know? But
Yeah, Drace, his style is not my first choice, but he does it so well, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, there you go. So
Yeah, for sure.
for me, like I said, I'm on the fence with him, but I do what he's singing about. I can relate to in a sense, but like I said, there's a lot of paid opposition out there, you know, just to do this very thing, you know. It's like the goal.
Well, I mean, the truth. Well, I've always heard it said that the truth is self-evident. And you know, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But you know, I just go on that the truth is self-evident because you don't know who you're talking to. I mean, it could be you.
Exactly.
But even if it's true, what you gonna do? You can't do
Exactly.
nothing. You
Exactly.
can't do nothing. Yeah. So
You just gotta keep your
I
mind
don't ever
open.
talk
That's
about
what you
that
do.
really. And yeah.
Keep your mind open. That's all you
Yeah.
gotta do. Is keep your mind open.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'm on. He makes a lot of good points, but I know there's a lot of paid opposition in this world.
Can you hear me?
Who were put in there.
Yeah, we can hear you, Drace.
Okay, I'm
To
gonna
gaslight.
play my song that's essentially about Tom McDonald. Yo, Grace, 24/7
Another
flat
good one is
Discord.
fake
Long
woke.
on the beat. This is for all those diet woke rappers out there who think they're talking about the truth, but they don't even know what they're standing on. Yeah. I might be new to this, but I'm calling you out, Tom McDonald. You and your Rockefeller wife. Bring it. This is the start of it. I don't serve the parliament. I don't have a claim to know all of it, but at least I can admit when reality doesn't fit your religion, I can quit.
Diet woke, cannot face the truth it holds. Diet woke,
cannot face the truth it holds. Sorry, Tom. I don't mean to offend you, bro. I like your music. I just don't trust those that lie by omission. If you're truly independent, address the issue. Though it's a claim, it's such a shame. Its defense is so lame. You think it's just a game with answers unattained. You flail around in vain while you're living on a plane.
Diet woke, cannot face the truth it holds. Diet woke,
cannot face the truth it holds. I saw your spaceman impression. How can you push that deception? You're just like them, an actor. Truth for you, not a factor. Not impressive. I see why you need the antidepressives. This is not a game. I don't do this for the fame or the money that is lame. Your antics are inane. The truth will play your name. Just try to back your claim. Your globe is all the same. We both know you can't. All you can is rap like a child throwing a tantrum, parroting from the classroom. We all learned the same in school, but you were raised to be a fool. You're married into the family behind this, Tom. Is ignorance bliss? Just know this. The globe lacks all substance. But I understand the reluctance. The truth comes with a stigma, but it's the vaccine to terminal ligma. A lie will take its soul, turn you into troll. A truth will free your soul, release you from control. Fill that empty hole like water in a bowl. The truth should be your goal if you wanna be whole.
Diet woke, cannot face the truth it holds. Diet woke,
cannot face the truth it holds. It's easy. Come to the Discord. We can show you the loose ends and you can unravel the lie yourself. You don't need to believe us. The truth is apparent for all who look. They just don't teach you from that book. You don't need to believe, don't be that naive. It's easy to be deceived when sophistry is weaved. The whole globe is assumed and preconceived. To grieve is normal, but the fallacy informal. You're not abnormal, you're just a mortal, forgetting what is moral. I just hope you see the truth. They listen to you, the youth. But if you prefer to eat propaganda, I hope you break a tooth. Peace.
Man, that was straight to the heart. I got a question for Drace. After you said the V word, did you say enigma? I didn't catch that word.
Terminal ligma, like lick my balls?
Oh, okay.
Which is why I chuckle at that line every time.
Okay, well, that settles that. I didn't quite expect that one. Man, that's funny.
Willis has entered the chat. What's funny?
What's funny?
Laughing. Who's laughing?
Helio. What was Helio laughing about?
Yeah, It was Drace's lyrics. I asked Drace what that word was.
What is it here?
He said, Hank asked him about Enigma, and he said, no, it was Lickma.
That was a delayed
Terminal
response.
No, I was outside smoking and listening, so that's why it's delayed. That was
Okay. No, I'm
fucking
with you,
hilarious, though. That was
Okay.
hilarious. I love it. I love it. That was funny.
Yeah, I was definitely vibing with that song. And the part where Drace and Karma were singing together, that part's called the hook, right, you guys?
Yeah, a part of a song that's just like, that's a hook. Yeah.
Okay.
Either
Yeah,
the
that's
hook
pretty
or the
damn catchy. That could be a big time bug in somebody's ear.
But it's already a bug in mine. I think we can listen to it again.
Yeah, great job, Drace and Karma.
Yeah, that was good. I like it. That was a really good one.
I mean, the song I always listen to from Drace and Karma, and you guys probably know this, and that's The System. That one's awesome. I love Karma's voice and her accent. It's just so lovely. But yet, I don't know. It's like you can kind of tell that. Oh, I think Karma said one time there's a nice karma and a not nice karma. I forget how she put it, but she said that one time.
I was talking about the saying "karma's a bitch," and I'm like, that's a different karma. That's not me.
Oh, I thought he said there was like two sides to you sometimes. Like you can be that way if you need to.
Oh,
I
I
remember it wrong.
No, but you're right about that. Like if I need to, I can do what we call in Icelandic "setningun á teppið," where you put somebody on the rug, so to speak. For instance, I need to be careful when I am assertive and being like, "Hey, now's enough." I need to be careful.
What is that? You put somebody on the Did you say put somebody on the rug?
That's the direct translation. Yeah, it's kind of like you make somebody sit their ass down on the carpet. That's a saying we have. It's basically like when you give somebody a talking to, kind of, or you're like setting down the foot.
That's how I fought growing up. I would just put them on the ground and tell them not to get up. That's literally how I fought growing
Do
up.
you really want to do this? That's what.
Like it's not literal. It's like it's an idiom. Just like when you say, "I'm putting my foot down," you don't usually stomp your foot, but you know.
I like it. I still like it anyway. I like it. Put them on the rug.
We have a bunch of really good ones.
Are all your songs on SoundCloud? Because I think I need to use SoundCloud more than YouTube, just because I can make a better playlist probably or something.
I know Drace has all of our songs on YouTube. I don't know how much he has on SoundCloud, but I have been working on a different one with, like, Creation Bear was making a song, so I did a little bit.
No, I heard
of
about
it.
that.
So I'm looking forward to that coming out. We just did that like yesterday. The recordings finally had time for that.
That's great.
I love that Creation Bear song too. Can you play that one?
The 10 Flat Commandments.
Hey, Elio.
I thought you said
already
that wasn't
played
your
that one.
cup of tea.
No, I thought there was another one too. Not
Yeah,
He's
well,
a great artist.
Another one.
What do you reckon to this saying that I've got? Yeah, a man that gets paid for the truth, then his intent is a lie.
Somebody fucking with me right now?
No, I'm not.
Oh man, I just read Drace's comment. Oh crap. So yeah, he said all my songs are on YouTube. I haven't put them all on SoundCloud since I rebelled against them when they told me The System was not our song. I was like, fuck you. I get it, dude. For sure. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the song I'd want on my playlist. Well, damn. So you can't put that one on SoundCloud? That sucks if that's the case.
Hey, truth cannot be bought. You know?
No, I usually just download them from YouTube.
Yeah, but are you saying that SoundCloud won't let you upload some of these songs that you
He said, this is what he said. Since I rebelled against them when they told me the system, his song, was not his song. So he was like, "Fuck you." I get it. I'd be like,
Yeah, I copyright strike on the
On
SoundCloud
SoundCloud?
or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Based on the system, and I told them I had the license from the YouTube thing, showed them the thing, and they just nah.
"Wow,
didn't reply,
Fucking
and I was
assholes.
like, okay.
that's unfortunate."
I'm just on YouTube, and I put it on YouTube. They also said like, hey, and I was like, here's the license, and YouTube was like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I get strikes from YouTube sometimes, and they're like, they give me these strikes sometimes and say, "Hey, well, there was nudity on your channel." And I'm just like, "No, there wasn't. Who the fuck told you there was nudity? It was the
So-
bot, flagged my channel, and so I."
Helio.
It's happened twice in the past couple months, and I'm like, no, nobody's posting nudity on my, on.
So, Helio, were you talking about Creation Bear's one of his other songs, Space Ghost?
Yeah, it wasn't the
Where it
the
talks
one.
about the Black Swan.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
That's the one you want to hear? Because I got it right in front of me. I'll play
Yeah,
it
go
for
ahead
you.
and play that one. That's good. That's good. I liked it.
The Black Swan. Hey, we all know.
Creation Bear is the shit.
Yeah, he is, for sure.
He's really good. Yeah.
He's our resident sound
Soundboard player.
soundboard guy. Yeah,
Yep.
he does all
That's super fun.
I was doing some experiments last night with the soundboard, but I don't got nowhere near the skill or the tracks that he's got.
All right, I got it ready. Here we go.
Let's do it.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw, we take his rolls, throw him in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on the flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings you can't front with us. I can't fuck with your wig split. Pill cock this, hill globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan. He put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach. Down in the rabbit hole, to go deep. Like on the clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he like a dop and then a dip. Wow. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's about proofs. In a book, your grandma turned FE on Facebook. I got that proof, no Captain Hook. Replay it. Let me hear it.
Oh, what's up?
Creation Bear, come on, man.
Oh, I don't know. I just played what was on SoundCloud.
That was good. That's good. I love it.
It's super fast. The stuff I used to listen to sounds like Sesame Street in comparison.
Yeah, shout out to
I like the
Creation Bear.
Yeah, he's deafened and muted, but yeah, I want to say that I think that conscious rap came around for a little while, and then in my opinion, it died out, right? And I think
what is conscious rap? What does that refer to?
You ever heard somebody say like Tupac is real? You ever heard that?
I think so, but it kind of everybody started saying that though for everything.
Well, that just takes away from certain rappers are telling the truth out there, right? but I think this is the resurgence because this is it's like a new genre, right? Because the flat earth genre, it's like all inclusive. Like you could have like country sounding songs, rap, metal, right? But it's all flat earth. So it's kind of like an all inclusive genre. But my point was that the conscious rap died out and it never should have, right? Because it was making young men learn the vocabulary, right? And women too. Learn the vocabulary and learn how to use it and like, properly speak and everything. And that's why I used to love rap, because the way that they would put their words together. Right. And
Yeah, it's like poetry.
exactly. Yeah, rap. That's what it is. Yeah, you're just putting some words together, right? George Carlin is famous for rapping, believe it or not.
No,
like when he's doing a stand up, right? He ain't got no music, but he's rapping. If you look up the definition of rap, that's what he's doing. Like he starts going on a little flow, and he ain't got none of that shit written down. He's just, got it memorized.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what conscious rap is. What George Carlin was doing, what Tupac was doing in the early days. Well, it's not really like a flow off the head, but like it's a flow of words that gives like a specific. Let me look up the definition.
Okay. This is cool. I like hearing about this.
Okay, the first definition, let's see, American heritage, a talk, conversation, or discussion.
Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on.
It's the 10 Black Commandments.
Sorry, everyone.
Let it go.
Tell me about this herb.
All right. It was an accident. Sorry, Hank. Hold on to that thought for after.
My real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beauty shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. There's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure.
Otherwise you're telling lies. And if the man catch on, then your answer's gone.
Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. Yeah, B. In the lobby. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
That's what's up. Shout out 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Thank you, CB.
Woo woo.
Tough, bro.
All right. So anyway, what were you saying before, Hank? Please say you remember. You wrote it down.
I'll write it down. It's off the top of the dome every time. Bring it live.
All right.
We were talking about George Carlin, and I a short clip that we should listen to. It's only about 3 minutes long. You guys want to hear it?
Sure.
Let's do it. Yeah.
There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. Mm-hmm. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important
Nobody
land.
laughing.
They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for
That
the Senate,
guy's
the
beautiful
Congress, the
people.
state houses, the city halls, the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about
It's
all
like,
the
is this a comedy show or a truth telling?
They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get
They
what
clap,
they want.
but they keep
Well,
voting
we
vote
know
for
what
these
they want. They
shitheads
want
every
more
time.
for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And
Listen
you know
how
something?
they're
They'll get it.
applauding
They'll
this.
get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club.
And you ain't in it.
You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue
Best
to
part is
elect
about
these
this
rich
happening.
cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Why the fuck would you clap?
How about that?
And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the
They're
owners
applauding
The
him.
fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes. every day.
That's my favorite
Because
part.
the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Amen, George Carlin. Thank you so much for being.
Can we get a round of applause for George Carlin? Come on, man. That was great.
Amen. Yes. Yes, George Carlin.
For letting these know what the fuck is going on. That's right.
Oh my
Clap.
God, Helio, can you
Clap,
say that
motherfucker.
quote where he said there's a red, white, and blue?
I told you it was coming. I was just like the best part, the red, white, and blue dick being shoved up your ass. Yes, that is my
Oh
favorite
my
part of that.
God.
Yes, yes to no critical thinking. I want you to clap.
And that too.
Damn, we should listen to that over and over and over again till we have that whole thing fucking memorized, yo. It's that good.
I've listened
Oh
to
my
it many
God.
times.
I was just thinking the same thing.
All right, well, let's
Dude.
listen to it again. We can't, if you guys don't mind. Let's listen to
Yes.
yeah.
Can we play the
over
Kiwi
it.
song?
What?
Hey, I've already listened to it a million times. What about people like us that have already listened to it a million times?
Okay, Bone. How about you?
How about you
make a
listen to it on your own
suggestion?
time over and over again? How about
Not
that?
really.
You have to do it together.
Do I have to bring my big red, white, and blue dick and shove it up here?
Yeah, do it.
Your dick is red, white, and blue.
I'm coming to Australia.
Yeah, I want to see a doctor about that.
Ew. I changed my mind.
No, we don't.
Which
have to
side
listen
is
to it again.
blue?
But
Which
I mean, so what do you want to do, Bong? You just
Yeah,
want to
Bong.
you want to
It's like
bloviate
the
all
left
night,
is
all day
blue, the
long?
right part is red.
Karma's like, it's for academic purposes, of course.
Helio.
You don't like democracy? You don't like capitalism?
Well, democracy is a poison. You didn't know that? You didn't know that democracy is a poison on humanity?
Oh, that's your red, white, and blue dick.
No.
They keep showing up everybody's ass.
No, see, that's not. I don't think that was George's point. But democracy and republic,
The illusion of choice.
the illusion of choice. That's what the point was. You know, so
That's what I mean.
democracy is sick. Republic is sick.
Okay. It's like a kid sitting at the table, right? And the parents give the child a choice. You can either have Brussels sprouts or you can have broccoli.
No, wait, no, it's even worse than that. You can either have Brussels sprouts or Brussels sprouts. Make your choice.
That's a good choice, right? Those are good choices. Those right. Right.
We actually have plenty of those kind of words in Icelandic, so I could pull that on the kids.
Yeah.
How's
We
it
have
work in
we have
Iceland?
an original name for banana, which is bjúgaldin, which sounds horrible. And then we call it banana. So I've often asked the kids, like, do you want some bjúgaldin? And they're like, ew, no, what's that? And I'm like, what, you don't like bananas? And they're like, no, give me bananas.
Also, there's a different Icelandic name for banana, and the kid doesn't want a banana until you call it a banana.
He doesn't know the old word nobody uses. Nobody calls the bjúgaldin. Because bjúgu, for instance, is a type of like sausage made from is it made from horse or from what is it made from?
It's
lamb or horse?
Or horse.
What?
Yeah, sheep or horse sausages.
You is also.
And
You guys eat
bjúgu is the
horse
word
in
for
Iceland?
scurvy.
I would be okay with sheep.
Some people eat horse, not us.
I don't think it's bad, to be honest with you.
Well, I guess
meat is meat. Meat is meat.
The word
Whatever.
bjúgu is usually used in connotation with swelling, or it's also very similar to the word scurvy. It's part of the word we use for scurvy. So it sounds very bad, and aldin just means fruit. It's an old word for fruit. We usually use the word ávöxtur.
In
So they
America,
don't recognize either of those old words. I'm teaching them Icelandic at the same time, so it's sneaky.
in America, we use the word democracy for like illusion of choice. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you can say
Bong, you ain't in America. I don't know what you're talking about. You ain't
Willis.
in America.
Bong's being like Willis.
I am everything to everyone.
He's everything to everyone all the time.
American, Icelandic to Icelanders.
How much time have you spent in the United States of America? America.
That's a good question.
Years. I don't know, like 24 years, my whole life. Most of my young life.
Bong in the fast lane.
Bong in the fast lane.
Bong in the fast lane. Everything all the time.
We use words like democracy, capitalism.
Wait, I mean, you've been in so many countries, Bong. Do you even know where you live now? I'm just trying to figure
I
this shit
live
out.
on a flat stationary plane. Yes.
Well,
You
so
know where
long as
you
you
live?
know it's flat, it's fine.
You guys give Bong a break. There's lots of valid
Dude,
criticisms of
no,
American government.
Bong never gives me a break, so I
No.
have to take the piss
We
out of him
all live.
Yep.
every chance I get.
Yep. Yep. That's how it goes. Just like he said. Sorry, Bong.
I'm always
You know
on break,
it's
so I'm
true.
good.
They're not
No,
calling
but
you Big Bong
anyway,
anymore?
but going back to Icelandia, do they? As far as like meat or fruit consumption, we were
We
talking
all
about
live.
consumption of fruit or meat.
You want to
What is this?
You want to try horse?
I don't eat horse.
I wouldn't mind
But I
eating
don't eat sheep
horse.
face or shark either, so.
Okay, let me ask you this though, to be fair. Is horse anything related to what venison tastes like?
Nope.
I haven't really
No.
tried venison. I've once tried turkey and it was overcooked and disgusting.
No, not turkey.
So
Deer.
just saying,
If
I've never tried
you
venison.
haven't
I don't have
tasted
a lot of
my
experience
turkey,
with
I
venison.
can cook turkey like nobody's business.
I mean, like
love my
deer.
turkey.
We eat cow, we eat lamb, we eat a lot of fish, we eat some pig. What else do Icelandic people eat? More fish, lots of
Okay,
fruits,
Bong,
fruits,
did you
vegetables.
answer my question? Does deer taste like horse?
I don't know. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried horse. Tongans eat horse.
I've eaten venison. I don't know. I don't know what horse tastes like.
I know, me
I've never
neither.
eaten horse. I've eaten bear.
I have.
Why y'all worried about eating horse? Y'all know what they allow to put in their Americans' food? Like I've seen people that like move to Germany, they still getting like all the like Cheerios and all the American brands, Pop Tarts. But when they move to Germany, they lose like 30 pounds because there ain't all that bullshit in the food that the American government FDA allows to be put in our food. Poison to be put in our
Okay,
food.
so old dude just confessed to knowing what horse tastes like.
But it's not a bad thing though. I mean, it's
I
not a
guess
bad
not.
thing. I mean, why should it be a bad thing?
I don't know. I guess because to a lot of people, they're pets. That's why it's hard.
Well,
You know.
some people, yeah. I mean, dude, horse.
It's a horse. That's why.
Even a
It's a
sheep
horse.
can be a pet.
It's a horse.
You
That's
can love
why.
any animal.
I guess so.
He
Well,
doesn't know
just
what a
like
horse tastes
people,
like, but he doesn't know what potassium tastes
people
like.
in Asia that
Hey, old
eat
dude.
dogs. They're just like,
Hey,
you
old
don't
dude.
eat a dog because
I got
they're pets.
I
We don't
had
eat
trouble
horse.
with eating Bambi, but I got over it, and I like it. So I mean,
Exactly. That's what I'm
it's a
saying.
process. You have to
No.
unindoctrinate yourself or something. I don't know.
We don't eat horse because they're related to unicorns.
Dude,
Okay.
if the horse is the only meat around where you are, you're gonna have to eat that motherfucker eventually.
Why? Can't you eat potatoes or some shit, something else? Like, why do you have to eat a horse? A magnificent,
Do you
useful
have
animal
do you
can
have
use to ride
potato
around and do
seeds?
anything with.
Where the fuck are you gonna get some potato seeds and wait around long enough for that shit to grow?
Potato seeds? You do know that potatoes grow from potatoes, right?
I do. I'm just making a joke for Bong's sake.
I've been reading the Bible.
Okay, for a second there, I was just trying to imagine a potato seed. That threw me so hard.
I know. I do. See how you see what I do, Carmen. You know.
Hey, go to.
Say there's no such thing as potato
I want
seeds.
to go up and ask the man for potato
They're a
seeds.
mummy
Right? And a bucket
Potato
of
seeds. Oh my
while
god.
you're on it. Okay.
See, I did
Can I
that
do
to
some
flip
potato
everybody
seeds
out
and a
because
bucket
there's
of
no
steam?
fucking such thing as potato seeds.
What you
Anyway,
say? A bucket of steam and potato seeds? Yeah.
nah, how about horse seeds? Can you grow a horse from a horse seed?
Yuck, disgusting, man. What are you talking about? Ew, disgusting.
Yeah, you guys do not want to go to a horse ranch. You guys do not want to see how horses are made at the horse ranch. I guarantee.
Yeah, I guarantee that shit too. Like freaking Kentucky Fried Chicken. You don't want to know how the chickens are made either.
What I'm saying is, you don't have to like eat a horse. You know what I mean? Come on, man. All this food, and you're gonna go eat a horse.
Wait, no, what if I did
This whole
want to eat a
conversation
horse?
is
I've
getting
never
annoying.
eaten a horse, but I'm
Oh,
pretty sure that if I was starving, I would eat the fuck out of a horse.
I agree
yeah.
with that. I will have to
Yeah.
say yes.
So if you're starving, right? You'd probably be out of bullets, right? How are you gonna kill the horse? Because if you had bullets, you wouldn't be
I'll slit that
starving.
motherfucker's throat. I'll slaughter it,
Damn.
just like you do cattle.
Right? You're just gonna
Wow.
because
Oh, what's the difference between a horse and cattle? I mean, come on.
you probably kick your head off if you
A
get too
little more
close.
slimy.
No.
I remember old brother Warwick though. He said that horse, if she killed her last week, she's starting to turn.
Here's an idea. Maybe the horse can help you find food. How about that?
No,
How about you
no.
ride the horse? How about you tame the horse and it can help you find food. It can help you save water. You know,
Are
so you
you
don't have
saying
to.
that the
So
cow?
eating a
No, wait.
horse
Are you
is better?
saying? So are you saying that a cow is dumber than a horse?
No, I'm saying a horse can be a tool for you to find food instead of killing the horse.
Is a cow dumber than a horse? Why
I'm
can't
talking
you
about
ride a
cows.
cow?
I'm talking about cows. I'm talking about horses.
No
You
shit.
can do it for about 8
I'm
seconds.
quite aware of what you're
8
talking
seconds,
about.
bro.
Is a cow? Can
I
you
don't care.
train
You
a
can eat a
cow?
cow. You can kill and eat the cow, but not the horse.
Oh
Come
man,
on.
fucking
Come
retard.
on, man.
What, you think cows
Mm.
and horses are the same thing? You can just eat both of them? Like, is that what
No, but if I had to live, I'd fucking eat my horse. Fuck
Okay,
it.
Helio, why don't you just say if it was life or death? That clears it up a little bit.
I
I
already
mean,
did say that, but
I
I
don't
have
think
to
I
fuck
heard you
with
say
I have to
that.
fuck with Bone because that's my job.
But
Well, you
Helio,
gotta come up with some better stories.
you will eat that
Sounds
horse, and then
good.
after that, when you eat that horse again, you will not have a food, and you will die.
No, to be honest, if I had a horse as my pet, you know, and I rode him and he rode me, whatever that means.
What the hell, Helio? Mute yourself,
I'm
bro.
fucking around. I'm making jokes. You know how jokes work?
No.
No.
Anyway,
Yeah, I was joking.
How can you ride?
so yeah, I mean, yes, I don't want to eat my partner if I have a horse.
Yeah, I would not
I'm
eat
gonna
my
bury
pet.
him
I would
like a member
die.
of the family. I'm not gonna eat
You know,
him.
Helio, that's still legal in 20 states. Still legal.
After you quarter
Yeah.
him off
That
and
reminds me of a
bury the
tattoo
pieces,
story
you're
I've
gonna
heard.
Oh man, you guys
turn
are
them into
so
horse
fun.
I would
You
not
guys
eat
are
my
fun.
pet for the record. I'm just saying.
Well, man, I've buried several pets.
Why not? Your pets would eat you.
I've buried. You know how many pets I've buried from members of my family because they can't do it themselves. They call me over to bury their pets because
Oh
I
my
can do
gosh,
it.
you're the family mortician.
Yeah, me too. I've buried a
Yeah,
lot of pets.
The pet mortician.
yeah. See, Hank knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I had to do that for my mom with our family dog. Her name was Fudge.
One dog, 2 cats, and two birds.
I've actually had to kill some of them because they were poisoned.
Helio. No.
Heal. Did you say heal?
I said Helio. No, bro.
Oh, I thought you said heal, like
No,
heal.
you ain't my
said
dog, bro. No, bro. That's not what I was saying.
All right,
I
you
was saying
said
Sometimes you're
Helio.
heel, but
I don't mind if you tell me to shut up, but if you say heal,
No,
we
bro.
have
That's not
we
what I
have
was
an
saying.
issue. Down boy. I love you guys.
you call me a heel and them's fighting words.
But Hank knows what I'm talking
political.
about. Yeah, I've had to bury pets for many members of my family because they call me and say,
Yeah, I don't know
"Oh,
how you do it. I don't know how you do it where you live, but when we do it, we go down to the clay, which is about 3 feet, and then we go about 1 more feet and we set the clay aside, and then we put the clay on top of the body and then refill the dirt. That way nothing gets it.
I've had to do it while they're still alive. I bury it. I dig the
Helio,
dug
bro.
and then I
why would
had
you
to.
say that? Animal cruelty is a felony, bro.
No, it wasn't my fault. The neighbor down the street poisoned this fucking dog. I had to put it down because it was going to die anyway. Because the other dog died too. Because this fucking neighbor got tired of the dogs traveling around their property and they poisoned them with antifreeze. And we couldn't prove it and all that shit. But whatever. So I had to put the dog down. So I dug the grave.
Well, I'm sorry you had to do that, bro.
Yeah.
I put a dog down once.
Yeah, because
That
that's
wasn't cool.
not a very nice death, from my understanding.
Yeah, it was difficult for me.
Me too, bro. My death was clean though. Mine was surgical. That's what I say. I didn't want to do it, but
Well,
I don't know if you got.
22. This was a 22 rifle shot.
Hank, have you had the unfortunate experience of seeing the light go out in your pet's eyes? Because I cried for 3 days.
Oh yeah, I cried. I cry a
Horrible.
lot.
I'll never forget
I
what
cry
it
so
looks
much
like.
when I open my eyes, like just.
Yeah, it's horrible.
So yeah, ain't nobody gonna tell me shit. I done it. I did it. And I dug a grave while the animal was still alive, and I had to kill it before I buried it because I knew it was gonna die and it was suffering.
Oh, that's okay. I thought you were talking about you buried it alive.
I didn't bury it alive. No, I had to kill it before. Who would do that?
Okay,
I'm not gonna bury it alive. Fuck that.
I don't know. I thought that's what you said, bro.
No. I shot him in the head with the 22, and yeah, he was dead when I buried him. He was poisoned. Somebody poisoned him. The other dog already died, and I buried
I
him.
say that's the humane thing to do when a dog like that would be suffering.
I had to do it.
Yeah,
I mean, there was no way around it. I had to do it.
Yeah, I got you, man.
My
I'm
dog
with
had
you.
cancer and had tumors. My dog bit my friend in the face. Instead of my friend suing me, he said, "You know what, man? If you just put him down, we'll just let it go." My dog bit my friend in the face, man.
Dude, I had it. That's not the only dog that I had to kill. Anyway,
it sucks, man. That was my dog.
Yeah, I know.
He had tumors.
I had a dog that was crazy as fuck. And
that was him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like if you bite a neighborhood kid, you're gonna have to kill that motherfucker because they're biting kids. Fuck that shit. You have to kill the dog, even though you love the dog.
Yeah, that is difficult.
Yeah, isn't that interesting how they'll put a dog down for biting your children, but you go and just dispose of your children, and then they don't have a problem with that.
Well, as long as they're not born yet, then it's okay.
It's a seriously fucked up world.
No, but anyway, that's very interesting to talk about. But this not for this room.
Yeah, but interesting point.
I know, but it just had to
come. Yeah, I got you, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, if you have had to kill animals for just their viciousness because there's no way to control them, you just have to do it. But even though you love them, in a way, there's just like they won't attack you, but if they attack children in your neighborhood, you have to put them down. There's no way. Anyway.
Yeah, man. One time I walked outside at my uncle's house and I saw his neighbor, kid came out and the kid kicked the cat off the porch because he just got punished. And when he did, the dog just ravaged the cat. And I was like, oh my God. It was so bad because I'm an animal lover, And
right. So you killed the kid.
That guy. No, I didn't kill the kid.
I'm just fucking.
That kid's parents had to kill the dog and the cat because of what that kid did. And I was like, dang. Because the cat was fine on the porch. So he kicked him off the
You
porch.
probably
where the
won't
dog
ever
was.
forget that experience, probably. Huh?
That kid is
Wow.
probably a serial killer now.
Right? I second that. Absolutely. Oh, wow. What was the kid like? Did you know him, Hank?
Well, I hung out with his older brother, but he was one of the younger ones that I didn't really mess with. I mean, we might have played ball or whatever, but we wasn't friends, right? And then I seen him come out crying, and he kicked that cat, and the cat just did like 360s into the dog's like chain area, and then the
Dang.
dog just got a hold of the cat, and it was not good.
Oh,
Poor
But
cat.
that's
like a piranha.
yeah, it was bad. The
That
dog and
some
the cat.
bitch used all 9 lives.
See, I told you, man. I mean, it's just like I've had to kill a couple of dogs because they were out of their mind and they're very dangerous to people around me. And but they never would touch me. They don't bite, no nips. But I actually have a
Yeah,
cat
my
now.
dog is a pit bull.
I have a
Go ahead, bro.
cat. I have a cat now. That will freaking. He has the audacity to fucking scratch me and freaking cause wounds on me.
Hey.
And he thinks I'm not gonna fucking punch him in the face.
Helio, you should do TikTok videos about your asshole cat.
He's a fucking
Yeah, don't punch
dick.
him in the face. Don't punch him in the face.
Yeah, I won't put the videos of me punching him in the face. Wait, are you suggesting that I should make some TikTok videos of my cat being an asshole to me? Because I don't like it. I get pissed off.
Let that settle in.
Don't punch your cat, man. He's just trying to play.
I saved his fucking life. I dragged his ass out of a fucking parking lot, and then he treats me like this.
Oh, but you know what? It's kind of like when you have a troubled kid. Because I'll tell you what, one of my best friends had one of those cats that's a total asshole. She hissed at everyone and tried to scratch her and like, you can't pat me and all this shit. But the one time she thought a family member was in danger because a cousin had come over and was playing with the kid in the family, and the kid was having so much fun that she like did that shrieking laugh where you're like, are you crying or laughing? And the cat thought that the guy was attacking her, and apparently that cat has never been as ferocious because it just latched on and refused to let go, and it took like a couple of family members to get the cat off him because he was like, I will protect this family that has housed me regardless of how much a bitch I've been all these years.
Yeah. Hey, I'm exaggerating. I still love him. You know, I'm exaggerating because we do have, petting times, but he has to be in the mood, and I have to be in the mood. Yeah, he's a killer, bro. He's
a killer, man.
He is a killer. Dude.
That's what I love about cats.
He hunts squirrels and mice. I mean, that motherfucker. He's not even very big, but well, he's fast and strong. I mean, so though, he has to be in the mood for loving, and if I mess with him, it's my fault sometimes because I mess with him. When I know he's not in the mood, I just like touch him. He's like, and he starts swatting at me. But he doesn't play when he swats. He actually puts his claws out. But if I call him into the room, like when I'm laying down, it's like, hey, let's pay. And he starts purring, and we do the cat love shit. But when he's not in the mood for it, he is not in the fucking mood, bro.
That's crazy. Is your cat like you?
Cat. Yeah, he knows what he wants and what he doesn't want, and he's not afraid to tell you exactly how he likes it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I he knows when I'm messing with him. And so we have that kind of relationship. It's like, I know when he's not in the mood. Sometimes I fuck with him. Sometimes he fucks with me. It's all right.
Yeah, I just want to say cats are amazing. Cats are amazing. They each got their own little personality and everything. But when you like take them outside and they get used to like being like a cat, it's so much better than having them inside all the time. So if you have cats, please don't keep them inside all the time, and don't make them vegans. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Joe Rogan did a little stand-up comedy talking about people that are vegans, and they have their vegan cats, and they look horrible. They look so miserable.
Crazy. That's
You
mean.
literally kill the cat if you only feed him vegan stuff. They can't process
child abuse.
plant stuff proteins as well as meat proteins. They're not designed for it. In fact, if they don't get the right nutrients called tansan something, they will get heart sicknesses and blindness. In the 1980s, there was a whole epidemic of cats dying from heart diseases and going blind because the guys creating the cat food weren't putting in these vital ingredients, and they also get sick because they're being made to eat dry food that has these plant proteins and all that shit that they can't process. And not to mention, it's way too dry. It's only like 10%, 15% wet at most, when their prey is supposed to be 75% of where they get their moisture from. And they have low thirst levels. So most of them are dehydrated, and that's why they get bladder problems. And that's why you got to make sure that they get raw food as well, raw chicken.
I have two cats. I have two cats, and they spend most of their time outside. The two cats that I have, they spend most of their time outside. They rarely come in, and they don't want to be around us. They got other shit to do.
When I still had my cat, one day I realized that the main ingredient of what I've been feeding him was corn, and I thought, fuck, would I want to eat corn every day for the rest of my life? That's horrible. I mean, and then, it wasn't, I started feeding him like the grain-free where, meat is actually the first ingredient. But the stuff they put in pet food now, I saw ingredient taurine in pet food. It's like, what?
That taurine, that might be the thing that I was talking about. It starts with a T.
Yeah, it's in Rachel Ray.
Taurine. No, I was about to ask you. You know what taurine is?
Was it tonsine? It was something very weird. I'll find it.
It's taurine is made naturally in the body, in our bodies. I don't know about.
It's an enzyme.
Yeah.
I just know I looked into cat nutrition a lot when our cat vomited a couple of times or something. He's gotten a little sick. He's 16 now, but he still plays around like a kitten, and he'll ask to play.
You're 16 years old?
Oh, no, sorry, 13. He's about to turn 14 next year.
Yeah, that's.
I messed that up.
Well, that's pretty cool. Cool.
The average lifespan is 16. That's why I messed it up. I keep thinking about that. But I'm gonna have mine live until he's 30, like how long they actually can live if you feed them proper food.
Yes.
Really?
Some
that would
can
be
make it to
nice.
35. Some can make it to 35. It just depends on the cat.
Oh, that's badass.
It depends on what you feed them.
I'm following a guy right now that has a cat. He's 28 years old.
Damn, was he just eat
Unbelievable, and he's still alive.
All of the cats I've seen that live this long have eaten proper food.
He wobbles. He can't see, and he's deaf too, but he still can find his way around.
Wait, but what do you mean by wobble?
It's he's got no joint movement. It's like a wobble back and forth. So it
Did he eat raw animal like mice or birds or something?
I'm not sure. I've just been following him for the last.
I would imagine not, because the stuff that
28 years, he's treated him very well.
I'd say, yeah.
Absolutely well. The love of that cat is unbelievable.
As long as it has its bodily function, it doesn't seem to be in immense pain. Sure.
That's the thing. He has him checked regularly too.
That's great. Wow, that's amazing.
I know, but seriously, when you treat a cat, when you treat something like that very well, it's going to treat you very well, and with time, time consuming.
Totally.
Mine's 13, almost 14 right now as well. So.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
both of
ours
my
is
brothers-
neutered, but I still caught him last year outside doing that at a lady cat. And I had to be like, what the hell are you doing, old man? Get back inside. And he still tries to get birds and play and everything. He doesn't act like an old cat at all.
Have you guys ever had an animal that's been gone for like over a year and they came back to you?
Nope.
Maybe 2 years or whatever. Yeah, and they come
No,
back
but
to you?
I had a friend that had that. He moved. He
amazing.
moved like 50 miles away, and a year later, his cat showed up at his new house. I don't know if I believe it, but it's what he called.
No. Well, I've
It can happen.
experienced it. It does
Yeah,
happen.
I've seen cats come back. It's like they go out for like an adventure, right? Like they smell a female, or they go back, and it's like 2 weeks later, and they come back looking like shit, and it's like, bro, where did you go?
Dude,
you said a
this
year.
this happened. This happened. It was over a year. This cat came back looking like complete shit, and I couldn't
Yeah,
believe it
something
was
happened to me
still
with a dog.
alive. And
Was he really
These
skinny
dogs
and his
wandered.
throat was lighter?
dude, I mean, you could tell he was attacked in different ways or whatever. Yeah, he was total. He was like completely useless. All he could do is just like eat and sit.
All right, I got a quick story. So these dogs wandered up into my yard, right? So I start feeding them and watering them, right? They puked in my car, and we found their owner on Facebook, and he like came around and was like, "Oh man, I've been looking for this guy for a year, man."
Was it a dog? Because dogs are different than cats, right?
Yeah, it was a dog.
It's like cats. When you try to call them, they run away when you call them sometimes, and it's just like,
Oh no.
all right, bitch, just keep running. And, if you ain't gonna come back here, that's on you.
It really depends on the cat and what you've like trained him, I
Yeah,
guess.
it kind of does. But this was a cat. I mean, he was gone for a long time, and then he came back, and he was in bad shape.
He might have wandered into the wrong territory. 'cause
It
they are
wasn't
very
my cat. It
territorial.
was my mom's cat. She was like calling for him. She kept calling for him like for a year. I was like, "Mom, you're gonna have to give up on this cat. He's not coming back." Holy shit! One day, this fucking cat came back.
That's crazy.
He was in horrible shape, and he all he was good for was just sitting around going, yeah, I shouldn't have never left her. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. And she was like, oh, his name was Marmalade. And she's like, oh, I should have never left or whatever. So eventually he passed because he was in such bad shape. But I thought I was trying to tell my mom, hey, he's gone. But to my surprise, this fucking crazy ass cat came back.
Pet cemetery or something.
Yeah, it was insane, and he was in bad shape, and he never recovered. But he at least got to spend time with his mama. Shout out to Marmalade. I'm laughing, but also crying because it was kind of sad. I mean, he was in a bad way when he came back. He was in a bad way, but he did come back home eventually.
Yeah, my cat Whittle's the one that I posted pictures of just a few minutes ago, and then realized that there was a human in one of the photographs. Yeah, then that cat, man, he disappeared for like 2 weeks, and we was like, what was he stuck in the bottom of a well? Like, how did he come back? Because we was out in the country in the sticks, man, like 13 miles outside of, and yeah, man, he came back. I got a phone call, so I'll be back.
Right. Once, like, it got down a couple years ago. George, my cat that I was bitching about earlier, who's an asshole. Last year it got like below 10 degrees. Like it was like frozen wasteland here in Arkansas for like several days, and we couldn't find him. You know, it was like, get your ass back home. You know, we were calling him and shit. Nothing from him, like for 3 days. How the fuck can a little kitty survive when it's 7 degrees outside?
Their own
How the
body heat.
fuck? Okay.
They curl up somewhere.
Somewhere, I guess, but he came back and now he's still here. So I was just like, yeah, he's probably dead out there, frozen, solid.
So I just posted pictures. Well, I'm posting.
Helio, there's 2 outdoor cats in my neighborhood, and I was worried about them one time last winter when it was super cold out, but they found a place.
Yeah, I guess they do. Because, dude, I thought for sure he was never coming back. But it was like 9 degrees outside for 2 days in a row, and I was like, that motherfucker's frozen solid.
There's also Good Samaritans.
Yeah, check out my cat.
During those nights.
Cute.
Look at those blue eyes.
Aww.
And those claws. You see those claws?
Yeah.
Man, he's giving me like thousands of dew claw rips. He just rips me up, rips me to pieces.
That's because he loves you.
I'm sure.
But very handsome cat, Hank.
Yeah, it was my mother-in-law's, and I fell in love with that cat. I was like, look, you got this little apartment here. You ain't got room for him. Let me take him. And then I took him, and then she passed away shortly after.
Sounds like it was meant to be.
Yeah, he's old. He's like 13, 14. So he's a Flame Point Siamese.
Oh.
Dude, Drace, my cat draws blood sometimes. He's just like, if you don't want me to touch him, he's just like claws, and he's just like, he just freaking draws blood. And I'm like, you're lucky I don't kill you right now.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at the picture, if you click it and zoom in on my hand, the one where I'm petting him on his love chakra, you can see that it's all scratched up. It's got like little points all over it where he's just holding my hand like, yeah, scratch me there. And you can also see how blonde my hair is too on my arm. So I don't have the blue eyes, not every day, but yeah, we pretty much match, him and I.
Ooh, Karma, your kitty is beautiful.
When I look at a cat, you know what I see? I see a small tiger. You know, I don't see a cute little cat, right? I see like a freaking
I love
skilled
long-haired cats.
hunter. Yeah, yeah.
Bonk said,
He
I
also
see
just
through your
moved on
fluffy
by himself,
facade.
by the way.
They're dangerous, man.
He looks. Is it a boy or girl?
It's a boy, and he has a human name that I've only ever seen on old men. So it's like an old Icelandic man name.
All right, what is the
Probably
name? What's the name?
It probably wouldn't make sense.
Sigfús kind of means like victorious or willing to battle. Because Sig is like Sigur, which means victory, and Fús is willing.
So say it in Icelandic. What is it?
Sigfús. I call him Fúsi.
Aww.
Interesting.
When you say Fos, is that like Elder Scrolls? Fusrada?
That's actually pretty close. You could probably say his name. Sigfús.
Fos?
Yeah, I call him Fúsi.
What's that?
He looks super fluffy.
He is so fluffy. His hair like sticks together when it's wet and like weaves together like when you rub together wool and make like a fabric out of it. So we have to shave him. It's almost like a sheep because it comes off in bits if you let it tangle too much. And I have a comb that I comb him with every day. And even though Drace, which has gotten over most of his allergies by now, he shaves him in his bed on a towel just to keep him good. Otherwise, he gets tangled.
Yeah, he looks like a lot of work, a lot of
Yeah, I
brushing.
bet he enjoys the shit out of that, doesn't he?
Oh, he does like it. But in return, he does not poop inside. He only poops outside. It is glorious. He has never pooped in the house
Thank God
unless we
for
lock
that,
him in.
right?
I would love to have a cat that uses the toilet, I have to say.
Wait,
Yeah, he has a cat
no, a
door
cat
too.
that poops outside. That's
outside.
even
Yeah.
better. Because a cat that poops in the toilet can't flush.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Whittles
mine
is
is
an outside
superior.
cat. The only time we won't let Whittles outside is if it's like below freezing, because we don't want him to die.
We can't be that choosy, or he would be inside for a few weeks or months.
I don't
But
know, my
we
cat
do.
that I
We've
had,
had to lock him in when he's supposed to get a haircut before we got our own personal cat shaver because you need a special one because they have thin skin. But we had to drive so far away that we ended up just buying our own.
Wait, you trim your cat
that
with
makes
with
sense.
clippers?
We have to shave him at least once or twice a year. We
Oh,
have to do
okay.
that because he get tangles no matter how much you brush him. Because he'll come home with like a branch as long as my hand. Like from my palm to
No,
my
I get
fingers,
it.
tangled in the undercarriage of his like coat, and then he'll bring snails home in his coat, and like all kinds of weird shit,
Snails,
and so many
snails
moths and
attached
bees.
to his coat.
Ew.
Do you know how many snails I've had to save? Oh my god, many
Holy shit, that's
snails!
insane. I've never heard of that.
Wait a minute, Karma. Did you say save the snails?
Yeah, I save the snails.
Okay, I want to remember that.
Do you make them into escargot, as you say?
That's disgusting. So no, we only have these tiny little snails that have these little eyes, and they're like 1 centimeter.
Does she
or
sound French? She don't sound French.
I'm just fucking.
I bet she don't eat frog legs either.
No.
Oh
I
man,
don't
that's
even
funny.
eat sheep
I
face.
didn't know that snails can get attached to kittens' fur. This is really something new to me. I didn't know. I
And
didn't
a
know
snail
that.
gets tangled in his fur. He has really long fur. That's why we have to shave him.
Where is he going that he's encountering snails?
Well, it's not like we live in a giant city. It's Iceland. Our capital still has. We have a garden in the back, and there's a little patch of like grass in the front before you get to the other line of gardens. And we have a little tree in the front. And he goes on little adventures around the neighborhood. There's a big patch of grass where the goose hang out. And then
It's like romper room. I'm just playing.
They just run around.
I don't even know what romper room is, but anyway.
I do.
I know you do. No, but so the cat gets to romp around, around the creeks
And
and
just it happens
streams.
to pick up snails.
And
I
it
got
just happens to pick up snails in
I
his
posted
fur
some
while he's
pictures of our
romping
neighborhood.
around.
See how
You have to cut the snails out, and you while you're cutting the snails out, you save them and do you introduce them
you
back
just
into.
comb the snails out. You don't even need to cut that. You just need to clean him with
okay.
a washcloth afterwards to get the slime out.
Ew.
I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
picturing
gross. I
Karma
don't
with like
like
one of those
finding
giant
those.
magnifying glasses. And she's like pulling all the hair
Next
off the
time you
snails.
get a cat, get one of the short hairs that don't
He didn't get a
attract.
cat. He moved in. He
Oh,
chose
he
to live
found
here.
you. He
No,
chose you.
He
Okay.
don't get a
didn't
short
want to
hair.
live
If
anywhere but here.
Drace has allergies, the long-haired cats are better for the cat dander and the allergies. So do not get a short-haired cat. Drace will not be able to tolerate it.
Oh, wow.
Good thing this is the cat that chose us.
Okay, well, don't take my advice. I have a love-hate relationship with cats, so don't take my advice.
I love all cats. I make friends with all cats within like 10 seconds. It's hilarious.
See, I have a love relationship with dogs, but love-hate with cats. They either hate me or love
Probably
me.
communicate too much with them in a dog way, because if you know the cat's body language, it's so easy to communicate with them and get them to realize this is the person who knows how to do chin and back of the back, like right before the tail, those scratches, and like under the chin, behind the ears and shit. You do that, and they're like, "I love you for life."
Yeah, you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm serious. I've gotten like almost all the cats in the neighborhood to become my friends now.
No, I get
I'm also
that. I mean,
talking with
I'm not
dogs, but
saying
I don't
cats
know how to
hate
do
me, but at the same time, but dogs, they don't usually mess around with me. I don't know. It's just different. I guess it's different with guys.
like dogs like me, but they like everybody so hard and so enthusiastically. And sometimes I'm just like, okay, would you calm the fuck down? So I'm more of a cat person.
See, you might interpret their attitude as they're dumber than cats, right? It's
Nah,
like,
it's just they're too enthusiastic, too much energy. I think that's it.
yeah, maybe. But
So for me, I've got
at
my
the
dog
same
completely
time,
trained.
you stand there, you look, and it's similar to the way you train horses. Go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I got my dog completely trained, except for when someone new comes in. So if it's not a family member, like all the training that year of working with her every day for the first, after the 6 weeks, first year of her life, every day I trained her. Someone new comes in, it all goes out the window. It's like I've never even met this dog. Because my thing is like you raise like your dog, like, you want to like them and you want them to like come up and sit down in front of you and show their face. You don't want them sticking ass in your face, right? So you train your dog, you're like, sit down, right? Just sit down right here. See, now I can pet you, see? And if they don't sit down, you're not doing things. So it all goes out the window. So I think that's what Karma doesn't like. All that training goes out the window, and then the dog is like all over you. Like, hey, we're best friends, right? We're best friends. It's like, whoa, bro, I don't know you like that. Like, I don't even know if you're dangerous.
They're so energetic that, and I'm pretty small, so unless it's a tiny dog, I'm easily knocked over. And then there's the excessive licking that's sort of like less pleasant.
Oh no, homie, don't play that. I always tell my dog, I don't want no kisses. I don't want no kisses. Say it just like that.
I usually just meet dogs that aren't mine, though, so it's not like I'm going to be disciplining someone else's dog. I'm just like hide my toes.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you discipline someone else's dog, it's rude. So I want my dog to be disciplined, and it's not like I'm like spanking her because I can make her go lay down just by looking at her with a certain tone of voice.
It's like with kids, man. It's the innocents always react to the same things. It's gotta be consistent. Just gotta be firm. Doesn't mean you have to be hard on them. Being firm doesn't mean you're being cruel.
Cats are killers, man. Littles a pregnant rat, and my wife is just like horrified because he brought it in from the field out in the middle of nowhere. He brings it in the house, and it was like snack and then extra snacks after.
Oh, gross. But yeah, but gross.
They're killers, man.
I know that mine is a bit of a hunter in his instincts because he did chase a bird in the house once, into the house. He somehow managed to get it to fly through a tiny window in the living room and then chase it in here, so I had to grab him. And that was the only time he's really scratched me, is when he was trying to crawl out of my lap to get to the bird as I threw him into the bathroom. And the bird was so freaked out, he didn't even notice me standing right next to him. But thankfully, he'd flown right next to the main door. So I just opened the door, he got out, and the cat played detective for the next 10 minutes.
We find dead birds all the time. All the time. It'd be nothing but head and feathers. Everything else is gone.
Yeah, I think mine just does it for sports because I feed him so well. He gets raw chicken, he gets fish, he gets shrimp, he gets all kinds of nice things.
Whittle's an outdoor cat. He's a hunter.
Oh, but you know what our cats have in common?
What's that?
They're both on a flat earth.
Yeah, we forgot about that, didn't we? Any Globers in here? We'll get Carmen to bust up some Glovers.
What now?
Bust
It's
up
like
their
1
ideals.
o'clock. I was just about to slip out after diverting 2 Glovers.
And I love animals. It doesn't really matter what kind. I love turtles. I love
You used
frogs.
to have a snake.
I don't really have beef with snakes. I just don't fuck with them.
They're cute.
Well, I don't know which ones are poisonous or not, except for like cottonmouths and, you know, not all rattlesnakes rattle. So, you know.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You guys have like the dangerous ones. We don't naturally have any snakes, so the only ones that come here are the ones that people bring, and we're not gonna bring dangerous snakes. Besides, I don't think it was even legal to have snakes when Dad brought a snake or got a snake somehow. We just had like a meter long python for some reason, but it was super cute.
Got from like 5 years old to like 8 years old, I had a redneck turtle. And that was so cool. It's like I could pick him up and like turn him around and face him outwards. And he would like point with his neck, like which way he wanted to go. And like I would take him like different parts of the house. That thing was so cool, man. And it's just a little redneck turtle. But I found out later they're illegal to even pick up. I was like, whoops.
That's hilarious. But I've always wanted a turtle. I know my mom used to have some.
Turtles are fucking cool because they're just, you know, like I want to say like that's my spirit animal because they get in their little shell and you can't fuck with them when they're in their shell, but when they want to come out and play, like they'll run all around the place, tail just everywhere. But when they tuck up,
They're
like,
also chill.
well, fuck me.
But I'm gonna say good night. Thanks for a great chat, guys. Always fun listening to you. I'm gonna listen a little bit on the side, but I'm gone now.
Night night.
We got any new people?
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
That's right. You know, I know he says "fuck you and your facts," but when I sing it, I'm not saying facts.
Hey, Hank.
What's up, bro? I was just thinking about you last night.
Good talk, I hope. Have you talked to Dustpan?
What?
Have we talked to
Dustpan?
Dustpan?
Oh, let's find out.
PC verified. Hello, Dustpan.
Hey, Dustpan. Can you hear us, Dustpan? It says, "Don't believe it. That's how we got here." That's an interesting thing for a Glober to say. That's a normal thing for a flat earther to say. So, Dustpan, what do you have to say for yourself?
What was that? What was that last song? Sorry, who was the name and artist? KJ, can you post the name of that last
I
one?
don't know, bro. KJ probably knows it.
Oh, thank you. Thanks,
Yeah,
Trace.
moment.
Okay, thank you.
I got a new
thanks.
song if you guys want to hear it. It's not my song, but it's a good song.
Gross. Yeah.
They say it's easier to fool someone than it is to convince them they've been fooled. And egos cause us to have too much pride, to believe you've gone through life living a lie.
You've fallen in deep with no reason to leave. You believe in the media immediately, and it seems like a whole lot of evil to me. You think everything you see on TV is a fact? Well, that's a matter of opinion. If you could fathom what's happening in entertainment, it wouldn't matter because they would label you crazy. That way nobody would even believe what you say. It's true. And that's a touchy topic. Let me get into your mind like electroshocking. 1955, an experimental project. MK Ultra was developing in progress. Ran by the CIA, was experimentation with sensory deprivation, monarch mind control, testing on the patients, LSD, mescaline, keeping you awake. For days, hoping you would disassociate to break. Your personality down is when they would change your memories and manipulate your brain with the trigger that you see it what they say. And these are the tactics used, distributed through the media and news, music and movies that we view, created to alter and affect our mood. Yeah, and for the price of fame, you'll be selling your soul to live the life you dreamed of, always having in the mansion with the diamond rings. You'll be dancing with the devil to spend your life as slave. Yo, it's like I've been living under a rock, cause I don't wanna listen to symbolism. I am not schizophrenic or sick in the head. Open your mind to watch, because all they wanna do is keep you thinking in the box. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden in plain sight. Pay attention to the symbolism in front of your eyes. Politicians and celebrities are throwing up the signs. Our entire life we have been living within this lie. Illuminati's got the whole world hypnotized, from the eye of providence 666 to the devil horns and to the pyramids. You tried to say it's a coincidence, then research Operation Paperclip. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight. It's hidden, hidden, hidden in plain sight.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We have Nicholas in the server.
Hi, Nicholas.
I don't think they are VC verified, so they don't have permission to speak. Maybe someone wants to give them the verification.
Who's in here? Where did we cut?
My question is, where are all the Globers?
Well, where do you think they are?
It seems like every day passes and there's less and less Globers. Perhaps the flat earth truth is getting to them.
Is it getting to you?
Yeah, it is.
What's changed since yesterday or the day before? Like, what in your mind has changed?
I don't know. I'm starting to realize.
Like I said, like I told you yesterday, like you're going to start to see things and it's going to start to make sense.
Yeah.
Or was it a little different than what I said?
I don't know.
Because I noticed that you've changed a little bit over the last couple of days. You're starting to, say rational things instead of just arguing with us or bringing up silly stuff, Well, that's cool. I'm glad that you stuck around so far. I really am.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, I mean, if you've heard our arguments, about gravity, I realize that there's absolutely no scientific proof of, mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, or dark gravity. I don't know if you looked into that one.
Well, there was never any proof for dark gravity.
Well, there never was any proof for any.
Yeah, I was going to say there never was any evidence.
That has any semblance. Yeah, I mean, unless you got evidence, we'd love to talk about it. We'd love to see it, because we're not closed-minded. We're flat earthers. So closed-minded and flat earthers, those are oxymorons. They don't go together, right? A
Yeah.
closed-minded flat earther is like a a married bachelor, right?
Well, it's kind of like
It
saying
doesn't add up.
atheist flat earther. Like it's an oxymoron.
Yeah, it doesn't go together. So that's the thing about the flat Earth, man. Once you start seeing things a little more clearly, it's kind of hard not to see. You can't unsee it, right? And the truth is so what do they say? Self-evident, right? Sometimes, and you can see that you can manipulate the density, right, of a medium, and it changes what the objects are going to do, and they go up and down relative to the density or buoyant force, and it's so obvious that you can't go, no, it doesn't. Like everybody's like, yeah, that's right. We know about that. And then it's like, well, what about the bending and warping of space time? How do we manipulate that? Well, you can't. Well, if it's not falsifiable, then it's not science, according to Karl Popper.
Hank, do you think EXO will ever get unbanned?
Why are you worried about that? EXO has been banned and unbanned hundreds of times up there. I don't
Well,
know,
I just
maybe
kind
not
of feel
hundreds.
bad for him.
That may be incorrect.
I feel like a lot of people like judge him just because he like doesn't agree with you guys on everything.
How
No,
many
we
times
don't
have you been
judge
banned
him.
for concern trolling, Sausage? Is what you're doing right now.
I was gonna say,
I'm
Sasha, quit it.
not really trying to troll. I'm just like, I don't know.
Sorry,
I
I didn't realize
feel
my
like
mic
it's
was
kind
open.
of sad that
No,
people
you're
get
missing the
banned.
point. It's concern trolling. Look, have you noticed that we can come in here and like have conversations? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2015, when we was doing flat Earth debate, anybody and everybody could come in and just complete. This is what one guy used to do, A4, and I know people in here gonna back me up. He would come in here and say, "You guys just gonna sit there and let this guy talk shit about me? You're gonna, it's all about me, and I'm the one that's upset right now. And if I get banned, then I'm gonna come back with, a whole bunch of soccer accounts, and I'm gonna make everybody's life miserable. And you're doing this, and I'm punching you in the face, and accusing you of punching me in the face. And it's like, bro, we're supposed to be talking about the Earth being flat. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you've been in this Discord since 2015?
No, I have not.
Oh.
I've been in the flat Earth argument since 2015.
Oh, I see. So
I
basically,
back up Hank on A4 that he did act like that.
so it was A4 a fake flat earther?
I think so. He didn't ever want to talk about the flat Earth, but you know what?
Hard to
People
tell
like
what he
EXO
was,
were
right, Hank?
100%. We think he was a meth head, but EXO was convinced that he was a real flat earther that never ever wanted to talk about the flat Earth, who always wanted to make it about him. But EXO was convinced.
Yeah.
EXO eventually will get unbanned, and he'll be back in here before you know it.
Okay, that's good. I
Because
just
when
feel
you get
bad.
banned from here, it's usually not permanent.
Well,
If
I
you get
just feel
banned from here
bad
and it's
because
permanent, you fucked up.
EXO's not a fake flat earther. Like, he's a real flat earther. It's just kind of sad that he got banned.
Actually, he doesn't claim to be a flat earther. That's incorrect.
Wait, really?
I believe I think he calls himself a biblical earther, or maybe something along those lines. I don't want to speak out of church. Maybe that's not correct, but he always refers to us as flat earthers, and he never refers to himself as a flat earther. Which doesn't really mean.
And it's not
It's
like
funny
he's
that you
going to
say
be
that
gone
because I never
forever.
noticed.
It's not like it's going to be gone forever. EXO has been banned 1,000 times. It's going to be banned 1,000 times more.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. The server gets so quiet on Sundays. I don't get it. It's like the most quiet day.
Not always. Sometimes we get like good crew in here on Sundays.
Yeah.
It's just been kind of weird lately. I noticed Monday seems to be a busy day, even though you wouldn't think it would be, right?
Yeah. And
I thought that was
sometimes
odd.
Thursdays are really busy.
Right. I think a lot of reason why it's so empty is because the playoffs are going on. A lot of people are watching football, I guess.
Well, you know what Caesar said, right? Give them bread and give them circus, and they will never revolt. Circus is sport.
That's an interesting translation too. Huh?
Maybe give them bread and give them entertainment.
Remember, bread is another term for money because it was the original form of money, or one of the original forms of money. It was bread or beer.
Bread, beer, silver.
And then it became salt with Greece.
Salt.
And then Rome took it over with salt because salt was worth more than gold. And then they decided to change it from salt to like monies, meaning metals, metal standard, precious metal standard. Then there we went to paper, which is completely worthless. And now we're about ready to go to something that's etheric, something that's not tangible, something that's just made up on ether. You know, Bitcoin, that kind of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say Bitcoin's better than paper.
But see, listen, it started with something that you could actually feed yourself on, beer or bread, right? And then it went to salt so you could preserve your foods for future storage. Then it went to monies so you could use the monies to buy foods so you could store the monies for future storage, right? Then it turned from metals, monies, to paper, which is pretty much the same thing, and it's an agreed upon thing. It's meaningless. It's just a symbology thing, right? And now we're about ready to go on to something that's completely different that you cannot feed yourself on, just like you can't feed yourself on metal, just like you can't feed yourself on paper.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, do you think that's like a really bad thing?
Yes.
I mean, we can still buy food, though.
Can you eat gold?
No, but you could use it to buy food.
No, you can't. You're telling me you can take a gold coin and go buy food with it?
Well, you could exchange it for money and then use the money to buy food.
I'd accept it.
You would
But, I know.
You would have to trade it for the value in the current fiat currency of said nation that you're in, right? And the exchange rate changes, right? Look at what happened with Romania, right? What happened in Romania is their economy completely went to shit. And overnight, those people that were holding on to gold and silver, like gold freaking quadrupled in value, or like doubled in value overnight. Meanwhile, their money was pretty much worthless. So that's one of these things, they didn't have anything else to fall back on except for these people that kept gold and silver.
So,
right?
so in your opinion, is currency continually getting worse? Because we went from bread, which you can actually eat, to salt, which you can kind of eat, and then we went to gold, which you can't eat. Now paper, which is even worse, and now Bitcoin. So do you think it's just getting worse over time almost?
Yeah, I think it's getting further away from the thing that it's supposed to be for. It's supposed to be something where you can use it to store your energy, right, for future use. Like use your energy during the summertime to grow foods, so you can use that energy from the summertime to live off the winter.
Okay. Yeah.
They say the pyramids was built on bread. They were all paid with bread and beer.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But in those societies, I think food was more rare. You know what I mean?
Nah, food wasn't that rare. The thing that was more rare at the time was community. So the whole reason why community and religion started is it was houses of breads, right? House of bread. These were places that were bakeries, and people would gather around and they would break bread and they would exchange stories and all of that stuff. It was a way for them to come together, right? This is one of these theories of how
Is that really true?
Pepe is perhaps it was a way for them to feed the population and tell them a story while they're eating.
Oh.
Maybe that's how the whole thing started. I don't know. I mean, we don't really know. It wasn't really written down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's kind of interesting. This is the theory with Mesopotamia, right? That the whole reason why it's called the cradle of civilization is because of bread.
Because of bread? I thought it was just because that's where like civilization started.
No, it's because of bread, because they figured out how to grind up grains and create breads.
And that's what, like,
Samaria was like where Babylon and Syria is, like southern Syria. And this was like the first civilization according to mainstream history. And they were so far along in their civilization at the time that they did the tablets, they were already talking about government reform. So, yeah, there was quite a bit of first things that happened in this area.
Yeah, they have like in those tablets, right? Over 250 different recipes for beer.
I don't mind stealing bread.
From the mouths of decadence.
Now get this, right? Bread. The reason why bread was used as currency is because it's the culmination of the farmers, right? It's a culmination of the millers and the bakers. So it's three different arcs of what do you call it? Three different arcs of occupation. So it's three different labors involved in creating this. And maybe the one that was in charge of handing this stuff out were the priest classes. And then it went from bread, different breads, to if we just take this bread stuff that's already starting to rise and we put it in some water with some honey in it, hey, we got some beer. Now we can get drunk. I mean, it's just one of these things.
Getting drunk.
It's just one of these things, man. Like beer in itself, that is one of these things where it takes multiple different professions to create this product, right? How many different professions does it take to make metal? None. Just the miner, right? And then the miner can also be the smelter, and the smelter can also be the minter.
Industries. How many industries does it take to keep Windows desktop operating? 1,000. 1,000 industries.
Well, one
That's
industry, but 1,000 people probably.
1,000 industries to create one product. Isn't this awesome? Isn't this great?
Well, you also have that one chief class of idol makers, these people that are able to make images, pictures in stone with perfect clarity and precision. How microchips work, microprocessors and shit.
Yeah, because nothing
Actually,
in Windows, because they break it so that nothing works, and then you have to create industries to make it work. You guys ever heard of Linux? It works.
Yeah, I like Linux. Linux is open source. I think more things need to be open source because then you can really.
Open source or something that's built off of open source, but it's not open source at all.
Yes.
What
they
is
do.
not?
Open source
Macintosh.
is the world. Open source is the human resource. Okay, that is the labor, is the force that must be harnessed. Once these people have brought their ideas together to help each other, we take it, right? We close it up, offer some features to make it more convenient, and then we sell it back to them for thousands of dollars, right? Use well, you can't play video games with it. Looks like you're gonna have to use a broken one.
Linux is updated BSD, right? Berkeley Software Distro, right? And BSD is what Macintosh runs off of. So it's basically Unix, right?
Yeah.
It's its own Unix. And then this guy named Linus decided to take the open source and take it further than what Macintosh did and make it easier to install applications and all that stuff by just, command line. This was called
When I first
Linux.
started computers,
Linux.
when I first started computers, it was a 386. That was my first computer. Or maybe it was 286. I can't remember. I think it was 386. So I got this 386, and it's got like 4 megabytes of RAM, right? It's such a small hard drive that you put like a few games on there and it's done. So I had to like choose which games to put on there. But the point is that everything was in DOS. So you boot up the computer, it goes to DOS prompt, which what you guys will now call command. What's it called? Command line?
Command prompt.
Terminal.
Command prompt. Yeah. So man, I grew up on that shit. Like I knew it like really well, and then like I started getting into like Windows, and it was like Windows is like point and click, and everything's just kind of already done for you, and it's like the way that everything has changed. It's like crazy to think about because my computer was like a desktop computer, and now it's like I got this little Samsung Galaxy S20, and this little powerhouse is just amazing. Everything that it does, it's crazy.
Remember when the Pentium 4 came out and everybody thought it was magic, pure impossibility to go 1 gigabyte or 1 gigahertz?
Is that when they went from 686 up to over a byte, or is that later, or is that way before?
It went from 686 to 1.2 gig. 686 hertz, 686 kilohertz to 1
So
gigahertz.
was I right when I was that match up with what you were talking about then?
Yeah.
Or am I okay? Just making sure.
So when this happened, there's a couple other things that happened around with it, right? Python was embedded in everything. Now, once again, I am making a leap between technology, especially computers, and the image that's been given power to speak. Daniel's a little horn. The hell, dog?
I never thought about it like that. That's really damn. That makes me want to go back and read that again.
Well, check it out. Like our smartphones and even your television and even your computer screen, they're all black.
They're black mirrors.
Turn the device off, it's black mirror. And the dimensions all fall along the thing called phi, the golden ratio. It's a magic
Yeah,
square.
I heard that too, and I didn't believe that either. And oh man, that's weird that you're bringing those two.
And they only work through those idols that are embedded inside. You want to know what a lot of these computer chips look like? These old Mayan temples? You take an aerial photograph of it, and a lot of it looks like the old south bridges and the layouts for the motherboard and old computers.
Yep. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's all
It's almost
geomancing,
like
man.
they were building a giant circuit board. Maybe they're big people. You know what I mean? And maybe that's the reason why the pyramids look like little tiny. They look so big to us, but they really were just little petty things to the giants, I guess. They could
Remember,
be, right?
there's nothing new under the sun. So this absurdity that, we're coming out with new technology and new computers. Nothing's
Yeah, I
new.
bit someone's head off about that because they were like, "Oh no, no, no!" I'm like, "No, dude, they've had technology for hundreds, thousands, probably thousands of years, and they just keep getting rid of it and then like taking it away from us and then giving it back to us." I'm not
Well,
sure
what
whether
it
God's
is,
involved or whether it's people doing it or what, but it seems odd.
I have a thought on this, right? I think what happens is there comes a point in time, about 250 years. It's the usual average lifespan for a nation, right? Unless they have a strong indoctrination through mystic schools. This is about, most kingdoms fall within, the lifetime of a king. Like, it's very rare that there's actual dynasties where you have multiple generations of a family running the nation. Perhaps it's the
That's just
people find
probably
out.
because. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's perhaps the people find out at a certain time that the doctrine of the people and the nation, what they're taught to believe, is fake and false, so they revolt.
It also might have something to do with people being jealous and wanting to be in that position, and so as soon as that family gets weak, they just start going after them and taking them down, and replace.
That, or maybe it's the
That might
democracy
be why they
takes.
want to control us so much, because they don't want us to do the same thing.
Yeah, they fear the flood of people. They fear what happened in Kazakhstan. Yeah, you don't hear about that on the news at all.
Maybe we ought to. Well, maybe people ought to start waking up. I mean, I might be the only one standing in my front yard throwing rocks at the damn tanks and whatever that come along, but if the shit hits the fan, I'm still going to be fighting against it. I don't care whether everybody else goes along with it. I'll just
Get
be the only
this.
one standing in my yard fighting.
I don't know if you live in the United States or not, but I think they know what's coming based off of the incompetency of the leadership and everything. And they know what's coming, and they know they can't stop it. So what they decided to do is this whole war with Russia scare to try to get the patriots to back down and support the leadership again. It's just a thought.
Isn't this what they do like every 50 years or so?
Well, I think
Yeah.
those patriots actually probably align with Russia more.
No, dude, the patriots are
You
retarded
gotta be
sheep.
kidding me,
They're
bro.
useless idiots.
That came
Okay,
out of fucking left field.
so yeah, sorry. Let me just. Patriots wouldn't side with Russia; they would be communists. Back in the day that you're talking
Well,
about
that's like the old
during the
school
80s.
thing. Nowadays,
No,
I think the U.S. is actually maybe a little more authoritarian than the.
no, here's the thing. The word patriot is something that's invented by the controllers. It's an intelligence term. Patriot is one of these things, like, how can you be patriotic to something that's repugnant to the thing that you're patriotic for? Right? They created this paradigm to get people trapped in it so that they are in
Right.
this way of thinking where they can't look outside of it. Just like it's so hard for globers to forget about the globe and actually think about the flat earth and the globe and take both
It's a false
things and measure it
consciousness.
out. No, it's a thing of false dichotomy when you are brought up through your core beliefs to believe, I don't know, say something that this dog is actually from space, and this dog has the ability to cause cats to talk. You know, how are we supposed to know that? But if you're taught this throughout growing up, because your parents are taught this, and your parents' parents were taught this, right? So your grandparents and your parents were taught this, and you were taught this as well growing up. So you're going to sit there and defend the mystical magic space dog that causes cats to talk, right? Even though there's no evidence of this space dog or any cat that has ever spoken. But you're going to defend this because you've been brought up to believe it. It's part of the culture of the cult, right? Culture, agriculture is something grown. Culture is something grown from a cult. It's a mindset of a people, mindset of a nation. This is why it's so difficult for some people to break free of the globe earth, because they've been told this. They don't want to question anything. They just want to live their life.
The thing is that once you realize that the government can't protect you, they can't enslave you because they're not powerful enough. There's way more of us than there is of them. And it's like, if everybody was just like, screw the IRS, there's nothing the IRS could do about it. They couldn't arrest us all, right? But increasingly, more and more, we're feeding the system, right? And more slaves are getting put into prison camps, concentration camps, right? And for anybody who thinks I'm crazy, read the 14th Amendment. It never said that slavery is outlawed, right? It just changed the definition to a felon is now what a slave is, right? A duly convicted felon.
The 14th Amendment is what caused the Civil War. The southern states did not want to ratify these things, so what they did is they sent federal
I'm sorry,
troops
I meant the
in there.
13th Amendment. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Continue. I meant the
Well,
13th Amendment. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, but basically what it was allowing federal troops to occupy all the states, which was basically getting rid of the individual state sovereignty. Like, you know, everybody knows about the cops. When you go to jail, you're actually under the jurisdiction of the feds, right? So them sitting there saying that they're not feds is a lie. I'm talking about the sheriff's department. Sheriff's department is a federal thing. They're elected officials, judicial system, federal. They are repugnant. It's 14th Amendment. This means martial law. Sheriff is a martial thing. That's what the gold fringe is all about, guys. We are not free. We are all slaves. They changed the definition of slave.
It's a human being.
Yeah, human beings.
And they got rid of the capital C citizen and brought you the lowercase c citizen, right? Capital C citizen cannot be president because you're a natural citizen where you abide by the law of the land, right? What they did with the 14th Amendment and all that shit is they brought the land of the sea on the land.
Maritime, yeah.
And they took away your inalienable rights by making you part of the corporation that is the United States government.
We're fixing a sedition on the open sea. No one ever
Didn't they do that in the
said
50s or
I'm
something?
free.
Incorporated the government, or incorporated United States of America or whatever.
Yeah, there's two different constitutions. Constitution for the capital C, and there's the Constitution for the lowercase c.
We also have to question a government that, or the military complex that's based in a place that's not even in the United States, actually.
Yep.
And the shape of it is just kind of weird, too.
And see, that's by law because the leader of the nation cannot live in the nation. That's why they have these districts set up, which are district states.
I have a question. Growing up in American Samoa, right? It's a territory. I asked the question. What are we? And here's the answer. Here's the definition. American Samoa is an unincorporated territory of the United States of America. I was like, cool. Who else is unincorporated?
That
No
means
one.
you're capital C citizen.
Yeah, it's just we're not citizens. See, we're not considered citizens. We're considered nationals. See,
Yeah, but that's actually
citizen.
the letter of the law for the capital C citizen.
So we're
Someone
unincorporated.
who is sovereign from the federal laws.
We can't vote. We're not allowed to vote for the president. You know what they do?
That's what it's supposed to be.
They recruit our people, right? Almost like 90-80% of everybody.
Electoral.
Right, to the army. They make us go fight wars and all this shit, right? But then they say you're not a citizen, you can't vote. Sorry. Or you can't hold a government position a federal government position because you're not a citizen. Sorry. I was like, dude, I just gave 20 years of my life to the goddamn military. What do you mean I can't vote? I fucking fought for the president. What do you mean I can't vote? You're an unincorporated, you're a national. I'm just pissed off because we're the only ones that are being, that are considered
You
unincorporated.
can't vote or run for any office if you are not a citizen of that office.
If you are not a worker, if you are not an
Now here's
employee
the
of
thing.
the
There's a
corporation,
difference.
right?
There's a difference between the two citizens, capital C and lowercase c. A lot of people
Right.
say, "Oh, I'm an American citizen." That's not. Sorry, that's wrong. American citizen. Well, you could be fucking in Brazil and still be an American citizen because you're in America,
What's
right?
a national? What's a national? Because we're
That's
not
a
citizens.
capital C citizen. Those are national citizen, natural born citizens of a
No,
of a
no,
land.
no, no. We are considered national,
This is the
not
thing.
national citizens. We are not citizens.
Bong. Yes, you are. That's the thing is
Well,
they have
that's
changed their
different.
definition of the word citizen.
No, I want you to
Yeah.
go look it up. Only American Samoa it has this thing. It only applies to American Samoans that are born in American Samoa. I cannot vote in America. Can you believe that? No American Samoan can because they're considered
I can't vote either.
national.
Why
But
would you
here's
want
the
to
Not
thing.
vote? I mean,
American.
if you vote for Bush, you get a skull and bonesman. You vote for Kerry, you get a skull and bonesman. If you vote for Trump, we're going to still have a bunch of people at war. If you vote for Biden, right, he might pull some people out, but a lot of people are going to be left. So it's all
Well,
fucked up. Everything they do is fucked up.
what is this word?
Very
I
true.
don't. It's this word unincorporated that I'm like looking at, right? That word makes us this. What is this? What is this word? Does that mean America's a corporation?
Boom, check it out. Right. I live on a reservation, right? And I live on a part of the reservation that's called the unincorporated part.
Oh, there you
Which
go.
means
Well,
like
is it
which
territory or is
means I don't it's not part of the United States. It's a
there you go.
sovereign nation, which makes me a diplomat.
Well, see,
Yeah, that's true, huh?
the thing about
But see,
our
here's the
in
thing.
America.
Hang on.
Here's the thing.
Here's the
The
thing.
thing,
A Native
the thing
American that's a part of one of these sovereign nations cannot be the president of the United States. He can only run for his nation, right? So you can probably run and vote for your tribal nation on the island or whatever system of government you guys have set up there, the chief. But like you can't vote in another government because you're sovereign.
Here's the thing. Is this what you mean? Okay. They locally they let us, right, govern ourselves using the Fa Samoa, okay, the chief system. Okay? But we have to choose. We have an American system, right, where you get to elect a governor and all that. This is the like the state, level. But at the local level, villages, it's all done, to Samoa. So what's up? Well, you know what I mean? I was like, so what? This is why we can't be a state. Is I said because we have to let go of everything. But we're saying things like, look, if
No,
we
you
do
guys
like
are being
Hawaii,
occupied.
if we do like
Listen,
what Hawaii does, our culture, our way disappears, our knowledge, everything that we're holding on to goes away, and we'll just be like Hawaii, and everybody's gonna come here and turn it into whatever they want to turn it into, and now it's America, right? But
check it out.
what is?
Neptune has captured your island. Neptune has occupied you.
I know, right?
That's what it
Poseidon.
is. You're under occupation. Prisoners
Poseidon,
of war. That's what it
look at
is.
the powers. Yeah, I know. I was like, what's the power behind this? The power, the spiritual, the prince
Poseidon.
behind these kings. Like, yeah, Poseidon. That's what I was wondering.
Enlil.
Because
Well, it's
it's
in the
water.
word and the law, right? That's where that's where the trick is. That's where the deception's at, is
Yeah.
in the law and the terms of law and how they twist it and, to suit themselves, but destroy us.
Yes.
Yeah, the double meaning of words. The American, or not the American, the English double speak. It's English witchcraft. When they
Well,
ask
I
you,
think
do
it's
you
the
understand
IMD.
what I had just read to you? That means that you understand, right? The
Yeah.
authority of
Yeah.
this document. So you stand under the authority of the document. Don't
That
ever
means you're
say
submitting
that.
yourself to their, you know, for them being able to punish you. You're basically saying, yeah, I'm a
Policies,
criminal and please
contract.
punish me.
It don't matter how many times they read it to you or, explain
Okay.
it to you. You never say you understand.
90% of my island is a national park. Is a United States national. It's a federally owned by the federal government. Just like Yellowstone National Park. It's exactly the same thing. And I said,
So
this
you're
is
in the ghetto.
defend
And isn't
this
that
land.
weird
This
that
is
more
our night.
people go missing in Yellowstone Park than anywhere else in the world?
Well, my
Yeah, I
point is,
think they've
this is not
sold
my
off that
land.
land to someone else.
I was born on that land, but it's not mine. It was claimed by the United States. So I thought, well, it's not mine anymore. Just like yeah, you could sit here and say it's yours, but you can't defend it. So it's
You know
not
what I think the
yours.
ultimate goal is? I think they want to give everything from like Texas to the left. They want to give it to Saudi Arabia, and everything the right side. It's just arbitrary Texas, right? They want to give the right side of the United States, the eastern side. I think they want to give it to Israel. That's what I think. And maybe they're not
Whoa,
physically
what?
occupying it or owning it. Yeah, I think they want to split up
No, it hasn't
this
already
land
done
because
that. They haven't already done.
No, dude, they just give money to Israel. They don't want to give the actual land to Israel, I don't think.
dude,
I
we give
don't think
money, soldiers,
Israel.
weapons,
Yeah, I mean, if you realize
contracts. We
most of our
fight.
wars we fight, it's just kind of for
Whatever
Israel.
Israel is, it's not the
Israel is
Israel.
not real.
Israel
It's
is,
for
is,
the
is part of the
petrodollar.
UN. It's part of the New World Order. I think
Yeah,
Israel
it's
is the opposition.
petrodollar. It's for central banking. I mean, it's all of that. It's
Dude,
just
look at
It's
you
Saudi Arabia,
want to know where
Israel,
your
the
God
Vatican.
is? Your God. You know the one that's on the back of the dollar bill, Sasha?
that's
Your
not my
God.
God. That's not
Yes,
my
it
God.
is. That
No,
Says
is
in
your
God we
God.
trust.
I don't
That
worship
is
that.
your God. Check it out. You want to know where your God is? Where that idol actually is?
The Federal
You know that
Reserve.
that green pyramid actually exists. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's in Egypt, right?
No, it's in
Which one is
Israel.
it? Really?
Yes. Look
Has
at
something
their
to do with a
Supreme
cube,
Court
doesn't it?
building. Israeli
Or
Supreme
what?
Court
Yeah.
building. It's got the green pyramid with the
On the
one
roof.
with the all seeing eye.
On the roof.
13.
You see it.
Israel.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I hate calling it
The whole
that. It's
building
not.
looks like a square, like a
Yeah,
carpenter
I was gonna
square
say. Yeah, and I
with a
think that represents
cube.
the cube of Satan.
Well, there's a
You know
cube
what
right
I'm talking
next
about?
to it, so it's like the builders
Right.
of the cube.
Mm-hmm. Or the founders or whatever. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've seen inside their church, up at the top of their little
And there's
flagstone.
nothing evil about being a Mason, right?
No, not necessarily, but once
Well,
you
I
get to the
I
end of
don't
it,
know about
once you
that,
get to
dude.
the end of that 33rd degree, then
I
things
feel
start
like
changing.
I feel like
Well, no,
Masons
that's
are
not
kind of
even in the Masons. What it is there's other societies that have infiltrated the Freemasons, like the Illuminati, the Cabal, um, the Arcane Sisterhood, the Arcane Brotherhood. I mean,
for
you have all of
recruitment
these
or whatever.
fucking
Oh,
crazy
what
people
about
that
being a
fucking
Mormon?
have
Is,
agendas.
is there any evil in being a Mormon? What
No,
about being a Catholic? Is there any evil in being a Catholic?
no.
No.
But
What
there
about
is once you get to a high enough order and you start deceiving people to the truth to where they believe the same thing you believe. See, there is nothing wrong with what a person believes. That means that becomes their truth.
Yeah, like balls, right? Like if somebody believes the Earth is a ball, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing evil with that, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't like talking about belief because
So
beliefs cannot be
basically,
proven or
if I go
tested.
around telling people, "Hey, did you know that you're not actually male? That you could actually be female?" and he believes me, there's nothing evil about that, is there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there
Huh?
is if you're
Yeah,
the one that's
yeah.
Well,
telling
if
them.
you're
I think
deceiving,
Well,
there's a
that's what
difference
I
between
mean.
deceiving and lying, right?
Well, that's just what's happening here, right?
deliberately, yes,
If
that's
you don't know better, then it's not evil. But if you're
Oh,
telling people the lie, then that's evil.
Exactly.
exactly,
if you
Sasha.
So
know
if
it's if you
people
know it's not
don't
the truth, of
know
course.
in school that if the fucking teachers don't know that what they're doing is not exactly right and they just do it to make a paycheck and they raise a fucking nation of people under this system just so that they can make a paycheck. So these students are educated, go out in the world and start fucking things up based off of their education on what was taught, even though the teacher knew that, hey, this wasn't right. So is it that teacher's fault? Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Now,
Because
if the
at
teacher
some point they figure
knows,
out that there's something not right about it, you know what
if
I
the
mean?
if the teacher has no idea that what they're teaching is not correct, there's no
Yeah,
fault
But
there.
they set it up that way. That way, you know, people are, you know, even honest people are spreading
Yes.
it. That's how they deceive even the most elite people, even the
It's
people
the
that
same
think
thing
they're
with
good.
Santa Claus, right? And yeah, I'm saying parents, if you're telling your children that Santa Claus exists, then that is wrong. That is a lie.
That's like
You are lying,
very
destroying the innocence of a person's psyche.
You're just
So,
destroying trust between you and your child. So next time your child looks at you, he's gonna be like, my mom and dad don't know shit. They think Santa Claus is real. I'm gonna go listen to Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Fuck these parents.
yep.
What Santa
Now, see,
Claus does?
that's where the problem starts.
Christmas.
Right? It's not necessarily what people believe; it's who tells them how to believe it and how they came to understand this. If they just came to understand this by taking in and feeding and eating doctrine from what the woman gives them, right? The woman, remember, Statue of Liberty, right? The woman. You eat what the woman gives you. Don't eat what the woman gives you because it will deceive you, right?
Of course, that's a metaphor. I don't think it means. Well, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well, eat what the woman feeds you, right? It's like the like justice system is a female, right? In the United
Well, it goes
States,
back to Proverbs as well. I don't know if you've read.
the church is considered a female, right? The school system is considered a female. It's just one of these things, like almost like why are boats, like ships, Navy ships, why are they
Yeah,
called her?
Our Lady of this, and
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. I didn't even think.
Why does a car salesman talk? Why does a salesman prefer to talk to the wife, not the husband? It's
Because he
easy.
knows she's probably the one in control of the money. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
know.
but then
Like, well, yeah,
also
because if he convince
to
her,
get
then
to
he
the
convinced
man.
the.
Well, no, because if you want to control the man, you control the woman he loves. It's easy, right? If the
And see,
man is going to
Yeah,
stand
that
up against you,
absolute. That
right?
makes
You can't
absolute
go
sense.
against
You're
the
right.
man if he's standing up against you. But if you go through the woman, a man might reconsider and be like, "All right, babe." So all you gotta do is fool his woman, fool the, whether it's money or an actual woman, it's the thing that he
well,
loves, right?
I'm not like trying to be a misogynist or anything, right? What I'm saying
Well,
by
if,
the
if
woman, like eating what the woman feeds you, is you take it into your belly, right? You take the doctrine into your stomach. It's like a metaphor, right? You take it in and you become that metaphor, right?
It's like the book they talk about in Revelation that he ate the book up and it was sweet to the taste, but it was bitter and once it was in his stomach. It's like
Yeah.
it's referencing knowledge of the earth and understand, where you're at, and all the truths about the earth can be very, very difficult. And that's why God says, you don't have to do that. You don't have to seek out all of the truth. You could just believe what the Bible says and you could follow him. But if you want to know all that information, be warned that it can be deadly and it can destroy you.
And then also it says something about casting your pearls of wisdom before the swine and the dogs.
Yep.
What is sacred to the dogs, right? What does that mean, dogs?
It means the scum,
What's up,
right?
dog?
They get the
What's up,
droppings
dog?
off
What
the
you got on my
table, right?
40, dog?
it
The
means
gangs,
people
No, it means
the
profane.
clubs.
it
Or your
means
pet, right?
non-Jew,
It has to do with the pet.
non-Israelite. They were very ethnocentric, the Israelites of the past. You can tell by reading the Bible, because even the woman comes up to Christ and said, is it not for the dogs sometimes get the table? And he was like, you know what, since you were humble about it, but read carefully what Christ says right there. It's very ethnocentric.
He said, "I've never seen such faith in all my." Like that woman had, he credited her with faith, like a
Well,
lot of faith.
that word nation, right? That's a funny word. What does nation mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
referring to the Gentile, right? The Goyim.
The goyim, yeah.
What is nation? Ethnos, race.
Nationality, exactly.
So
I never
nation
drew
shall
those two
rise
together
against
before.
nation and kingdom against kingdom. So race war, guys. Perpetrated by the lie of evolution.
Compartmentalism, all that kind of stuff. Football teams, everything, anything that divides us is basically like religious, because it separates us from sticking together and being loving to.
Do you remember what the subtitle to natural selection is? Origin of Species?
No, not right off the top of my head.
Origin of Species by means of natural selection, or the what?
Right, natural.
Preservation of the favored races.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that, and they took that off so that it wouldn't sound weird.
Whose favorite races?
That's the thing.
Because my
right there.
favorite, one of my favorite races are India
Güero
and
Diablo.
Chinese. Yeah,
It
I like
says
India.
preservation of the
Indians and
favored races.
Chinese are cool.
Lie. Charles Darwin.
I'm sorry. I hope you guys don't take that as a racist comment. I was just being funny.
Yeah, yeah. Indians are cool because they're funny as and they got good food.
Well,
And
so you
China.
guys think evolution was created to divide us?
No, I think it was created by these eugenistic superiorists.
It was created. I think it might have been an accident, and they just went with it.
People.
Hold on, let me say this. Okay, so evolution is not scientific. There is no subspecies in the human race. In order for there to be a subspecies, there has to be 15% difference in genetics, right? So the people who live in sub-Saharan African, they're no special or, mightier than me, and I'm no mightier or special than them, right? We're all men, right? And women. We got 4 appendages, right? 1 mouth, 2 ears, 2 eyes, right? So even though we're different, we're all the same. But the thing is that everybody wants to hyper focus on the differences. So they say, the Moors tried to invade, right, Europe, and the Europeans kicked their ass, right? So they think that there's can somebody stop doing that? Whatever that somebody saw on a piece of wood or something. Anyway, yeah, so the whole race thing, it's made up, and the whole evolution thing, it's not scientific at all, right? It's just a bunch of made up propaganda, and it's basically, allowing people to divide and conquer each other. And I think that there's a real issue with this whole race thing because it seems that only the lowbrow, low IQ, like dumb people are racist, right? So let me go over this. There is tribes, right? There are different families. You might call them nations, right? But this new nation, the United States, is not so much a family, right? So that's why we've kind of gotten away from the word family. But tribes are basically just families, right? Groups of people that start a village. Eventually, the village becomes a city or a town or whatever, and then eventually a city. But it's really important to understand there are no subhumans, and most importantly, thing to remember, there are no human fossils in the let me get it right. There are no human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. So that means that there's 0 transitional bones, not one. So anything before human, like what they want to talk about, they're just, in my opinion, they're not humans, right? So what we have here is Neanderthal, right? A lot of Europeans carry Neanderthal genetics. So they weren't subhuman. They were human, just like us. Homo sapien sapien. All of us, regardless of what anybody tells you. We're all just men, mankind.
There's a chapter in this book that I have called Evolution Cruncher. It's about fossils and strata. I'm going to read through it and see if it, because I'm pretty sure I've read this part and it talks about what you just said. This is a fact book about, how evolution is crap and why. I don't know if I've shared it with everybody yet, but I posted it in the chat before. I can pull it here in a minute if you want me to. But, sorry, I didn't mean to just change the subject.
No, you're right on point. You said that basically what I was saying
Well,
is
I was
right there
thinking
in that
maybe I'd
book.
read some of it if you guys wanted to go off in another room or something. We could go over some of it and check it out.
Yeah, perhaps we should do that.
I'm sure it wouldn't be inappropriate to do it here, but I'm not sure who's modding or whatever and what the format is. Well, by all means, don't stop talking.
Yeah, so there's people out there like the Hebrew Israelites, right? And they want to be holy or set apart. And the Bible tells them to be set apart. So a lot of people might read the Bible and be like, oh, the Bible's a racist book. No, the Bible knows that there's different tribes that shouldn't mix, right? So, like if a white person and a black person mix together, they got like a really high chance of like sickle cell anemia and other types of diseases, right? And it's because each tribe has their own genetic deficiencies. And then when you mix them together, then you get both deficiencies that each tribe has in that one body. And it's more likely to express, some sort of problem. This is what I've been told, right? So if you think about it, like scientifically, it makes sense. So, like, if it's kind of similar to if brothers and sisters are mating, right? Those genetic anomalies that they have might start to express themselves if they don't go outside of. So there's all sorts of things that can cause genetic anomalies, right? So
Yeah,
I'm not saying you should be like incestual, but I'm not saying that, you shouldn't do your research before marrying outside of your tribe either. But yeah, there's a lot of like, I don't know, there's a lot of pseudoscience when it comes to this, right? When it comes to like, okay, so what the mainstream is like pushing, if you watch like the Netflix commercial, like you'll see like a alpha right white girl, a beta white dude, and an alpha black dude. And it's always like these really weird scenarios, like what is going on here? And it's like that's like mainstream is what they're pushing, right? And in my opinion, they want one controllable, you know, people who are all mixed in together with zero culture. And I think culture is like really important. Like for me, like Western culture is extremely important. I would not want to live in a state where if I commit a sin, it's punishable by death. Right? That doesn't sound cool to me. Like I like it in the West because, if I commit a sin, maybe I can live long enough to, stop doing that. Right? So there's a separation of church and state. Give to God's what is God and Caesar what is Caesar's. So for me, like the Western culture, a lot of it's based off of, the Bible, right? And a lot of people, I don't know if they realize it or not, but the laws are ecclesiastical and Levitical laws. And it's like in America, you can participate in the Judeo part or you can participate in the Christian part. So if someone rear-ends you and they don't have like insurance, right, of some sort, some kind of indemnify, I think that's what it's called, then you can either take them to court, right, and use the judicial, or you could either, forgive them, right? You know what? Hey, man, you're having tough times. We'll be back together. I forgive you. So it's a Judeo-Christian system. Like you can do whichever one you want.
Never thought of it like that. That's a good way to put it there, Hank.
Creation Bear, we listened to some of your songs earlier today. They were really good.
Thanks, man. I got like
Hell
2
yeah,
more
bro.
on
We
the
were
way.
singing your praise, and you were on mute and deafened. So
I was actually working on
songs,
another
right?
song, another 2 songs. So I'm trying to get those ready. Have them out hopefully the next week or so.
Yeah, good stuff, man. As always.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yeah, but I agree with what you guys were saying earlier. Thanks.
Here's the thing. What if in antiquity there to be one spot where the sages, right, those that held the wisdom of the tribes, would venture off and meet together, and they would exchange stories and philosophies to better understand the mystery?
What do you mean the mystery? Do you mean life?
Where the fuck did we come from? Why the fuck are we here? What's the meaning of life? That's the mystery.
We're here to love each
Yeah. Well, we're not here to make money.
Oh,
We're
that's
not
for
really
sure.
here to just love each other. I think it's more
We're here
deeper
to
than that.
we're here to experience, to exist.
We're here to
I
learn
think
about
you're more
dignity.
along the right answer there, right? I think, see, this is what I think. This because, when I drowned when I was 4, I had an experience and then it turned into a nightmare. Um, Woke up, I was in a cloud, and like the memories and everything that I was like after I had drowned, like sitting in this cloud type thing. I didn't have a body, I was a mist. And I was mingled with other mists, and it was all like one. It was like a spirit type thing, right? Like kind of like a cloud, but not. Right? It was like invisible, no body, and like I would like get experiences and like wisdom and like information from like all sorts of different times and like people. I was like 4. I had no like friends that had passed away. I've never really met any friends. The only people I knew were family, and maybe the neighbors. And the crazy thing is it was a white room full of light everywhere, but no source of light. And I felt like it was home, like love. It's like a warm, comfortable feeling of belonging, right? Like everything's all right. Then I got coaxed out of the cloud by an imaginary friend, and there's like these black holes, but they weren't black holes. They were like polka dots, right? Almost like a checkerboard, because floor with black spots everywhere. And these spots were like tunnels. That's like the best way I can explain it. How can I explain it? Because I got tricked into going into one of them, and I woke up in the hospital. I'm falling through the tunnel. It's a black tunnel, dark tunnel, no light, with light at the end of the tunnel, get further and further away, and then waking up in the hospital room.
Wow, that's really interesting.
But I'm not the only one that's had this experience. Later on, I found out in my life.
It's kind of common.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard that. I've heard a lot of stories that are kind of similar to that.
So maybe we are all fractals of the same spirit, right? Made in his image.
I agree with that
What the
completely.
purpose of life is to realize that we are all the same. Deep down inside, what makes us go, it's all the same. We are all the same. We're all one.
Yeah, I know that there are some people on the server who disagree with this statement. I got it from Jordan Peterson, but I believe it's true. He said there's more differences between individuals than there are against races. And I thought about that. And I was like, hell yeah, that's absolutely true. one day I came on here and I was talking about something that had happened in Dallas when I was working for Lyft and Uber, and somebody chimed up on the mic that didn't chime up very often. He said, "Yeah, Hank, it's not the natural state for black people to be in the hood, right? So that guy that wanted to get out of there like immediately, it's not the natural state for a man to live in poverty like that. But the way that those people are living in that part of Dallas." And I was like, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because I don't want to live in a really a rough neighborhood, and they probably don't either. That makes a lot of sense. So I see the world as like there's two types of people. There's like collectivists and individuals, and the collectivists are just like automaton robots, in my opinion. Like they're all on the same team, and no matter what. And I try to lean on the individual side, and that's why I sometimes call out flat earthers. Like I can't help it. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking anything that's like personal to you. I'm only attacking your argument, right? Because I don't think it's a very good one. Like sometimes people say that, man, how come the buildings ain't tilted? And it's like, that's not a good argument, man. How do you tell if a building is tilted right in front of your face? You have to pull out a tool. Okay. So how do you tell if a building is tilted like 70 miles away? Right? Because if you do the math, right, 24,901 divided by 360, I think is how it goes. And it comes up to like 69 miles, I think.
Well, see, I'm just
So it's
wondering
60.
if they take completely straight beams and put that at the four corners of a building and have them square, if they will be the same distance apart from at the top than they are at the base. I'm pretty willing to bet that yes, they will be the same
You're talking
measurement at the
about
top and at the bottom.
You're talking about a man-made building, right, where the basement and everything is made like perfectly flat, right? So, and even if you didn't, it would still be over topography. So what I'm saying is that there's some arguments that are really good, like QE, his argument with the black swan. Like if I would have been 2012 and someone would have showed me that, I would have been like, man, they're faking it. And then when they showed me the video, I'd be like, okay, I need to go outside and see if I can do this. Like that is such a good argument. It makes you want to go check because you don't want to believe the video. You're like, oh, the guy's faking it. Oh, obviously, that's impossible. So the argument with the buildings tilting at 69 miles away, how the fuck you going to measure 1 degree of tilt from 69 miles away? So I just don't think it's a good argument. So I'll attack flat earthers' arguments. I don't care, and I don't think it's friendly fire either. I think that it's constructive criticism, like Helio says.
Well, then the whole 90 degrees thing, you know what I mean? Like plumb line, you should chuck that out too, right? I mean, because isn't that the same?
No, see, the thing
No.
is when you're building a structure, you're going to have a square and level foundation, a solid foundation, right? You're not going based off of, a point here and a point there, and then how would you be able to tell that deviance within, said mile and a half from what you could easily shoot at? So yeah,
I think if boats
does
are
lie in a
saying,
problem.
I think if boats are disappearing over a curve, that they would also be angled in respect to that curve. Like their 90 degree would be different from the observer's 90 degree if that's the curvature it's disappearing over.
Yeah, that's the thing. We need to establish a 90 from the horizon and see how perpendicular, like your 90 from horizon is compared to my 90 from horizon. If we can do that, right?
Oh, we
If
just
we
need
can
a
find
ball.
out that both
We just
90s
need
are
a ball, dude.
perpendicular to each other, then there is no globe.
Right, we just need a ball that's big enough to sail ships on, right? Or walk on, right? That has a radius that's roughly 3,959 miles, and you probably see what it should look like, right? Because ball, like pinballs, needles on a pinball. when you look at them, right? Why are they angled the way they're angled then? Why aren't they all standing up straight? Why aren't they all angled directly up, and not, you know what I mean? I mean, the needle, you have those little cushion balls where you stick the needles in. Yeah. And then you look at those needles and you're like, all right, if that needle is the boat disappearing over the curvature, should the boat also be, you know what I mean? Look like the needle, like. Because it doesn't have to be 69 miles away. Like it's right there where if they are claiming that's where the curve is starting, then everything should be on that ball, right? I don't know why it's a weak argument, because it's not even an argument. It only comes up when they claim where the curve is, or where the curve should be. But nothing is behaving, nothing looks like it's on a ball. Maybe that's why it's a bad argument.
Yeah, so I just did the math. 24,901 is the Earth's circumference, divided by 360 degrees. So 1 degree of tilt is going to be at 69.169 miles. So at 70 miles, you're going to detect 1 degree of building tilting away from you as you're looking at it head on, right? So imagine like a pull stick, right? You're facing the pull stick, but it's leaning back 1 degree, right? But it's not on the other side of the pool table. It's 70 miles away. If it's leaning forward or back by 1 degree, how are you going to detect that? 1 degree?
You can't see 70 miles, by the way.
Well, that's what I
It's
was
very
going to
difficult to
say.
see 70 miles.
Most of it is going to be obstructed, by the so-called curve, and then that angle will be there anyways. But I think it's the obstruction that would, yeah. But if you're saying this boat here is disappearing right here, you know what I mean? Then yeah, do the math, and you know what I mean.
Well, look, man, the math works out, right? It's just, yeah, go ahead, bro.
I was.
What? Say it again.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You got a question?
No, it's all right. It looks like you're new, so if you could just hang up on that phone call you're getting, we'd love to talk to you, answer your question.
Here, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to talk about some things. I'll be right back.
Oh, who was that?
We'll wait for you,
I
bro.
thought it was me there for a second. I thought it was mine.
Interrupt us when you come.
Okay, thank you.
That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays the mean pinball.
I was on a boat. I think it was like 60 miles, and then halfway between islands. I mean, halfway to the island I can see the island I'm going to. And I look behind me. Oh, shit, I can still see the island I just left. Right, so 30 miles that way, 30 miles this way. I can see the rocks. I can see the waves. Like I was like, oh yeah, halfway you'll see it. You'll never get lost as long as it's not cloudy. But 30 miles on the boat. I'm on the boat. That's about like, I don't know, maybe 10 feet off of sea level, something like that. I don't know, 12 feet.
Hey, I saw a video of a fishing trawler in the south getting pretty close to the 60th parallel, and a U.S. Navy ship come over and blasted over with their air horn, and the PA system with their LRAD sitting there saying, stop Do not move or we will blow you out of the water. Identify yourself. You're in restricted waters. And this was
Got to
some
protect all
Aussie,
those.
or it could have been South
You got to
Africans.
protect those snowflakes, right? There's a lot of snowflakes that need protected in Antarctica, and I mean literal snowflakes, not like college students.
Plenty of fucking snowflakes in Canada too, and Russia.
Oh, but those don't need protected.
Worry about the penguin.
Yeah, what's up? I
I
think we
was
got
just
that new guy
wondering.
back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was wondering if y'all could like tell me some reasons why y'all believe the Earth is flat.
So here's the thing.
We don't
right. The reason it's flat and we know it is because your everyday experience, if you listen to your senses, it'll tell you live on a flat stationary plane. Stationary meaning not moving. Flat meaning topographically flat, right? There's hills and mountains and valleys, right? We're not disagreeing that, but your senses will tell you that you live on a flat stationary plane, right? So the thing is that you can actually measure it. Do me a favor, look up the radius of Earth. Can you do that?
Yeah, what did you want?
What's the radius of the Earth in miles?
Do you want me to Google it?
Yeah.
What is
that way? It's the radius. That way, it's not me telling you.
The mean radius
It's
of Earth
them
is
telling you.
3,958.8 miles.
3,958.8 miles.
That's not very, is it?
Let me think. No, I don't think so.
Right. So basically, what we're trying to tell you is that you can go out into the Earth and measure it yourself. So when I say Earth, right, you're probably picturing the blue marble, right? But if you actually think about what Earth is, it's the dirt between your toes when you're at the beach. So if you go to the beach, you can measure over a large body of water with a flat Earth with a globe Earth calculator. Can you pull that up on your computer? Earth curve calculator?
Yeah, sure.
And you can just roughly, instead of 38.8, or 398.8, whatever, you can just go 3959, round up a little bit.
Oh, I
Make it
see.
easier.
Here, let me check this out.
He's rounded up to 59. Yeah.
But the thing is that calculator already has that value in it, so you're just going to do observer height.
It says eye height, target distance.
Yeah. Eye height is observer height, yeah. You don't worry about target distance.
So what check?
Go ahead and do 1 foot observer
1
height.
foot.
Okay, 1 foot. Yeah,
And
I got it.
nothing else. What does it say?
It says the target distance is 30 miles. Wait, no. It just shows me like a
Distance
big
to horizon.
Distance to horizon. Oh, 3.872399.
At 1 foot observer height?
Yeah, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Hit enter.
Enter. Oh, 1.224. I'm sorry. I just saw something funny on my phone.
1.22 miles, man.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That means that's the distance to the horizon. That's the distance that you will not be able to see anything because the bulge is hiding everything, if it is a globe.
Oh.
So anything past 1.22 miles, you should not be able to see the base of.
Oh,
let
that makes
alone
sense.
boats. All right.
Okay, that's cool.
Now, are you paying attention to the live stream voice text?
No. Where's that?
It's the voice channel or the text channel right above this voice channel. It says hashtag livestream -voice text -keyboard.
Someone added me. Yeah?
Okay, so you see somebody had pinged you. If you go up to where Northern Rebellion had posted at 20 minutes past the hour,
Oh yeah.
it's an image with 2 oil rigs, and it says "Bye-bye ball."
Yeah.
Okay, the first part is the modus tollens. Don't worry about that part right now, but just worry about the image, right? What you're seeing is a screenshot taken from a film, from a video, and you're seeing 2 platforms. These are oil rig platforms, right? So you see Platform Hill House at 6.21 miles
Yeah.
from the point of the observation,
I see
and
that.
Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles, right? Now, the thing is you could see that boat in between there. Now, the horizon is supposed to be 1.22 miles away. Now, do you see the horizon in that image?
Yeah.
Where is the horizon? Can you identify it with words?
I don't
Like, is
think so.
it around where the yellow letters are? Is it above the yellow letters? Is it behind the habitats?
I see it at around the platform habitat.
So you don't see it past further in the distance?
Oh yeah, I kinda do.
You kind of do.
I think I do, yeah. Like above the
Zoom in
boat.
on it. Zoom in, yeah. Well, if that is a boat, right?
Yeah, but
Now,
like we're assuming it is.
with global geometry at 1.22 miles is the termination of the geometric horizon. You should not be able to see that because that's in between 6.21 miles and 9.41 miles.
Yeah.
And that's only a little boat that should be hidden by a couple feet of sea bulge.
Oh.
The
What's sea
horizon.
bulge?
The
What's a sea
horizon.
bulge?
The horizon is
horizon.
actually out further past everything. It meets
Yeah,
the eye level.
Yeah,
Well, how does that work?
That
if it's
horizon should be closer, 1.224 miles. Like, that's where the horizon should be.
Okay. Well, if
That
it's
boat should not be visible. The bottoms of those rigging should not be visible at all.
yeah, how would that work if it's curved? That doesn't make
Maybe
sense.
it's not curved. Exactly. Now, here's the thing with water, right? We know water is a state of, it's called liquid
Yeah.
hydro, right? So it's the liquid state of, H2O, of hydrox. Now, there's a gaseous state and a solid state as well, right? We have ice and then we have steam, which turns into clouds.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the crazy thing about it is, that liquid part, it's a liquid because it follows, pretty much all liquids, right?
Yeah, it's
And
like
it's a
it's
state of matter or a phase of matter, right? Where it's runny and molten and liquid, right? Well, all
yeah.
liquids,
Here, let me find the
when at
picture.
rest,
Sorry.
find
Continue.
its level. All liquids, when at rest, find its level.
Okay.
They form a level surface.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take a bottle of water, lay it on its side, like drink like a couple
But
drinks out of it.
I'm sorry.
Put the lid on it, lay it on its side, and you'll see a perfectly straight and horizontal line.
Yeah.
No matter which way you tilt it, it'll always be horizontal.
But I saw a picture of not post a picture of the Earth, and it looked round.
Are you sure it was a picture of the Earth and not an image?
What's the difference?
That's why we go
I
into
saw,
these
I saw
bodies
a
of water in
picture
reality.
of the Earth being round in Star Wars and Star Trek, and I saw pictures and even video. How do you explain that?
A picture is a print. usually
Oh,
from a
okay.
photographic negative, right? It's a photograph. Whereas digital photography is not photography whatsoever. It's not lithography whatsoever, right? It is something called imagery. So it's digital data that can be manipulated at any level.
Can I just say this as well? You're asking a decent question, James, right? What about
Yeah,
the
thank you.
curving water from space? That's a good place. So what you're supposed to do is go and check for that curving water in reality when you're at the beach.
Okay.
And so that's what we do here. And so we showed you that observation, where's the curving water?
Like what my science teacher would talk about, he said in 1600s that like they could see the ships over like they could see it go past the horizon, like it was like going on a circle.
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
I don't know. It was a picture.
Right. Well, what we showed you.
Let him finish.
I mean, it was like an old ship sailing out to sea, and it would like go over a circle, and then it wouldn't be there. And like if the Earth was flat, wouldn't you be able to see like forward and forward and forward forever and ever?
No, not necessarily.
Why?
No, James, refer back to that calculator you were looking at. It told you at a 1 foot observer height where the curvature would start, and so that's where the curve would be blocking the boat going over that, right? But then when you start looking in reality, right, we take that calculator and compare that to what we see in real life. And that's why we brought up this picture of the two rigs, right? And where do you see the horizon? It's way beyond those two rigs, which are far beyond that 1.22 mile mark that we talked about.
Oh, you're right.
Do you have a long kitchen table?
A kitchen table? I mean, I have a table where my computer is. Does that work?
Well, how long is it? It needs to be a fairly long.
I mean, it's
flat surface.
I'd say like 4 or 5 feet, somewhere out there.
Okay, that should be long enough. What about like a counter in the kitchen?
I can't go to the kitchen right now. My parents are sleeping.
Oh, I mean, you don't have to do it now. I'm just saying, when you're able to, or like say you're at the pool in the cafeteria.
8 feet, 9 feet, somewhere in there.
Yeah, well that should be long enough. Take a coin.
Okay, a coin.
You can stand,
I have one.
You can stand a coin up on edge, right?
Yeah.
And put it at the end of the counter, and then go to the other end of the counter and look at it with one eye.
Okay.
And bring your eye down to the surface of the counter, and not imagine that you're a giant on the surface, but imagine you're real tiny, like an ant. So you're going to get real down, real small, and you're going to notice that coin's going to disappear from the bottom up.
Oh, but it's not curved. Like my counter's not curved, so how?
Exactly.
Oh wait, shit! That makes so much sense. Wait, I never actually thought about that. Here, wait, let me try it.
You win.
That's actually really cool. Here, let me try that one more. It's kind of hard on mine.
You just leveled up. Congratulations.
I converted religions. Wait.
No, you leveled up. Congratulations.
Oh, cool. I did.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I leveled up?
That means you're moving forward. That means you're acquiring more XP experience.
Oh, okay.
What we're saying is you just realized some of the first things like we did that made us go, wait a minute, holy crap, you're right. Just keep looking at the stuff we're talking about and check out there's stuff down at the bottom. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the list and look at the bottom, there's all kinds of answers, questions and answers, and all kinds of info down there.
Oh wait, I'm watching like a GIF of the thing. Oh, and it does appear. That's interesting. But I mean, like, why? Sorry, excuse my cough. Why would people lie about the Earth being flat? Like, do you think the government knows? Like, why would they?
That's an interesting question, right? But unfortunately, that would be under the realms of speculation and philosophy.
Yeah, you have to
know.
decide that for yourself, buddy.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Excuse me.
It's better if you decide that for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
you
yeah.
agree?
I mean, what is your I want to know your opinions.
Great,
I want to know y'all's opinions on the subject. Y'all are actually really fun to talk to about this kind of stuff.
Well, this kind of stuff, I think would be better spent off stream because this is live stream.
What do y'all do in live stream?
Why that's not I mean, we can answer that question. It's not something that we can't discuss on live stream.
Oh,
Why
okay.
would they? Okay. Well, here's the thing: do people?
Yeah.
We don't have to speculate or give you an opinion. Do people lie? Yes or no?
I mean, I lie a lot.
Right. And do you think greedy people would lie as well? If they're greedy, right? Do you think people in power? Do you think corporations lie?
I mean, if it was to make money, why would they not? If it was to make money,
Right. And do corporations run the White House?
do they?
Yes. The answer is yes.
They
yes.
do?
The answer. So here's the point. People lie. Okay.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I don't know. But the worse their value, the worse people are, the worse and the bigger the lies. And the bigger the lies, the easier to believe them, especially if it comes from authorities or
Dude,
so-called.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
You can reason. You can figure it out. People lie for control and power, but mostly for control.
Yeah. Wait. But why would it benefit them to lie about it? Because I mean, if it was round or flat, how does that benefit them for lying?
Let's do an analogy, right?
An analogy?
Yeah, an analogy of the question you just proposed instead of the flat Earth.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Replace they with parents and replace flat Earth with Santa Claus.
Wait. So, what about gravity? Because wouldn't we just fall off the flat Earth?
Well, hang on.
No.
Sorry, I'm just jumping.
I know. You're like all over the place here. It's interesting because you're just like, wait a minute, when all these interesting questions and ideas are popping up in your head, right?
Yeah, no, this is cool.
But the thing is, right, is why would your parents lie to you about Santa Claus?
I mean, because it's a fun tradition for kids to do. I mean, it's a thing that it brings.
What would they always say? He knows when you're asleep. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake.
I mean, they say that about God too. Couldn't that be a lie?
But your parents are Santa Claus. That's how he knows everything about you, right?
Oh.
They're lying to control you so you behave, so you don't misbehave.
Like the government.
But maybe it's more of a spiritual deception, the great deception. But we don't know. This is speculation, right? I mean, we can go down this avenue, but this is just speculation.
Okay, I mean, I like
maybe they're hiding God, right? Because the first cosmonaut from Russia that supposedly went into space, Yuri Gagarin.
I'm not trying to talk anything bad about God. I do believe I am a Christian.
No, this is what he said. When he went up there, he says, I'm up here and I don't see no God.
No God?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was also a Freemason.
Oh, isn't that what George Washington was? I saw it in National Treasure. I saw something about that. It was a good movie with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, it's a lie, so don't watch that movie.
It's not a good movie?
It's propaganda. Okay, propaganda, it means look this way.
In the hills. The city of gold is not what you would think. It's an allegory.
Wait, so can I ask a question? Are y'all done? Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on gravity? Because there has to be something there, or else we wouldn't just stick to the ground, right?
The effect.
I don't know.
What are your thoughts on gravity?
I don't really know, to be honest. But because scientists are saying that it's a real, and they provide this model. They show the sun, and they show the Earth around it, and all this stuff sticks to the Earth because of gravity, and because gravity orbits around the sun. And I just really don't know and that seems to kind of work, I guess, but I don't really know how it would work in a flat Earth model because I don't know.
They can't agree on the cause of gravity.
Well, if it doesn't work on a globe model, then why would you expect it to work on any model?
But it does kind of work, I think. I don't really know much about it. I'm just trying to understand.
What is it that's first of all, you say you don't know what gravity is. Right? Second, scientists don't know what gravity is. So what is this work? What is working?
Well, they say that like I'm not trying to like upset you or anything. I'm just asking like a question.
Trying to clear things up.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, so like they say that it's like space time bending and warping, so the direction of objects gets turned, and because of that, it like because
You know, in the movie Star Wars, right? I can use the Force to warp and move things, maybe
Bro,
even throw.
wasn't
people,
Nicolas
right?
Cage in Star Wars?
No. It's
I'm just joking. Star Wars is a good movie. I love it.
Yeah, but there's a force in the movie Star Wars, and I can use
Yeah,
it to
like
manipulate things, right? I can bend metal, I can throw people, I can manipulate reality with the
Cause
force.
things to levitate.
Okay.
yes, levitation
Okay.
is so fucking cool. Like that's oh my
can't-
god.
Right.
So, like-
What it is,
Yeah,
I
but that's
can't
all
really tell
Narnia.
you.
That's all fantasy.
Oh,
It
okay.
is.
That's Star Wars. It's a story.
Yeah,
So,
but it's a good
then
story.
but then like how do you like stay to the Earth? Like that's my main question. That's what I'm asking.
I
Well,
get it. I
here's
get
the
it.
thing.
How
We
is
have-
it, right? that We're not flying, right? Because naturally, right? Because according to our senses, common sense, we should all be
I'm not
flying.
even like I'm not even talking about the globe anymore. Like
Right,
I'm just talking about like
but-
how do you think we stick to the ground?
Can
That's
we
what I'm
get
trying
to
to do.
something? Can we get to something concrete, please? This is going all over.
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Why would you expect anything? Why would you expect a rock to be floating off into the air?
I don't.
Why would you think that?
I don't.
Well, I mean, can I answer this one?
That's the answer, right?
Can I
That's
answer?
the answer. Yeah. You don't expect rocks to float in the sky, so why would you need an explanation why it doesn't float up into the sky?
But like in science class, it does.
Well, we're not on the ball, right? Remember, we're not on the ball, right?
What we
And
could
whatever
be.
they
Like, wait, here,
gravity
hear me
was,
out. Is it
What
possible
they're
that
telling
we're on
you
the
is
ball?
that the reason why
Like,
you don't fly off a
theoretically,
balloon is
Hey,
because of
Bong,
imagination.
somebody let this kid talk. Let the kid talk. Let the kid talk, please. Please let the kid talk.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead. Explain yourself, young man.
What was I talking about? I forgot. I'm sorry.
The rock floating.
The rock's floating. Well, in my opinion,
Science class. Yeah, science class.
yes.
From there.
So I have this biology teacher, right?
Mhm.
And he likes to talk about like astronomy and things, and well, like larger. Sorry, my cough is bad. Larger masses are like attracted to each other, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel stupid because I don't want to sound stupid.
Yeah, that's what
In the
they
chat.
teach us.
But
That's
like,
what they teach us.
why would they teach me something wrong? Like my coach Munson.
But that's what we're not here to do, is to ask the questions why.
Yeah.
In
Okay,
this,
yeah, you're right. You're right. I shouldn't have asked
in
that.
here, we only use evidence and facts, right? That's
Yeah,
what we
like
try.
facts
That's what
and
we try to
logic.
prove.
Like,
Right. So questions about why are irrelevant when you find out that someone's lying, right? All you need to do is find out they're lying. You don't need to know why. You just need to know, oh, the person lied. Someone might never ever tell you why. They might never tell you why, but you still prove that they lied. So
Okay.
that's what we're here to do. It's just to find out the truth of the situation, of the matter, of what's been explained to us. And when we find out that, hey, they lied, we don't need to know why, because we already know, you know?
Okay, but like,
That's besides the point.
I'm sorry.
What
As Untamed Sausage was saying, like what
right?
keeps us to the ground?
Listen, wait. Your teacher is not lying to you. Your teacher is just wrong. This is his job. This is what he or she has to teach you, or else he doesn't have a job. That's why they teach that.
Well, I mean,
Whoever's
like,
lying
is it 100%? I'm sorry. Is it 100% sure it's wrong, or like, isn't there? Sorry. God damn, my throat.
You know 100% sure it's wrong. You don't know why they're.
Y'all are 100% sure that like the Earth cannot be round.
Well, have you asked us for the evidence? Have you asked us for the evidence?
What's the evidence?
He already got it. He got it.
I got some of it.
You got it already?
Well, what I'm trying to think is like, what keeps us to it? Like this big flat rock.
Nothing's keeping you on it. Nothing's keeping you down.
But wouldn't I just float away?
No.
Why would you
Like,
float
No,
away?
here's
why?
the thing.
The question of why would we
Because like there's
float?
no
Why aren't we
gravity. What's
floating?
gonna keep me to it without the gravity?
No,
Then
there
there's
never
no.
What is
was
Here's the
though.
gravity?
thing.
There
You're
never
thinking of the
was.
effect of gravity, not
Yeah.
the cause of gravity.
Well, here. What do
Gravity
you
is not a thing. It hasn't been ever proven ever.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, but like,
like? Oh, sure. The effect of gravity. Like if I take, say, this comb on my desk and
That's
drop
all
it.
we know at
It's not
best.
Yeah,
Is
you
gravity.
take
the
first.
effect.
That's it.
sausage. I was talking.
Yes,
I'm sorry, man.
that's at best that we know of is the effect of gravity. That's it. Now
Okay.
there is another form of gravity that I like to bring up all the time
Oh
that
yeah.
is demonstratable, that is not a theory, it is actually a property. This is how we determine densities, right? Is this thing called specific gravity and displacement, right? Now, the reason why it's so unique is because it's used in a medium called water, right? Now, when that medium is changed to something like atmosphere or air, then things behave differently. Like objects that would float in water seem to sink in air.
Oh wait, the thing that Northern Rebellion sent. Why do?
So
Okay, like
here's a question
object,
for you.
like water density.
Hold on,
like
young man.
density.
Here's a question for you guys, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if let's say let's say we know what gravity is and how it's created, right?
Yeah,
So
my God.
if
Well, I
that's
mean,
the case,
I think if anybody,
hold on. If that's the case, then why can't we recreate it out in space,
we will.
right? So if we know that gravity exists and it's real, then why can't we recreate it on the space station?
Well,
Why?
okay.
Well, I mean, from what my teacher said,
Sausage.
like you kind of can't because like she said all mass has like gravity on it, so
Wait,
it's just
sausage.
really
Can I
weak.
please talk? I was actually gonna bring up a.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
my
let you go.
bad.
I'm sorry.
So exact. So
Wait. So, sorry. What I was gonna say is well, like in outer space, there is no gravity because there's no mass for you to be attracted to. Gravity is the attraction to a larger mass because
No,
larger
that's
masses.
not correct.
Well,
That's wrong.
it is.
Yeah.
Well, why would Coach
You want to
Munson
know why?
lie? Why would Coach Munson
If
lie
you
to
want to
me?
know why they say you experience weightlessness in a rocket when you're in orbit or a space shuttle when you're in orbit, the reason why is because you're in free fall, but you're moving forward at the same rate that you're falling at,
Well,
which
but like,
is
yeah,
stupid.
sorry. Yeah, go for it.
There is no way that can actually happen. How can you be moving forward at the same rate that you're decaying at?
Well, is like
You
space
cannot
real?
happen.
Because like all the astronauts were up on space
No,
and the
check it
moon.
out. If they were to fire up their boosters, what would happen is they would just simply move into a higher energy orbit.
Oh yeah, okay.
They would not be able to go straight. They would actually boost and change their trajectory. The thing is, all of these things about Newtonian and Einstein, they don't work even in simulations.
Oh, okay.
They have to use Newtonian adapted physics, which is using a bunch of magic numbers.
Well, what about
in the
Newton?
computer
Like, how
program.
did the apple fall on his head? Like, how did it
Because
fall
the
if there wasn't
stem
gravity?
got weak. Because the stem
But
got
what
weak.
causes it to fall? Because like theoretically,
The
if the
stem got weak.
existence of nothingness was for
Check it
like,
out.
okay, but like here one sec,
If-
like, sorry.
If there was a flood and water was all the way up to the top of the tree where that apple was, and that apple were in that stem let loose, do you think that apple would fall?
It's actually heavier than water, so therefore it
No,
would
it
fall.
would.
No.
It would not fall. It would float. Apples
float? Wait,
in
actually?
water.
Oh, in water. I thought you said oil. I'm sorry.
If
Well,
you
it
put
would
the
still.
apple tree in the water and then the apple fell, which direction will the apple fall? Up or down?
Well,
in the water. The
what's a
apple tree
red
is in
pill?
the water.
What's a
Do
red?
apples float in water? Yes or no?
Well, they float because they're
Okay. All right.
right.
Now our apple tree is in the water. The apple comes loose. Which way is it going to go? Up or down?
You said it's in water, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
There's a flood.
I would
It's gonna go
assume it would go
It's
up.
going to go up. Yes. Yes. Why?
And then
Why did
what
it go up?
happens to that apple when the flood waters subside?
It goes down because like the water brings its mass
you go.
downward. Oh,
Just like I was saying, when you change the medium, things behave differently in different mediums. So the medium of water, things that would float, would fall in air.
Okay.
Or sink, right? Now, however, you have hydrogen and helium, which float in both water and air.
Okay.
Right? So you have different things like carbon
have you
dioxide.
ever like put
If you were to fill a
helium
balloon with
in your
carbon
mouth?
dioxide,
So
it would sink. Well, the carbon dioxide, the balloon filled with carbon dioxide would sink in the air and it would float in the water.
Oh.
Have you ever put helium in your mouth and sounded like a chipmunk?
And I sound like a Chuck E. Cheese. Oh God, I did that the other day at my birthday party. It was so funny. Because like
that's because there's less
my dad,
distance.
he was so funny. Yeah.
Right? Gas doesn't necessarily have a definite volume.
Yeah. Why
No,
does
there's
the
less
apple?
volume, and your esophagus vibrates at different frequencies, at a higher frequency, allowing a higher pitched voice. Now, if you were to do sulfur hexafluoride, you would have an very wide.
Like that.
Okay. Okay. Look. Why does the apple float? Why did the apple go up in the water?
Well, because the apple is less dense than water is.
Right. And why did the apple fall when there was no water?
Well, because since it floats and the water level goes down, the apple is on top of the water, therefore making it go in a downward direction.
No. Look, I've removed the water. Okay, our apple
there's
is
no
back.
water?
That's correct.
Why did it fall?
Well, I mean, doesn't like air have a weight? Air is kind of weightless.
So air is a fluid, right? It's not a solid.
Air's a fluid? I thought it was a gas.
It is.
Yes, gas is fluid. Yes.
Fluid is not liquid.
Fluid is not.
Fluid motion. Fluid dynamics.
Yeah, like doing a kickflip on a skateboard, something like that.
Give me just a second, Bong, and I'll turn it right back over to you. I apologize. So, young man, have you Googled specific gravity?
A specific gravity? Do you want me to?
Yeah, search that up on your search engine, please.
How do you spell specific? I'm sorry.
SPECIFIC.
Oh, okay. In gravity. I know how to spell gravity.
Here's the definition of specific gravity. The ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard, usually water for a liquid or solid, and air for a gas.
Oh, okay. It just told you.
Yeah, I know. Because CB's got my back because he's the man. All right, so here's the deal. This is something you can use the scientific method to prove, right? You put an egg in water, right? Like you're about to boil eggs.
Yeah. I like hard-boiled eggs.
Right, but if you add salt, right?
It makes them tasty, right?
No, wait. If you add salt to the eggs, right, that's in the water, and the salt, once it, mixes in, right, then the egg will float if you add enough salt.
Well, isn't that because salt water creates a lower density?
A higher density.
Higher, higher. Sorry, my bad. My calculations were a bit off.
Because the ions create more density.
Yeah. So the egg stays the same, right? But the density of the water increases, and that makes the egg float. And if you drain it, or somehow you could take the salt out, or just put fresh water in there, they would sink again. Right? If you add a whole bunch of fresh water, say you got a big pan.
I mean, I'm going to take your word for it. I can't go boil some eggs. I'll take your word for it.
You don't have to right now. But the point is that you can prove this with the scientific method, that the reason that things sink is because of lack of buoyant force. The reason things rise is because of buoyant, let's not call it force, let's just say buoyancy, okay?
Yeah. Like Beyonce.
Right. So here's the deal. You can't test mass attracting mass. There's no hypothesis from Newton.
Okay.
You can't test Newtonian gravity. You can't test Einsteinian gravity because he didn't provide a hypothesis in his paper in 1915. But the specific gravity, you
What's
can
a
test
whoosh?
it. I don't know. Is that a splish?
Hi, Jenny. Well, how's it going?
Hey, pay attention. Hank is talking. Go ahead, finish.
It seems like Jenny's being passive aggressive to me.
Sorry.
No,
Listen to Hank, please.
So the thing that I'm almost done. The thing that you have to understand, that I want you to understand, is that specific gravity is scientifically verifiable. The other ones are not. So the other ones are pseudoscience, right? Do you know what pseudo means?
Yeah, like, is it like a sumo wrestler?
No. So in America, we have courts, right? But a
Yeah.
divorce court isn't the kind where they adhere to the Constitution of the United States. It's a pseudo court where people are contracting with each other. So it's not a real court. Even though it takes place in the courtroom, sometimes what's going on in that courtroom is not a real, authentic American court where you have a trial by jury and they adhere to the Constitution of the United States. Sometimes
okay.
those same people have a divorce court, but it's not a real court. It's a pseudo court or a kangaroo court. Have you heard that before?
Oh, a kangaroo?
A kangaroo court.
Like from Australia?
No, it's a funny word that we use to show it's not real, even though kangaroos are real.
Yeah, I've seen one before at a zoo in Waco.
So can we get the definition of pseudo?
Someone said it, science means to pseudo means to pretend, science means no. Oh, so pseudoscience is pretend science. Well, why is it a science if it's pretend?
You understand why the apple fell down from the tree?
The apple fell down from the tree.
Because
gravity.
Because the apple is then the. Come on, you could do
medium.
Someone said pretend child.
Listen.
Ginny.
Hey, ignore all that. Ignore all that and listen. Okay, you said it yourself. The apple in the water floated because the
I like
apple is.
Ginny. Me and Ginny are homeboys. We go way back.
Hey, listen. The apple floated in the water because why?
Because it has a higher density.
Okay, now reverse that. Okay, we
Lesser.
remove the water. The apple now falls because
it's lower density.
There you go. That's it. Okay, that's what Hank was explaining to you. That's what.
Well, that's a lot easier to understand. I'm sorry, Hank. I didn't understand.
The specific gravity is the ratio, right, of the medium to the object, the densities of these things. Now, you answered it correctly using your common sense, saying apple will float in the water, and then you said okay, and that should also be true that it will fall in the air. Because why? Because you said it yourself. Because of difference in densities between medium and the object.
Why are people saying I sound like a fake kid? I'm not a fake kid. Ginny, you gotta shut the fuck up, Ginny.
Then stop being funny.
You understand?
I'm asking dead ass questions. I saw.
All right, let's focus. Let's focus, man.
Okay, I have ADHD here, y'all. Okay.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Bong.
Do you understand? Yes
Yeah.
or no? Yeah. Okay, good. Good. Next question.
Next block of instruction.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Wait, so like, do you think the like the sun is close to the Earth?
Yes.
Like, okay, so
closer.
Does it look like it's 93 million miles away?
Yeah.
I mean,
it looks pretty far.
I mean,
you
like,
like that?
so, like, what I'm asking is why you can't like just put like a camera on a weather balloon and fly it all the way up there, like, cause you can.
Up where?
Yeah, there are many cameras that have been sent up there. Yeah, you can look it up.
Okay, wait, can you show me some pictures?
Up where? Hold on. Go where though? Where are you trying to?
Like to the sun.
Oh, we don't know how far the sun is.
Where's that at?
Oh, okay.
I want to go
I
to
don't
the
know.
sun.
That's it's like I asked if you thought it was close, and so I just kind of assumed that like someone would have sent like a weather balloon up there or something.
Well, do you know how did they determine the distance to the sun?
No.
Hey, mute your mic.
Oh, my apologies.
Gotta mute yourself when you're having a tickle fit.
Elmo, calm down. Stop tickling him.
These little boys are ticklish.
Guys.
It's very simple, right? When you look at the sun and clouds nearby, it illuminates the clouds, just those clouds. It doesn't illuminate all the clouds. Okay, just like when it's a cloudy day, you can see that the sun only illuminates just those clouds. Okay,
That's how you know it's not far away. That's how you know it's a local. The moon does exactly the same thing.
Well, doesn't light? Well, isn't the
Vascular
moon a
ray.
reflected light off the sun because light travels at a certain distance, so
No,
therefore.
that's
Wait,
not
so
even
like,
what it looks like.
wait, so I have another question. Like my science class said that like because of like gravity, it like pulls all the atoms in the core of the sun and causes them to like undergo fusion and release
We just
energy.
talked about
So
gravity.
That's not
like,
what's happening.
We
so
just
then
talked about
how does
gravity.
it work then? That's what I'm trying to
How does
ask.
what work? How does what work?
The sun, like how does it produce the energy and the
How
light?
would you know that? How would anyone know that?
I
What do
mean, like
I don't know,
because like
man. I mean,
science,
that's a question
I
that
don't
that
like I'm
only God can answer, right? Or a person that has actually traveled to the sun and did experiments and studied it right up close. Yeah, only those people would know.
Oh, okay.
Let me help this. Let me help this guy out. Okay, so young man, can you hear me? I'll be
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
All right. So let's say that you go to the doctor and the doctor says you got cancer on your penis. We need to lob it off. Right?
Okay.
Wouldn't you automatically go? We need to go see a second doctor because this doctor didn't take a biopsy or anything. He just said that he wants to do a surgery. Right? So you would go
Yeah.
to a second. You'd go to a second doctor and be like, "Hey, can you do a biopsy? Because he said it's cancer." Right?
But
How could he know that without taking a little piece of it and taking it to a lab and like testing it?
well, yeah, like, but like everyone in the scientific community, as far as I know, like says that. So like
Okay. Well, here's the
it'd be
deal.
the equivalent of
Let me
going
cut
to
you off.
another
How do
doctor
they
and them doing the
Let
same
me
know?
let
thing.
me cut you off. No,
But
no, let me
I'm
cut
not
you
a
off.
scientist, so
This
I don't
I
know.
know. Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. So
Okay, okay.
when George Washington, the alleged first president of the United States, not the actual first president, but when George Washington got pneumonia, the scientific consensus of the day was because he has liquid in his lungs, that's what pneumonia is, we need to drain his blood, and the doctor killed him. They drained all of his blood and he died. So the consensus isn't always right. And you'll see that if you look up in history, the first guy who said to wash your hands, the guy who invented germ theory, he died in an insane asylum because when he brought evidence over to the people and the doctors at the hospitals, he said, look, the midwives, they're giving birth and they have an extremely high success rate and the mothers don't die. But you guys, you're digging in cadavers, right, and dead bodies in the basement. And then a woman goes into labor and then you're not washing your hands. And the flesh eating bacteria he was proposing, right, the germs from the dead body is getting inside of the woman when you deliver the baby. And she's dying from this. And he died in an insane asylum with an infection that he knew how to cure himself, but because he was in an insane asylum, he died in there. So don't ever, ever, ever appeal to consensus. The quickest and easiest way to understand this is if everyone else was jumping off the bridge, would you do it too?
I mean, like I don't know. This was just what I was taught in school. So I mean, I
I
never
know,
really
bro. I'm
questioned
just
it.
trying to
Yeah.
help you to think about it like logically. If the doctor said your penis has got to go, you got cancer, I'd be like, no, let's go get a second opinion just in case, maybe a third opinion if necessary.
Yeah, but like that'd be the equivalent of like every doctor saying my penis needs to be chopped off.
You know that school? Oh, you mean
No,
that
that's
place
not
where they?
true because the first, hold on, Bong, I'm so sorry. The first doctor I brought my kid to when he had swollen lymph nodes said that he needed antibiotics. The second doctor I took him to with lymph nodes, she said, pack your bags. You're going to Dallas tonight and you're going to stay at Children's Hospital for a few days. Your kid has leukemia. So, no, it's not the same.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I did. Well said. I'm just gonna talk. I was just saying, everybody was jumping off the cliff. Everybody's going to school and learning stuff. That's everybody jumping off the cliff, right? And then you see the cliff, you see people jumping off of it, and you're like, I don't think that's right, but everybody's doing it. You know what I mean? Are you gonna go jump too?
I'm sorry for laughing, guys. I just found what I said funny. I didn't mean to
That's
like.
okay.
If it came off as disrespectful, I really. I'm very sorry.
It's all good, man.
Don't worry about it, bro. We all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all die.
Dude, that's a good statement.
You know what? Every single one of us, every human, has always been born on Earth. They have always lived on Earth. And they will all die on Earth.
Can I? But like, why are all the other planets round and Earth's not round?
Other planets?
I don't see anything
Yeah,
that
like,
resembles the Earth.
like Mars. There's a
Do you know
Mars.
what planet means?
Here's the deal.
There's a Uranus. There's a Jupiter. There's
Hold on,
Do
guys.
you know what
Hold on.
planet means?
Yeah, give me just a second. Okay, so what you did there is called a loaded question, right? It's kind of like me asking you, did you stop beating your wife up? So the premise, my argument, is built into the question, and my argument is that you beat your wife. Have you stopped doing it yet?
I
So
don't
this is a
have a
logical
wife.
fallacy. I know that's what logical, right?
Oh,
So
yeah,
you basically said, if the Earth is a planet, then how come it's not like the other ones? So your premise is built in. It's a loaded question. Your question is loaded with if the Earth is a planet. So the definition of planet is wandering star. Is the
Okay.
Earth a wandering star? Do you look up in the sky and see Earth wandering around up there?
I mean, we're on a controlled orbit around the sun, and the moon orbits around us as we're spinning 24 hours a day on our axis.
Slow down.
This is what Coach
who told
Munson
you that?
taught me. Coach
Do not
Munson.
underestimate the power of the dark
Don't
side.
talk about your coach. Don't talk about your coach's name, please. We do not want
You
you
know
to
that he's a short green alien that taught Luke Skywalker how to fight, right? I know facts too, man. I know things, a lot of things. I know Darth
Can I?
Vader
So,
was a
But
good
like,
guy.
so
what
here's
they
the
were,
answer to your question.
what they were
Here's the
talking
answer to your
Sorry,
question.
sorry. Yeah. Go for it.
Young man,
Yes.
listen.
Yes,
So
sir.
if a baseball is a sphere and a tennis ball and a bowling ball, does that mean that the American pigskin known as a football is a sphere too?
Well, isn't the definition of a sphere something that has like? Let me look up the definition of a sphere.
Just answer the question though, James. He's trying to make an example.
Example.
Yeah,
Let me
why
look.
is the American football called a ball?
Well, a ball. Well, what's the definition of a ball? Because I thought the definition.
Geometry, it's called a sphere.
Well,
So
or
I'm
it's,
asking, is the American football has to be a sphere too, right? Because all the other balls
the
are spheres.
geometrical definition is a hollow spherical or egg-shaped object that is kicked, thrown, or hit.
That's not the point.
Answer the
point
question, son.
Wait, look, Hank said that the planets were used to be called wandering stars. Okay, now it's a wandering star. Okay, that's what it is. It's not this ball thing that they told you, a planet, right? It's a wandering star.
Okay.
What does that mean? It means
It means
there are stars. It means there are stars in the sky that are not doing what what the rest of the constellations and the other stars are doing. So they are stars. Okay, start with that.
wait. Can I ask some? Like, well, I'm not. One of my teachers said like,
that we beat our wives. Okay, before you assume.
why would you beat your wife? Is Ginny your wife?
Guys, he's not listening.
Stars, right? You have to go back to stars. Okay, and say what's a star?
I mean, I define it as like a big matter of hot gas.
No, it's just left in the sky, right? Yeah.
Have you taken a biopsy to measure it? Have you taken a biopsy? Remember what I said about the cancer?
Isn't
You have to put it in the lab. Okay, listen, we're gonna go over something real quick. Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge? Right? So you know how many toes you have. You're the only
6.
one in this Discord.
Okay,
well, I'm sorry about your injury.
Chill
Okay.
out, dude.
But you're the one who knows how many toes. Everyone else may believe that you have 10 or 6, but you're the only one with primary knowledge. Do you know what primary knowledge is?
Like
firsthand.
Yeah, firsthand. I was gonna say firsthand. Yeah, firsthand.
Exactly. All right. So you do not have any firsthand knowledge, or neither does anyone else on the earth, of what the heavens are made of. When I say heavens, you can call it space. It's interchangeable. So you do not know what the moon is made out of, right? You don't know what powers it, where it gets its energy from. You don't know any of that stuff, and neither do we. So I want you to understand this one simple thing. You cannot science space. Space is not scientific because there's no scientific method in the whole field of astronomy, cosmology, right? There's no scientific method because you can't manipulate the variables because you're here on Earth.
Yeah.
Like, think about it like this. If you turn on a light switch in a new place, right? It's a new hotel, right? You turn on the switch and you proved that it affects this bulb, right? And you turn it off and that bulb goes off.
Yeah.
So you manipulated the cause and you saw the effect, right?
Yes, sir. Wait. One
What
last
have you
thing.
manipulated in space?
I
What
don't.
have you manipulated? No one has.
No one has. But one last
So it's
question.
all
I was gonna
it's
ask.
all religion. Go ahead.
Yeah, religion is cool. I like Christianity. It's a neat religion. But the last question I was gonna ask before I go to bed is like, I'm sorry, as past my bedtime clock, I'm supposed to be tucked. So like, say in 50 years, if like, let's just say in like 200 years from now, if like after like, let's just hypothetically keep in mind this is all hypothetical, theoretical. Let's say people start terraforming Mars in like 20 years, right? And like 200 years later, there's a bunch of people living on Mars, right? And let's say like you're one of those people and you go to Mars and you fly out there and you're like all there. Would you then believe that the Earth is round? Like would that
fake.
Yes, it would be verifiable.
Bro,
It would be verifiable.
Yeah,
but what you did is you gave a hypothetical cool story, right? Of what if this happened? Would you believe it? Yes, it would be if I was there, right? And I could verify by looking at Earth and zooming in and going, okay, it's the 4th of July on Earth, right? And it just set right in Texas. I'm going to zoom in on Dallas to see if I can see them fireworks. And if
I
I
love
could
Dallas.
zoom in, yeah, I know, me too, bro. If I could zoom in and see them fireworks over those bridges, I'll be like, okay, that's enough proof for me. I looked up in the sky and I verified that that's Earth. It's 4th of July. They're popping fireworks.
That's
I can
cool.
see the light.
And I hope that day comes like, where everybody can have that first-hand proof that it is. But you know that may never happen. It's very hypothetical. You go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead.
I bet $1 million anyone who claims they go to Mars at any point in the future
is going to have a Neuralink brain implant.
They're going to be having no selfie with the Earth in the background, okay?
Jenny, hear me out.
It's
Jenny,
not
come
gonna
on,
happen.
bear with me, Jenny. So, Jenny, like, let's say you're one of those people that's like up in Mars, and you had first-hand experience. Would you be like, "Damn, I was wrong"?
See, but I'd have to verify it. You know, like Hank said, you'd have to be. He personally would have to zoom in person and see the Earth with his own eyes in order to believe it.
That's a fallacy.
That's what it would take.
Future.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm just saying if it ever happens,
I'd have to agree with that because, you know, they could take you on some sort of trip and you'd, you know, just be in some cabin the whole entire way. And then, you know, they open up the door and they say, "Welcome to Mars." You wouldn't know where the hell you were. It's ridiculousness. I mean, that's what I see what would be happening to
that's
people.
very hypothetical. And my
very extremely. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's
that
ridiculous.
It is. I agree with
that. To make a point, but it's to make a point.
It's okay. He just wanted to make sure that we weren't bigots. So
yeah, I
we're
did. Like, I think it's cool that
because
I think that's cool.
We've changed our mind on our cosmology, right? We used to think just like you.
Elbow TV, could you like?
Sorry, is somebody talking?
Yeah, Elbow TV, shut the fuck up for 1 second.
You don't get to say that.
They're about to get banned, but
He's being so annoying, and I'm just trying to hear you.
You're annoying.
I'm not being annoying.
You don't get to call people things in here.
I'm
Get
sorry.
it?
I'm not a kid. I'm almost 10.
I just said get it.
Oh, get it. I thought you said kid.
If you're not,
I'm just saying, like, he was
10,
trying to
then
talk.
You can't be here, James.
10? Who said I was 10?
You said you're almost 10.
You're clowning.
Bye-bye.
Fuck.
Bye-bye.
God damn it.
He said fuck before he got banned. Did somebody ban him just now? That's funny as fuck if that really happened.
I didn't know he was. Yeah, he's definitely
Famous
banned.
last
Somebody.
words. Fuck.
Wait, can I ask a question now?
Not about James, but
yeah, I know.
If you're over 13, yeah.
Yeah, I am. So like on the Flat Earth Discord icon, it shows like the sun glowing and the moon glowing too. And like I understand how like during the day it would get hotter, in the morning it warmer, then it get cooler in the evening because the sun was moving away. But like would that also apply to some degree to the moon?
Some people
Or
have measured the moonlight.
but does it like make it warmer?
Well, some people
Oh,
measure the
actually,
moonlight to be actually
yeah.
colder.
So it gets cold. So does moonlight make it colder?
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a few videos out there that it's a guy that actually a globe earther that does this with a thermal like a $10,000 thermal lens or whatever, thermal goggle, and he measures the shade. It's actually warmer in the shade than it is in the moonlight.
What the shade from?
There's also still
From a
weather
tree.
and stuff too.
From a tree. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So what
thank you.
I'm trying to tell you is that if the moon is reflecting the sun's light, it's transmuting it somehow, and it's going to make it a different temperature, like cooler. But we don't know if it is actually doing that. It appears to do that, but like, how do we know, right? Because we got a science stuff to test it to make sure that it's actually happening. Everything else is just poetry.
Sorry about that. I missed the last 5 minutes. My mom came in and talked to me. Can you say that again?
Untamed sausage.
Huh?
Untamed sausage. What is the radius of the Earth's curvature?
Radius of the Earth's curvature?
Yes.
What does that? I thought the radius was like the center to the outside. How can you get that from the curvature?
I don't know. Ask them.
Well, it has to curve at a specific rate. If it has a radius, right? As determined by that radius. So how'd they measure that? How was that measured? Who did that?
With the curve of the radius? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, okay, whatever. He's just talking about Earth curve, which it would have to have if it does have a radius, i.e., it is a sphere, right?
Oh, so you mean like the curve would have to correspond to a radius?
Of course, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. My bad.
No worries. So who measured that curvature? How'd they do that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
I just asked a question about the moonlight.
The moon gives off its light.
So here's the problem. We come in here day after day, and it's a flat Earth server. Everybody that comes in here, they always want to talk about the sun, moon, and stars, right? Because people love space.
Yeah.
But the crux of the server, right, where it really matters, is their curvature or not. So when we ask Globers, hey, can you give us proof? They go look on the internet, right? And they say, well, if you look at the eclipses, or you look at the sun, or you look at the moon, or you look at the stars, and we're like, bro, why would you directly measure your foot to buy a pair of boots? Why would you measure your hat?
Dude, you can
Size,
clearly
right?
see that the sun and the moon are the exact same size, perfectly sized, and that doesn't happen from the sun being 300 million miles away and then the moon being 1 million miles away, and it equally adds up. That's not how it works. You understand?
I have another question then, since you brought up the sun and moon being the same size. How would do you believe the model shown on the icon is like real or correct?
Well, it's not % accurate, because we can't.
Well, yeah, not 100%.
All maps are
Stop.
reassertion
Whoever,
fallacies because they're
hold on
asserting
a
a
second,
map.
man. I started speaking before you did.
I just wanted to ask.
Again, when Hank was trying to bring it back to Earth, and then again just brought up sun and moon. Stop, okay?
Okay,
He asked
my
you
bad.
a question. He told you what's going on. Usually, when this is a flat Earth server. We speak about the Earth, sun, moon. Nobody could test it. Nobody's been there.
But why is it in the icon?
Why we're talking doesn't matter. Is this an icon, bud?
I mean, I
Elba, I
just thought
think
someone
you're answering this wrong because we should be able to talk about anything.
Well, we can't talk. What Hank is saying, okay, is that you went and Googled something, all right, and then you came back and told us what they told you. But Hank is asking you, how are you going to determine the size of shoes you're going to wear? You went and asked NASA, and they told you to look at the ceiling and check that light bulb, and that'll tell you the size of shoes you need to wear to buy. You see the difference here, right? Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
How
non
do you
sequitur.
know? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's basically like I'm talking about the surface of the earth, right? And you're saying, but what is the price of rice in China? And that doesn't follow the conversation that we're having,
Yeah,
right? What
my
I'm
bad,
talking
bro.
about,
That's my bad. You're right. You're right. That's my bad.
it's all right. Okay, I appreciate that. That's very mature of you. So what we're going to ask you to do is pull up an Earth curve calculator, go outside, and try to measure the curvature because they're telling us that the Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, and you can Google that, and you can pull up an Earth curve calculator. This is made by globe earthers, right? But what the globe earthers they don't tell you to do is they don't tell you to go out and measure over a large surface of water because if the Earth's surface is covered in water, 70%, right? Then it has to be curving. If it's not curving, then the Earth isn't a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. It can't be. So we're asking you just to go outside and measure it yourself. Don't believe scientists. Don't believe, your priest, your religion. Believe your eyes,
Okay.
right? Because in everyday life, you use your eyes to navigate the world. Why
Yeah, me
couldn't
and
you
my
trust
science
them?
teacher did that, and we found out that it was true.
Okay, so so since you're talking about the ocean, I remember going to the beach a few years ago, and I saw this boat over like far, far away, and when it I watched it leave, and when it went beyond the horizon, it sunk down, and and also since I live in Texas, right? So on the coastline, um, Florida's in the Gulf of Mexico, right? Why also couldn't I see Florida?
All right, so you got to understand that you got human eyes, right?
Yeah.
You don't have owl eyes. You've got very limited human eyes, which they're really good for, scoring soccer goals at about 100 yards away, right? Shooting deers at about 100 yards away, but not so good at seeing things that are like 2,000 miles away, right? All right, so I want you to look at the live stream voice text. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so click on it and turn your phone sideways or whatever you got to do. Get a real good look at this GIF here that I posted.
Oh.
So what you're going to see is at the beginning of the GIF is the beginning of a day, and this is a time lapse. So it's a whole day in about 15 seconds of GIF, right? What you're going to see is that when it first starts out, you can see quite clearly to the other side of the bay. And you can see the buildings and the trees and everything. But as the day progresses and the sun perturbs the atmosphere, it causes atmospheric turbulence, right? You might call it atmospheric refraction.
Yeah.
Right? So what's going on here is the horizon is in the background where the top line is. It's right under that. That's the real horizon. What you're seeing in front is an artificial horizon, and it's created by the atmospheric refraction or turbulence caused by the sun heating up the atmosphere. When this happens, it makes things go a little bit wonky. And let's pretend, if we could, that the other side of the bay was a boat or a ship. Does it look like it's disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah.
When you focus your eyes on the bottom line, you see that the ocean waves appear to rise, and it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So this is what refraction actually does in reality. Well, what they're telling us that it does, because the anti-flares, they don't disagree at this point that we can see too far. They openly accept we can see too far for a globe with a radius of 3959. But they say refraction is causing the light to bend down around the curve. And they're saying when you see the sun right before it sets, they're saying that it's already set, but the light is bending around the curved ball. But if you look at actual refraction, right, it's telling the other story, that it's actually causing the boats to disappear from the bottom up. That's what refraction actually does. What they're saying is that when it's a clear day, you can't see as far. But when there's atmospheric turbulence and refraction, they're saying you could see further. And I'm going to ask you a real simple question. Do you think you can see further on a clear day when the atmosphere is clear? Or do you think you can see further when there's all sorts of atmospheric turbulence and conditions that cause like refraction? Do you think you can see further on that day or the clear day?
The clear day.
Yeah, it makes common sense.
But
So
I have
that's the
another
thing about.
question.
Sure, go shoot.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry if you want to finish that, you could do that.
No,
I
you
want to
seem
ask
to have
you.
understood.
Okay,
I
okay.
want to ask
So,
you to why we can't see forever is because of the plane that's beneath your feet. The closer you are to that plane, the less of that plane you're gonna see because it's blocked. You know, that's what we call the horizon, right? The plane is rising up and to our eye level. But if you go
yeah.
up, you can see more of the plane, and that you can't see forever because the plane is the thing that's blocking your view. You know, that's
Okay,
what
okay.
the difference is. But
Okay.
add on to it what he said, and you've got even more problems for the ball, at least.
Okay.
Hey, Hank.
Okay, so my other question was, why is it only the water that's like rising up with the atmospheric refraction, and why is like the city not doing that too? Why is it the water coming up? Why doesn't the city like go up more?
High tide, low
Okay.
tide.
Okay, so
heat.
So look at the GIF that I just posted, right?
Yeah.
Do you see the oil rigs? Right. So you're not actually seeing the oil rigs. You're seeing the light reflect off of the oil rigs. So have you ever shot a laser in front of your hand, like right there at your hand?
Yeah.
And the diameter was like less than an inch, probably like a centimeter or something. But
Mm-hmm.
then you shot it like a really far away, like across your entire house. And then the red dot on the wall, it's actually more than an inch, right?
Yeah.
It's because of the nature of light is to spread out like a can of hairspray. When you spray it right in front of you, the particle density from an inch away is going to be really high per square.
I see
But
what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
right, so if you understand the light is diverging, meaning spreading out in all directions.
Hey, pull up to the door. You got a
Yeah.
delivery, and then you're taking me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm coming. All right. So the thing is that as the light is spreading out in all directions, one of those directions is down. And if the light spreads so far down and it actually bounces off the water and never hits your eye isn't going to perceive that information, and it's going to perceive the water instead, and it's going to look like that it went over some kind of curve.
Yeah,
That's what
I
it's
see
going
what
to
you
appear
mean.
like.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So, my science teacher, he doesn't believe in the whole globe Earth thing, and I think he's right since he's way more educated than I am. But
Well, the
all
thing
the
is
other
that
teachers there, they say that he's wrong, and I don't know. I was hoping to get some evidence from you guys, if that's all right.
There's no Earth curvature, therefore it can't be a ball.
I think we should walk
and the
into.
fact that we're always spinning we're on a spinning ball. I want you to get that through your head.
Your
Yeah,
teacher is
it
going to
just
lose
sounds
his
crazy.
job. Your teacher's going to lose his job. So the best you could do is support him and help him make a one last stand before they get rid of him.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
School board's been trying to fire him, but
Just as long as you get as many kids, as long as you get as many students to understand, that's all that matters. Don't worry about the teachers. You know, those guys are just gone. They're just there for the money. You know, they don't care about the kids.
All right, we do have a really good argument, okay? So you want to hear like the best evidence we got?
Yes, please. I think it'll
It's
help.
called the Black Swan. You ever heard of it?
No, sir.
All right, so this is how the argument starts. If somebody claims that all swans are white, it only takes one black swan to prove them wrong. They can show you a million more white swans, but if you have one black swan, then they're incorrect. So this is how it goes. They're going to show you all sorts of images where it appears to be curvature because of the refraction that I've been talking about, right?
Yeah.
But the crux is that it only takes one time for you to see too far, and it debunks that radius. Because if you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant and she's laying on her back she's got triplets, she's got 3 children in her uterus, she can't see her toes unless she's got a draft neck, right? And she don't have a draft neck. So if she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, she can't see her toes. If she can see her toes, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets because it's a geometric impossibility, right? So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, what I basically just said is that if the Earth is a sphere, the size they told us, then the horizon should be where we calculate it to be with their numbers, not ours, not flat earther numbers, but with globe Earth numbers, right? So can somebody post the black swan?
So you're saying I should show them the math, do the math, and show it?
Yeah, but we're about to show you the rest of the argument. So do you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, let me look. Yeah, I see it.
All right, click on it and you see the 2 platforms. Where's the horizon in that still shot from the video?
Sure.
Did he say sure?
Oregano. I'm talking to her. Sure.
Oh, okay. Did he give an answer? I didn't hear it.
No,
Sorry. I didn't
ahead.
hear the question.
Where's the horizon in the image with the old platforms?
Sorry.
Is it in front? Is the horizon in front? Is it behind? Or is it in between the 2 platforms?
It's in front.
Nope, because you can see the platforms. Look at it. Where's the horizon? Before, in the middle, or after?
After.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing it. Here, let me fix my mic real quick.
Dude, it's a simple question.
You have to have more than one pair of.
Where is the horizon, and where should it be if it was a ball with that radius? First, where is the horizon? Where do you see it?
Hank, I posted a picture of you for you, the one where it shows the mountains off to the right from the photo. Or whatever that is.
Yeah, that's a really good one, Jenny, because it's like when you click on that one and you zoom in and the horizon's actually past that. Yeah, that's unmistakable.
Yeah, that makes it
I really
extra
like
bad.
that GIF. Who posted that? Yeah, I like the one that you did in Central Banker.
Wait, Central Banker. Let me look at the one he posted. Oh yeah, that's the one from Karen B. That's a good one. So yep. So the thing is, what confuses me about the whole refraction discussion is that, number one, these oil rigs do not move. I mean, do they float up and down? I mean,
Oh, they go all the way down. They go all the way down.
Okay, but they don't go up and down like a boat or anything.
No, they shouldn't.
Okay. And then they're also from known distances.
Yes, of course. We know that.
So I don't know where it is that, they're trying to invoke this magic like gravity they do all the time. with this refraction. I mean, I haven't done a deep dive into it yet, but I mean, it just doesn't seem to make any kind of simple sense at all whatsoever. Especially with that image I just posted. If you look at the raw footage, you can see that. It's like
It's basically saying everything will always look flat as ever can be because.
But anyway,
refraction. Yeah, that's
that
all it is.
whatever that landmass is to the right, that proves that the quote unquote horizon is beyond the oil rig.
It is beyond the oil rig. What they're saying is that
Well,
see
nobody in here can say
what they're saying is the horizon, the real one, is really at 1.22 miles in front of you at 1 foot. That's where it really is. But it appears to be all the way back there because of
I have a
how you
question.
say it?
I don't know what you were saying, Bong. I have to apologize, but somebody has a question.
I heard y'all talking about Mars earlier, and I was really curious because.
Well, we're not talking about that right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
That's my bad.
Sorry. We're
good.
trying to explain refraction. So basically, it's a 1.22 miles in front of you. Okay, that's where they're saying it really is there. That's what they're saying. But it looks like it's flat because of this refraction, right? But if it's there, then that's where the curvature should also start. But guess what? You can't even see the curvature as well because refraction. So in other words,
Have
it
you
looks
been
flat
going to
because of
another
it looks
server
flat.
and listening to a bunch of nonsense?
No. What they're saying is
Okay, I'm
it
just
looks
checking.
flat because of refraction, right? That's what they're saying. It looks flat because of refraction. And the reason why you can't see curvature is because of refraction. That's what
No,
they're
I
saying.
thought it was because, well, the reason why I brought it up is because they say at times
Well,
you can't see
refraction.
all of the oil rig. You can't see all of it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if what you see. What matters is that you do not see the curvature of the Earth. See, once they say that, it's over. There's
Okay,
nothing else
if
to
we
point.
did see the curvature, would we always be on the top or would we have to look up and see the curve? I mean, that's confusing for
Yeah, I see the curve. Yeah. They're saying refraction because of curvature and curvature because of refraction. That's what they're saying. But you will never see it because of refraction. And that's happening because of curvature. That refraction that's causing you to see
I need a
flatness is
diagram,
because of
Bob.
curvature. And the way to prove curvature is refraction. You see how we're going in circles?
I do.
Always?
I'm dizzy
Right?
now. Thank you. This is fun. I'm having a
This is
good
why I
time.
get frustrated with the refraction argument. Like I try to explain, okay, let's assume what you're saying is true, and let's actually take a spaceship to space now. Let's take a rocket to space. How the hell is the Earth going to, how is this globe going to eventually present itself to us when it does show us curvature? Because it's not matching the math. When is this magic refraction going to go, its effect going to stop and boop, it's going to pop down into a ball with 3959-mile radius. You see,
Who
that's
says the refraction is because of the curve? I've never heard that before.
That's called terrestrial refraction. That's what they're coming here and claiming. That's the refract. It doesn't exist. No one's heard it before.
Terrestrial
It's brand
refraction?
new because
I mean, I know
because
there's
of
a handful of different types of refraction, and I've heard that term used, but I don't just.
I mean, it's all just
Oh my
light,
God.
right? These different types of refraction, it's all just light, right?
well, not this one. Not this one.
Yeah,
Not this
it's a
specific
Let's not
refraction. This
misrepresent
is
it. It's not
refraction.
just
This
light.
is
It's way
because
more
of
than
all
light.
refraction. This is brand new. You've never
Whoa.
heard it until flat Earth observations were made.
Yeah, it's a refraction formula that includes their presupposed Earth radius in it. So it's just totally begging the question, just trying to reassert the very thing that's in question.
I mean, either way, light doesn't travel in straight lines all the time. So the refraction applies to both. Any optical experiment has to justify whether the light was straight or not.
When is it not straight? When is the light not straight?
I mean, look in the Black Swan picture for not straight light.
Yeah, but when you say not straight, what do you mean?
It
do you mean it's
didn't
bouncing? Or do you mean,
travel a straight line from the object it reflected off of to your eyeball.
how do you know that?
And the black swan picture because of the distortion.
The black swan picture is showing you where the horizon should be, and those oil rigs are telling you how far that is. It's giving you distance.
But it's
That's what the
also
black
showing me
swan.
that the light's not traveling in straight lines. So
How is it showing you that?
Can you draw a demonstration
because
of
of the
what it's
distortion
actually
in the
doing?
picture.
Well, that's not light not traveling in a straight line. That's an effect that's caused by the moisture in the air or whatever.
Well, yeah, but whatever that effect is and whatever causes it, it's the end result is the light didn't travel in a straight line.
Sisyphus,
No,
can
the
you
light
draw
is
it up
above
for
you.
us?
The sun is above you and it's traveling in straight lines. When you look all the way over there, right, all the way over there, you're looking at an effect that's caused by the rays of the light that's traveling all the way down there. The rays are up there coming down. That's where the light's coming from.
But
What
the
you're seeing
rays
down
that
there at
bounce
the
off the
that's
horizon
an
and
effect
arrive at the eye or the camera aren't traveling in straight.
that's caused by the water
Sisyphus,
and the moisture in the air.
can you draw this for us, please? Just a simple, quick sketch to kind of get an idea of what you're talking about.
Sorry, I can't hardly hear you. Hold on, let me turn my volume.
Are you saying that the Earth could be a ball and the light is bending around that ball and coming and hitting our eye? Because that's what this argument is.
I guess that's in the realm of things that could be. I'm just saying that the light doesn't travel in straight lines because.
So I was saying, can you just draw this, do a quick sketch so we can see what you're talking about?
Not a chance I can do a quick sketch. Like
There's
I
plenty.
don't. I couldn't.
Use your phone. There's lots of different ways to do a quick drawing, my friend.
No, I mean, even if you were sitting here next to me with pencil and paper, I don't know if I could do a quick sketch of it. Like I could do a quick sketch of water, a pencil in a glass of water, maybe.
Yeah, I just want you to draw, like, you're saying that the light isn't going straight. So what is it doing? Is it wave? Like, can you kind of help us out here? What is it?
Well,
doing?
yeah, like the bent crane in the Black Swan picture is like
that has nothing to do with where the horizon is, though, which is the whole point.
I agree with you completely. It has everything to do with the assertion that the light is traveling in straight lines and that only geometry matters.
But when you go to an Earth curve calculator, isn't that what it says there? Light travels in straight lines.
Right, exactly. Yes, all the Earth curve calculators assume that.
So why is that wrong?
Because the crane in the Black Swan image is showing you that it's not traveling in straight lines. So it's not a valid assumption.
What is it doing then?
Violating the assumption that light travels in straight lines. That's what it's doing.
Okay, but what is it doing? What is it? We got a wobbly pattern.
Yeah, you guys know better than me that I don't have to show you. I don't have to explain the counter argument to tell you it's not traveling in straight lines and that the assumption is invalid. I don't have to explain what it is doing.
When you say it's not traveling in a straight line, are you saying it's traveling around a ball?
I'm telling you it's not traveling in a straight line. I don't have to then make an explanation of what it is doing. It's your assumption, and I'm telling you it's wrong.
Traveling around a curved surface.
Well, it's anyone that shows the Black Swan picture and says that geometry is the only thing that matters.
Every Earth curve calculator, my friend. That's not
right. But those are just geometric calculators.
Can I?
Even if you want,
let's say you're right. Let's say you're right. What's the radius of the Earth now? Because now the radius of the Earth cannot be 3959. Okay, let's say you're right. Now the radius of the Earth is what? 100,000 something? What? 500,000 miles? Like what is it now?
I mean, who cares if it is that? What difference does that make?
Well, then it can't be a ball with 3959 mile radius.
Yeah, it totally wrecks the whole model anyway. So globe Earth is completely invalidated, even if you want to say that it's just a much bigger ball. But even if you grant them their terrestrial refraction formula that begs the question and has their Earth radius, their presupposed Earth radius included in it, you still can't get the maximum horizon distance, even with accounting for that, anywhere close to where it is in the Black Swan. There's just no way to make that work.
So you're saying that the only thing that you feel like Black Swan invalidates is the radius, but it doesn't invalidate the globe at all.
No, well, it doesn't give. Yeah, it invalidates the globe completely. It invalidates the radius, and it also gives no reason to assume that there is a radius or that it's just a more gradual curve, a bigger ball, whatever. There's zero evidence of curvature or sphericity.
I mean, there's an island like right behind those oil rigs, right?
Yeah, that's even worse. That's even worse now. You've got 30 miles that we're seeing.
But you can't see it in the Black Swan picture, I don't think.
Right? That's because of the
atmosphere. It's a screen grab.
Like somebody made a claim. Earth is a ball, right? And then I say it can't be a ball; it's flat. Well, you don't know that, and then we spend the next fucking 500 years arguing about somebody's claim that the Earth is a ball, right? Okay, what kind of ball is it? How big is it? False, not. It can't be that. Now, where are we going with this? Why can't we just accept that it is what it is? It's flat. Why do we have to prove that it's not a ball when it's never been proven to be a ball?
I find things much more consistent and easy to understand when I assume it's a ball. Why would you
assume it's a ball?
No,
what things are more easy and more consistent that you're talking about? What things? Like what?
Pick almost any glober argument that comes in here. Most of those things, I feel like I understand.
Explanations make sense if I think that it's a ball, right? The explanation.
Yeah, anyone who has a practical purpose for understanding what the Earth is assumes flat and stationary. Even NASA, if they're going to fly a helicopter, fly a plane, launch a rocket, they always assume that they're working with a flat, stationary Earth. So why would assuming the exact opposite of that ever be useful?
I didn't know that's what they always assumed. I can't go there.
Yeah, their calculations always assume a flat, stationary Earth. That's what you have to do. If they assumed exactly the opposite, it wouldn't work at all. So I just don't understand how the idea that it's the opposite of what every engineer, every pilot assumes it to be.
I feel like you're taking calculations that people did where they simplified away things like air resistance and curvature and who knows what else.
No, they do simplify away curvature. They don't account for it at all. They're looking for it as if it doesn't exist, right? There's no accounting for Coriolis or Earth rotation or any of that stuff. When they have any practical reason to understand what the Earth is, they don't treat it as if it is a globe. So I just don't understand how you're saying that it would make more sense to do the opposite of that and act like it is a globe. For what purpose?
I think you're assuming that the people that are doing these calculations and teaching us these things, you're assuming they're benevolent people. You're assuming they're real scientists, just like you and me, trying to do what's best for humanity and progress us forward. You're assuming too much about people, right? Like you're assuming these people would. Why would we do that? This is humanity. This is life. This is how. Right? Is that what you think? Do you think these people are doing what's right by us?
I'd rather not speculate because didn't bring them into this, and I don't know. I don't talk to them or know their motives.
You brought them into this. You brought their calculations to us, and you asked us, why would you think these are wrong? It's easier if I just assume the Earth is a ball. That's what you did. You brought it over here, and now we're talking about it,
Yeah, so how does assuming the Earth is a ball actually simplify anything for you? I just want to know, what specific examples do you have?
The three things, the phases of the moon, the day and night, and the seasons all make logical sense to me. Whether they're true or not or whatever, they make logical sense to me. And then when I try to reconstruct that kind of understanding on the flat Earth, it doesn't make that much sense to me. And moreover,
but the first thing that you need, what he needs for the eclipses to make sense, for the celestial cycles to make sense. If you need that stuff to make sense, thinking of the Earth as if it's a ball, the first thing that you're going to need Earth curvature, right? If you don't have that, then trying to explain any celestial phenomena or anything like that as if the Earth is a ball, even though we don't have any curvature measures that would suggest it as being one, it's not going to make sense, right? That's the first thing that you have to get down pat, is whether or not it's curving. Why would you go past that and then just go straight to assuming that everything I see in the sky makes sense if I think that I'm on a ball? Why would that?
Because that's the story that you've been told. The story makes sense because it comes with explanations. It hasn't been verified, and no one can prove these things to be true. Like, think about what you're saying. Okay, you're saying that you know how the universe works. You're saying that you know how far the sun is. Like, think about what you're saying. Okay,
I'm
like
not saying that,
you
though.
know all these details, but you don't. You don't know these things. You were told a story by people, and you're coming to us and questioning us. How can you not believe that these people know these things? I know how far the sun is and the moon. We've landed and walked on God's moon. How can you not believe these people? That's what you're doing.
So what specifically do you observe that makes the most sense to you, thinking of the Earth as a ball?
Day, night, phases of the moon, seasons, and then like
those are your explanations. These are the explanations. These are the reasons. This has been drilled into your brain for little. This is what they told you. Think about it.
Okay, but if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then how does it make sense to explain day and night cycles as a consequence of the Earth being a ball?
To me, what you call light extinction, I call like the geometric horizon, and it's not always in the right geometric space.
But Sisyphus, you don't have a geometric horizon, so why would you try to explain day and night based on that? The first thing you would need to do is establish the geometric horizon before proceeding to explaining all these phenomena that you observe as a result of it.
Oh, is that Jimmy I see? Nice one, Jimmy.
Hold up.
Hey, you're caught back in the other.
Yeah, wait a sec.
Hold
on, we're talking to a guy here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the first thing that you would want to do is determine whether or not it is actually a ball before you start explaining everything around you as a consequence of you being on a ball.
Yeah, I don't have the geometric horizon isn't always going to be in the right spot because light doesn't always travel in straight lines.
Okay, but light doesn't do what you're saying it does either. There's no practical demonstration of light allowing you to see around a corner or further.
The horizon is not a corner, dude.
No, but it's a physical geometric cutoff, right? You have a line of sight, a maximum line of sight. You are saying that you're able to see around and over a physical obstruction that's there, right? And you don't have a practical demonstration of refraction allowing you to actually do that. So why would we assume that light is doing something, enabling you to see down and over the far side of a hill that is dropping down and away from you, when that just defies all the known behaviors of light?
Well, as hostile as I sound, maybe, one of the things that has brought me here is I'm very curious if there is an alternative explanation that feels as consistent to me as the globe explanation does. And I haven't found that yet, but I'm still looking.
What's consistent? I mean, first of all, you would have to have Earth curvature. You have to beg the question in the first place. You have to assume that what you're looking at is not actually what you're looking at. You have to assume that light is doing things that it's never been demonstrated or observed to do. So how does this work on any level? It falls apart pretty much immediately.
Yeah, those questions are harder for me to get at. Easier questions, like more approachable by me, are why does stuff fall to the ground? The density, the relative density explanations. And I guess the refraction's up there on the list, but it's harder for me to calculate. I haven't really messed with refraction, but the gravity thing, sorry, excuse me, or the relative density, I haven't really been able to understand how the relative density is supposed to work beyond some very high level explanations of it.
Things seek their equilibrium based on the relative density of those things to the medium that they're in.
Yeah, but then I've heard that a lot. I've seen the picture of the Archimedes principle with the oil and stuff. I want to go past that, and no one wants to go past that with me. That feels like a very superficial explanation of it. I want to know more about it.
Well, there's no practical demonstration of gravity either. Is that where you want to go with it?
No, the thing that's more interesting to me is like the laws of motion, F equals ma. The relative density stuff should be predicting motion in the same way that F equals ma does, and I haven't been able to get that to work out. I want someone to help me understand why. Like, if relative density is what's going on, then it should like match all kinds of things. It should work in lots of places for lots of different conditions, and I need help doing some of that.
Well, when doesn't it?
I'm sorry.
When
Hold
doesn't
on.
it work?
Something so funny there. Let me address that. You said if. What do you mean by if this relative density thing? You do know that it's not an if question. It's not like what's your favorite color, right? You do know that the relative density affects things, right?
Of course it does.
So if your F equals ma is true, then it's going to line up with this thing, right? It's going to line up with specific gravity if that is true. Because I haven't seen you demonstrate F equals ma. Have you? I mean, maybe you did. I wasn't paying attention.
I haven't demonstrated it tonight. I don't know if I have done anything that would demonstrate it to you or not. If you want to talk about that, I mean, I'm all for it. F equals ma doesn't necessarily have anything to do with gravity, right? Like the A part doesn't, or the F part, neither of those have to be gravity. It could be other things.
Okay, so what is it? Things fall down?
No, like masses on springs, and like put it on a table with like Teflon under it, so it just moves left, right, and we can like measure the spring constant of the spring, or the if we feel like we know the spring constant, then we can measure the mass. At some point, it becomes like a calibration issue of do you trust your masses or your springs, but like we can explore F equals ma without having to worry about gravity. Or we could like assume the gravitational constant, or we could like
there are other forces in play. The whole point is that it's not this thing. It's not mass attracting mass, and it's not the curvature of space time due to mass. That's the point. Whatever it is you're trying to explore, well, you're going to have to know all the other factors that are involved when it comes to F equals to ma. Like,
well,
what
I'm
are
not
you
going to
trying to get?
accept. I'm not going to
Because there's
accept relative.
there are four fundamental forces that are taught to you in school: gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear force. Now we throw gravity out. What are we left with? These three. Okay, I don't understand the strong nuclear force. I think those are models and we use to understand. So what are we left with? So the electromagnetic force. There are other things we don't understand. But the point is, it's not mass attracting mass because ball, and it's not the curvature of space time because of mass ball. That's the point. You know what I mean? We don't know everything. We can't.
Sure,
There
but
are things
like
that we thought
but
we
don't you
knew.
want to? Aren't you
There are
curious?
things that we thought we knew. Well, we proved to be false. We can't know those things that we thought we knew if this one thing is false because it's all built on it.
But like, why? If what you're saying is true, then like we would get to be the like new scientists that figured the
Why?
things out.
You're the one. No. See, knowledge has been managed. You go to their school. They teach you what they have discovered and learned with their resources. They're the ones who pay people to go out and discover things and bring it back and then manage what they tell you is happening. That's all you have to think with. Now, if you can go out and do your own research, science experiments, that's different. You learn things. You probably might learn things they've learned. Can you build a rocket that can take you to space? Well, we can't. We don't have the money, and even if we have the money and the resources, we don't have the power and the authority to do so. We're very. Do you get what I'm telling you? The knowledge is
I
the
don't know. I
knowledge.
mean, the question, but like, do you feel curious about these things?
F equals to ma is not your idea. Okay, it was passed down to us
Yes.
by Freemasons and people who have discovered these things and have decided to manage it for us.
Sure,
This is what you
but
should
dude,
know.
boiling water wasn't my idea either.
Well, you understand what happens when you boil water. Yes, there you go.
But like F
That's what you
equals
gotta
ma is
say,
pretty much equal
right?
to boiling water to me.
Okay, one day, are you going to wake up one day and think that the reason why we're not floating off into the sky and heavens is because of something?
A mysterious force, I shall call it gravity. Do people do that? No.
I don't know, but I'm
You
saying
don't
that to
wonder why
me,
rock doesn't float off into the sky. But because somebody told you the Earth is a ball, that's what you think rocks should do. If there was no gravity, you get it?
I'm not pushing that, dude.
Okay,
then
well,
what is-
show us F equals MA. Is there an experiment we can do?
I mean, sure. If you, I don't know. We would have to talk about that because I don't know exactly how to design an experiment with you. I'm interested in that on all sorts of ways. I think that springs and masses is maybe a good one. If you don't care about whether it's gravity or not, and just like think that there's some sort of like acceleration down towards the floor, then you can like drop different masses, film them with a camera. The like F equals ma equation lines up with all that. That doesn't really prove it, but I find a lot of stuff I believe it because it all ends up being consistent, and then that's like good enough.
What if you do your experiment underwater? What happens to your A? What if you do the experiments in a vacuum? What happens to your A? And what if you do it in the air? Well, see, what are you trying to prove?
The answer to your question is that if I did it in the air, I would include another force.
And what if you did it in the water?
Same thing as in the air. I would include another force that was opposite the direction that the thing was moving and proportional to how fast it was moving. I'd include that as a force.
Can I add something real quick? When you mean force, I think you mean acceleration. It would change the acceleration of the object, not the force. The force is the relationship between the two objects, not the acceleration.
Yeah.
Well, I thought when we were talking about like air and water, there was only one object. I don't know what the two objects is.
So, what is this A that you have that you brought with you? Is it something that changes, or is it something?
A is acceleration. It's acceleration, which includes deceleration. So
yeah,
you would
it's
take
changing velocity with time.
Yeah.
But how does any of this help you get closer to showing that the Earth is a ball?
I didn't start this conversation trying to show you the Earth was a ball.
That's how the conversation started out, is you said that the Earth being a ball is most consistent with your experience of it.
Oh, I did make that statement. I was answering somebody's question. I wasn't initiating the conversation.
I guess you just veered off.
Yeah, I didn't mean to start a conversation to convince you that the Earth was a ball. I'm
just curious about the statement that it being a ball is the most consistent with your experience.
Oh, it was the things that I said before: day, night, phase of the moon, seasons, and that I feel like when I look out over a lot of water or something or like from a mountain, I feel like I see a horizon.
Yeah, except none of those things are valid though if we don't have a geometric horizon to begin with, right?
But see, you're asking me like why I think that way, and I'm just telling you my answer. But my answer is not meant to convince you. It's just my own take on why I think that.
It just seems kind of illogical because if you don't have Earth curvature, why would you try to explain anything as being a consequence of curvature?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that there isn't Earth curvature. I just have no way to I don't have any evidence to offer you right now, so I'm not really saying
then why would anybody be convinced without evidence?
That you would have to ask them that.
It's just a baseless assertion. It's a belief system with nothing supporting it.
Well, I think that things being sort of self-consistent with each other is a kind of support.
Yeah, but your logic is totally inconsistent, though. In order for those things about the day and night cycle and the seasons as being explained as the Earth being a ball to be true, the first thing that you would have to have is the Earth being curved, right? That would be consistent with that explanation. But you don't have that, so it's really not consistent. It's not consistent with reality or what we observe of it at all.
I remember. Can I add something? I should ask first.
Hey guys, can I interrupt just for a second? I'm on YouTube Live right now on my channel, and was wondering if you know anybody that is in Canada or really the world, because the cops are moving in on the Canada truckers. And I put my link in there if anybody wants to watch us, because Portland Andy was covering it and he's got all thousands of people, but nobody's watching.
Sadly, I'm in communist Canada.
Well, they're moving in on the truckers, and there's only one guy that's like not partying down there, and I'm sure the truckers are just all having a heart attack right now because there's all these cameras, but nobody's on them. So I just wish the world was more awake.
We're getting there. We're trying.
I know. God bless you all. There's my link if you know anybody that cares.
Thank you.
All right. Over and out. Good buddies.
All right. So, what do you guys think? You think we should call the police departments that are doing the arresting?
Sure.
Voice your concern.
Yeah.
So, I guess we need more information. We're going to redress our government, and I'm not talking about anybody making any prank phone call, no trolling, but you do have the right to redress your government.
Yeah, let's let our public servants know what we think.
No hacking, no pranks, no fun. Yeah, just what Hank said, damn. I was rubbing my hands. Yes. Oh. Yes, I'll call that. Maybe I will.
So I don't know what to do. I'm driving. I can't really do the research into that, but I would assume that if that's what somebody wanted to do, maybe they could share the phone number to the police. I don't know who's making the arrest. Whoever's moving in on the truckers, we need to know who that is.
I'll check this video she watched and I'll look into it, try to get some info.
All right. I appreciate that, because I don't know if you guys know, but that's food. And
yeah.
Food.
Yeah.
And medicine.
Pretty important stuff.
That's not good.
They always go after the supply lines.
Yeah, but I wonder if these cops, if they need that food too, right? Hey, do your families have to eat too, or not?
They haven't thought that far ahead.
Oh, I just give them a call and ask them, hey, I was just wondering, do police officers eat from the same supply chain that we eat from? Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys were running on food or not.
Yeah, they have like 100 IQ. They haven't thought that many steps ahead.
Hey, do you guys have kids? Because I'm wondering, what kind of food do they eat? Do they get special ordered in from the government or something, or do you guys eat from the same supply line we eat from? Yeah.
Paycheck's going to do them a lot of good, huh?
Oh, no, paycheck no use if you can't buy food because you stopped it all from entering, right? Hey, I noticed you guys got a lot of money there. So how are you guys eating? Are your kids eating well or what? Supermarkets are empty.
There is this video that is being streamed. There is one. It says one person is watching, but it has 61,000 likes. Okay, it should be like some type of a mistake in the. There's a lot of people watching this.
Totally not an algorithm.
There's a big channel.
Totally not bots.
It's a big channel.
We need to get that information out, whatever that information is, because this is not good. I mean, anybody who reads The Art of War, right? The Art of War, they know, right? Every single person knows. So this is gonna spread, or it's not. Let's hope that it doesn't spread, because you guys should have the truckers back, like just as much as the farmers back. Like, they're the one that makes the country move. And if we're not moving product and doing commerce, the other option is war. Like, literally. That's what happens. No food, people start moving and shooting.
This started in this trucker stuff started in Australia, didn't it?
I mean, I keep saying gardening is cool, but yeah, you're right. I understand what you're
Wait, why are they stopping the truckers?
saying. At least a garden will stop people from fighting and killing each other for food.
I mean, that's literally what it boils down to. Like, if you're not like, with the people who are moving product, like doing commerce, because that's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to be like under a communist regime where they like dictate everything to the point to where we can't do commerce. They're only supposed to regulate the commerce so it flows naturally. If that. They're not supposed to like shut down commerce. Because that literally creates like way more problems.
Problems which they have solutions for.
Yep.
A world governing body will have to be imposed. Crises precipitates change. Anybody ever heard of Deltron 3030?
Hey, where is Canada? How far is Canada? Like, is it like 20 hours north?
From Texas?
I don't know yeah, just say from Dallas.
I don't know. Probably 2 days drive, maybe 3. Just guessing.
Probably closer than you are, or closer than I am.
So I have to fly, huh? Because don't you have freedom of press as an American? Can't you go anywhere as press? All over the world?
I'm pretty sure the borders are closed.
You mean that big old border? They think they closed it? That's a huge border, man. That's kind of one of the funny things that people say sometimes. That's a big old border.
Because I haven't seen any fucking Canadian snowbirds down here this year. Usually they're down here in huge numbers. So for the past 2 years, they haven't been down here. Since the chicken thing hit. Where everybody turned yellow and they got to wear a mask.
Are y'all vaccinated?
We ain't doing that. We ain't talking about that. Is that that
CMS
10-year-old kid?
violation.
Is that same kid?
No.
Yeah, it's that same damn kid.
No, it's not.
That's James Shield.
Why are you calling him a kid? He's obviously not a kid.
He's a child.
James
No
Shield.
It's been LARPing for hours now.
I was just wondering.
Well, that's a TOS violation.
The kid that had the freaking teacher that made a rock float. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, he did ass. He just whoop and it floated.
Oh, and did you know that pretty soon?
I knew it was the same stupid kid. Listen, kid. The kid that couldn't prove gravity, that had no idea what is. You.
That
I remember
Wait, I have a question about
Oh, both of them are back.
Y'all
Both of them are back.
I've been here the whole time. What? Bro. Quit being mean. Okay. So I have a question. So oh fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I want you two little fuckers to prove gravity. That's what I want you to do.
You sound like you're from the Bronx.
Can't do that. It
Don't
cannot be done. Why would
I'm not talking about that.
They said they can prove it. Listen, I want them to prove it because they're talking all this jazz.
They won't prove it.
Right?
They're going to be spinning their wheels for a while.
Why can't they replicate gravity in outer space? Right? Why can't they do it? Somebody explain that to me.
You like jazz? Yeah. Good luck.
You believe they're out in outer space, and we know what gravity is. Why can't they replicate it? Okay,
Right,
why they got to be floating around in a space station?
Hold
Why
on.
they can't replicate it?
What was the question that you had,
I'm not
dude?
talking about gravity right now. I was going to ask you a question. Like, you say that we know the Earth is flat because of our senses, right? Because our senses tell us it is.
No, because it measures
No?
flat, not our senses. Because it measures
Oh,
flat.
because it
That's
measures
why.
flat.
That's why. Yes.
Well, my
Wait, but how much did you measure?
Enough of it to know that it's not curving.
But if the globe scientists are right, and there's if
there is no globe scientists.
Yeah, that first of all, they're not right because we went and checked to see if the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It's not. And second of all, they're not scientists because there isn't a single scientific experiment validating anything they claim.
I didn't mean to get caught up in the lingo. I'm just mean the
Listen. Here's the thing: can you falsify a measurement? If you can falsify a measurement, okay, then we can talk. Dude, when you measure something, that's irrefutable proof, dude. You can't
Okay,
flub
so
that, dude.
did you measure the whole diameter of the Earth or the whole?
You don't have to. Keep pushing those goalposts.
You don't have to?
No, of course you don't.
You don't?
No, of course
Well,
you don't.
then-
All you have to do is
then-
measure the distance to the horizon, because if the horizon is...
Somebody's got an echo. Somebody's got an echo, dude.
Is it me?
That
Yeah,
might
but
be
it might
me.
be
Hold
somebody
on.
else causing it, though.
Oh, okay.
Let me turn my sensitivity up real quick. Okay, is that good?
I can hear
you.
It's the old simple question.
Yeah.
If something isn't correct, what is it?
So how can? So you're asking us, right? You're asking, well, have you measured the whole diameter of it?
No.
but
Because
someone-
I'm asking like
Let me finish. Let me
why?
finish,
Like,
man. Saying, look,
it's like
claim has been
if you
made.
didn't look.
Let me finish. What I'm saying. The claim has been made. It has been measured. Okay, that's the claim. The claim has been made that they have measured the whole diameter. It's called the radius. They were able. So why are you asking us? Right? We have checked, and it doesn't work. No, there is no curvature. It's not curving. So you should go ask them. Did you guys really measure the whole diameter of the Earth? You should go ask.
Here's the thing, Bong. They're asking the wrong question, right? So we're telling you we measured it. You know the first thing that should be out your mouth? How? How did you do it? That should be the question you should ask.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of
all right. So fucking ask.
okay. Well, how?
So his ass.
Oh my god, bro! Y'all don't need to get so mad about it. It's a question.
Nobody's mad,
but the thing is, it's not about us getting mad. It's like we're tired of guys pushing the goalposts, like the gentleman said earlier, right? So it's very easy. You know what I'm saying? If you measure something, right, that's supposed to be so big, there's a measurement that's given, right? That's quoted by the globe scientists that you like to quote, right? They say, well, this is how you measure the Earth.
I haven't quoted anyone.
I know, but you said globe scientists. So this they gave us a measurement number. They gave us a mathematical equation to measure the Earth, right? And what we found out when we use that equation is that it doesn't work. It just keeps going and going and going. It just stays level and flat from what we found out, right?
Pretty sure that number was just an average. If I'm
It's
not
not about
wrong,
an average, bro. Dude, listen. If it doesn't curve, and stays flat and level, how can it be a fucking average, bro? It's a ball. You ever seen a basketball? There's a really dramatic curve in a basketball, and that's what the Earth is technically, right? It's a really dramatic curve. It's a lot bigger than a basketball, but it still has a curve to it, and it has to be a curve that's constant. There's no flat.
But a basketball's curve is not constant because there's little bumps on it.
No, it's uniform.
What are you talking about?
No, there's bumps on it. Right. There's bumps on the basketball.
But are they flat? Are they flat?
You can flatten one out. You can flatten one out, and if you're like a tiny little man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, forget about the bumps. That's not what it's about, obviously. The rate of curvature on the ball is consistent and uniform throughout. That's what a ball is. And the Earth doesn't have that. You would be able to measure this curvature anywhere from any point on the Earth. It has to be curving uniformly.
That's why I'm asking how much.
Right? Well, yeah. How much is based on the radius that they've given us, which is 3959 miles, which works out to roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which works out to hundreds of feet, about 300 feet of vertical drop at about 30 miles. So that's pretty easy to measure. There's all sorts of ways to do it using lasers and seeing if there's any divergence between the Earth and where the laser ends up. There never is. There's other ways to do it by looking for the geometric horizon. That would have to be at a set distance if the Earth is dropping down and away from you at a set rate from all locations. It's not there. It's always magnitudes further into the distance than it should be. It's just not curving. That was a mouthful.
There's no flat spots on a sphere. So if you measure even just a little bit of flat, well, it can't be a sphere.
But like, hold on. Look, can we go back to the basketball analogy real quick? So like you accept the basketball is a ball, right? It's not a perfect ball, but it's still
it's pretty perfect ball. There's bumps on it, but ignore the bumps.
There's no thing as a perfect ball.
No, I'm not going to ignore the bumps because they're important for my analogy.
Pretty consistent.
They're important for my analogy. So imagine like you flatten a bump, and there's a really, really small guy, and he's just sitting there on the flattened bump. So everywhere he looks, it appears flat.
Right? Okay, but that's beside the point because we know exactly at what rate it has to be curving at. Even if it appears flat, there are certain things that we're going to be able to measure, like the geometric horizon that has to be at that set distance, right?
That's why I
at that specific rate, right? Yeah, so the drop is, 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's how much it's supposed to be. And so then the geometric horizon, that is the maximum distance you can see before the ball drops down and too far away for you to see any more of it, right? Before it drops beyond your line of sight, that's 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's based on the radius of 3959 miles. So these are all easy enough things to test, right?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
So that was why I asked how much.
Yeah,
that's why because if there was a very small man there and he didn't measure and he only measured like his local vicinity, it would appear flat, right?
Well, not necessarily. You should be able to detect curvature a foot off the ground if it's there, right?
But if there's this very small man, right, just sitting on that flattened bump, then a foot would be several thousand miles.
No, the maximum distance to the horizon at 1 foot observer height is 1.2 miles. That's where we should be able to see the Earth curve cutoff at 1.2 miles. That's an easy enough test to do. We've done that many times. It's not at 1.2 miles. It's always way out, magnitudes further than that.
And make sure you understand.
Then you pull out lasers and communication systems, radars, and everything is dependent on a flat, motionless plane. So there is no curvature for anything practical anywhere in reality.
You also seem to be jumping back and forth between perception, what you see, and what you measure.
No, I was talking about perception and measurement of the tiny dude on the
bump. We're talking about measurements, though, regardless of what you see. Yes, I understand most people say, well, you're like an ant on a big ball. Okay, no problem. Well, if you were to measure that big ball, you would measure curvature. If you measured any part of that ball to be flat, well, if something's not curving, what is it?
So you're saying the whole ball is flat?
There is no ball.
Yeah, you don't have any flat spots.
Analogy.
Hold on. The ball's in your head, right? We're talking about measuring the Earth directly, right? Measuring the surface of water, right? Directly. So there should be a formula that pops up that's recognizable. And what we're getting is fluctuation. Now, it's not fluctuation within a margin of error. It's fluctuation within order of magnitude. It's a lot. We can see way further than we're supposed to be able to see. Just look up the world's longest photography, Guinness Book of World Record. It's right there. 273 miles. Was that the old one? Did they beat
over the ocean?
Did they beat it?
You're talking about over the ocean, right?
No, over mountains. Mountain range. Yeah.
Wait, so when you're standing on a mountain, you're supposed to see further than what you would normally see if you're standing on the ground.
We have a formula. We calculate all the variables. And when we did, it's too far. That's the part you don't understand. The anti-flat earthers, they're not arguing this anymore. It's not arguable. We can see too far, right? And we're saying it's because you can't measure the curvature. So if you can't measure the curvature, then how do you know it's a sphere? If you're too big, and the Earth, or sorry, if the Earth is too big, then how could you possibly know that it's a sphere if you can't measure it?
Right.
Could you possibly know it was flat?
Oh my gosh.
Because we can observe
That's how it measures. No curvature. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
That's what I mean. How much did you measure? It depends.
Enough to know that it's not curving, my friend.
No, that's not an answer.
It is,
We
though.
measured
Enough.
it over
Enough is not
bodies
an
of
answer.
water,
Enough could be an egg.
Yo, can you stop being
places on
aggressive,
Earth.
dude? Stop being so aggressive.
Look, we're not arguing against each other. It's just ideas, right? It's not personal.
It sounds like you're getting mad over the fact that you can't understand it, and you're used to all this brainwashing that it's hard for you to even think of another concept besides the fact that it's a ball.
That sounds kind of salty. Okay.
How's that salty? I just told you what you are.
Aggressive. Oh, okay, okay.
I sometimes use this example, okay? So the hood of a car, generally, they're curving, unless you have like an old Cadillac or something. Right, so let's just take this hood and blow it up, make it like 100 miles by 100 miles big. Okay, and we're little people, like you say, and we want to determine whether the surface is curving or not. Okay, so we whip out like a straight edge, like a laser, and we determine whether the hood is deviating away from a straight edge. Now, if we do determine that it is deviating, you didn't have to measure the entire thing to understand that, hey, look, we got deviation, there's curvature. But the opposite is also true. If it's not deviating, if something is not curving, what is it?
There's also localized, not non-deviation, you could
It's
say.
not, but see, this is, you're going into, you're about to say we're on a disco ball Earth, where just every part of it is flat, right? But that's silly.
Okay.
There's no disco ball Earth. It measures flat.
Untamed, can you tell me how a full moon works on the globe Earth? Do you know that
So I want you to imagine a big old light, right, far to the right. It's really, really big. And I want you to imagine this small ball. I want you, huh?
Then how come you can see the full moon in the daytime if it's on the other side of the ball?
Because when the moon is behind the Earth, it's not directly behind the Earth.
Yes, it is.
It's not directly behind the Earth relative to the sun. It's slightly above, to the north, I should say. So the moonlight or the sun is still reflecting off the moon.
Guys, we just jumped to a whole different topic. Does he understand?
Yeah.
Does he understand?
Sorry, let's go back.
He's saying that it's not enough. You have to. How much do you need to measure, my friend? If something isn't curving,
A very large portion.
Okay, but answer this question.
Okay.
You have the surface of something. Think of a seat or something, right?
Okay.
If the surface isn't curving, what is it?
Flat.
Well, there you go. So.
Okay, but if I look at a really small part of the table, right, and that appears to be flat, do I know that the entire surface is flat?
That's where you get your laser involved. So what
he's doing is the middle of the road fallacy. Right?
That's why it's really important to ask how much.
How many flat spots are on a sphere? Think of a lacrosse ball.
I'm not saying the Earth is a perfect sphere. That might be getting people confused.
That's not what they say.
It's not any kind of sphere.
That's also not what they show in the space pictures. They show a perfect sphere. But anyway, regardless of
Well, of course, it looks like a perfect sphere from really far away when it's really hard to see the details.
Regardless of that.
It looks like a perfect sphere on TV only, guys.
Okay.
Correct. But regardless of that, like I said before, if we were ants on a big ball, right, and we were to measure the surface, it would measure curved. But the problem is, we on Earth, we measure the Earth and it measures flat. No one said you had to measure the entirety of the Earth.
The real dirt outside.
Okay, so for the ant on the ball analogy, you're assuming that the ball is perfectly spherical. I'll come out right now and say it. I don't believe the Earth is perfectly spherical.
What I'm saying is it requires curvature.
Yes, you can have something. You can have something that's not perfectly spherical and still have
it's
it.
Just not flat.
Still give it curvature.
It's not flat though. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There's no flatness.
That's called a disco ball.
Right.
There would be reflections on the moon of the disco Earth.
How can you have 71% flat water?
Listen, the Bolivian salt flats, 9,000 square kilometers, largest salt flat in the world, less than 1 meter of vertical relief or drop or earth curve. Less than 1 meter and 9,000 square kilometers. Then you got the abyssal plains that make up
9,000
more
square
than.
kilometers. Can you give me the miles? I'm in America. I don't really understand that. Let's see here. Kilometers.
You can calculate.
Yeah.
9,000 square kilometers to square miles.
9,000. 9,000. It's a big number. Let me see here. What was the name of it?
I'm not really good with math. There may be more to this equation, so I would not. Let me recount on what the last thing I just said. I don't know anything about math.
What was the name of the salt flat?
The largest one in the world.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll just look up largest
de
salt.
Uni. Something de Uni.
Salar de Uni.
So,
yeah.
Stretching 4,000 square miles. Okay. Oh no, see here, I'm looking at pictures of it. Oh shit. Oh no, it appears like there's a horizon there, so it looks like something is curving away. I don't know though.
Dude, you're talking about professionals who went out to it and measured it yourself, and you're looking at something you just pulled up that you just learned about.
I'm looking at the same picture this Drace guy pulled up. That's the same picture I was looking at, and it looks like the bottom part of the mountain falls under the horizon on the salt flat.
Okay, do you understand how the eye works?
I do, yeah. I mean, well, I don't understand the most
Things
intricate parts of
smaller.
it, but I understand that light goes in and it interacts with the retina in that sense.
But you have limitations, right? So the higher you are, you increase the angle between the bottom of your eye and the ground, and you can see more, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so things appear to disappear from the bottom up during atmospheric refraction. Yes or no?
Atmospheric refraction. Things seem to disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah. Have you seen the GIF?
Let me just think about this. Yeah, let me go find the GIF real quick.
I can post a GIF real quick.
Oh, okay.
Hell does.
See here. Okay. See here. I looked up let me look up this real quick. See here, it just says atmospheric refraction is a deviation of light or other electromagnetic wave, a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere. It doesn't have anything to do with something disappearing from the bottom up. But yeah, I guess you could say that this looks like it disappears from the bottom up.
Hey, did you look at the GIF?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So if you look at the GIF, it's pretty obvious that something is causing those buildings on the other side of the bay to disappear from the bottom up. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So it looks like there's a little bit of atmospheric turbulence or some sort of heat wave going on, whatever you want to call it, refraction, right? It's barely moving the image around to make it like slightly wonky, right? It's not causing the sun to set and come back around. It's not doing anything major, except for it's making the horizon appear before the bay on the other side, and it's making it look like it's disappearing from the bottom up. Would you agree to that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So this is a time lapse. The sun perturbs the atmosphere. As the GIF progresses, right, and gets later on in the day, you can see that it gets worse.
Yeah.
Okay. The real horizon is in the background, and that's just the apparent place where the sky meets the earth, or in this case, water. The one in front is like a second horizon. I call it an artificial horizon. And this is how refraction really works. Now, if you can provide something different, we can talk about it. But it doesn't.
I just like to say that this is over water during a hot day, which means that there's water vapor, especially right above the water, and water vapor refracts light a lot more than than it would over a really dry area like a salt flat, and you still get that same effect over the salt flat.
Okay, well, salt flat was just one thing I was saying. I kind of paused and let you research it. So after I said salt flat, did I go over abyssal plains?
No.
I think that's where I was going next. Okay, so the abyssal plains, over 50% of the Earth's surface is covered in abyssal plains. Now, this isn't talking about the surface below the water. This is talking about the surface of the dirt, right? So, abyssal plains, what's a plane? That measures flat. So, tectonic plates.
Well, a plane isn't. Well, when you talk about what's it called? Fuck.
He means Cartesian plane.
Okay, I'm like when you talk about a plane on like a land, what's it called? Land something. Land feature, that's what it was. Plains aren't perfectly flat. Like if you go to the Great Plains of America, they're very like rolling and hilly. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're perfectly flat.
What do you mean America? It's not just America. It's the United States, Canada. There's plains down south, obviously. So it's not just salt flats. It's plains, tectonic plates, not tectonic bowls. I mean, you fly in an aeroplane. I mean, the sun is moving. That's what we're getting to. Like, you can't measure any curves. One does. And they can map out the bottom of the ocean with sonar, and they tell us abyssal plains is what they found.
Hey, Hank, quick question. So, like, hypothetically, if couldn't like a plane go all the way east and just like fly in a continuous line to the east? Wouldn't that prove that the Earth is round if it could just fly continuously to the east and then end back in the location it started in? Or is my logic like flawed?
Not your logic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. It's not your logic. Okay? It's what they have told you. That's like saying if I walk around the block, if I go around the block in a circle, does that prove that I'm living on a ball? No.
Well, you're walking in a circular motion, but I'm saying you go one direction.
Well,
Isn't a false impression that when you're traveling east, you're going in a straight line rather than keeping the compass pointing in the same directions?
No. So if you're going east, okay, you're using the compass. So you're going around north. So you're going around a circle. If you're going around a circle, what might prove it is if you go north to south. Go all the way under and come back around. Go to Antarctica, come all the way around, out of Antarctica and come back up. That might prove it. But nobody does that.
Well, why can't people just do that?
Because they can't.
Why?
Because it's not a ball. Because if you go towards Antarctica is supposed to be all around us. Anywhere away from north is out. That's Antarctica. So you can't go out, right? You can't go away out one direction on a table and then pop out the other side. If you go out, you're just going to keep going out. That's south.
Okay.
Right?
You know, that's a fair point.
Yeah, so the clock. Look at the clock. You see how the clock works? Do you see how the clock works? The clock follows what the sun does, right? Like for 12 hours, right? It's going around and around. And then when it's nighttime, it goes around and around. And then it comes back. The sun comes back when that big hand reaches, 24 hours, it'll come back, and there it is again. So could the sun be doing what the clock is doing? And these people just be doing what the clock is doing, just going in a circle?
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I am going to let Team Sausage finish his argument because you have disproven me with logic. That does make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball, right?
But if someone, hypothetically, were to go over the North Pole, over the South Pole in a straight line that way, wouldn't that...
Not the North Pole, only the South Pole, because the North Pole is the center.
Okay.
So it has to be south. It has to go...
Well, if I'm ever rich and I own my own plane, I will broadcast flying over the South Pole and see where I end up.
No billionaire can do that. Even if you were a billionaire, you can't do that. You're not privileged. You're not privy to the
information. There's things about the government that you don't understand yet, and the government simply wouldn't allow it it turns out that there's laws that you're unaware of.
Yeah, the no-fly zone over the South Pole. I am aware of that. I don't know why it existed.
Well, is it possible that there's stuff that you're not aware of about military and what they do?
Yeah, that's possible in every scenario.
Okay. So I just want to say that we can't really go any further into that. You can't go there, not without a guided tour, and they circle you around and drop you back off.
I mean, I've been to the South. I've been to Antarctica before on like the little tip of it, and it was very interesting. It was cold. There was like a little town on the tip of it that you were allowed to go to, like one of them little.
There's no towns in Antarctica.
No, there was like on the south part of it. There was actually.
Was it called Deception Island? Did you go to that one?
Deception Island?
Yeah.
I mean, I can look up the name for it right now.
Wherever you went to. What's the name of the place that they told you went to?
The name of the place that they told me that I went to? Well, I mean, I forgot the name, so I'd have to look at a map real quick.
Have a look.
But it was like at the very tip. It was around the Dorian Bay. And I was at Trinity Island where I stayed. It was quite cool.
See any penguins?
Penguins? Dude, they were just all around there. They'd be quacking it up. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we got to protect Antarctica. Because the penguins are very important, right?
Dude, they're cute too. I almost took one home. And then I watched a movie about this guy who had a bunch of penguins in a box. I don't remember the name of it, but it's a really good movie.
Do you think the government is worried more about penguins?
And I went to Cape Adair too. It was quite cool. It was very daring.
Just allow vegans, no carnivores allowed in Antarctica, so then people can go to Antarctica and not eat the penguins.
Yeah.
Do a regulation, only vegans to Antarctica.
What if the penguins are really aliens, right?
Aliens.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're protecting Antarctica penguins, because they're really aliens. What if? I mean, why else?
Did you saw any birds? Any seabirds?
I saw an Atlantic puffer. Actually, it was quite a cool bird. Very big beak. It was it got a herring out of the sea. Swam down and dove, and then it gobbled it right up.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got any pictures?
Pictures? No, I didn't have my phone on me.
Oh, what? How did you get down there? Like, what was it? Did you guys go on a field trip? What was it? Your dad, your mom?
Well, it was a field trip.
School?
Yeah.
Don't
What kind of school did you go to?
Was it like a Sunday school field trip?
Oh yeah. It was with the church.
The school church?
Yeah, the school church.
Yes. Read the Bible on your way to Antarctica?
Yeah, we read Gospels about it.
What do you learn? What passage from the Bible?
John 3:16 for life. You already know.
What is it?
Oh. What is it?
What does it say?
Well, I mean, off the top of my head, I think it's like, for God so loved the world, he gave his one Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Correct me if that's wrong.
I'm sorry, did you say God sent who?
What? I'm sorry.
Who? Did you say God sent somebody? Who did God send?
His one and a cherished Son or something.
So that the whole earth could be saved? Is that what you said?
For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. That is John 3:16.
Cool. Hey, cool. That's a good memory. Right.
Thank you. Well, Untamed Sausage, I'm gonna let you get back to your argument with them. Y'all have fun. Thank you for this. That was a good point about the compass. That makes sense.
Come back, James. Have a good one. Thanks for coming, stopping by.
Is there anyone else? Any other new people?
But no one else. I wonder if he really did go to Antarctica.
Who cares? Doesn't prove anything. So for maybe if we did go, then we don't have to wonder about the treaty like we do.
Yeah.
Though it's quiet in here, I have a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, bro.
The specific gravity relative density explanation of things sinking and falling. My question is how so I've actually somebody last night told me to do an experiment with an egg, which I did, and it didn't go exactly the way I thought it would. But my question is, if I drop the egg in water, let's say fresh water, then it is gonna sink to the bottom of the glass, right? And my question is, how long should that take? How long should it take after I let go of it before it hits the bottom?
Depends on the end of the water.
Well, I suppose you could calculate it with enough information, and you should know exactly how long it would take. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to time it. I'd like to time it and then maybe use something other than egg, do other things. But yeah, that's what I'm asking. What, how long is it supposed to take to hit the bottom of the glass?
Depends on the water.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
It depends on the egg and the water and what's in it. Because anything, I mean, yeah, it depends on the egg and the water. Yeah, sometimes it'll fall slower, sometimes it'll fall faster. If you add more sugar, more salt, like what is it? What are you trying to figure out?
Like how long it'll take to get to the bottom of the glass? Literally just that.
It varies, I guess, but what are you going to? What does that tell? What is that going to tell us? I'll tell you.
It will tell me that the relative density thing is that it'll make me think that there's more to that than I was giving it credit for.
If you add more salt to the water, go ahead.
Charge. So I guess the thing is that I can't say that I completely understand everything about that. You calculating the speed or rate of descent, but I know that if you do it in oxygen and then you do it in water, that should vary, right? Is that what you were talking about? Or just the speed when you drop it in water?
Well, I mean, either one. Like, I could time it. I'd probably try to use like a camera on my cell phone so I could go look at it later. But I could time it like dropping it to the ground, and I could time it dropping it in water. And I agree with you. There'll be different times, but I'd like to estimate how long it should take.
Yeah, if you were willing to do that, I think I have a high speed function on my camera, and maybe we could do something like that too. So when you get it all done, send it to me.
Can you hear me?
Check it out.
You want just the
Someone
video,
shot it in real
video
life.
of the egg falling in water and a video of the egg falling in air?
Well, you know, your finished product. Show me what you did, how you did it, and I'll see if I can't replicate. I think somebody was trying to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to add one end thing. I had to turn up my mic. That's really interesting. Try dropping it in air, water, and then put salt into the water and see if it slows it down even further.
You know, that's the way you test an egg to see if it's rotten. If it floats, it's no good. If it sinks, it's good. Because if it's rotten, there's going to be some gas going on inside the shell, and it'll have some buoyancy. But if it sinks, it's good.
So I could probably drop the egg in like air, water, salt water, oil, sugar water, but I'd still like to so then they'll take different time. But like so what? What is the amount of time that they're supposed to take? Like what is the relative density?
Do you really need to drop an egg and break it on the ground? Can you drop something else?
Anything
So
you want, man.
You guys
Are you
saw
looking
say
for a
things
constant?
fall at 9.8 meters a second. I'm sorry, Barney. I'm not trying to talk over you, bro.
Sorry, just go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, so what they normally say is things fall or descend at 9.8 meters a second squared. And we're trying to say, no, there's more to it, right? You have to take into consideration the medium and the relative density. This is going to affect the rate at which things fall. Right? It's kind of like the light. You guys always talk about the speed of light, but it slows down when it passes through certain mediums, right?
Maybe. Sort of like qualitatively, yes, but I've read articles about it, and I feel less sure about exactly what's going on when light travels through mediums. I don't know. It gets complicated, the articles I read.
You know what the problem is? Most people negate the fact that we live in air, right? There's an atmosphere. It's not, that's just the word we call it, but there's air around us, right? Nitrogen, oxygen, CO2, these gases, mixed gases. And people negate, they think just because they can't see it doesn't exist, that it's not an actual thing. And things do float of different densities, they will float in this air. You could take a gas called sulfur hexafluoride and you can float things like an aluminum boat. I've seen people take aluminum foil and make a boat, and they fill an aquarium with sulfur hexafluoride, which is a dense gas. It's like 7 times heavier than air. So it sinks and you don't see it, but you just see this aluminum foil boat just floating on something invisible.
Yeah, I could believe that. I mean, if I were doing this drop test using like gravity and the 9.8 seconds per meter squared that Hank was saying, I would definitely be accounting for drag from the air, like air resistance. I would definitely include that in my like calculations. So, and then, Archimedes principle is a real thing. So
wait a minute, you know
I'd
what?
definitely be trying to account for that as well.
All materials don't fall at the same rate. There was this drop test where they filmed iron, aluminum, copper, lead,
different metals inside of a sealed container, and they dropped it from like 100 feet or 200 feet, whatever. And there was a camera in it. This guy UAP, he filmed it. He's got a video of it, and it's a drop test. And just before they hit the ground, like they're falling at different rates inside a sealed glass tube, so air is not
Do you want to
affecting
know
it.
why they? Do you want to know why they say that they fall at different rates? This goes back to the
what?
old This goes back to an old Newtonian physics law, which is that when you drop the heavy shoe versus the pencil, which is more aerodynamic, which I would say is probably the real reason, is effectively they say that it takes longer for the effectively the mass of the Earth to grasp onto one item than the other. So once the gravity of the Earth grasps onto the item, however, then they fall at the same rate.
I've never heard that argument before.
Even
Yeah, it's
the
an
things
old
that were
one.
more dense inside the sealed containers, the more dense elements didn't fall faster. It was weird. And there's also an
It's not
experiment where
just
there was
density that affects it. It's not just density that affects
no, it's not the
that
density at
phenomena.
all. Not
Can
at all.
somebody
Not at
put
all.
the Can somebody put that UAP metal
Yeah,
drop test
let
in
me
the
grab
chat?
it. Give me a minute. I'll
Yeah.
have to grab it. I don't have it at my
Oh,
fingertips.
you can grab it. Oh, sweet. Okay, that's good. Nice to meet you guys. What's your name? The two people that are currently talking.
I'm Sisyphus or Roland, whichever you want.
Roland or Sisyphus?
Yeah, Sisyphus was rolling his boulder.
Rolling his boulder. Okay.
He rolled a boulder. A boulder.
Yeah,
And what's the other guy called?
Yeah, I was gonna
Sorry,
say I gotta admit this, but just real quick, the Sisyphus guy is growing on me.
Yeah, I like the way he sounds. Automatically, I feel like the way that you're looking at this is very, very not just nuanced, but it's good the way that you're looking at it. It really is. Straight up.
See, when
What
you
was the other
look
guy's
at a
name?
globe, there's something. Are you talking about me?
Roland. Yeah, Ron. Is it Ron?
Yeah, you don't know who I am?
Oh, it's Ron. It's Ron. Oh, bro, sorry, bro.
Yeah.
So you sound different every time I hear you speak.
The relative density had nothing to do with how fast it fell, and there was no drag equation because they're in a sealed tube. Each one was in its own sealed tube. So it was an interesting experiment. And there was another one where someone put different elements, like a block of wood and a block of lead, on a balancing scale, right? Like a balance. And when he evacuated the air, the wood was more dense than the lead. Like the side with the wooden block was perfectly balanced with a lead weight on the opposite end of the scale. And it became more dense in a vacuum for whatever reason.
I know why.
Maybe because the wood displaces more air, and then when you evacuate the air, who knows? It was weird.
Also,
It had
what
something
else?
to do with gas pressure.
What else is in wood? What else is in
There's
wood?
cellulose. It's maybe there's air
Yeah.
in it.
There's air in it. There's cellulose in it. So there are forms of oils also in wood, right? So explain the whole thing you just said again and just remap it out
It was
again
on a
for me in my head.
balance. It was on a balance scale.
It was on the
Where each side
balance.
is equally balanced, and he had a lead weight on one side, and he had a block of wood on the other side, and they were neutral in a normal atmosphere. And then when he vacuumed out the air, when he he pulled a vacuum on the container, the side with the block of wood became heavier on the scale. It sank down.
Wait, where'd this come from? I want to see that.
This was
I've heard
this
this
was an
before.
experiment on YouTube. He put it in a vacuum chamber, and it's like, what the, like, that was weird. Also, the temperature affects the weight. There was a guy, he used to be a member here. His name was Ace, and he had an aluminum can, like a Red Bull can, and the lid was cut off, and there was holes drilled in the bottom or poked in the bottom of the can. What he did is he just cooled it in front of a air conditioning unit. He just held it in front for like 3-4 seconds. He weighed the can. He wrote down the weight. First, he weighed it room temperature, and it was like a very precise scale for like pharmaceuticals or whatever, really precise scale. It went like 6 decimal places, and then when he cooled the can, it became more. It weighed more. It did this with solid objects as well, not just hollow.
That sort of makes sense to me. That sort of makes sense to me. That makes sense to me because when we cool things, right?
Me too.
There's a rapid expansion of surface tension toward the air around it that is cooler around it. So then what you would have is the surface tension of the object, right, being more adherable to the actual air around it that's also cool. So that would attach to it. So the size of the object would also, I guess, affect the change in the weight on that by cooling it, and how quickly you cooled something also, for instance, right? And dependent on the environment that you're in, also would also change the weight. Let's say you're in an environment where there's a lot of moisture in the air, and you rapidly cooled this thing down, like a tin can, and by doing so, not a form of condensation, but a form of the molecules of water that were in the air around it were able to adhere to that vessel quickly, and effectively by doing so, you would actually create an increase in weight. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. It was quite a lot of weight. It was like a half of a gram or something. It was quite a lot for what it was.
Would be that. Yeah, it would be that though. So 1 milliliter of water weighs a gram. Half a milliliter of water weighs half a gram. So yeah, you cool down the object, okay, and in doing so, also while doing that, what you also create in that moment is a pocket of air around the object that's cool, right? Yeah, which is less excited air around it. The less excited air around it would have less downforce on the object as well. So that would also be something that would come into conjunction with it, and that would make it technically weigh less. But when it was warm, the warmer air around it would technically be something that would be pressing down on it in relative density terms at a more advanced rate in terms of its excitement level. So the inverse is true when we do it the other way around, right? So its weight change to me somehow makes sense when it all in my head all goes click 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 click. But predictably, that does sound crazy as a predictability to it, to have a predictability to it, should I say.
Dude, when you're talking about all this, I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll be super quick. I can't help but think about the Mercury drive that has the toroid and donut, and the mercury is frictionless, and the more you spin it up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just speculating out, Mercury drive.
No, yeah. Wow, okay.
Mercury is an interesting since if you put like aluminum in mercury or gold, it will dissolve in the mercury.
Yeah,
it's weird. It dissolves other metals.
It's
something interesting?
caustic
If you
and
guys,
corrosive. Yeah, it is. It is something that
well, gold
takes other
doesn't
things
corrode.
on it.
It just
No, it doesn't necessarily have
the
to corrode. It's that the nature of mercury itself, right? The way that it absorbs other things into it
it's
is
soluble.
crazy. It's soluble, exactly. So like with the mercury mirror, for instance, when you spin it on a disc, it turns into a mirror, correct? When done at the exact right RPM. Yeah. Like even that I find incredible that you could get a liquid to homogenize into something that looks like a steel or metal or glass plate almost, right?
There was something interesting observation I made. I had a jar with some water that I put my distilled water in a glass jar, right? and I didn't have enough water to fill it, so I just had it sitting there, and I noticed that one side of the jar had like vapor on it, like steam vapor. It looked like water vapor, and it was the side opposite of the sunset and high noon.
Yeah.
But it's not in the morning. It's only on one side of the jar. So let's say you take a glass jar, put 10% water. It could be 10%, 20%, 50%, doesn't matter. It doesn't, don't put it by a window. Don't put it by any source of light. This is in the basement, so there's no light at all. But for whatever reason, wherever like high noon and opposite, and then in the morning when the sun was rising, the side with the water is opposite of where the sun set. It starts to not drizzle down, but it goes away 50% of the water. It doesn't drip down. It just kind of
the
sun
energy
is
of the
affecting the
effect
water.
is less. The energy of the effect is less toward the end of the day.
But it's not evaporation because it
I know
would
it's
be
not.
there's something else going on. I don't know what it is.
It's an effect that entropy is taking place because obviously it's not exposed to the light, but the thermal exchange of heat into that room, right?
There's no heat at all. There's no heat at all.
There's always
concrete
thermal
walls.
exchange.
There's no heat exchange at all. It's room temperature. There's concrete walls in the way. It could be in a cabinet in the basement. It doesn't matter.
And you're telling me that there's no heat change based on
Not at all.
rotation
No.
and energy input
There's
from the
literally
sun.
concrete. I got concrete walls, and
That
it's
doesn't matter.
underground. Doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. No, that doesn't matter.
It finds whatever energy the sun is putting off. Water vapor is accumulating on one side of the glass, and I don't know why it's happening, but it's peculiar. I'm like, maybe there's some interaction.
That's what I'm trying to explain. It's not condensation, no. But what I'm saying is, it's something to do with the way that entropy works and the way that thermodynamics work in general. Regardless of this being a room that's got all of these thick walls, right? Okay, it cannot have a homogeneous temperature everywhere within inside of that room at all times. It might measure out at a rough room temperature, okay, but it effectively, as an energy source rotates around that room throughout the day or goes above it and around it, it's still, no matter what, unless it's hermetically sealed and has no way of gases exchanging and bumping together and effectively switching out energy toward one another, there is still going to be an effect of energy transfer within inside of that place.
What I'm saying, take a glass jar, a pickle jar, anything, put some water and make your own observation. Write on it with something like a wax pen or a crayon or something. Make some marks and then take your own observations. Don't put it by a light source by the window. Just it shouldn't even be by the sunlight, but it will find high noon and where the sun sets. Like it will be opposite of that. So there's some interaction. I don't know what it is. I don't claim to know what it is, but we should all try and figure out what the fuck is happening. It's some kind of
it's to do with the sun.
Electromagnetism. Huh?
It's to do with the sun itself.
It has something direct correlation to the sun, but I don't know if it's electromagnetics or what exactly is going. The interaction between the water, it seems to be. I'm speculating that it's some kind of electrical charge.
Who said about the air earlier? The air is something, and we forget that it isn't. So, who said that earlier?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But it's a sealed container. It's got a metal lid with a rubber seal, and
there's
for whatever
air
reason,
around it, though, right?
The what?
That's all I'm trying to get. There's air around this container, is all I'm getting at.
There's air inside and outside it.
Exactly. Right? So, in that alone, just because it's not necessarily in the light of the sun, I'm just like talking about it like how we can now and how we can understand little bits of it now so that we can understand the phenomena a little bit better before testing it. We could test the phenomena, but the problem is we would have to remove parts of the variables in order to denote the cause of the effect.
I'm just asking people if they want to make an observation, and it's curious. Something curious happens, and it has nothing to do with heat.
Yeah, I would do it with you. This is quite why I'm interested in it.
and I'm trying to figure out all the variables of what could cause water vapor on one side of the glass only, and the other side is bone dry. The side facing the sun is bone dry. The side opposite is wet, and it doesn't drip down. It removed itself wet side. Like during the morning, I went down there when the sun was rising, and since it's at a low angle in the winter, it's not as dramatic. But I'd say 50% of the water, it didn't drip down into the jar, but it just kind of disappeared. It dissipated right off the glass. About half of the water vapor. It was
I would
clinging to the glass.
again suggest it's to do with thermodynamics straight away. Straight away.
Okay, but exactly what does it mean? Explain it. The thermodynamics doesn't tell me dick.
Right. So
say what
right.
is the
So
effect going on?
Okay. I'll explain the effect that I believe could have something to do with the phenomena. Okay, which would be the sun, its position. Okay, and in that position of the sun and where the actual heat and the energy is coming from the sun into the gases that end up in that room, right? And those gases that end up around that jar, which happen to be perpendicular or in line with the sun's rays, even though it's not in the line of sight of the sun's rays, the gases themselves are, right? So those gases on the outside of that jar, which are effectively more excited by the sun rays on the outside, they effectively are interacting with the gases that are on the outside that are being touched by the sun's rays.
There's
And
no
this is,
sun rays penetrating. This is
I
subterranean.
know that.
It's underground.
I understand it's subterranean, but subterranean doesn't mean that necessarily that this is an airlock. It's not an airlock.
No,
There's,
what I'm saying though is it's a brick house and it's concrete walls and it's under
I
earth.
understand that.
Something is going on. So if you want to claim you know and you know every fucking thing, then go ahead. But I'd like other
I'm
people
not
to make
saying
the
that.
observation.
I'm hypothesizing. Whoa, why are you getting that? I'm hypothesizing with you with thermodynamics and how it works with air. And you keep talking about the brick walls, right? Blocking the light. I'm not like I'm hung up on that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that maybe it's something to do with the gases and the transition of energy between those gases, right? Okay. That's all it is. That's all I'm
I don't
saying.
know.
And there is an electromagnetic field also that works in conjunction with that, because this is in fact not just how we map out and understand where meteor showers happen and how birds understand hot air thermals. You know, there are
What I'm
intent.
saying too is people associate like water evaporation from just from heat. From this is not I think the water evaporates or goes into the air by the same means that I'm seeing here, but it's not necessarily like the normal condensation or evaporation from heat energy of the sun. The sun has
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you have one side of the jar, right? Okay, which is
right.
farthest away from the sun, and then the side that's closer in terms of its proximity, regardless of the
So
walls at all.
any liquid water could have its evaporation, and it was just weird. If it was evaporating normally, it should cover the entire area. Like it should be equally distributed, but it wasn't. That to me was odd. Like this is odd. Why is it the opposite side? Just
On the
odd to me.
opposite side. Okay.
Yeah, opposite of the sun. But the morning sun, like
I
maybe in the
wonder if you
summertime.
change it to a room. How many entrance points are there to this
Oh,
basement?
it's just in my basement. It's just a concrete basement. It's all
How
open.
many entrance points? Like,
Entry
is it
points,
like,
it's just got one set of stairs, and then you're in the basement.
right?
It's got
Okay.
4 concrete walls.
Okay. Right.
It's like a 10-inch concrete wall. And then above that is a brick wall. So it's pretty well insulated from any sun.
Well, yeah, it's insulated from the sun, but it's not insulated from the exchange of the sun's
Something is, yeah, it's penetrating.
energy into
Something's
the
penetrating
gases.
all
Yeah,
that.
I believe it may be something to do with the gases. I really do.
I don't know. I like other people that like if anyone to try it, just put a jar somewhere where the sun is not hitting it. It could be anywhere inside your house, and for whatever reason, it will steam up on one side. It's not necessarily steam, but like water. Just it's bigger droplets than steam.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's odd to me, and I'd like to figure out exactly what it is. Why is that happening?
Yeah, no, yeah, I want to do it with you actually. In fact, yeah, that's very odd and interesting.
And they're saying solar energy. There's some other form of energy that I think can be tapped into. It doesn't need to be like on a cloudy day. You don't have solar, doesn't work in the wintertime in the clouds. You don't get any output, but there's something else going on. There's another something.
The magnitude of this effect, how does it change based on the cloud coverage of the day? Because we would need to create different points for us to look at it in comparison to, you know what I mean? Like just to write out some rough points,
Well, see, we're all at different parts of the world too. Like like Bong is in Australia, right? And you're in England, and I'm in the United States. Like we're all in different areas. If we all make an observation, if it's doing the same thing from all of our locations, there's definitely some other energy going on.
Oh, 100%.
And I'd like to know how to tap into that. Like not necessarily like solar, but there's got to be a way to harness this energy.
Right.
If we could figure out what exactly it is. What is it? What's causing it? Is it some kind of electromagnetism? It's like there's interaction between the water, and we know water is everywhere, so energy is everywhere.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with that. No doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, we live in a like electrical electrolyte. It's like all this air, the water, like this soup, this electrical soup.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a fish what's water, he'll say, "Yeah, what's water?" Fish doesn't know because he's immersed in it. He doesn't know what is water, right? We're immersed in air, and people take it for granted, and they negate that fact. No, we're in air, and air is an actual thing. And
well, yeah,
so
like even on a religious level, I believe this too. Also, like I'm starting to see that like prayer or speaking ruach to ruach, spirit to spirit, meaning breath to breath, and what that means, and how we charge the air with our very own vibration from our mouths in a positive way or a negative way, and how that transfers from one human to another, and vice versa.
Yeah, and through that air, when you drop something, there's drag. There's drag by the air, the friction. And the thinner the air, the faster you go. So like a skydiver, before he shoot, he's gonna fall faster at a high altitude where the air is thin. And then when he goes to the more dense air, it creates more drag and he slows down. He hits a terminal velocity where he can't go any faster just because there's too much drag. Even an airplane or a bullet has problems with the friction of the air on the projectile. It creates so much drag that there's limitations to how fast you could push something through the air. It gets hot. It gets physically hot. Like even bullets and airplanes, the nose cone gets very hot from the drag.
This is why it's like hypothesized that if you were to create a field in front of you that was almost like the same way like with slipstreaming, for instance, right? But then that's all obviously restricted by the thing in front of it that then it's slipstreaming behind. But the idea of creating a field in front of you that has some form of ability to create
actually
a great amount of convection.
You know who did that?
Cooling.
This guy Victor Grabinov. I don't know how to say it. Grabinov. I can't say his name. He's a Russian. Victor Grabinikov or something. He made
Grabinikov. Probably.
Yeah, see, it's a tongue. It's fucking. Unless you're Russian, that's a tongue twister. But anyway, he created this levitation device, and he claimed that he could fly upwards of 1,000 miles per hour and feel no wind at all. on his device that he made, his machine. So he was in that little bubble. Yeah,
so he had eradicated wind restriction altogether. Then
he was in his own bubble, in his own little field bubble, and no air.
Can you find me any info on that? Like for real, like straight up, dude. Like, could you?
Yeah. This is some stuff that these are some videos I watched years ago, and yeah, that's the claim he made. And he said bumblebees have I don't know, not the guy in the narrator in the video was saying bumblebees have kind of the same properties. There's a certain vibration that makes them levitate, and when they're flying, right? Say there's a crosswind of 25 miles per hour, they put little tracking devices on the bees. They were not affected by the side wind. Say there's a crosswind of 25 miles per hour. This little bee, right? That should affect him a lot. He doesn't weigh much, 25 miles per hour. That should just blow his ass off course. He flew straight, A to B. They flew straight through the crosswinds.
Because it's like it creates a wave around him using whatever vibrationary method that creates either a frequency or that either changes the way the gases that are around him that creates some form of like a bubble, effectively.
He was in a bubble, his own little bubble.
Exactly. Yeah, and like people would think of water straight away, but no, this is air, like, and air is important in this sense as well. Like,
but his bubble, it was like frictionless. It just went around it. I don't know how that's possible, but I don't know if it's all bullshit.
No, it's not necessarily all bullshit though, because think about it, right? If you put out the right signal in front of yourself, that negates the structure of what wind resistance is, right? So things flying toward you by something that's of equal force pushing things flying outward in front of you, right? Then that would mean that would basically create an equilibrious state with the thing in front of you, the wind resistance of you going forward.
I was going to say, think about the when you break the sound barrier, how there's that little like wave of air right in front and right behind the jet. You know what I'm talking about? There's like, if you were to create that kind of a thing in front of you, you could actually follow that particular opening and there would be very little friction. You get it? So it is possible, I think.
That's my point.
I'm saying? Exactly. I really do honestly think, technically, I think it's physically possible.
You could technically use electric to do this, maybe even.
Like a flying saucer, those flying aircraft, how people said they could travel so fast, like horizontally, and it like faster than any aircraft we have. It would have to be frictionless to the air, right? Because there'd be so much drag, possibly go that fast. Even a railgun has limits.
Yeah, it does. The heat temperature points of the railgun itself.
I was going to say, when you see it come out of the barrel, you see that jacket explode, so you know exactly what the effect that friction has on it. Right?
Air uses electric though. Because it uses electric, it basically results in it being less affected by friction, because it uses electric as its propulsion instead of something that's more of a contained chamber.
The projectile itself is affected by the air. The friction of the air is enormous at that speed.
Imagine that projectile, however,
it doesn't spin.
Sorry.
They don't make it spin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut it in the middle. I was just going to say, a railgun doesn't spin the projectile. If you watch all those videos of it firing out, there is no spin. There's no rifling at all, which I found odd. I found that interesting that there wouldn't be some kind of, like, at least something that would make it spin after it came out. You'd think there'd be fins on it or something. Nope.
Well, it does
it's technically just like a solid piece of metal with like a heavier weight in the front, so that it kind of like it'll stay going one direction, right? Yeah, but
so it sways up really and down as it goes. It's almost like the bow and arrow. So it's like the bow and arrow, right?
Yeah, you see it wiggling all the way down the range. It's pretty trippy.
Yeah, but it's true, right?
Called the thing in croquet. The little bird, is it called? It's got a weighted front end, and it's got the croquet or not croquet. What's that thing you hit?
The mallet, you mean?
The rocket thing? No, the rocket thing. What's that? Not croquet. What's the fucking game?
Oh, you're on about that Atlatl that's used
like
in the
tennis. It's like tennis, but with a little fucking this little thing you hit. It's got
badminton.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, badminton. Croquet's got the hammer and the ball, the mallet thing. The badminton, yeah. The badminton little thing that you hit. What's it called? The birdie?
The shuttlecock.
The shuttle?
Yeah, shuttlecock
okay,
or a birdie. Yeah, either one.
It's got a weighted front end, but like a fishnet, and the weighted end keeps it going straight. That's kind of like what you're talking about. A Diablo, like a Diablo pellet for an air gun. It's got a heavy front nose.
Right,
and a skirt to the
that
back.
keeps it going in one direction so it doesn't like curve or it don't start flopping, you know. You want it to go far, you don't want it flopping because it'll cause even more drag and more heat.
Exactly.
That's just, I mean, these are all just my opinions, by the way. I don't know any of this for sure. I've seen it on TV, but you can only carry that so far, right?
So temperatures reach when projectiles are launched, though, right? Okay. When you put a projectile into a barrel, the gases expand, and the projectile itself, the actual piece of metal, heats up to an enormous amount, right? And that enormous amount of heat that is created, right? It does effectively have an effect on the friction against the wind in front of it, right? That's why the corkscrewing effect was created eventually. This is
it creates a giant amount of pressure.
Rifling. The rifling, it also
the rifling
creates,
too,
yeah, and it creates in front of it. It creates a vortice as well at the same time, right? The same way if you drop a
pushes
basketball,
it along. It's kind of like the twisting makes it push along, but it also makes it hook to the right slightly or to the left, whichever way that it twists.
And that's the true Magnus effect. Actually, that's the true Magnus effect.
Exactly.
Is that
you can make your pellets? You can make your pellets report, and you can also make them fluoresce. So when they impact, they'll flash. So it's more like a tracer round, rudimentary tracer round, using Armstrong's mixture. Using Armstrong's mix, right? And then some kind of organic glue to bind it.
You can do it not just on the front. You can also do it in the back. You can do it in the front and the back of the pellet.
If you do it on the back and you diesel the round when it goes off, especially if you put a nitrocellulose cap on it and then diesel the round, when it diesels, it will set off the nitrocellulose and then set off the tracer effect.
Yeah, some gun oils will do that too, like in BB guns and pellet rifles and stuff will do that. I got a brake barrel that'll actually do that dieseling that you're talking about.
Yeah, the same here. It's mine's
like the pressure when it hits the air, it kind of like catches the oil on fire or something. It's kind of weird.
Well, it's a diesel.
It's just a lot of friction and there's a lot of friction and a lot of heat. There you go.
Compression in the presence
as it's going down the barrel or something. Isn't that how it works or something like that?
If you have a hydrocarbon in a pressurized system, you have a bomb. It detonates.
Yep.
The hydrocarbon.
This is why when people say,
me
and Joshua,
you're right. The pressure gets too high.
It might be on the same on this. Actually, I've got to ask you this, Joshua. Nukes not existing. I don't fully necessarily agree with this idea because of thermobaric explosions. Atoms splitting. That's one thing.
If anything, it's thermobaric.
Yeah, like the idea of saying, an atom split. I think that's just a way of hiding what it is that's actually really going on, right? I feel like,
and probably it's more of a description than it is a physicality, right?
I think
it's a describe
things
atom. I think splitting the atom has more metaphysical things to it than the actual trying to separate something that's indivisible, right?
Exactly. I think it's more like this. It's like it's literally like an octa-based tandemed warhead, and I believe one part of the warhead serves as a purpose of effectively removing the oxygen, the other collectivizing the hydrogen, the next exciting other parts in certain structures, and then the next creating an ability to create a thermobaric explosion. So like having a sealed unit within inside of this once you force the rest out using various explosions at the same time as energies in order to create a form of, and that's why it's in a mushroom cloud shape.
What do you know about the actinides?
So, right. So when we're talking about
why do they have to be stored under why do they have to be stored under certain
solvents? Well, and right, so under solvents, and for good reason, right? For good reason, because if this process that I'm talking of, okay, was to be exposed at any time to the air, right? Okay, as this thermobaric explosion, it would make sense that they would need some form of medium to carry it in beforehand, in order that it doesn't just happen, maybe even naturally, based on its components.
From what I know about the actinides, is they react with the nitrogen in the air.
Right, that's what I mean. So it reacts with the nitrogen in the air. So what does that do?
The lanthanides react with oxygen, so they'll burn in the presence of oxygen, and the actinides act upon nitrogen. Right?
Exactly. So it's advanced thermobaric explosion. This is what I mean.
Perhaps
like,
it's just fucking with the nitrogen and releasing the nitrogen bonds, creating a large amount of energy. Now, the only reason why I'm saying that is because we know that DU rounds, when fired out of a tank, will heat up, and then when it hits the target, so it's the heating up in the presence of nitrogen and oxygen. It's this nitrous oxide that fuels it. I'm pretty sure it's an NOx that fuels
it is an NOx. Thing. Yes, it is.
And what happens is, when the device shatters the core, it atomizes the material, so you have more surface area, so that the process,
the reaction is more volatile,
speeds up faster, right?
Exactly.
So we know
atomizes as a term. I think people took the term atomizes and took it to atoms. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can atomize fuel. What I mean by that is, like, you can push water through machines that eventually splits the water away from what it is into gas forms, right? Almost. There are bits of hydrogen and oxygen that will seep out of the water. Then as well, you can also use different forms of fuel to effectively clean engines, because the hydrogen wants to attach to the carbon in the engine with atomized forms of fuel that is effectively pushed out in extremely small amounts. Yeah. So is it actinides? What actinides react with what again? It's the with what gas?
Nitrogen bonds. It reacts with the nitrogen bonds. That's why it has to be stored underwater, right? With lanthanides, they act on the presence of oxygen, so water is a bad choice to store them under. So usually it's stored under organic solvents like oils or hexane, stuff like that.
Yeah, actinides also react with boiling water or dilute acid to release hydrogen gas. So that alone, if they were to release some form of concentrated, acid, while at the same time there was a heat explosion that basically boiled the water molecules in the air, that then also removed lots of space between the nitrogen. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, do you see how this stuff comes together as a large thermobaric?
I get it, but I'm confused on all the technicals, because it sounds like rocket science. You're starting to get this stuff I don't know.
Well, basically,
but I'm curious. So go on.
Basis in weaponology. That's why.
The chain reaction that
so we always go.
Well, I don't have a degree, so a lot of the stuff when you guys talk about it, I have to sit there and go and look up all the words to understand like what that means and how that relates to what you're talking about. So
look up energetics, like gunpowder. Why does gunpowder work?
Exactly. What is it about? What is it about potassium? What is it about potassium that is needed? Why is that needed in gunpowder?
Because it bonds with the nitrogen.
I thought potassium was like I don't know about clumping, but you know how like starch, like cornstarch is a, you know what I mean? Yeah, it bonds, and it also is a powder that doesn't get wet easy, and it might be something that keeps it from getting wet or sticking together too. It might have something to do with that.
Well,
think about how important that is.
If you take a powder and aerosol that powder and ignite it with the nucleus of a flame from a spark igniter, it will detonate.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. Flour is very explosive in the right
talc
mix of air and everything. Yeah. Talc's another one. Yeah, I've heard of factory on fire over talc.
I remember them doing that at school actually. And they were like, "We can't tell you how to do it, the mixture." And then I like went up and like, you know, brought my own shit in and was like, "Can I do what? Can I do something in front of the class?" And I got in trouble nearly, like big time.
Oh, so you figured it out and you got busted for using it?
I didn't use like a balloon, bro. Like I fucking straight up, like legit, like used like 5 boxes of this shit and like put it inside of a box and like lit the corner of the box and like left it on a stool and like literally like the whole room. If it wasn't for the fact that the lid wasn't fastened on tight, there would have been a very
like setting off a fire extinguisher in a closed room then.
No, I basically set up a bomb in a closed room.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. No wonder you got.
You know those tire bead setters, the bead blasters.
Yeah,
it's like a portable tank of air that you pressurize with the air compressor, and you got a quick release nozzle. Well, you change out that nozzle with a regular straight pipe, fill that with sawdust, and put a tea candle at the top of it, like a tea candle.
Yep. Fireball.
Wow. Fireball. That can be a continuous fireball. That can be a flamethrower, actually. Josh? That ain't just some
fireball because it would go from the ground up, you know, wherever it started burning first. It would go all the way up. It would appear to be like a fireball from a distance the light would. That was where my mind was going.
It would be like a geyser, though.
Have you ever done so nitrous fuel, so small amounts of nitrous fuel, as in effectively, I might be actually using the wrong name here, sorry. Fuel used in model cars. Nitromethane, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we were kids, I accidentally did a nitromethane bomb. So there was a pipe that was like a metal pipe that went from the thing that filled up my car. It's got like a turn in the pipe, right? Okay. It has like an angled turn. And I used this many years to effectively fill up my Traxxas J0, my Traxxas J0 remote control car. I filled it up with that for years, and it was a really cool one. The Traxxas J0 was sick. I think it was the 2 one. It was the number 2. You could fiddle with the gears and stuff, right? Fiddle with the carburetor. Man, this thing went fast.
I know all about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it was low, and it also was a slight off-road, but not fully off-road. But it was fast, right? Anyway, I'd got mine fast, really fast. And one day I didn't have a pipe for a bong. And I was with my friends, so I ripped the head off of that, right? Off of the bottle for the fuel. And we load shotties in England like bongs. We get a bit of tobacco, and then we get the bit of tobacco like a plug, and we plug it up, and then we get the weed and we dab it into that, right? And then that bottle goes into a bottle into the water. Yeah, I'm sucking on it, and as I'm sucking, all of a sudden, right, like it's half full of smoke. All of a sudden, something takes over. It's like the lighter gets like sucked in, and then it disappears. The lighter is, and like the flame disappears. It turns off, and there's like a vortex. It's like this sound, bro. Yeah, and blue flames coming out of the thing. I just keep my lips on
air
it.
rushing in and the flame trying to shoot out at the same time.
This was like 5 pounds worth of cannabis in this pipe, bro. I was not gonna not do this bong. So it legit created a backward vortex, like a vortex, like a vortex, yeah. Okay, like a doodle bug, yeah. And it went and it burnt it like really quick, and it pushed the smoke into my mouth like at an extremely quick rate. I just inhaled that shit, held it in, blew it out, and I was so high and like spinning out like I was on a Solven / weed high. Like it was insane. Everyone was like, "What the fuck just happened?"
You're lucky you didn't.
I reckon you could have gotten
long,
high without lighting it or putting any weed in the goddamn thing.
I was
Just
going
based
to
off the
suggest if
vapors.
you didn't clear that out, yeah, you might have took a hit of that. That's probably what got you so high.
Yeah, dude, it was just really weird. Like we tried to recreate.
You made yourself some nitro THC right there.
We tried to recreate that effect because everyone was, I want one. I want to do one of them. I want to do one of them. I was like, yeah, but I haven't got the bottle with the fuel here, so like we can't. Like, it's just the normal bongs now. All of that's cleared out. You know what I mean? Like everyone wanted to go. It was quite hilarious.
And they say what I did was dangerous for making dab oil. Come on now.
Nah, man. You could imagine that was a dab. That would have been hilarious. A dab that wasn't purged.
Are you talking about making it with butane? Are you talking about making it with CO2, or what are you talking about? How are you talking about making? Yeah, butane. It's dangerous, but as long as you're outside and you're careful, you ain't gonna hurt yourself.
No shit. I
did
just have a hose handy and make sure you got a big blanket just in case it lights, because it's gonna be hard to put out.
Well, no, you're in the desert in a wash, barefoot, man. There ain't no way anything can happen.
I did it for years indoors, bro.
Well, yeah, but even a bug flying up can land on the bowl and cause a spark and light it. So you gotta want to be careful.
I used to use an open flame as well.
Real quick, don't try any of this at home. Yeah, this channel does not condone
please do not try this at home.
Yeah, definitely not. These are things that we
provide professional. Make sure he has letters after his
name.
we
were not professionals, and we could have killed her.
Everything we just said was a joke comedy routine. Yeah. So what? Just take it like that guy who was like, cooking with ethanol and he like caught himself on fire when he was cooking meth.
Did you hear about that guy in Utah?
Sorry.
He got a bottle of compressed hydrogen and hooked it up to his carburetor on his lawnmower. He thought he was going to have hydro-powered lawnmower, right? So when he cranked the bottle on, he had no regulator on it, right? So when he pulled the string on it and the thing kicked over, that fucking thing detonated, dude. The cylinder head on that fucking lawnmower went like a mile and a half from where they were.
High.
Oh, crap,
no, it just went straight out, boom, over like off into the ravine because it was right on the Grand Canyon.
Wait, so it went like in a linear direction?
Yeah, it went straight out. Boom.
It went straight out.
Well,
wow,
shit, it probably caught air.
Crazy! Someone wasn't stood in front of it, man.
Oh, the dude didn't survive. Like his entire garage that he was working in was leveled. Half his house, like his house, got fire and shit. Yeah,
no way. Someone's house blew up near where I live. They were trying to cook meth, and English people can't cook meth, so like they've never done it successfully once. Not once. They either get caught with all the like prerequisites and the compounds, and or they don't, and they try it, and the whole house blows up. Like,
they obviously don't.
I'll send you. Wait, no, I'll send you a thing in a sec for it.
There's a video of some professional firefighters demonstrating how dangerous the production of meth via the shake and bake method, Gatorade bottle. And they put the lid on it, shook it up, and it started going off, and he went to take the lid off of it, and he wasn't able to, so he set it down on the table, and it fell off and exploded. Boom! Big fast.
Why didn't he have a knife there ready? Why didn't he have a knife there ready to just stab the lid? Like, the lid. Like,
it's okay.
I wouldn't even have been in the damn room, dude.
That gas, it's air. It's pyrophobic.
Right. The air makes it catch on fire, basically. Right.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand that, but the higher the pressure in the bottle before the bottle goes bang, and then it exposes to the air, the worse and less controlled
it's because there's lithium in
the flames are going to be.
Oh yeah,
do you know what I mean? If you kill it with a knife in the top, it will just be like a jet coming out the top, and it would have been pretty controllable. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, but
you guys have seen the a phone battery go off, right? When lithium burns. That's pretty crazy. It like shoots a fireball, like it shoots a flame out the side of it for like 10-15 seconds. It'll light pretty much in your pocket, your hand.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those in Texas ever since everybody started getting their little puff bars, and they leave them in their car in the heat of the sun.
Wait,
you can get well above 120.
Oh, you mean the busted on the ground?
Wait, what are they?
The robot dicks.
They're vape.
Someone
They're
please
vape batteries.
elaborate.
Talking about a vape.
Okay.
A vape
have batteries, and if
They
you
have
leave
like
them in your car during the summer in Texas, the battery will explode.
Okay, an 18650 has about the same thermal energy as a hand grenade. Just to let everyone know. So yeah.
Yeah, if it was contained into a cylinder that was welded shut, yes, it could definitely be that big. But luckily, they'd only put it into half of a tube, and then they just seal it off with plastic.
Most 18650s
So when it catches
are
on fire, it shoots out of one side.
Steel tube. They are a steel tube, mostly. Really, the only thing is that how much it doesn't take. Right, so the expansion
It
of
has
it,
a
right?
pop-off
It is
valve.
a
Yeah,
steel
it has a
tube,
pop-off.
right? So yeah, they pop off, right? But if you was to get like a knife or two pieces of metal or two pieces of steel and put one on each end, they would start to weld to it and get really red hot. Okay, and they would weld to it if you took the wrapper off, and that would basically seal it if it was the right shape. And then there would be about an equal amount of pressure needed to burst it. Sorry,
And it
I
would
shouldn't be saying
definitely
that
be
shit.
all flame as it came out too. Once it came out, it would be on fire and whoosh, probably like burn up in less than a second. Because it wouldn't because of the pressure differential, it would just like burn instantly as fast as the air could get into it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wouldn't vent. It would basically just go.
Pow! Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy. Kind of like a firecracker. You know, like if you mash them on the ends and you light it, it'll be bigger because they allow the ends to pop out. That's why they only go pop. But you close them off or you hit them with a hammer sometimes. It depends on what kind of firecracker. But if you hit them, sometimes it'll mash the end to where it won't blow out the bottom and it'll go bah! It'll blow up twice as loud. Careful. Yeah, don't do this at home, please, because I somebody mentioning that makes me realize, you don't want to try to do this kind of stuff at home.
No,
get a
this
professional.
isn't. Yeah, of course.
Because even a firecracker can be very dangerous.
Especially women. Yeah, Josh, why do you always like try and get me in trouble talking about this type of shit? Man.
Yeah.
Gets me excited talking about this stuff. Like I'm a moderator and he comes in, starts talking about this shit every single time. One day he nearly had me talking about something that I could have went to prison for. Like for real as well. Like really bad. I was like,
oh, you mean like giving out recipes for things? Yeah, that could get you in trouble.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. Legal way he is, but not me. No. I shouldn't even know that shit in England. Mm-hmm. And I'm like there talking about it with him, and I'm like, bro,
you gotta
can
be
we
careful
stop?
when you're bragging, because sometimes you can get yourself in trouble.
luckily, like they would come and see me, and then eventually realize what some of my backgrounds are and stuff like that, and be like, oh, okay, that's why.
Speaking of fireworks, there's somebody firing something off in the background now. That's funny. As soon as I said firecracker something, somebody set off something over.
Why would they be doing that now? Wait, what day is it? Monday, January the 31st.
Any day. It's not a special day. It's just people in California lately. That's just whatever, anything they're doing. Like when the Niners, won that last playoff game. Not tonight, obviously, but last week and the week before, they set off more fireworks than they did on the 4th of July. They literally were like firing guns, all kinds of crap, all for like 2 or 3 hours. I was like, damn.
When I think of the Niners winning, I think of the gang from Sons of Anarchy winning like a street war.
I used to like football, but I learned way too much about it. That was one of those things that I shouldn't have researched. But yeah, I kind of lost all faith in it. Now I watch it once in a while, but I don't take it seriously. It's all bullshit.
I'm the same with English. Exact same. Hate it. In fact. Right. This is funny. Joshua. Is there anything such as untreated aluminum foil or aluminium? I'll say aluminum for you guys because it actually
I've heard yes, there is. I heard it's the dull kind. It's like before they roll it and make it all shiny.
That's yeah, but that's anti-stick. That's anti-stick. I'm not on about that. I'm on about on an even higher level than that with the anti-stick offer obviously already.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. You can buy it that way.
Are you talking about aluminum that doesn't contain the oxide?
Yeah, to keep them from
basically, basically, but not just the oxide. So completely
so you can use it to make things, and you don't screw up your chemistry mix or whatever because the coating reacts.
Well, yeah, it should just be aluminum sheeting, right? So
no, what you would do is you would take the aluminum sheeting, run it through a paper shredder, then throw it into take the shreddings from the aluminum.
Shut up.
Yeah, be quiet.
Literally, I told you. What does he do to me? What does he do to me? He started talking about this shit.
And then they'll be saying it was all you, right?
He knows that I know what this shit means, and then he starts talking. I love him for it.
The only thing I can think of is using some kind of carbon that will attract the oxygen more. Some sort of a carbon coating, the oxide there for me.
Okay, it's really strong, bro. That's the only thing that I'm noticing people in my country are using it to smoke cannabis, as in butane harvested oil, mixing a tiniest bit of caffeine in with it, and then they're smoking it on foil like heroin.
Wow,
that sounds like that sounds
only a
like
few people that I know of.
Well, I mean, if you're really desperate and you don't have a rig, I can understand. But I mean, foil is the worst thing to smoke anything.
Did you say coffee and weed like heroin?
Not coffee, no, but caffeine, pure caffeine,
like the crystallized form.
Not to get high on it, just so that it will
speed up the process.
It was so.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misheard.
The foil.
It's okay. That was good. I thought that's what he was talking about too.
Yeah, it's not to get high. No. It's not to get high off of the caffeine. It's like, how do you think like heroin moves down foil?
I don't know. Gravity?
If it's a hydrochloride.
I don't know much about heroin, to be honest with you. I don't really know much about freebasing either. I've seen people doing it. That's all I'm saying.
I've seen it on TV.
You'd have to mix caffeine in with it.
No, I saw it in real, but I'm saying I've seen people smoking like heroin before. It's just like I never did it myself, so I don't really understand like what all
people
the stuff
smoke heroin. Are you talking about freebasing heroin?
Yes, they do. Freebase black tar.
People smoke heroin. People smoke heroin all the time.
Crazy. It's crazy.
What do you mean you've never heard of that? Of course you should. People, have you not heard of Chasing the Dragon? Smoking opium? Like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. Don't know, man. Guess I'm not interested in that side.
Right, so the tubes, though, however, I picked up like 3 of them earlier. They're not exactly very strong. The tubes that my friend was using, right? These tubes, they're not very strong when you push down on them from top to bottom. But they crush they're quite strong, sorry. But they crush instantly, obviously, if you push them from the side. It's a tube, right? Like the egg. But so I've made one that's extremely thick, and I'm telling you, it's that strong. No, I made 2. Put one on the bottom of a sandal and another one on the bottom of a sandal, and then made another 2, and then it took all of my weight. These 2 little tubes, and guess what they weigh? Wait there. Let me weigh one of them.
0.25 grams or something, 425 micrograms or some shit.
They literally weigh 2.5 grams each, a tube, and they're able to take.
Well, then they're fairly big,
and they're able to take 120 kilogram in weight quite easily.
You weigh that's what, about 200 pounds, 180, 190.
That's 240. Yeah, exactly. That's quite a good amount of tensile strength, though. Hi, KJ. That's quite a lot of tensile strength.
Yeah, if you had quite a bit of that and probably in the right shape, you'd probably, if you shaped it like
hexagons.
Hexagon. Yep.
Exactly.
Made yourself some honeycomb, you'd probably make some pretty strong shit, wouldn't you?
That would be extremely light, yeah. And it's extremely cheap.
Yeah, I would think that like Kevlar and like what is it? What is that stuff that's like metal? It's like stronger than metal, but it's made out of some kind of plastic or styrofoam or whatever the hell it is. Carbon fiber.
Carbon fiber. I wouldn't say it's necessarily stronger than metal, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Depends.
Yeah, but like, well, yeah, when it comes to like like
it's
using like torque,
right,
like forces, like moving cars and things. I'm not necessarily meaning that you could shoot a rocket with it. I just, you know what I mean. But they use it on airplanes.
They use it apparently with they apparently use it with the ISS. So why not shoot a rocket with it? That's
well, yeah, but we all know what that. The all is.
We know what that is.
We do.
I just found that interesting. It was how strong it was.
Well, I believe I'm not completely sure, but I believe that if you were to build a capsule and you were to say sink it somehow to the bottom of the what is that, Marianas Trench, I think that you would probably need a lot of those honeycomb little tubes inside of that tank. Otherwise it's going to collapse on itself, right? And you would think that 10 to the negative torr vacuum, ever expanding, of course, so we don't even know if it doesn't go to like 50 torr or whatever whatever number gets worse than that. But if you just imagine that kind of explosion, that kind of pulling force ripping it apart, and you really think that a little silver tube covered in aluminum foil is going to survive in space? Are you kidding me? Like,
I'm just
saying, the temperature difference, you got the heat differences. It's like ridiculous. It's like, yeah, aluminum foil. Yeah, they covered it with aluminum foil to protect it from the sun's rays, even though there's no protection.
Like, yeah. That's so stupid.
I know.
Like,
I'm just kind of like
what I'm talking about as well. So like as well, yeah. Like with these tubes, why I'm saying it is because a tube that was this thin, that was made out of steel, if I stood on it, it would bend in half straight away. That's why I'm saying it's interesting, because it's in a sheet form that's fully malleable and able to be adhered to itself while wrapped around itself. Yeah, it feels it's strange. It's only strong in that one direction though. Yeah, and then a copper tube the same weight and the same thickness as well, I believe, would be weaker. I'm just saying this is very interesting. It's just very, very interesting. So
yeah, I think it would matter. It would depend on the temperature and the boiling point of the metal, or the melting point.
I wonder how light you could make like a big ball, with all of these like as spires going toward the center of it, and then the ball in the middle being made out of steel, and then so that it has equilateral. Like every time one of these is like pushed on, it's got a straight line of pressure to the center of that ball. I wonder how light of a ball you could make.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Using the pressure differential.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I got you. That would be interesting. I see where you're going with it.
Yeah.
Don't they have some like high pressure like weather balloons already? Like I've seen this big ship that looks kind of like a mantis ray or something like that, but it's kind of fatter and chubbier. Kind of looks like that stupid Disney movie with the suit that blows itself up, the robot thing with a little kid. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Big Hero 6 or whatever it is. That
I've heard
Disney
of that.
movie, Big Hero 6. Yeah, but anyway, it kind of looks like a fat version of that, like flying in through the air. But it has these like vacuum suction things on the bottoms and on the sides of it, so it can like fly up to the side of a building and like vacuum itself to the side of it and just sit there. Or it can go and attach itself to like something that's in the air or a structure or something like that, or to the ground, even if it's like if the winds get bad or the storm comes in, instead of them having to like deflate it in the as an emergency, they can actually get it and then vacuum. They have these vacuum things that suck it to the ground and hold it to the ground so it won't storm wouldn't blow it away. and I thought it was pretty neat. You know, and you know, I've been thinking like, why wouldn't they use stuff like that to get as high up as they could? I mean, I don't know why you'd need to go that 17,000 miles an hour just to get up that high if it's really not necessary. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe they can even go at half that speed, but I think the fastest thing in the world is only 1,300, well, airspeed anyway, but they claim that they have a spaceship speed record, and they claim that that's like an ungodly 200 or 300,000 miles per hour, some crazy stupid number. It's like,
How many miles again? How many miles?
I don't have the tablet with me right here that I wrote it on, but I think it's over 3,000 miles per hour. They claim this some satellite that they shot out into deep space somewhere has actually got up to a speed of 369,000 miles per hour or whatever it is. I don't know what that is in kilometers, but you can understand how and what kind of number that is. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I mean,
that's ridiculous.
I don't even want to. You know what I mean? It is. It's completely ridiculous. But
how do I tell when people have like when people join channels in here, right? Where's that to? Server log. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just filling airtime anyway. That's what I come
I
here for
appreciate
usually.
it too.
I like to talk too. I like to hear myself talk. I'm sure you guys have figured that out by now. And I like to learn too. I like to listen to new shit. You know, like you guys are talking about chemistry and stuff. And I love listening to that because I don't know a whole lot about it. I didn't go to college, so. But
neither did I really.
I always want to learn new stuff. I know people don't have the patience to teach it all to me, but at least if I can learn talking points, and then I'll understand it a little bit, have some background, so I don't sound like somebody that just read it off the internet or something.
Definitely.
I like to be able to use information like in an intelligent way and understand why it's that way and why that's important. Not just, oh, well, this proves that, and then, well, when they ask me, well, why? How does that work? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Like. I see a lot of that out. I mean, we see a lot of that on the baller side. That's we get frustrated with them for, right? It's like, yeah,
people thinking that they understand shit that they don't understand.
Well, I mean, I know what it's like because it feels good to like when people think you know what you're talking about. It feels good to like be in a conversation and feel like you're keeping up with people, especially if they seem intelligent. Everybody wants to feel that way, but there's a healthy amount of that, a little ego, and then there's like, okay, I'm going to give in because I know these guys are smarter than me. Teach me something instead. But if you go at it the other way, where you're aggressive and you try to show your ass and like something and you don't, they're not even going to want to like teach you anything. They're just going to want to laugh at you and say you're a jerk. I'd rather like have a good at least have a good conversation. I might learn something from, and it might inspire me to go research it and maybe find out something that I didn't know about. So I think like everything's an opportunity. What I mean?
They said. Really?
Go ahead.
Say again.
I was saying they've set it up where even if their very best priestly scientist came out, and was saying, you know what, it's actually flat, guys, they would be able to go ahead and just, they've set it up where even if he comes out, they're number one, they could kind of just dismiss him. You know what I mean? They've set it up where it's like that. It doesn't matter who comes out. They can just dismiss you.
Right. Yeah, to an extent, you're right. Because everybody has that, they know exactly how to manipulate the majority of people that watch television. They've been doing it for years and they've got it all figured out. At least that's my opinion. I think the television is the worst, one of the worst, number one thing that's killing us and messing up our heads. I really do.
What I want to know is what temperatures are, so if you're traveling at 17,000 miles per hour, what are the
nobody is, but yeah, if we're going to think about it like I get you.
Say again?
What are the,
The temperatures. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, I'm just curious, like what are because I remember seeing this a while back and they changed their argument. The argument's always changing. These guys are slick.
Yeah.
They do. just for instance, I'm just curious, like what temperatures are they saying? So if you're going 17,000 miles per hour, what kind of like? They also said that like in space, like doesn't it get to such extreme temperatures? Like
Right.
what temperatures are? I mean, what materials can even handle these temperatures?
Well, most of it's made of silicone, and the thing is you know what their explanation is for this, correct?
I actually don't, and I know silica still melts at a certain temperature.
Right. So, right. So what silica obviously does, and they have a window on there. In fact, that's made apparently at the Corning Museum of Glass. But what they effectively say is that the International Space Station is traveling in a region that has so few air particles, right? And at its constant speed, it only requires it requires no force basically at all to change its speed. It goes at a constant speed, right? So the force of it is precisely zero. Yeah. Anyway, so they also say that it's 17,000 miles per hour. Okay, right. But the point is they say that there are so few air particles and particles there that effectively there is no ability for there to be any form of interchangeability of induction of heat or anything like this. But this is actually untrue, because no matter what, they're not high enough to be out of the atmosphere, for one, right? For two, they're going. These particles they claim are going even faster, and they do hit them, and they also admit they do have heat sink systems on there that are to negate this effect. So their arguments are null and void because they make these arguments as if like nothing would affect it, but actually they admit that it would affect it. So
it's like
I want to try and find. It is a non-answer. Yeah, I want to try and find you a proper answer for it because it's in there. It's in there. I'm trying to find the actual citation for it. All right.
Yeah. That's fine. Take your time. And also, how can they say that there's a temperature in space when there's no real atmosphere? I don't really get that.
Well, it's not in space with the ISS, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. How would they measure the temperature even to be able to know how to heat sink it if there are so few gas particles? And how would they even know how fast they're actually even going? Either, because there is no forward mounted thing that takes in wind resistance that would allow them to measure the speed.
Yeah, straight up. How are they even gauging it?
You'd probably say by looking at it from a different satellite and how much space it covers over the Earth's surface from behind it.
Do we all agree that there's a container?
I mean,
what's the antecedent relationship?
That's my personal thought.
We agree that gas pressure needs one.
Right, so where is this container?
Above us.
This is a serious line of questioning. Someone's eating.
Have you heard about the
sacrifice? Try not to like eat while you're asking questions, bro.
Have you heard about Operation Fishbowl?
Of course.
Yes.
Go on, dude.
We've heard of it. Why?
Just asking.
You're a flat earther earlier. What happened? You flip flop out.
They shot rockets at the thing. The container. I'm pretty sure they already know there's a container.
No, I said you're a flat earther earlier. What happened?
What do you mean? I don't like being divided with the name Flat Earther. I like being. It should just be known as knowing the truth of the Earth, not just a flat earther. Because you're being grouped with the fake flat earthers, aka the Flat Earth Society.
So you're on the fence?
What does on the fence mean?
Well, that's what your role is.
I don't know. It's just a role.
Did you find a citation or something on that, Crack?
I'm looking now, bro. Still looking.
Yeah.
On the terrible phone. Okay, so
Sacrifice, would you mind muting your mic while you're crunching your food, please?
I already told him. Does it again? I'll just mute his ass. All right.
He probably just walked, or he doesn't realize he's even on there. Probably, I don't know.
We've told him.
It's probably just easier to mute him. Yeah, he doesn't hear it. He's not.
Do we have any idea what the highest speed we can actually get to verified? Like you can verify the highest speed. What do you think it would be, Crack?
Say that again.
Well, what do you think the highest speed we can actually get to? In terms, is there like, have we ever been able to verify that? Like, what do we think the highest speed you could actually achieve? Just say you were in a plane or something. What do you think the highest speed there is? I mean, obviously.
Well, we know the highest speed that planes have achieved, right? Yeah. But no, the sonic boom. That's no, not at all. But that's not what it is. But whether or not we could go faster, that's one thing or another. We were talking about this earlier, actually. In fact, where effectively, right, where we would be able to create some form of a I guess, vector or a form of a frequency that would negate or create a bubble around you, much like a bumblebee, where bumblebees aren't affected by crosswinds, so that you would be able to effectively negate wind resistance. And then negating wind resistance would be like having someone in front of you being in a slipstream, but without having to have the person have a slipstream in front of you by something else. It would be self-created by the unit that was flying. That would be something that would be able to fly basically at pretty much any speed, really, dependent on the thrust as well. But that obviously what we have is too much friction. It's going to combust. So materials also are what limit how fast we can go. But we've got the SR-71 Blackbird. We obviously know that that's like, one of the fastest jets in the world. That is Mach 3.3, I believe.
And that was
that's like
1950
something. That's like 2,100 miles an hour.
And it hasn't been broken since. To this day.
So I believe it has. I believe it has been.
Except for the SpaceX launch, because I'm about to show you. I just posted one picture. 37 seconds. I know, but still, it's in the atmosphere, right? 37 seconds in, they're doing 600 plus. I don't know if that's kilometers per hour or miles per hour, but you're talking about in 37 seconds they're doing that. They're going that fast. That's pretty fast. It's faster than a jetliner, most of them, right? Now watch. I'm going to show you a couple more here in about 4 or 5 seconds. Are going to go by, and that thing is going to go up really fast. Watch. I'm going to show another video I'm going to show another snippet.
It's going like 375 miles per hour in 37 seconds.
So 2,000 something mile per hour.
2,100 miles per hour, Mach 3.3.
So that's quite a leap to say you're going 17,000 miles per hour.
Well, they do say that the fastest fighter jet ever created was the USAF X-15. It's experimental aircraft.
Wait, I'll show you when they get.
But it's more like a rocket with wings,
like 4,000 miles per
hour.
And
it managed to effectively go 4,500 miles per hour, and it's sort of based on the MiG-25 in a sense, similar, but it's like a little bit, it's still a little bit different.
This guy was doing 650 miles per hour, and he put his hand up and he put his thumb up like it was nothing. That's
they
hilarious.
Would be liquid. Those boys would be liquid in them seats.
And here,
right.
Hold on.
Of course, would kill you, right?
Okay, now I'm in. Let's see how far I'm in. I'm in 58 seconds. So it's what, 21 seconds later. They're doing almost 1,000. They're doing 986 whatever kilometers or miles per hour. That's just 7.5 Mach 7.5 or something. I think is what it is in 58 seconds. So with less than a minute. Now if you've ever actually seen a launch, you'll know that after a minute they're not even that far up that much. It don't look like they're that high in the air at all. You know what I mean? It seems like they're just floating away. It really does. You know what I'm saying? At least that's what I've heard. I've never been there and seen it, but I've seen lots and lots of different videos and personal videos, and they all look pretty much like that. They look like they're just floating up really slowly, but yet they're doing plus 1,000 miles per hour. Are you kidding me?
Videos of the show?
It's deceptive.
Yeah,
It's
of
deceptive from a far
SpaceX.
distance.
Yeah, it's just. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying these are real. I'm saying that, this is what they're claim. This is how fast they claim they're going. But he's able to put his hand up. He's on his back, supposedly going 1,000 miles per hour. I mean, I'm not saying that, but you can see like the rate of climb is literally 100 miles per hour every 3, 0.75 seconds. It's like it's a ridiculous amount of Mach just raising. It's insane. And they're like
talking
giving
about
you a thumbs up the whole time. It's like stupid. It's so ridiculous.
And they're talking about trying to achieve light speed. Like it's impossible, dude.
Well, how fast is a missile or a bullet?
They don't even know how fast light speed is, dude.
Maybe they'll light each other's ass on fire and see what happens.
Depends what missile. Depends the job that it's doing.
How fast is a missile?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Let me show you this very quickly first before you ask that. Let me just show you something, okay? Yeah. So so the X-15, yeah. I don't know if you know about this. And the X-15 is an old model, really. So
is it old though?
It's old though. Like it's old though, bro. You got the X-15A. That one's also fast as well. I'll take a screenshot of it for you. I'm just gonna try and see if I can find one of the newer ones. I'm gonna try and see if I can find one of the newer ones.
Right?
Lockheed CL Lancer. That one's pretty cool. That was McDonnell and Douglas. That was what the FA-18 Super Hornet was based on. Right. Yeah, I'll post it now. I'm just looking for something that may be faster. That's all.
Are you fixing to buy one or what?
Hyper. The X Mach 9.6. This thing's one of the fastest things that I know of.
It's the least fuel efficient A to B vehicle I've ever seen.
Depends. Right? Just gonna find a couple more. Make sure that I find the quickest ones. This one here is what? No, that ain't shit.
So they're saying the bullet only goes 1,800 miles per hour. That's the fastest one. I just searched on Google.
A bullet only goes 1,800 miles per hour.
I'm not saying that's slow, but that's what Google said.
It's slow considering the speed that they try and claim some aircraft go. It's definitely slow.
So if you look at the higher velocity type, like
but there are faster bullets than that.
Oh yeah,
much faster. Sorry, someone was speaking.
The Earth spinning around.
You said what I was going to say.
The Earth spin around the sun 66,000 miles an hour.
But wait, where are they saying they're achieving this speed at? Within?
Right, I'm going to post two images, right? The first one is the one that I know has more concrete data on it. The second one I'll post for you, whoever it was that was asking, this one here. They claim that this one, basically the X-43, right? NASA's Hyper X program. They say that it does 9.6, Mach 9.6. You know anything about Mach 9.6? If you want, I can actually find the hypersonic.
It's not even readable. I saw it, but I can't read it.
You can't read it? I can read it to you. Right.
Dude, is that
I could
off
probably
from
figure it out with
Wikipedia?
this video if I just
Are
wait
you
a
talking
second.
about the speed of sound times 6, Mach 0.6, or
Mark
frequency?
9.6, bro, is what NASA claimed with this. Yeah.
That second
That's
picture I
pretty
posted
close.
is
NASA
Mach
X
1.9. It's
43A.
1,000.
That's pretty close to lethal to some people. Like 10 Gs is a lot. And I guess
Yeah.
if you were a trained pilot, you know, maybe you could handle it, but that's a lot for the normal person. That's a lot for the normal person.
There's
bro,
literally
it
no
really
practical reason to ever train yourself for that. Ever.
You think about the fact that that's faster
Yeah, that'd be
than
like training
the
yourself
round
by
out of a
diving,
45 caliber
10,000
pistol.
feet into the ocean before even wearing a suit or something, without no air.
Before even knowing how to swim. Yeah, exactly.
Specifications, right? So look at the shape of it. People try and say it's a rocket. It's not a rocket. It is technically a plane. I'll post the schematics for it. It's got I'll post. Yeah, it used a liquid fueled rocket engine, obviously. Rate of climb 60,000 feet a minute. It's able to climb. It's able to go 354,000 feet high. It's got a range of 280 miles only. Maximum speed 4,520. Yeah, because they try and claim that it's a plane, bro, but it's a fucking weapon, bro. Let's face it.
Yeah, that's a
I was
projectile.
gonna say, are you sure it's not like some kind of a railgun that fires out of an airplane? You know what I mean? And they just zoom in on it so it looks big. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, bro. Yeah, wait there. I'll post the image of the actual thing as well. Oh, it's
I don't even think a
that's it.
railgun fires that fast,
And
does
that-
it? Or maybe
that's
the
it in
instant it
flight.
hits the air.
This is something that continually gathers speed over time. I'm telling you,
we all know that
I don't
even
even
the fuel
believe
wouldn't
that
be able
this
to
thing
survive those kind of
works.
G-forces, would it?
It depends.
Hold on, they're trying to say that they got goes 430,000 miles per hour.
No.
Well,
It does
I saw something.
9.6
I looked it up
Gs.
on Google, and they
It's
claim in
4,000.
a deep space thing. Yeah, it's 4,000. Or is this? I thought it was 400,000.
It doesn't go 400,000 miles an hour.
80,000. No, hold on, it's 430,000. It's saying right
I
here.
told you.
That's how fast the thing goes?
Google
No,
claims
that's
that deep space satellite.
4,520 miles per hour is how fast they claim that this vehicle we're talking about goes. But there are claims out there currently of vehicles that go much faster.
Faster than
Yeah, the
this?
airspeed record is only 1,300 miles per hour or something like that. But the space speed record is supposedly 430-something thousand miles per hour. That means he'd basically be able to get to the moon in less than a second.
This thing does 60,000 feet.
Right? You know, that's insane, bro.
It's a half hour, man. 430,000 miles an hour.
Okay, damn it. I wanted to make it sound better than it. No, I just didn't. I'm shitty at math.
Hour, man. Oh, let me grab a coffee. I'll be right there.
Yo!
But if you're going 400 and something, yeah, you're right. It would be 30 minutes. My bad. Yeah, you get to the moon in 30 minutes. Yeah, that'd be insane. It sounded better the way I said it, though.
How far away is the moon?
You guys are just lying.
Now, light speed, you can get there in about a second. A little over.
No, that's called being a dumbass and not paying attention to how it's adding up. That's all it is. At least I clarified and I didn't let it slide. Right?
Yeah. I just cut it in half.
Oh, wait, crap. They're saying it's negated somehow, that they're not actually.
There's a math guy
There's
in
no
here.
friction. That's the idea they're trying to say.
Remember that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm saying if you negated friction with some form of vortex in front of you, you could technically go way faster. That's the thing that restricts speed.
Right.
Not saying that's what they're claiming with this. I was just hypothesizing, and we were earlier, in fact, how a vehicle could pretty much go any speed in the air if it was able to create some form of vortex in front of it or use some sort of frequency that would disturb the air and make it, I guess,
wouldn't that just
not
be a
do
vacuum?
Or cause the air
get
to
rid of.
collapse.
Wouldn't
You know
just
what I
make a
mean?
vacuum
Give it
somehow?
basically a weightlessness type of no pressure zoning for it to follow it.
Wait,
Kind of
what
like
would
when you
happen
pace
in a vacuum?
when you pace other cars or something in a race.
Yeah, like a
It would follow
vacuum,
it
dude.
everywhere.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it would kind of
That's
pull
what
it
Hyperloop
along. It
is.
wouldn't even need that
Vacuum.
much torque or thrust to push it
What's
either.
that?
If
That's why rockets wouldn't work in space. They wouldn't know how to turn.
right, because they're going
They
so
wouldn't.
damn fast. By the time they turn, they'd hit something hard. How do you calculate when you go
They wouldn't be able to slow
thousands of miles
down.
per hour?
I think you just
How do you slow down? Yeah, where's the air brakes, dude?
Do you know what they claim?
You better hope you don't get too high up, and then that you actually fall back down again. Right.
But isn't
You know what
it
they claim?
when you jump into a vacuum, pressure? Isn't that what happens? And you basically get crushed by the pressure.
Oh, a vacuum would
I'll
rip
say
it
again.
open. It would pull it. You'd explode, not implode.
Okay, well, it's like an implosion type thing.
Basically, everything inside of wherever the first hole started, the hole, wherever it broke open the first place, anything inside, all the gas contents would instantly vacate that inside of that capsule, and it would instantly, like, pow, and it would vaporize anything that was alive, any kind of biological material would instantly be vapor. If that's really if space existed, the pressure differential would literally liquefy every single thing and push it out through the smallest hole instantly.
So it's like
I mean, it would explode, it would literally, it would be instantaneous, but you would come out through the little tiniest hole at the very beginning, and then the rest of it would just be the gas, exploding and spreading out into the vacuum.
Nah, that's just a fairy tale story you're making up until you can
I
prove
know.
it, bro.
Well, yeah. I mean, we don't even know space exists, right? I don't even think it does, but
hold on.
I'm saying that's
I'm
what
not
they
saying
claim.
it like that. I was just being a
Right?
dick. I was just being
I
a
know.
dick.
I know. I got it, you fucker. I get it.
Yeah,
I'm just going along with it because
in a vacuum, it's essentially in a vacuum. It's the opposite of pressure, right?
In a vacuum, it's the opposite of pressure.
Yes, it would turn everything in your body into a gas instantly.
It's just negative
There's
pressure.
no more
Rip you apart.
It's negative
Total
pressure.
throttle reversal.
whatever
You
you
want
want to call them.
Ghostbusters.
Near
would say that.
negative. Well, yeah, this is the point. If you could create some form of a vacuum in front of a plane or anything like that, then that's what that would be effectively the way in which you would.
You'd need an explosion that was going 10 times faster than that, wouldn't you?
No such thing as negative gas pressure. Sorry, guys. Continue.
Exactly. No such thing as negative gas pressure. No. Exactly. Yeah, that's true.
What? Okay, so you really can't
Yeah, that's
even.
true. Yeah, you're right.
You can't even.
Yeah, when you go
actually
below.
suck all the pressure
One
out
sec.
of
Who's speaking right now? Is it the Whammer?
Whammer. Yeah.
Let me try and turn you up. Wait there. You're very low for some reason. I don't know why.
He's kind of low, but I can hear him as long as everybody else is quiet.
Let me switch to my laptop.
Maybe it's just you.
I'm gonna switch to my laptop.
Okay.
All right.
You got it.
But you essentially cannot remove pressure from a vacuum completely. That's the idea.
Yeah, because it's an if it's the way they say it is, it's an ever expanding vacuum too. It keeps getting bigger. Remember, the universe keeps expanding and expanding.
Yeah,
And
and you also can't take out 100% of the particles and then take one more to make a negative. This ain't the math.
Right, yeah. Math doesn't work like that. Not in real life. Math doesn't work physically like that. Yeah, you're right.
So just any vacuum that you created, say some lab, you would never be able to remove all of the pressure. Just to make it real simple,
Yeah, because any container you did that with would collapse probably. You're right. I don't know at what rate it would do that, but yeah, I think you're right. We can't actually make that kind of a vacuum on where we live in the planet, where we're at.
Sacrifice. Can you turn down your sensitivity sacrifice? It doesn't need to be. It doesn't. Your sensitivity doesn't need to be on so that your mic's continually open.
Do you hear something?
I hear continuous, like a white noise that's unhearable.
That's not me.
Bro, you're lighting green up all the time.
All right, tell me if it stopped. Ready?
Yes, it did instantly.
Because you muted.
You probably can't hear it, but it's not really loud. It's just we can tell that your mic's open.
It's just weird, and it might sound weird on the YouTube. I'm not sure yet. It's cool. I'm just saying you can go in your settings and just change the sensitivity. That's all. Doesn't need to be that low.
So what is essentially still existing? Say if we had a laboratory vacuum we were creating and we sucked out as much as we could, as much pressure as we could out of this vacuum. What is even still in there? Is it just very low amounts of, you know what I mean? Like, since you can't suck it all out.
Yeah, technically you could never suck it all out, because at the point that you finally got all of it out, it would collapse, right?
Mm-hmm. The vacuum.
I mean, isn't that logically what would happen, right?
That is exactly what would happen. Yes.
So the vacuum chamber itself would just collapse, meaning just blow up, or?
Well, yeah, because you're like pulling all the air out of it. You know, there's pressing inward of all the gases into the chamber, right? So, yeah, it would implode before that.
So you're essentially
That's why it's so ridiculous that there could be a vacuum on the outside of the Earth if it's a ball. It's just not. It just doesn't make any sense, because we would just explode into the vastness of space. We would never reform. But it wouldn't be possible. You know what I mean? Everything would just vaporize because there's no air. You can't create air out of nowhere, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I'm just thinking about if we were to just whip up a vacuum, you would never be able to do that. And it would just, yeah, no, totally.
So, I mean, technically and scientifically, it doesn't exist. A true vacuum does not exist.
Indeed.
It's all math formula on piece of paper, and it's all theoretical science. It's not the kind of science that, like natural science, like what we always talk.
Has anyone ever gone through this mathematics and just taken a look at the actual math? Because it shouldn't even be provable on math. Like math shouldn't just like, for the most part.
Yeah, but mathematicians are they're like magicians. You know, they can make this and that look like this and that by using different formulas that you would never be able to keep up with, because it's like being it's like building an AI chess master, you know? It's something that would take lots and lots of people a long time to be able to get to do. And then it would still take a lot of work to keep it working.
So you're saying basically the idea is there's these expert mathematicians that have wiggled up the numbers, you know.
Yeah, they're just deceiving us.
Numbers.
That's what
they teach you in college and whatever. They teach you these formulas that you believe are a way to base everything in all nature and science. And, you have no way of telling whether it is or it isn't. You just believe it. See what I'm saying? And then when you get older and you move on to college and you become a professor or whatever, you just don't know any better. You just assume that all this stuff you were taught is true, even though because you can't test it, right? So you just assume, well, somebody must have done it. That's how easy it is to just be fooled by it.
That's why the word maths is
that what you're asking?
deified. That's why the word maths is deified.
Crack villain.
Wait, what did you say, Crack?
That's why the word maths is basically deified. Yeah, sacrifice.
Do we all agree that the sun is in this in the earth? I mean, not in the earth, but in the with us, above us.
Well, it depends on what you think the sun is. Is the sun actually a solid object? Is it a ball of gas, or is it just a point of light that's being focused in from above or something? We don't know. I mean, think about it.
Do you think anyone has ever tried to just fly into the sun?
I think things fly through the sun all the time.
Why are you asking?
Because I want to be a pilot, and and like
Yeah,
maybe
all
like
right.
fly to these things and something.
You want to fly to the sun? Is that what you're saying?
Not like as in the
There's a
actual,
song by Def
ball of
Leppard. It's a
gas.
really good song called "Fly in the Sun."
Not the ball of
So
gas
stop
and
ruining
lava.
the conversation.
Like you're ruining a good conversation. Like what are you doing, bro?
He
Really?
knows it. He's meant to doing this.
You're starting to make me think you're a troll. You and your friend that I banned earlier.
Because of okay, carry on.
I would say he probably is, because that's what
Because
they
you were a flat earther earlier, now all of a sudden you're on the fucking fence, which is probably because someone was like, you're probably LARPing as something different every bloody day. Let's face it.
I'm just having thoughts. Like what if we just did this?
What if we just did what? If you thought about what you're asking first is something that's even entirely capable. How about think about things critically first before you even open your mouth? Why not listen for a bit if you're this stupid?
That's why I'm asking everyone.
And why don't you choose?
What are you asking? What are you asking? What are you asking? Come on. Really, what are you asking? Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
No, since you don't want me to talk, I mean, I changed the whole conversation. So just
please, what
go
are
back.
You listen. You're either gonna ask the question.
I did, but you didn't have.
Ask it again. Ask it again, then.
We missed it.
I said, what would you think would happen if we were to like? Because the sun is not this giant ball of gas that's a million miles away, right? We can observe that it's in this vicinity.
Right.
So if we were to, like, I feel like has no one ever tried to, well, if they did try, it's secret, but I want to
listen.
Like the thought of going into the sun as the light.
Look at the sun itself. You know not of its actual location, right? You understand that when you look at the sun, that's not where the sun technically even is, right? It's a source of light. So a source of light to try and fly into it. For instance, we also know that the sun itself, we don't know how far away it is, but we know it's very far away. Okay, yeah, because people would have flown into it if they were able to. If we had the ability to do so, I believe people would have tried to have done so. We can't. We haven't. It's that simple.
Nice.
But if you stick around a little bit and you're serious about learning, you'll learn that there's lots and lots and lots and lots of reasons why their story is just not. This just doesn't even match up with true physics. It doesn't match up with any of it. It's all theoretical science and math problem stuff. Or as someone might say, is just a bunch of bullshit or deception or, boulder dash or whatever word you decide to use.
Theoretical science isn't what I would call it. It's like you're saying theoretical knowledge.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah, theoretical. Yeah.
Right. So I would say that, what they got is postulations, baseless claims, and often more than not.
Bro, can you mute again? Yeah, I can tell who's talking.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you, but he was hot micing again, so I couldn't tell if it was you talking or somebody else.
Yeah, it was me talking. So yeah, the most thing that they often use is the affirmative consequent fallacy. Right, so all these things are kind of, it's the same thing basically. It's their go-to method. Baseless claim, or they'll say truism, baseless claim. So it's like the tide. Okay, that's true, the tide. Yeah, they do that. It's like
truism, isn't that redundant?
Well, what I'm saying is, they say the sky is
I'm
blue,
just picking
therefore.
on you, dude. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Drop some pebbles. Pick those.
No, I think we needed a little bit of comic relief there.
Super. Ever seen a grown man naked?
Yeah, I'm delivering.
I should have known.
All right, well, now let's not be rude and talk over him now.
Go ahead, Hank. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm talking about that. Welcome back. Glad you're back. Yeah, basically, we got to use the right words. And I know that I'm not really like grammar Nazi or anything like that, but
no, you're correct. This is how we got into this problem. You're exactly right. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, we can't call their shit theories anymore, right? It's just going to have to be a postulation, because a theory is, it's like they get to use this one fallacy over and over again on us, and we just keep accepting it. It's the ambiguity fallacy. It's like they use it over and over and over again, and they do it so much, then we start using it. Right? And why are we making ambiguity fallacies for them? So it's not a theory. Their shit's not theories unless it passes through the scientific method. Then at that point, we'll consider it a theory. I think we just have to be like Sisyphus and just raise the level of proof, raise the bar a little higher.
Well, yeah,
you keep doing that till you get to space.
We've got a colloquial. Right? Listen, we've got colloquial theory in the term of so. Like I get, right, we should police the language on it when we're talking about things that are scientific, right? So yeah, they speak in colloquial theories as if they are, in fact, scientific theories, which would suggest these are things that were, hypotheses that were tested using experimentation, and those experimentations that backed up the scientific theory, backed up whatever the thing it was that they were looking into at that time. Then there were a multitude of actual experiments to happen to back up the original hypothesis, to create it into a scientific theory. A scientific theory isn't even just one experiment. It's a multitude of hypothesis tests.
There's a difference between science and pseudoscience, correct?
No, they're the same thing. That's why they got different names.
No,
they're not the same thing.
We're being funny, bro.
A misappropriation of a misapplication, however, or it's not just the misapplication of, because I don't believe people actually misapply the scientific method and then end up with pseudoscience every time. But that is one way. You misapply the scientific method to something, and then you claim it as science, but it's really pseudoscience. The other way, the thing that I believe that happens is that people just call something science, meaning the scientific method wasn't applied whatever. So then it again is pseudoscience. I think there's two forms of pseudoscience now that we're seeing a lot. But the truest form is misapplied.
It would be like science to right now, like the people that claim that globe Earth is a part of science, but the scientifics, the experiments
that would. I don't even know if would the globe even be considered pseudoscience. Parts of it would be, obviously, because the globe is yeah, it would be, yeah, because they're saying it is a scientific question.
Exactly.
Which is not. So it's a misrepresentation of something that should be under the scientific method when it isn't under the scientific method. So it's a misrepresentation of that. What the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question. For one, I don't believe.
What is it?
So I want to say I've been hearing, a few flat earthers now and again, and they're very doubtful of the scientific method. And it's like, okay, would you bring your car to a mechanic who didn't diagnose it?
You said what? Bring your car to a mechanic who didn't diagnose it?
Right, he's not going to diagnose it. So you bring him the car and you say, look, it's acting funny. And he goes, well, I don't know what's causing it, but I got about 6 treatments we could try. So let's change the brake pads and the rotors, and we're going to change the battery and starter, and then we're going to put a new engine in, transmission in, and see if that fixes the problem. Like, you wouldn't go to that fucking mechanic. There's no way. Like, you want to go to a mechanic who, through a process of elimination, can accurately diagnose and then fix one thing, and then charge you only for the labor and parts of doing that one job. The one thing that you needed, and not the 5 other that you didn't, right? I mean, unless you're just Moneybag McGee, Richie Rich.
Here's crickets. I would push that button, but I don't have it out yet.
Right, so
no, I understand what you're coming from.
I really think the scientific method is where it's at when it comes to certain things, right? Obviously, we're not going to science the Bible, right? But the Bible does say certain things that are scientifically true, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
they do. Yes.
Yeah.
So some of this stuff's relevant.
It
Yeah.
does.
So what is it? Clay and iron don't mix? Do clay and iron bond, Josh?
Bring up an example from the Bible that's scientifically true.
Clay and iron don't mix.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
All you have to do is go on Google, man, and look it up.
It says it in the
Type in
Bible.
that phrase.
It just
Yeah,
does.
I need like the.
You don't need, mate. Honestly, you can type that in yourself, right? We're not going to do every individual little piece of research for you, okay? Yeah, you're asking, and Hank Wood, you're a nice, but I don't know if you're hearing the level of sincerity in this guy's voice at certain times.
That's right. That's right.
So
I hear it too, but sometimes they want to be led by the hand. I get where he's probably just wanting you to explain it to him or something, but he has to realize that you get to a certain point and you agree with us on some certain levels, but then you just kind of throw out and hand wave some other stuff. It's like, give us a break, like look at what we're talking about and take a look at it like you did with some of those stuff where you agreed with us. You know what I mean?
He's coming across as someone who isn't disagreeing with us whatsoever. It's not like that. It's just that he is asking the most simplistic of questions and then asking for the greatest of explanations for them, and then also the greatest backing up of every individual point that is spoken.
Yes, he is.
Thank you, Roger, for giving me the verse.
I don't really understand what you're trying to do other than waste time. At this point, sacrifice. You weren't being like this earlier in the chill text.
Right, so we're getting away from the Bible and going back to science. But yeah, there's lots of stuff in other places, probably not just the Bible, but that's kind of one of the main things that I studied before I got here. So it's kind of one of the things that is on my mind all the time. So when it says in the Bible, test all things and keep that which is good, I'm like, yeah, test all things. And what is science other than form a hypothesis or test the thing that you think is it? Educated guess. I think this is causing that. I mean, that's exactly what it is. And if not, you test the next thing. But obviously, if you figure it out, you don't keep doing your test, or maybe you do, right? Maybe you do keep doing tests. Because, right, there's more than one way to skin a cat, right?
Yeah, but there's really only one way to do a real test. It has to pass the criteria to be a real test.
You're right, brother. But what I was saying was there can be more than one cause, it's like for boiling water.
Oh, sure.
That's what I meant.
Reduce the barometric pressure and water boils.
That's right, brother.
Yep.
You can also put it into a small tube and hang it over a building that's about 4 or 5 stories high and cap off the top and then watch it and it'll boil at a certain rate. And when it gets to a certain height, it'll actually start to boil and it will just stay at that level. No matter how much water you added to the system, it would always just boil down to that level. Pretty fascinating.
It's probably because of the weight of the water creates pressure at the bottom and creates heat.
Exactly. Creates.
Could you explain that to me further?
The whole pseudo.
Wait there. Could you explain that to me further? What that whole thing, God rocking?
Well, if it's true, you would have a long tube that when you filled it with water, it would have so much weight.
Very fundamental basis.
Yeah, it would have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Start again on a very fundamental basis. I may have missed this in science class.
Well, if it's true, now I've never done this myself, but the concept is that a very long tube would contain so much water that it would be very heavy at the bottom, and the pressure from all that would cause the pressure of that water can only take so much pressure before it wants to boil. It's like heat.
Water only stacks so high per it doesn't compress, so that forces it to do weird things and have weird properties.
It forces it to turn to gas when you press it that hard. It's the same thing as heating it.
Only it does it with
Okay, I get that. I understand that.
So yeah, there is more than one way to boil water.
Yeah.
Technically, there's evidence that water does compress slightly.
Yeah,
I hope it didn't sound like I was arguing with you, Rock, and I was actually trying to back up what you were saying.
Yeah, but when you say slightly, it's probably more like shaking the ice that you just filled your cup. Like it just barely gets a little.
I've heard it explained this way, that when you put water under X amount of pressure, like something like 178,000 pounds per square inch, somewhere in that ballpark, that it presses so hard that the molecules have to align up so that they become closer. They organize themselves in a manner, and then it turns to a solid, turns to like an ice.
Yeah.
And it's actually a cold ice.
That's
because
how conditioner works.
Yeah, dense water. And what happens? The molecules line up from being pushed so hard. They like. There's only certain places they can go, so they start lining up in perfect order, so that there's no more space between them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what ice. When you freeze something, that's kind of what water does. It lines up, and the molecules line up in a straight lines.
Of course.
As it freezes.
I never thought about that idea of like almost like the small level of compression of water really gas at the bottom.
Yeah, and if you compress freon, that's where you get air conditioning and refrigeration.
Yeah, of course.
Nikola Tesla.
Pardon? Go ahead. Say again.
Who you said?
No, I'm just adding on to the air conditioner.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't hear you.
Well, the compressor pushes the gases back to a liquid where they're cold. And then as the cold liquid nitrogen or coolant, whatever's in an air conditioner, it's some kind of when it's in a gaseous form, it's not cold. But when you press it to a liquid form, like liquid nitrogen, it's cold. When it turns to a gas, the gases are then warmed up and become the same temperature as the atmosphere. And then they are very volatile, and they're moving very fast and expanding and whatnot. And so
Causes the condensation.
What an air compressor does is it compresses the gas back to a liquid, so it forces it into a liquid, and then it's cold again. And then you run it through the radiator, and it turns the radiator ice cold, and then you blow air through the air radiator, and it turns it back to a gas, and it cools the air and sends it to your house, and then the compressor compresses it back to a liquid again, and it passes. So it's a constant thing where the liquid that's in there,
constant cyclic process as well.
And it also gets extremely hot, and that's why they have this drip pan in the back, because there's all this heat that comes out that's exhausted to keep it, when it switches back and forth. Sometimes they compress it and then they let it cool, or they let it decompress. It's a back and forth cycle. It's really fascinating, actually.
Yeah, the heat generally comes from the compressor itself.
Yeah,
you're right.
Really,
most of it does. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Some
cool.
of them are really, really efficient too. I've got one in the
I didn't know how air conditioner works.
It's like really efficient. I mean, you can even set it on like where it doesn't blow the fan all the time, and it'll kick on when it needs to, and it actually keeps this room really, really nice and cool, even though it's a small air conditioner.
Right. Well, when you go to install an air conditioning system or a heating system in your house, they always do you got to know exactly how many cubic feet are in the house.
Of course you do.
And then you have to put a heater in there or a air conditioner that is capable of cooling enough air to circulate through that big of a house. And so it's all designed around square footage. And so if it's not adequate, and then the piping that goes to every room, the heating duct work is also all measured in cubic feet, how many cubic feet of air move per minute, and how you can recycle it through each room, and it goes back to the cold air return, and then back down through and recirculate.
The heat works the same way. Yeah, it's just the opposite, right?
Yep.
It's a planned attack. That's why it's really important where you put those ducts and where the vents are, and depending on if it's heat and cold or whatever. Because obviously cold drops, so it makes sense to put the refrigerator, the cold ones blowing from the ceiling, because then it naturally would just drop down on you. And then the heat is the opposite. So
the cold air the air conditioning, heaters, they always put the vents below a window, if you notice, because then it blows the air up, because that's where the cold air is at, generally speaking, because windows don't have the insulation, the R factor that the walls have with insulation in them. Windows are always colder, so they blow the heat. If you go into a modern home, you'll find that the heat registers are almost always under a window.
Now that you just mentioned that, you're absolutely right. That's weird. I mean, there's ones in rooms that don't have windows or whatever.
Right,
but yeah,
right.
You're
But
right. They're
generally,
always right next to the window. Yeah, because that is exactly where all the cold air gets in the winter and all that. Yeah, and the heat.
Yep. So they want to heat that air up first, and then that way it circulates and keeps the air more constantly warm all evenly warm. So you got to heat the cold air first and keep it, and then it circulates it around the room, and then the room has a more constant temperature, even throughout the entire room. If you put the heater, the heat vent over on the other side of the room, away from the window, it would always be kind of cold over by the window, and it would be always too warm on the other side of the room. So they put the vent below the window to blow it up and heat the cool air first, and so that it, yeah. I mean, it's not like it's super complicated. I mean, most of it's common sense when you come to HVAC systems. It's all pretty much common sense. Like all those radiators, when you got a boiler in the room, those radiators are placed under a window. It's just placement of the items where the heat comes out, so that you can heat the cool air so that the room is evenly heated. So this is common sense shit, really.
Makes sense. Makes perfect sense, actually.
Yep.
Nicely said. Nicely said. So for people that don't understand those systems, now they hopefully do in a greater extent. I do, because now obviously I have more of a basis to go on, considering that I'm in the UK, right?
Yeah.
In the UK, we don't use these systems whatsoever. Obviously, I understand radiator systems very well.
Right.
Radiation, but air conditioning, we don't really use it. I understand roughly how it works, but yeah, not really. We don't really hear about it in depth like that. So yeah, that
Right. Well, you guys it's always cool over there. Cooler because it rains and you're surrounded by water, which is a natural coolant. So the ocean water is always cooling the breeze. Before the air gets to you guys, it's been cooled off by the water, and so it's more of a cooler, region, just because of location around with being surrounded by water, and the obviously the the latitude or longitude, whatever, it's closer to the north, where it's in a location in the north that the water's cold around it. Generally speaking, the oceans are not warm around the UK, as far as I know.
other than on the southwest coast where I live, because of the Gulf Stream.
Yeah, okay.
That's the
Generally
only place.
speaking.
Yeah.
Generally
I was just saying you're correct. Yeah. You are correct, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just thought I'd add that just to let you know.
Right. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that they're warm, but in warmer. Yeah, in summer I've experienced, I believe, 16 degrees Celsius, which is actually quite warm, believe it or not. When you're in the sea, 16 degrees Celsius.
Right.
I don't know if that has any relevance to anyone.
It's like 45, 50 degrees, 45 degrees probably, something like that.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot when it encapsulates you, right? It's like the opposite of wind chill factor.
Right.
It's the opposite. Yeah, like it's the opposite of that whole thing. I did mute that guy because his mic was just flashing on and off over and over again, and then he left as soon as I muted him. So he was only interested to make noise. He wasn't interested in a conversation. He's a troll. Just to let you guys know. But well done for being patient with him. You were being patient with him, but he's definitely here to troll. And he derailed a conversation actually that Whammer was having.
Yeah, you don't need that. You guys are very good at. I've noticed that generally speaking, you guys are really quick to recognize when someone's up to that kind of horse shit. You know, even if they're trying to disguise it, you guys are pretty quick at identifying that.
The timing is obvious.
Yeah.
For me, I can always tell I'm English. Insincerity is something that we live with always.
Yeah.
If we fly into the sun.
I want to pull that down now. I just wanted for anybody that wanted to see it for a second. I won't leave it on the live stream though.
I've seen a video of a jet air, like a commercial airliner of some sort, that as it flew close to the sun, it actually showed. I don't know if it was fake or what. I want you guys' opinion on this.
I saw it too.
And it showed some interaction with the sun, at least. Like when it flew.
It does look like it goes through it. It really does.
It does. But
and it actually has, it shows like a piece of the sun following it as it
right,
goes
that's
out.
what I meant.
Really
that's
weird.
what I meant by interaction.
It like pulls it.
Yeah. That's what I meant by
Like
interaction.
some kind of plasma.
Yeah.
But I've seen numerous videos of it. Numerous ones. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I meant by interaction. There's some sort of interaction between the aircraft. Yeah. Could have been exactly. Could be optical phenomena.
Well, what about when you see clouds that are clearly behind the moon? Like, what do you? Like, I know why that occurs. I believe I know why. What do you guys think of that, though?
Oh,
I think that's probably when it's low on the horizon, maybe, and they can appear to be high. You know, when the moon or the sun, as it gets further off towards the horizon, it appears to drop toward the horizon, and I think that's probably when that happens.
Don't trust your eyes, is what we're saying, right?
Oh, of course not. Never. Don't. If there's a car coming, if there's a car coming down the road, you just walk out in front of it, because you can't trust your eyes. The car's not really there.
Well, I've seen the moon go through the clouds above my house with my own eyes, and I've seen clouds on the opposite side of it. I'm telling you, whether it might be some kind of optical illusion, or maybe it's the way our eyes are made, I don't know, but I've actually seen it with my own eyes. And when I saw it, I was like really, really perplexed by it, because I was like,
you need to have your eyes checked.
Way up there. No, I'm telling you.
I'm just teasing.
I wasn't
you,
the only one that's seen it, though. I'm telling you. Man.
I'm just teasing.
I'm telling you, that refractive
pizza
guy.
Don't do that to me while I'm in the middle of talking and I'm not looking down. Damn you guys.
I didn't mean to kill the refractive pizza guy. He came out of nowhere.
No, there's been a lot of things that I've seen above my head living here in California, where I do, right in the middle of all these airports and everything, and it's crazy.
Yeah, it does sound gay. Quit it.
Fine.
I'm just teasing, bro. Come on.
Oh wait, what was the explanation as to why it does it?
See, now you got everybody all mad.
It's funny because I was the one who said
it. Google it. I'm just kidding.
Explanation for what? Explanation for what? By the way.
No, I heard.
Oh, the cloud thing. All right.
Oh.
So with the clouds, I believe what it is, when you see the clouds behind, the moon, it's actually that the cloud is either, again, it's to do with the angle to it, the incidence of the angle of your vision to the cloud itself, right? The opacity of the cloud, what the cloud is made of, i.e. how much rain is inside of it, etc., etc. So there are different forms of ways the light can reflect because of that, making the cloud appear to either be